In a luxurious room filled with medieval style, a man dressed in a nobleman's robe stands by the window, a thoughtful expression on his face. His gaze fell upon the training grounds inside the castle. At that moment, thousands of knights and squires were undergoing aura and combat training there. Just then, a series of knocks on the door interrupted Verin's thoughts. "Come in." As his voice fell, the door slowly opened, and a beautiful girl dressed in a maid outfit appeared in front of him. The young woman bowed respectfully and said, "Young Master Weylin, the master requests that you go to the study to see him now." Upon hearing this, Verin paused for a moment before slowly saying, "I understand." The maid took a few steps back, then closed the door and left. Verin knew very well that this trip to his father's study would force him to make a choice that would determine his future. Due to an accident, he was transported to a Western fantasy world called the Synapse subcontinent, and became a descendant of a noble family. In this other world, knights, warriors, mages, and other extraordinary professions all truly exist. Humans, elves, dragons, magical beasts, dwarves, goblins, and many other races live together on this dangerous yet wondrous continent. The country he is currently in is called the Kingdom of Ilia, a powerful nation dominated by humans. More than 2 months ago, after holding his coming-of-age ceremony, Weylin officially came of age. According to family rules, apart from the already designated heir, all other offspring must make a choice after reaching adulthood. First, become the guardian knight of the current heir, swear allegiance under the witness of the goddess of life, and never betray her. Secondly, leave your family, become a pioneering knight, and go to the border regions to build your own empire. But this is also the most dangerous road, with other nobles, magical beasts, alien races, and bandits entrenched on the border. Countless young nobles, filled with ambition, ventured into the wilderness, only to return without even bringing back their corpses. The last option is to join the kingdom's direct knightly order through the family's recommendation and serve the king. If nothing unexpected happens, Verin will probably choose the first option, to stay with his family, live a peaceful life, and spend the rest of his life quietly in this dangerous alien world. However, his fate took a turn when he came of age. On that day, Verin awakened his own unique cheat ability, the Guidance of Destiny. Every month at 8 p.m., a female voice, audible only to him, would automatically broadcast a crucial piece of information related to the future. This includes high-value information such as rare mineral deposits, special talents, monster hordes, the whereabouts of legendary figures, and the routes of alien caravans. Furthermore, as Weylin breaks through his cultivation level, the quality of the intelligence will also improve. After awakening this ability, Verin's thoughts completely changed, and a complete plan quickly formed in his mind. He wants to become a pioneering knight, using the future intelligence provided by the system to recruit those special talents with outstanding potential in advance, strengthen his own power, and establish his own territory on the border. Then, using the modern knowledge and thinking in his mind, he transformed and built up his territory, allowing himself to rise rapidly. He wants to lead his army to conquer the entire border, annex all forces, continuously expand his territory, and use this as a starting point to build a magnificent empire step by step, and completely rule this other world. Verin took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions, and then strode out of the room toward his father's study. A moment later, Verin arrived at the 3rd floor of the main castle at Windsor. He straightened his clothes once more, then knocked on the door of the study. "Come in." A dignified voice came from inside the room. Verin calmed himself, and pushed open the study door. Looking at the tall and imposing figure before him, Verin placed his right hand on his chest and bowed, saying, "Good morning, father." Angus, the 6th patriarch of the X family and the current Earl of Eagle, turned to his 5th son and asked in a stern tone, "Verin, my dear son, what has your choice been?" "Father, I choose to become a pioneering knight and bring new glory to the X family." Verin straightened up, looked at his father's dignified face, and answered firmly, "This is not like you." Earl Angus of the Eagle stared intently at his son, his eyes wide, and questioned him in a deep voice. "Father, perhaps now that I'm an adult, I've grown up. I also want to be like an eagle, forging my own path." Verin said, feigning composure despite his father's imposing aura as a golden knight. Now that his son had made his choice, Angus, as the father, was not going to interfere any further. He withdrew his imposing aura and said, "According to the rules set by the first ancestor of the X family, once an adult descendant chooses to become a pioneer knight, he can only stay in the castle for 3 months. As your father, I can allow you to stay in the castle for another month. After 2 months, you must leave Windsor Castle." "Verin understands, father. If there's nothing else, Verin will take his leave." Seeing his father nod in agreement, Verin turned around and prepared to leave the study. "The information you provided saved Silver City from a major loss. The reward will be given to you along with the aid." Angus suddenly spoke just as Verin reached the door. "Yes, father," Verin replied again, then closed the door and left. The moment the study door closed, a shadow stalker suddenly appeared before Angus, knelt on one knee, and reported, "Master, no trace of other forces has been found around young Master Verin. Should we continue the investigation?" "This matter ends here. Destroy all related records," Angus instructed the shadow stalker, his hands behind his back. "Yes, master." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow stalker vanished from the room. A kind smile appeared on Angus's dignified face as he murmured to himself, Verin's child, I hope you can truly forge a new path and spread the glory of the X family." Meanwhile, after leaving his father's study, Verin wandered through the castle, pondering where he should go next. "Next we'll go find Elder Miller, who's in charge of managing the whereabouts of the family members, and get some useful information from him," Verin muttered to himself, looking up at the sky. Every pioneer who leaves the family goes to visit Elder Miller. This old man, who has lived for 320 years, is a living fossil of the X family. Before that, however, Verin needed to travel to Silver Eyes City to handle an important matter. The second message from the Guidance of Fate told Verin that a special transaction was about to take place in Silver Eyes City. 2 weeks later, in house number 308 in the western district of Inxing City, 2 groups will conduct a transaction. The goods being traded are 2 like-minded teenagers, one with blonde hair and the other with silver hair. Both have immense potential. The strongest among the 2 trading partners is only at the mid-bronze rank. Save these 2 youths, and they will become your allies. Verin went to the stables and had the servant in charge of tending the horses bring him a war horse. He mounted the horse, ordered the guards to open the castle gates, and then spurred his horse away from Windsor Castle, heading towards Silvershire, 30 kilometers away. With the help of the wide avenue paved with bricks and stones, it only took Waylon 20 minutes to reach this city that covers an area of 30 square kilometers and has a population of over 300,000. Silver City is the second largest city in the X family's territory, with 8,000 soldiers stationed there year-round to guard the city's security. The officer at the city gate saw Verin galloping towards him on horseback, abruptly stood up from his chair, and shouted to his men, "Quickly, clear the way! The Lord needs to pass through here!" Several soldiers, who had been looking listless, quickly snapped out of their daze and immediately took action, driving the civilians and merchants waiting to enter the city to the sides, thus completely clearing the passage through the west gate. Verin rode his warhorse into the city at breakneck speed. Upon seeing Verin enter, the city gate officer ordered his soldiers to continue checking passers-by and collecting entry taxes, while he himself reclined back in his chair to bask in the sun. After entering Inxing City, Waylon quickly determined the direction and headed towards his destination, the West District Security Department of Inxing City. Soon, a magnificent and imposing building appeared before Veilin's eyes. A guard standing at the gate stepped forward, took Veilin's mount, led it to an open space nearby, and brought out the finest fodder to help the horse regain its strength. Ignoring all this, Verin walked straight into the police station and had someone summon the local sheriff, Baker. A moment later, a burly, low-level silver warrior wearing half-body armor emerged from the room and bowed to Verin, who was only at the mid-level bronze level, saying, "Young Master Verin, what are your orders?" "Baker, Verin has come to the city to handle something and needs to borrow a squad of security soldiers from you." Verin didn't beat around the bush, and stated the purpose of his visit directly. Upon hearing this, Sheriff Baker immediately summoned a soldier and instructed him, "Go and inform Captain Ackerman of the 6th Squad to gather his men in the courtyard immediately." "Yes, sir." The soldier thumped his chest in salute, and immediately turned and ran away. A few minutes later, a squad of armored warriors, totaling 15 men, assembled in the courtyard. One of the middle-aged men, whose strength was comparable to that of Verin, stepped forward and bowed to Sheriff Baker, pounding his chest in respect. "Sir, Captain Ackerman of the 6th Squad has come to report for duty." Ackerman, you will now take your men and accompany young Master Verin on his mission. Yes, sir. Ackerman turned to face Verin and said respectfully, Young Master Verin, please give your orders. Verin looked the weathered warrior up and down and nodded with satisfaction. He then bid farewell to Sheriff Baker and with 15 professional security personnel, headed to a street in the West End to launch a crackdown on organized crime and, incidentally, to gain some personal profit. At this moment, inside a house in the western district of Inxing City, several local gang members were making a deal with two strange men dressed in black robes. This sack contains the goods you wanted. The gang leader gestured for his men to open the sack, revealing two teenagers hidden inside, one with blonde hair and the other with silver hair. The two strange men in black robes exchanged a glance, and one of them stepped forward to examine the bag carefully. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, the other casually tossed the cloth bag to the ground. The bag landed with a crisp sound, like gold coins clinking together. A henchman stepped forward, picked up the bag, and respectfully handed it to his boss. The transaction is complete. Everyone, please. Just then, the door to the house was suddenly kicked open. A handsome, black-haired man rushed into the room, brandishing a short sword, and shouted, There's a traitor. No! Everyone, drop your weapons immediately, and don't move! The two groups who had just completed their transaction turned to look at the intruder, quickly grabbed their weapons, and prepared to teach this uninvited guest a lesson. However, at that moment, the gang leader saw Ackerman appear right behind Verin, and his expression changed drastically. He shouted, It's the security team! Get out of here! No sooner had he finished speaking than the gang leader, disregarding the lives of the others, smashed through the window and fled. Immediately afterward, a piercing scream echoed from outside, turning the faces of the three gang members who were just about to make a move pale with fright. They shakily lowered their weapons, covered their heads with their hands, and collapsed to the ground. The voice they had just heard was that of their leader, who was now clearly dead. Two strange men dressed in black robes took a few steps back, simultaneously drawing their swords and assuming a stance ready to fight to the bitter end. Seeing this, Verin raised his hand, signaling Ackerman not to intervene, and prepared to deal with the two men himself. Verin gripped his short sword tightly, and used the narrow space in the room to launch his attack, quickly dispatching both black-robed figures. Ackerman stood by, watching the entire battle of Verin. The whole process was simple and direct, without any unnecessary delays, which made him unable to help but let out a sigh of admiration. Young Master Verin, excellent swordsmanship. You flatter me. Verin shook off the blood from his short sword, sheathed it, and then went to the corpse of a man in black robes, removing the masks from both of their faces. Verin was curious to see who these two were, given how mysteriously they had concealed themselves. At the same time, Ackerman also stepped forward with curiosity. His expression changed instantly when he saw the black clover marks on the foreheads of the two men in black robes. Young Master Verin, these two corpses may be involved in some important events. I wonder if we could hand them over to the Public Security Department? Do as you please. This is what Verin wants. Verin approached the sack and looked the two handsome young men up and down, finding that they perfectly matched the information provided by the guidance of fate. To Verin's surprise, both boys had slave marks imprinted on their foreheads. Without wasting any more time, Verin picked up the two boys and turned to leave the house. As they passed by the gate, several security soldiers looked at the two handsome young men that Verin was holding in his arms and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Young Master Verin has come all this way, could it be just for these two twin boys? Ackerman walked out of the room, looked at his men who were talking nonsense, and immediately shouted, Shut up, all of you! Take these men back! The men, who were about to continue their discussion, immediately shut their mouths, lowered their heads, and began to deal with the scene. Meanwhile, Verin placed the two boys on his mount, then mounted himself. Just as he was about to leave, Ackerman approached with a bag of gold coins and respectfully inquired, Young Master Verin, these are the gold coins we seized during this operation. What do you think? You can divide it among yourselves. We don't need it, just consider it a reward for the brothers' hard work. Thank you, young Master Verin! The other security team members said excitedly upon hearing this. Upon returning to Windsor Castle, Verin first returned his mount to the stables, then carried the two boys toward his room. Along the way, the servants looked at the two boys in Verin's arms with surprise on their faces, but no one dared to gossip about them behind their backs. Back in his room, Verin placed the two boys on the bed. After waiting a moment, and seeing that they still showed no signs of waking up, he turned and left, intending to first visit Elder Miller to find a suitable direction for his future endeavors. After a considerable journey, Verin arrived at the entrance to the underground bunker. He handed his weapons to the guards at the door and underwent a body search before being allowed to enter. Verin walked into the dark tunnel and saw that the walls on both sides were engraved with the names of many members who made outstanding contributions to the X family, as well as the glorious deeds they left behind during their lives. As an ancient family with a history of 700 years, the X family now has 5 earls, 17 viscounts, and 33 barons. Everything has its primary and secondary aspects, and the branch to which Verin belongs is the main branch of the X family. The other 4 earls belong to 4 different branches, and together they form the vast X family we know today. The X family's current success is a direct result of the family precepts established by their first ancestor. It is precisely because of these precepts that the entire family has been able to continuously strive for progress and achieve its present glory. Within the kingdom of Ilia, the power represented by the X family is unparalleled among all count-level families, even surpassing some marquis-level powers. However, since the family has not yet met the requirement of having been passed down for 800 years, it cannot be promoted to a marquisate family for the time being, according to the kingdom's regulations. Of course, if the X family could produce a legendary powerhouse, they could directly bypass this limitation and become a high-ranking ducal family. After descending a kilometer-long staircase, Verin finally arrived at a brightly lit archive room. He saw an old man sitting nearby, dozing off, so he quietly approached and waited for the man to wake up. Chapter 3: Obtaining Information. After an unknown amount of time, the old man lying in the rocking chair slowly opened his cloudy eyes. Seeing Waylin standing beside him, his face softened, and he asked, "Little Waylin, what brings you here?" Verin immediately bowed and said respectfully, "Elder, I apologize for disturbing you. I hope you can guide me. According to family precepts, I chose to become a pioneer knight this morning in my father's study, so I would like to ask you to tell me where I should go next." Miller closed his eyes after listening, lost in thought. Verin stood quietly beside him, not urging him. After a moment, Miller slowly said, "There are 3 places I think are suitable for you. As for which one to choose, that's up to you." Verin immediately took out the paper and pen he had prepared beforehand and began to take notes carefully. Miller said, "The first place is the Grey Wasteland on the northwestern border of the kingdom. The monster races there are relatively weak, and our family has 3 barons in that direction who can offer you some assistance. The second place is the Lea Great Forest on the southwestern border of the kingdom. It borders both the Duchy of Lekitz and the Kingdom of Kuba. It is very dangerous, but also full of opportunities. Another earl of the family is in that area, as you should know." Verin nodded as he took notes of the key points. Miller continued, "The third place is the New Lands of the North. 3 years ago, the kingdom defeated the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom and seized a large tract of land, which now needs manpower to develop. However, the area is at risk of being attacked by the Mountain Dwarves at any time, so there's not much to worry about in terms of safety. But with the kingdom's legions stationed there, there's not much to worry about." After recounting these 3 points, Miller gradually drifted off to sleep again. Verin, confirming the record was correct, thanked him softly and left, intending to return and think about it further. Before returning to his room, Verin went to the kitchen, grabbed some white bread, and then went to the magic tower to ask the family mage for 2 bottles of potion to remove the slave mark. He estimated that the twin boys he had rescued should already be awake. Reaching the door, Verin suddenly stopped. He sensed something was wrong. It was too quiet inside. The next moment, he kicked the door open and took a few steps back. The blonde boy, who was hiding by the door preparing to launch a sneak attack, was knocked away by the door and crashed heavily to the ground. The silver-haired boy next to him, who was holding a wooden stick and ready to strike, froze on the spot, dumbfounded. Verin sneered. "Too green." He stepped forward, snatched the wooden stick from the silver-haired boy's hand, grabbed him by the collar, and tossed him next to the blonde boy. Then he placed the food on the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, his gaze coldly fixed on the 2 of them. Before Verin could speak, the blonde boy clutched his chest, endured the pain, stood up, shielded his younger brother behind him, and said through gritted teeth, "Sir, please spare my brother. I am willing to become your loyal slave." Verin stared into his eyes, deliberately placing his hand on the hilt of the knight's short sword, his tone icy. "What makes you think I'll let your brother go?" The bronze knight's aura pressed down, and even a fraction of it was unbearable for the blonde boy. But he gritted his teeth and said, "You bought us back because you valued us. If you're willing to spare my brother, I'm willing to serve you forever. Otherwise, we'd rather die than let you get what you want." Hearing this, Verin finally understood that the 2 brothers mistook him for their new owner, which explained their reaction. However, he didn't intend to explain the rescue immediately, as there was no need to now. "I want both of you to pledge your allegiance and become my guardian knights," Verin said calmly. "One of you alone means nothing to me." With that, he drew his knight's short sword, pointing the blade at the blonde boy, giving him a choice: pledge allegiance or die. If he couldn't use these two kindred spirits and exceptionally promising youths for his own purposes, he would have no choice but to destroy them, even if it meant painful sacrifice. The blonde boy looked at the short sword gleaming coldly in the sunlight, then turned to his brother, whose face was filled with fear. After a struggle, he finally chose to submit. He pulled his brother to his knees, and then knelt on the floor himself. "My lord, my brother and I are willing to become your guardian knights." Verin sheathed his short sword, stepped forward to help the two men up, and softened his tone. "Rest assured, now that you have become my guardian knights, I will do my best to train you." The blonde boy breathed a sigh of relief and quickly thanked him. The silver-haired boy followed his brother's example and bowed. Just then, a stomach growled, and the blonde boy, who had just been so resolute, blushed instantly. Verin smiled and tossed the white bread from the table to them. The two brothers took the food and immediately began to devour it. A few minutes later, the blonde boy finished his bread, licked his fingers, and said, "Sir, my name is Orlando, and my brother's name is Hebrew." Verin corrected. "A lowly slave is a self-designation used by serfs and slaves. Now that you are my guardian knights, you may refer to yourselves by your own names, or as your subordinates, or your subjects." Orlando immediately bowed his head. "Yes, sir, Orlando understands." Next, Verin patiently explained some basic knowledge to the two brothers. As their conversation increased, the brothers' wariness gradually lessened, and they developed a greater liking for Verin. Afterward, Verin personally took out some medicine and removed the slave marks from their foreheads. When the two men looked in the mirror and discovered that the marks symbolizing their slave status had indeed disappeared, they were so excited that they knelt on the ground and repeatedly cowed out to Verin. Verin quickly helped them up and continued to explain the rules and common sense. Faced with such a master, Orlando and Hebrew exchanged a glance, having already made their decision. As long as Verin didn't abandon them, they were willing to follow him forever, never leaving his side. Afterwards, Verin arranged for the two to stay in the room next to his, preparing to teach them the Knight's Awakening technique the next day, hoping to ensure they successfully entered the path before leaving Windsor Castle. After a busy day, Verin lay in bed, took out the information he had recorded during the day, and began to seriously consider which direction he should go to explore. Verin had a general understanding of the Grey Wasteland, the Great Forest of Leia, and the Northern New Lands. Chapter 4 Family Aid. As a cautious man, Verin ultimately preferred the Grey Wasteland. The Great Forest of Leia and the Northern Newlands both seemed like powder kegs, ready to erupt into war at any moment. He didn't want his hard-earned foundation to become a battlefield right from the start. After careful consideration, Verin decided to choose the Grey Wasteland. Although it was far away, more than 5,000 kilometers away, he could reach it quickly by using the teleportation array in the capital of Shiha province. The only problem was that he couldn't bring too many people, otherwise the teleportation fees alone would be enough to make him suffer a huge loss. Having set his direction, Verin began to plan his next priorities, improving his own strength, training guardian knights, and gathering intelligence on the Grey Wasteland. The next day at noon, he brought Orlando and Hebrew into the meditation room and personally taught them the advanced Night Awakening technique. To Verin's surprise, the two of them awakened their battle aura in just 2.5 hours. This speed shocked him and made him truly understand what the words, great potential, and the guidance of fate really meant. When Verin himself practiced the Night Awakening technique, it took him a full half-month to awaken his battle aura. In comparison, Orlando and Hebrew's talent was simply astonishing. And just as fate had foretold, these two boys would become his wings in the future. Therefore, for Verin, cultivating a relationship is his most important task in the coming period. He's finally acquired these talents. If they leave him later, he'll truly have nowhere to turn. After examination, Orlando was found to have awakened Fire Attribute Battle Aura, while Hebrew possessed Ice Attribute Battle Aura. After instructing the two to familiarize themselves with their internal energy in the meditation room, Verin left and headed to the family archives. With his current authority, he could select suitable night breathing techniques for them. After undergoing several checks, Verin arrived at the heart of Windsor Castle, the X-Family Archives. This is the foundation upon which the family stands, covering 400 square meters and housing tens of thousands of important books. The archives contain methods for awakening knights, night breathing techniques, and learning special skills, as well as a small number of magical meditation methods and magic skill books. However, the X-Family is, after all, a traditional knightly noble family, and doesn't place much importance on magic. Verin approached the bookshelf and began selecting a breathing technique for his guardian knight. Given his current status, the options he could choose were naturally not top tier. It took him half an hour to find 2 breathing techniques suitable for Orlando and Hebrew, which he then copied using the magic circle at the entrance. Back in the meditation room, Verin called the 2 to his side and taught them how to cultivate, word by word. The core of the knight's breathing technique is to absorb magical energy from the air through special techniques, convert it into battle aura, continuously expand the body's capacity, refine the quality of the battle aura, and thus enhance strength. Over the next 10 days or so, Verin first led 2 guardian knights to the Temple of Life to complete the guardian knight oath ceremony. Afterward, they spent almost all their time in the meditation room, cultivating as much as they could. During this time, Verin witnessed firsthand what true genius was. In just half a month, Orlando and Hebrew had surpassed the squire stage and become low-ranking bronze knights. Now, all they lacked were combat skills and experience in life-or-death battles. On April 1st, 9720 of the glorious calendar, there were only 6 days left before Verin left Windsor Castle. In the afternoon, he received a list of aids sent by his father, Angus, detailing the support the family would provide him this time. The list was simple yet substantial: 80,000 gold coins, 12 intermediate magic crystals, 120 low-level magic crystals, 18 red-scaled horses with a trace of red dragon blood, a team of 12 high-ranking bronze knights, 6 sets of excellent-grade knight full armor, and 18 excellent-grade knight long swords. The document contains only a few lines of text, but the value of the materials it represents adds up to 300,000 gold coins. According to the classification system of this world, items are roughly divided into 6 levels: common, fine, excellent, extraordinary, legendary, and epic. Excellent level equipment is already quite valuable. The Eagle Territory, where the X family resides, generates only 3 million gold coins in tax revenue annually. Even Silverized City, the second largest city in the territory, only generates 600,000 gold coins in tax revenue per year. In other words, his father has practically poured half a year's worth of Silverized City's taxes into him. Waylon knew that this included the reward for submitting the information, but the amount still far exceeded his expectations. He stroked his chin, recalling that when his 4th brother left 5 years ago, the family had only given him about 150,000 gold coins in supplies. With the money he had saved over the years, Verin now had 305,000 gold coins in startup capital. This was enough for him to make great strides in the early stages of expansion, but he constantly reminded himself not to let the huge sum of money cloud his judgment. From now on, he would have to walk his own path. Being in charge of his own life was both new and stressful for Verin. As night fell, he sat on his bed, silently calculating the time, waiting for his second stroke of fate. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a melodious female voice rang out again, bringing new news. 13 days later, on the shortest road from Windsor Castle to the provincial capital of West River Province, a group of assassins would be lying in ambush at the Sahaklos Ridge, their target being the 5th son of the Earl of the Eagle. The enemy planned to disguise the ambush as a robbery, and the strongest among their assassins was a high-ranking silver-level fighter. Fate advised him to take a detour, otherwise he might be drawn into the power struggles within the upper echelons of the Western River Province. The Sahaklos Mountains are located in the heart of Iron Lord territory of the Hax family. The Hax family is the sworn enemy of the X family. Without much thought, Verin could guess who had sent these assassins. With his hands behind his head, Waylon lay on the bed, deep in thought. Perhaps he should set off earlier, avoiding the shortest route and taking a detour to the provincial capital of Shiha Province. The next day at noon, Verin arrived at training ground number 3 at Windsor Castle. This was an open space of 600 square meters, where all the aid supplies provided to him by his family were placed. In the center of the training ground, 12 high-ranking bronze knights clad in iron armor stood in neat rows, awaiting the arrival of their future allies. As the captain of this knight squad, Baird's feelings were complex. Young Master Wellen had always had a good reputation in the castle. He was kind, sincere, and lacked the arrogance and conceit often seen in noble children. The problem was, however, that he used to be far too lazy, spending his days seemingly just waiting to die. Most of the Eagle nobles' offspring from the same period had already advanced to the high-level bronze rank, and some had even reached the low-level silver rank. But Verin was still lingering at the mid-level bronze rank. Now that Baird was about to pledge allegiance to such a young master, he couldn't help but feel confused. Chapter 5 Arrival in the capital of Shiha Province. However, since they had been chosen by Earl Eagle as young Master Violin's Night Guard, they had to fulfill their duties and repay the X family for their years of nurturing with loyalty. At the edge of the training ground, Verin looked at the 12 knights standing 200 meters away. He already knew in his heart that these were the guards his family had entrusted to him. He approached, observing them as he went. The 12 were all very young, mostly between 24 and 28 years old. To become a high-ranking Bronze Knight at this age was enough to show that they had considerable talent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, these 12 men would become his most important right-hand men as he expanded his territory. Verin knew very well that building a team of Bronze Knights from scratch would be impossible without tens of thousands of gold coins. Moreover, those being trained must have sufficient potential. If they lack talent, no matter how many resources are poured into them, they will ultimately just be a group of useless individuals. Upon seeing Verin's arrival, the priestess of the goddess of life, standing to the side, raised her staff and solemnly announced, "Under the witness of the goddess of life, the oath begins. Draw your swords!" Baird immediately commanded loudly. The other 11 men simultaneously drew their knightly longswords, held them upright before their chests, and looked solemnly at Verin. Verin drew his short sword and held it to his chest, his expression solemn. Baird spoke first, followed by Andrew and the others who announced their names in turn. The 12 men swore in unison that they would use their own honor as witness, under the witness of the goddess of life, to fight for those before them, to fulfill their duties, to uphold the code of chivalry, and that wherever their swords pointed, that was the direction they would advance. Verin responded, "I, Verin, as the one to whom you swore an oath, accept your allegiance and will never abandon you. May the goddess of life bear witness." As soon as he finished speaking, a divine radiance suddenly appeared, enveloping all 13 people at the same time. An invisible bond was formed at that moment, connecting the fates of the 12 knights with that of Verin. The old priest then proclaimed, "The oath is complete. May the great goddess of life protect you." After saying this, he left to rest, guided by the steward. The 13 men simultaneously sheathed their swords. From that moment on, these 12 high-ranking Bronze Knights were bound together with Verin, their fates intertwined, one for glory, the other for ruin. Verin scanned their faces, memorizing each one, and then said, "Gentlemen, you have chosen me, and I will not let you down." Having said that, he went to the chest where the weapons were stored, opened the lid, and inside were neatly arranged superior grade knight longswords, their cold gleams gleaming. "As your lord, this is a gift I give you. In addition, each of you may choose one of these red phosphorescent horses as your mount. I hope you will become my sharp swords and help me expand my territory." The 12 responded in unison, "Thank you, my lord." Unbeknownst to them, Earl Angus of the Eagle was watching everything unfold from behind a window somewhere in the main castle. He was deeply gratified by his 5th son's actions. In Angus's view, one must be generous and not stingy with those who are loyal to him. Only in this way can one win people's hearts quickly. On the battlefield, those willing to take a sword for you are always your knights. His wife, children, and even his brothers might not be able to do this. This is a truth that Angus has slowly come to understand over the past 30 years. Verin then instructed the 12 knights, "Go and prepare. We will depart tomorrow morning, leaving Windsor Castle for the provincial capital of West River Province." "As you command," the 12 knights replied, pounding their chests with their right hands and bowing slightly, respectfully accepting the order. Watching them leave, Verin checked the remaining supplies one last time. After confirming everything was in order, he had his servants move the items to the carriage outside his secondary fortress. Having finished this, he headed to the main fortress to bid farewell to his mother. After all, this departure meant he didn't know when they would meet again. Just like his 4th brother who left 5 years ago, he hasn't returned even once, and has been struggling in some unknown place. Wayleen's assessment of that brother was only 8 words. Silent until he speaks, then he astounds everyone. Lost in thought about how to begin, he found himself unconsciously standing in front of his mother's door. He gently pushed it open and entered, finding Alyssa sitting by the window, weaving a silk scarf in the sunlight. The head maid, noticing Verin, whispered a reminder. Alyssa stopped what she was doing and looked up at him. Verin had prepared many words, but when he actually stood before his mother, he couldn't utter a sound. Finally, he only whispered, "Mother, I'm leaving tomorrow." Alyssa's expression was gentle as she softly replied, "Yes, I know. My fledgling has grown up, ready to soar high, and has its own goals. I hope you will return in glory." Verin nodded solemnly. "That day will come, mother." He stepped forward and embraced his mother. 1,000 words were contained in that embrace. After an unknown amount of time, Verin took the silk scarf his mother had given him and left the room. Afterwards, he went to his father's study to tell Angus about his impending departure and received his father's advice and blessings. After bidding farewell to his parents, Verin returned to his room and had the 2 underage guardian knights pack their belongings in preparation for their departure the next day. On April 3, 9720 of the glorious calendar, outside the east gate of Windsor Castle, Verin, dressed in light cloth armor, rode a tall red phosphorus horse, took one last look at a corner of the castle, and gave a deep order. "Let's go." At his command, a caravan consisting of 6 carriages, 12 guard knights, and 2 underage guardian knights slowly departed Windsor Castle and headed toward the provincial capital of West River Province. The West River Province is located in the southern hinterland of the Kingdom of Ilia, covering an area of 950,000 square kilometers. It includes 2 marquisates, 3 earls, and more than 100 viscount and baronates, which are distributed among the 5 noble territories, serving as a buffer. To avoid the Sokolos Mountains in Iron Lord territory, Verin decided to detour through the neighboring mountain forest territory, trying to avoid potential ambushes by hostile forces along the way. Although this would add over 200 kilometers to his journey, it was still better than his nascent force being wiped out before it could even grow strong. More than 10 days later, the convoy traveled 600 kilometers and finally arrived safely at the capital of Shiha province. This large city was directly governed by the royal family, covering an area of 400 square kilometers, with a total area of 10,000 square kilometers under its jurisdiction, and was home to more than 2 million people. Verin stroked his mount and looked up at the city wall. The wall, which was 30 meters high, was 3 meters taller than the towers of Windsor Castle, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Griffin knights occasionally soared through the sky. Verin remembered that the X family also supported a Griffin Knight Order, consisting of 120 people, each of whom was a mid-level silver rank. In this world, all professions, from lowest to highest, are roughly divided into apprentice, bronze, silver, gold, soul intent, and legendary. As for what extraordinary levels lie beyond legendary, Verin is currently unaware of that. Chapter 6: Obtaining the Mysterious Orb. Walking along the exclusive passage for nobles, Verin's convoy moved smoothly. Compared to the other entrances, which were packed with people, this route was many times faster. Just then, a merchant suddenly stood on the roof of the carriage and waved vigorously towards Verin. Seeing this, Verin raised his hand to signal the convoy to stop, patted the red-horned horse closer, and calmly asked, "Merchant, what brings you here?" The merchant hurriedly got out of the carriage, knelt down, and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, please forgive my offense." Those around him, seeing this, all lowered their heads and hurried on their way, no one daring to look any longer. For ordinary people, avoiding involvement in the affairs of the nobility was the best way to save their lives. Verin was somewhat curious, but remained outwardly calm, replying simply, "I forgive your rudeness." The merchant then stood up and cautiously said that he wanted to join Verin's caravan and travel together through the noble passage. Verin glanced at the other party's convoy and noticed they had 8 carriages. Given his status, he could be exempt from the city's entry tax for up to 20 carriages, but his own convoy only had 6, meaning he had 14 spots remaining. This merchant had clearly figured this out, which was why he dared to risk blocking their path. In this world, unless one is powerful enough to disregard the rules, one can only bow down to nobles. Verin didn't agree immediately, but instead asked directly, "Then, what price are you willing to pay?" Upon hearing this, the merchant's face immediately lit up with joy, and he quickly said, "My lord, if you help me, I am willing to offer 2 high-quality half-elves as tribute." Hearing the words, "half-elves," Verin frowned slightly. The southeastern border of the Kingdom of Ilia borders a half-elf kingdom, which is quite powerful, even slightly stronger than Ilia. Therefore, the kingdom officially prohibits the capture and trade of half-elves. However, laws are laws, and when faced with profit, there are always those who will take the risk. The merchant before them was clearly one of them. Moreover, many local nobles were also involved, forming a huge chain of interests. The royal family mostly turned a blind eye to this, only secretly collecting heavy taxes and profiting from it. Seeing the change in Verin's expression, the merchant assumed he was dissatisfied with the price and broke out in a sweat, about to raise the offer further. But before he could speak, Verin coldly said, "I have no interest in the half-elf you're offering." The merchant's face paled, and he hurriedly changed his words. "Sir, I was being rude. I'm willing to give you." Verin interrupted him directly. "Listen, merchant. If you have something that interests me, I can let you join the caravan and avoid that exorbitant city entry tax." According to the established customs of major cities, the entry tax for half-elves is usually 10% of the total value of their slaves. Upon hearing this, the merchant's face contorted with pain. He glanced back at his caravan, then gritted his teeth and took out 2 round balls from his robes, respectfully handing them to Verin. "Your Excellency, these are items I obtained by chance. Please take a look. If they are insufficient, I am willing to make up the difference with gold coins." Verin took the two spheres and slowly infused them with battle chi. The spheres immediately showed a slight reaction, but quickly returned to calm. Although the change was extremely subtle, it did not escape his perception. Judging from the merchant's expression, this thing was clearly not simple. However, the other party was, after all, a slave trader, so Verin naturally wouldn't show any mercy. He then put away the sphere and said calmly, "You can join my caravan, but you'll need to pay an additional 1,000 gold coins." The merchant was not dissatisfied at all. On the contrary, he was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly, quickly taking out 1,000 gold coin vouchers. These vouchers, issued by the Royal Bank of the Kingdom of Ilia, were engraved with miniature magic circles and special markings to verify their authenticity. After carefully checking them, Verin carefully put away the vouchers and the two spheres, then spurred his horse and rode away. The merchant immediately ordered his men to lead 8 carriages to follow behind the violent caravan, smoothly heading towards the city gate. At the city gate of the provincial capital of Shiha province, the officer saw the eagle banner of the X family flying on Violent's carriage from afar, immediately waved to stop the city guards from inspecting it, and let them pass directly. The clerk beside him glanced at the slave caravan behind them, and couldn't help but whisper, "Sir, that slave trader has 8 carriages and at least 30 half-elves. If they were to collect city taxes, that would be at least 3,000 gold coins." The city gatekeeper slapped him on the head and said irritably, "You think I don't want to take it? That's the eagle banner of the X family, not some minor noble family that can be bullied. It represents one of the 5 major powers in the West River province. Do you think I dare to take it?" The clerk immediately admitted his mistake, and dared not say another word. After entering the provincial capital, Verin looked at the bustling streets around him, and his horizons were broadened. He had lived in Windsor Castle for 18 years, rarely going out on weekdays. As he was not the heir to the family business, he was not forced to participate in social activities, and over time he had developed a lazy nature. Shops lined both sides of the street, selling everything imaginable: magic scrolls, wands, magic crystals, and the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts. Captain Baird of the Knights Guard stepped forward and asked, "My lord, shall we stay in the provincial capital for a few days?" Verin waved his hand. "No, let's go straight to the teleportation array. We can rest when we get to the provincial capital of Karid province on the border of the Grey Wasteland." He had already done the math. Staying in the provincial capital for one night would cost at least 100 gold coins, enough to buy 2 serfs. His business was just starting out, so he had to save money wherever possible. 2 hours later, Valen led his convoy to a massive building. A middle-aged man in a mage's robe greeted him, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, sir." Valen returned the courtesy with a standard noble's bow. "My convoy needs to be teleported. Our destination is the capital of the border province of Karid." The middle-aged monk asked him to wait a moment, then summoned 2 apprentice monks to inspect the convoy and record information and estimate costs on a piece of white paper. 5 minutes later, the middle-aged monk handed the paper filled with writing to Valen. "Sir, this is the estimated cost. According to the authority enjoyed by the X family, you only need to pay 80%. Verin glanced at it. His teleportation fee was 6,000 gold coins. After thanking the mage, he led his men through the magic circle checkpoint and into the massive building. Afterwards, Verin handed the red phosphorus horse to Orlando and headed to the toll booth with a gold note containing 10,000 gold coins. The red-haired woman sitting there immediately straightened up when she saw him approaching, abandoning her languid posture. Verin handed her the bill and then placed the eagle emblem representing the X family in front of her. After the red-haired woman checked the procedure, she took his 10,000 gold coin note and asked, "Sir, would you like change in gold coins or a gold note?" After a moment's thought, Verin replied, 5,000 gold coins and gold notes, 200 gold coins." The red-haired woman quickly entered the information into a magical device that looked somewhat like his cell phone from his previous life, making Verin feel inexplicably familiar with it. Finally, with 5,000 gold coins and a fine cloth bag containing 200 gold coins in his pocket, he turned and walked towards his caravan. Chapter 7 Province of Kadro. After waiting for half an hour, Valen and his group of 15, with 18 red phosphorescent horses, 12 nags, and 6 wagons loaded with goods, finally entered the teleportation area. 4 mages stood at the 4 corners of the teleportation array, channeling their magic into the surrounding instruments. A few seconds later, countless magical runes lit up, followed by a flash of white light that instantly engulfed everyone. After an unknown amount of time, Valen's vision slowly returned. He looked around, only to be met with a scene of desolation. Compared to the bustling activity of the Shiha province's capital city teleportation area, this place was so deserted that it didn't resemble a provincial capital at all. Once everyone in the group had recovered, Verin led the convoy out of the teleportation hall. But as soon as they reached the main street of the provincial capital of Karad, the anticipation on everyone's faces vanished completely. The streets were littered with human and animal excrement. The stench was overwhelming and nauseating. Thugs were everywhere on the streets, patrol officers were extorting money, and ordinary people and small vendors all stood with their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. Captain Baird of the Knights Guard was shocked and couldn't help but say, "My lord, this is the provincial capital of Karad province? This environment is even worse than the most dilapidated slum in Silverstar City." Verin covered his mouth and nose, his brows furrowing as well. He had thought that even if the provincial capital wasn't prosperous, it shouldn't have fallen to this state. Perhaps this was the more realistic side of the world. Places like Shiha province and Inxing City were actually just a minority. Baird asked where to go next. Verin took out a map from his pocket. It was a rough map of the entire province of Karad, only showing the general directions. Compared to the West River province, which covers an area of 950,000 square kilometers, the Karad province covers only about 150,000 square kilometers, but it is home to more than 60 viscounts and barons, with a population of about 1.9 million, roughly equivalent to one-third of the Eagle territory of the X family. Looking at the map, which showed the territory of Guter, 200 kilometers from the provincial capital, Violin closed the map and said, "First, I'll register at the administrative building, and then I'll visit my cousin, Baron Alcott, to learn about the local situation." The group marched along the filthy streets, and Verin felt increasingly nauseous. He simply couldn't understand how these people could live in such conditions. The provincial capital of Kadro province wasn't large. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the administrative building in the eastern district. The so-called administration building was actually just a 2-story stone building, painted white on the outside, but now it looked grayish and even faintly black. As soon as Waylon reached the door, the guard on duty raised his cheap spear and shouted contemptuously, "Halt! Where did this country bumpkin come from? Is this a place for you?" Baird's face darkened, and he drew his knight's longsword, ready to kill the insolent guard. The guard, startled, took a few steps back, but still shouted, "Guards! Someone has broken into the administration building!" Soon, a dozen guards and a knight rushed out of the building and stood on the steps, staring at Verin and his party. The knights behind Verin also drew their swords and stood in front of him, forming a standoff. After listening to the soldier's report, the leading knight asked with a hostile look, "Who are you people, daring to break into the administration building?" As he spoke, he took out a signal magic scroll, ready to fire at any moment. Violin looked at him coldly and said in a deep voice, "Let's not talk about who we are for now. Your guards insulted a nobleman in public. Even if I kill him now, His Majesty the King won't say anything." Upon hearing this, the knight suddenly noticed the eagle banner hanging on the carriage in the distance, and his expression changed instantly. He glared fiercely at the guard, but dared not back down easily. After all, he represented the face of the governor of Karad province. Verin continued, "I know what you're thinking. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Hand over the guard to me, and that's the end of it. Otherwise, even the governor of Kadero province might not be able to bear the consequences." At that moment, a portly middle-aged man emerged from the administration building. He had only spoken halfway when he saw the eagle banner, and immediately swallowed the rest of his words. He turned and ordered, "Hand over that guard to this knight." The knight reluctantly began, "But your excellency, he—" The middle-aged man interrupted him sharply. "Didn't you hear me?" The knight could only grit his teeth and agree, waving his hand to have his men disarm the guard and bring him before Verin. The arrogant and domineering soldier, who had been so cocky just moments before, was now filled with fear, all his arrogance gone. Verin drew his short sword and plunged it into the soldier's chest, executing him on the spot in front of Governor Kadero. Then, Verin sheathed his sword and said, "Governor, I apologize." The middle-aged man's lips twitched slightly, but he still said in a calm tone, "It's all right, young eagle of the X family. Welcome to the province of Kadro." Next, Waylon did not enter the building, but waited outside to register. A dozen minutes later, a staff member presented him with a token. The front of the token was engraved with the word Pioneer, and the back contained Waylon's basic information. Verin accepted the token and said to the governor, "Governor, farewell." The middle-aged man gave a standard noble bow, responding politely on the surface, but in his heart he only hoped that he would never see this young man from the X family again. After Verin left, the knight who had been silent finally couldn't help but ask, "Governor, this is our territory. Why should we be afraid of a nobleman from outside?" The middle-aged man's smile faded, and he said in a deep voice, If it were any other noble scions, it would be easy to deal with. But the X family is different. They're a pack of mad dogs. It's best not to provoke them. Seeing that the knight wanted to ask more questions, he waved his hand and said, "Continue to maintain vigilance. The dead guards will be compensated according to the minimum standard for casualties. Also, keep an eye on your men and don't let them cause any more trouble." The knight was unwilling, but he could only lower his head and obey the order. After leaving the administration building, Verin did not linger in the provincial capital and led his troops directly out of the city. Although, given the reputation of the X family, the exiled governor was unlikely to dare to make a move, he did not want to gamble his own safety on the other party's intentions. As soon as they left the small town, Baird spurred his horse forward and asked, puzzled, "My lord, why didn't you order me to kill that knight and the 13 guards together?" Verin replied, "Everything has its limits. If we go too far, the other side will have a hard time getting out of it, and might even fight us to the death." Baird remained bewildered after listening, clearly not understanding the implications. Looking at this knight captain who was utterly oblivious to politics, Verin could only sigh and reassure him. "You don't need to worry about these things. Just focus on leading the troops." "Yes, sir." Looking at the knights around him who were only good at fighting, Verin became even more certain that in the future expansion, he must find a person who truly understood internal affairs as soon as possible. Chapter 8 Gut Territory. Baron Alcott. Gut Territory covers an area of over 3,500 square kilometers, mostly plains, with a population of over 90,000. It is considered a top-tier noble power in the Karat province. The lord here is named Alcott X, a sixth-generation member of the X family, and a contemporary of Verin's father. The X family has a strict family tradition, and most of its members are well-educated, especially those who choose the path of knighthood, who aspire to build a legacy and bring glory to the family. Alcott has been in the province of Cadero for over 50 years, and through his own efforts, he has built the territory of Guter from nothing to its current state. That day, an old butler entered the study and reported to Alcott, who was over 70 but still looked like a middle-aged man. "Sir, a guard has come to report that your nephew, Verin, has come to visit and brought a letter as evidence." Alcott, a silver-ranking high-level knight, had only lived half his life, meaning he had at least 60 years left. If he could continue to break through his limits, his lifespan could increase by another 200 years. He accepted the letter with some doubt. The envelope did indeed bear the family crest, but he hadn't returned to his family for over 20 years. Although they occasionally exchanged letters, they were mostly about official business. After opening the letter, Alcott checked the hidden markings and confirmed that the sender was indeed his nephew. He then began to read the introduction in the letter. After finishing, he straightened his clothes and instructed the butler, "Summon Cowell. He will come with me to greet this nephew." At this moment, at the entrance to Gut City, the central town of Gut Territory, Verin was surveying his surroundings. The city was clean and tidy, very much in the style of the X family. Looking at the surrounding residents, they all had rosy complexions and were well-nourished, far better off than the commoners he had seen in other noble territories along the way. Verin said to Baird, "It seems my uncle is a man of great ambition." Baird, the captain of the Knights Guard, nodded in response. "My lord, you are right." Not long after, a middle-aged man with a steady gait walked towards them, followed by several knights and a steward. This man was none other than Alcott. Verin stepped forward and bowed slightly, saying, "Nice to meet you, uncle. I am Verin X, the fifth son of the current Earl of the Eagle." Alcott laughed heartily. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Verin. How has Lord Angus been lately?" Verin replied, "All is well. Under father's rule, Eagle territory is growing stronger." Alcatra took Verin's hand and introduced the young man beside him affectionately. "Come, this is my most outstanding son, Cowell." Verin instinctively extended his right hand. "Greetings, cousin." Cowell paused for a moment before shaking his hand. Alcott was also curious about this novel way of greeting, but as an elder, he didn't ask any further questions. Then Verin said, "Uncle, cousin, it's nice to meet you. I've prepared a gift." Orlando immediately stepped forward with an exquisite gift box, slowly opening it to reveal 3 mid-grade magic crystals inside. Alcott's expression changed slightly, and he exclaimed in surprise, "This is too precious." In the province of Cadro, a single mid-grade magic crystal is worth 5,000 gold coins, and 3 crystals would be worth 15,000 gold coins, while the annual tax revenue of the Gut territory is only 30,000 gold coins. Verin smiled sincerely. "Uncle, you flatter me. I'm new here and need to gather some information, which requires your help." After exchanging a few polite words, Alcott had the butler accept the magic crystal, and then, with even greater enthusiasm, pulled Verin toward the castle in the center of Gut City. Along the way, Alcott was particularly friendly to Verin and quickly reciprocated with a gift. Verin, manpower is the most important thing at the beginning of the pioneering. As a return gift, I am giving you 200 serfs, 20 carts of grain, 200 spears, and a detailed map of the Cairo province. Verin needed these, and immediately smiled and thanked him. Then thank you very much, Uncle Alcott. After arriving at Gut Castle, a banquet was quickly held. In the hall, 14 knights under Verin's command and more than 60 knights under Alcott attended the banquet. As the star of the banquet, Verin naturally attracted a lot of attention. During the meal, over 30 beautiful girls frequently made advances towards him. However, Verin had already made plans for marriage. He wouldn't consider getting married before he turned 30, unless there were sufficiently attractive benefits to entice him. As for the girls' hints of a one-night stand, he rejected them all. Cowell approached him with a glass of wine, smiling as he advised. Verin, you could relax a bit. Verin replied earnestly. No, cousin. As a faithful knight, premarital relations are a desecration of marriage. Cowell felt awkward and could only smile. All right, then I won't bother you any longer. Watching his cousin leave, Verin shook his head and smiled, saying nothing more. Everyone has their own freedom, and he didn't need to interfere too much. After the banquet, Verin went to Baron Alcott's study and talked with him by candlelight for 2 hours before being led to the rest of the night by a servant. As night approached, Verin lay in bed and began to contemplate the next direction of their expansion. According to the intelligence provided by Alcott, the most suitable place to explore at this stage is the southwest of the Grey Wasteland. It has many plains and abundant resources, but conversely it is teeming with low-level monsters, making exploration extremely difficult. Verin wasn't in a hurry to make a decision. He planned to spend the next 2 weeks visiting the other 2 barons of the X family to gather more information before making a choice. After staying in Gut territory for 3 days, Verin bid farewell to Alcott. Amidst a warm farewell, he led his men and the newly acquired serfs towards their next destination. These 200 serfs were all able-bodied young men, each fetching 33 gold coins in the market of Cairo province. They could serve as cannon fodder in battle or as laborers, clearing wasteland and cultivating fertile fields for Verin. With the increase in the number of people in the group and the need to accommodate the serfs' pace, Verin had to slow down his march. Fortunately, Baird was skilled in military administration, and under his command, the 200 serfs were divided into 20 small teams, each with its own duties, and the group did not fall into chaos. As time passed, these serfs gradually began to resemble an army. However, their true fighting strength remained to be tested in actual combat. On May 1, 9720 of the glorious calendar, an important day arrived. As night fell, Verin sat by the fire, waiting quietly. The moon hung high in the night sky, and soon it was 8 o'clock in the evening when that melodious female voice rang in his ears once again. Chapter 9 Encounter with Bandits. A goblin king has appeared in the southwest of the Grey Wasteland, consolidating the goblins in the region in preparation for revenge against the humans who have encroached on their homes. He plans to launch an attack on the southern part of the Cairo province within a year. After reading the message, Waylon immediately abandoned the idea of heading southwest. He had thought the information from his uncle would come in handy, but he hadn't expected there to be such a big problem there. He could only shake his head helplessly. Noticing his odd expression, Orlando stepped forward to ask if he needed any help. Verin ruffled his blonde hair and simply told him to continue training. Right now, Orlando's priority was to improve his strength, otherwise he wouldn't be of much help in the future. At this moment, Captain Baird of the Knights Guard came to report. According to the map provided by Baron Alcott, the road ahead was an area frequently frequented by bandits, and the caravan had to be extra vigilant. Verin nodded, leaving the reconnaissance and guard duties to Baird. He had no intention of taking a detour. On the contrary, he saw this as an opportunity. Expanding territory was most difficult due to a lack of manpower, and if he could capture a group of bandits to enslave, it wouldn't be a loss. Meanwhile, on the road that Verin was sure to take, a band of over 100 bandits had already laid an ambush in the bushes. They held swords and knives, staring at the road in the distance, greedily waiting for their fat sheep to arrive. A bandit ran to their leader, Cook, to report that the target would be passing by in half an hour. Cook immediately ordered everyone to prepare, promising that if the heist succeeded, there would be plenty of men, women, and drinks for the night. These words excited the surrounding bandits, but after Cook shouted at them, they quickly quieted down and continued to lie in the bushes, waiting for the convoy to enter the encirclement. Half an hour later, a group of people slowly appeared at the end of the road. Verin, mounted on his horse, scanned his surroundings and quickly noticed something was amiss. The area was unusually quiet, Even the usual chirping of insects and birds was abnormally rare. Baird spurred his horse forward, also judging that there was likely an ambush nearby, and asked if they should stop and send knights to scout. Verin, however, did not order a halt, only stating calmly that the bandits were most likely hiding in the bushes ahead, and that everyone should prepare for battle. The convoy continued forward, getting closer and closer to the ambush point. Among the bandits, one of the leaders, seeing the massive convoy and 200 militiamen armed with spears, suddenly felt a chill and whispered to Cook, urging him to abandon the operation. Cook interrupted him directly, coldly saying that this was an order from above and had to be carried out. Besides, those were just serfs, no matter how grand their appearance, they were just empty shells and nothing to be afraid of. The leader dared not speak again. He had personally witnessed Cook boil and eat several of his comrades who had disobeyed orders, and naturally dared not provoke him. Seeing the convoy enter attack range, Cook gripped his spiked club, held his breath, and stared intently ahead. The next moment, he suddenly roared, "Kill!" Hundreds of bandits burst from the bushes, brandishing weapons and charging at the caravan. Baird immediately drew his knight's longsword and shouted the order to meet the enemy. 200 serfs, led by their respective squad leaders, quickly formed two lines of defense using the 26 wagons. Although the process was somewhat chaotic, Verin was quite satisfied. After all, they had only been trained for less than half a month and couldn't be expected to be treated like a regular army. Knight Andrew had just killed 2 bandits when he noticed Cook stealthily approaching. Instead of panicking, he secretly gathered his strength, waiting for his opponent to strike. Cook seized the opportunity, forcefully lunging towards Andrew. But in the next instant, a flash of sword light, and he was instantly reduced to a corpse. Even in his dying moments, he wore a look of excitement on his face. Cook, a mid-tier bronze warrior, died on the battlefield. Seeing their leader beheaded with a single sword stroke, the surrounding bandits' morale collapsed, and they scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Baird seized the opportunity, ordering the serfs to attack and coordinate with the knights to surround and kill the remaining bandits. Verin stood in the center of the formation, watching the battle unfold without any suspense, feeling somewhat speechless. These bandits hadn't even gotten close to the serfs' defensive line before being routed by the 11 knights. Verin could only sigh at how incredibly stupid the bandits of Cadro province were, trying to rob others despite lacking the strength. The entire battle lasted only 8 minutes before it ended, followed by the capture of prisoners. Baird quickly reported that 43 bandits had been killed and 57 captured. Verin patted Baird on the shoulder, loudly praising their bravery as proof of their loyalty. Then, the 2 bandit leaders were brought before him by the serfs for interrogation. Baird drew his longsword, held it to one of their necks, and demanded to know who their leader was and who commanded them. The leader trembled with fear, saying that his leader was named Cook and had just died at the hands of the knights. As for who was behind it all, he didn't know. Verin stared at him for a moment, then waved his hand. Baird immediately plunged his sword into his throat, and blood gushed out. Upon seeing his companion's gruesome death, another bandit leader shouted that he knew. He claimed that they did indeed have a nobleman behind them, but only Cook knew his true identity, and Cook had just been killed. He knelt down and begged for mercy, but Verin coldly said, "It seems that hyenas have their eyes on us." Baird beheaded the bandit leader with a single sword stroke, and then said to Verin, "There are only a few noble families in this area. Inquire about their reputations along the way, and the one with the worst reputation is very likely the mastermind behind it all." Chapter 10 Baron Bryant. No, it could also be the one with the best reputation. Having learned the truth, Verin shook his head and said to Baird. Baird wiped the blood from his knight's longsword, sheathed it, and asked, "My lord, why is this?" Verin didn't elaborate, only replying casually, "There are too many twists and turns here to explain in a short time. We'll deal with whatever comes our way, and if we really run into trouble, we'll just use our swords to cut it down." Seeing that he was unwilling to talk more, Baird didn't press the matter further, turned around and went back to the caravan to reorganize the men and prepare to continue their journey. Verin gazed at the scattered corpses of bandits lying across the wilderness, his expression darkening as he pondered the upcoming situation. For the next few days, the caravan encountered no more bandits. Perhaps the hyenas had realized this group was not to be trifled with and, not wanting to suffer unnecessary losses, had simply chosen to retreat. After traversing the wilderness, Valen and his party finally arrived at their second destination, Baron Brian's territory, the Ridge Ridge. Even before they officially set foot on Ridge Ridge, Baron Brian had already learned of the caravan's presence. As a lord who had been developing the region for 6 years, he was in the prime of his career and exceptionally sensitive to any activity in his surroundings. A group of over 200 people was far too conspicuous on the edge of the gray wilderness. Verin walked at the head of the group. Seeing a cloud of dust rising in the distance, he immediately focused his battle aura on his eyes. Confirming a large force was approaching, he immediately ordered Baird and the others to prepare for battle. Soon, a gruff voice came from ahead. "Is that your cousin Verin up ahead?" Hearing this, Verin lowered his guards slightly, and spurred his horse forward to greet him. The newcomer was dressed in loose clothing, with a knight's long sword at his waist, accompanied by several knights and more than 30 squires. Verin recognized him and found that Brian had hardly changed since he left Windsor Castle 6 years ago, so he smiled and stepped forward. "Cousin, it's been a long time. How have you been?" Brian dismounted, opened his arms, and gave Verin a warm hug. "Welcome, Verin," Verin replied. "I'm afraid I'll be bothering you for a few days. I hope you won't mind, cousin." Brian laughed and waved his hand. "Don't be so formal. It just so happens that Alec is also a guest at my castle, so we can have a good chat then." Hearing that his third visitor was also here, Verin was delighted and immediately instructed Orlando to fetch the second wooden box from the second carriage. Orlando quickly carried the heavy wooden crate to the two men. Verin opened it himself, revealing a complete set of gleaming, superior-grade full-body knight's armor. Baron Brian's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the armor, his gaze almost fixed on it. Verin asked with a smile, "Cousin, how about this gift?" Brian was still being polite, but he had already stepped forward and reached out to stroke the armor, his movements as gentle as if he were comforting a lover. "How should I accept this?" "I'll have to accept it." Looking at his contradictory demeanor, Verin felt a sense of familiarity. Years had passed, but Brian was still the same Brian. Perhaps realizing that he had lost his composure in front of outsiders, Brian coughed twice to cover his embarrassment, had the trunks carried away, and then said, "Verin, come, I'll take you to my castle. Tonight I will definitely throw a banquet for you." Verin smiled and nodded. "I'm looking forward to it." Brian led the way, guiding Verin and his group toward the castle. After traveling more than 10 kilometers, they arrived at a small but extremely practical war fortress. The castle walls were covered in barbs to prevent creatures from climbing. The number of crossbows and ballistae on the walls was astonishing, and in the distance, in an open area, thousands of young men, led by a few knights, were practicing thrusting techniques. Judging from their clothing, they were likely commoners from the Ridge territory. Brian followed Verin's gaze and explained with a smile. "The border is not peaceful. These are all preparations to deal with monster attacks," Verin said sincerely. "Cousin, you have accomplished a lot in the past 6 years." Upon hearing this, Brian immediately became smug. "Of course, don't you know who I am? I am Brian, the man destined to become the 6th Earl of the X family." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and asked without any hesitation. "Verin, didn't you say you wanted to stay in Eagle territory when you were a child? How come you've become a pioneer knight?" Verin didn't want to elaborate, only saying, "It's a long story, consider it a sudden realization." Brian immediately perked up. "That's right. As a man of the X family, one should become a pioneering knight, fighting for one's own territory, to be worthy of one's ancestors." Upon hearing that he was about to launch into a long speech, Verin quickly interrupted. "Cousin, we can talk about that later. First, show me around the castle. I can't wait to see your fortress." After entering the hall, Verin saw a refined-looking man sitting quietly in a chair, drinking tea. Brian was about to introduce them, but then scratched the back of his head and stammered. "Verin, this is Alec, he's, Verin, who had already done his homework, gave him a helpless look, took the initiative to step forward and hug the man, and said warmly, "Cousin Alec, it's a pleasure to meet you." Alec was startled by the sudden hug, but quickly recovered and responded in the same manner. "It's a pleasure to see you too, my brother." Brian, standing beside him, gave an awkward smile. He had never been able to untangle the complicated relationships within his family, and it wasn't the first time he'd mistaken a relative for someone else. At this moment, a white-bearded butler entered the hall and respectfully reported, "Master, the banquet is ready. Please move to the living room." Brian immediately beckoned to the two men. "Verin, Alec, dinner is ready. Let's eat and chat, and let Verin tell us about what has happened in the family over the past 30 years. At the dinner, Verin and Alec chatted amiably. They discussed everything from kingdom politics and geography to neighboring countries. Brian, watching their harmonious interaction, was delighted. He found it truly gratifying that his cousin could enjoy conversation so much with his brother. Unbeknownst to him, while Verin and Alec appeared friendly on the surface, they were both secretly wary of each other, though both were adept at maintaining a facade of politeness. After the banquet, Verin dragged his weary body to the room Brian had arranged. Lying on the bed, he closed his eyes and began to recall the conversation from the banquet. Based on the information he received from Baron Alcott, he reconsidered the direction for exploring the Grey Wasteland. For him, there was only one requirement: safety first, then everything else. Brian and Alec unanimously advised him to explore the Grey Wasteland to the northwest, which was completely opposite to the direction recommended by Baron Alcott. According to the information gleaned from the guidance of fate, Baron Alcott's recommended direction was not advisable. This left Verin with almost only the northwest as a viable option. If the risks were disregarded, the southwest of the Grey Wasteland was also a good choice. However, Verin quickly dismissed the idea. Never mind, safety first, I'll choose the northwest direction. Once I'm strong enough, guided by destiny, the entire Grey Wasteland will be mine. At that time, will I still need to choose? Having made up his mind, Verin stopped thinking and slowly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 11. Finalizing the development direction. The next day, Verin slept until late morning. After eating the food brought by his servants, he hurried to find Brian and Alec to discuss the procurement of development supplies. However, before that, he had a red phosphorescent horse brought to him as a gift for Baron Alec. He knew he would need to build relationships with many people along the way, so it was always good to do so beforehand. In the castle study, Brian and Alec sat facing each other. Brian asked, "Alec, what do you think of Verin?" Alec pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I can't tell from just that brief encounter last night." Brian laughed and said that his cousin was excellent and valued family, but was a bit lazy. 6 years had passed, and upon his arrival, he was presented with a set of excellent grade knights full armor worth 12,000 gold coins. However, he was now troubled, unsure how to reciprocate. Seeing his expression, Ali rubbed his forehead and said, "The people he brought don't have protective gear. Giving him 100 sets of leather armor would be appropriate." Brian burst into laughter, thinking that inviting Alec to redesign the layout of the territory's villages was indeed a wise move. Just then, the butler's voice came from outside the door. "Master, Lord Verin requests your presence at the training grounds with Lord Alec." Brian immediately stood up, and Alec followed. He already guessed that Verin most likely wanted to bring a gift, so he began to consider how to return the favor appropriately. On the training field, when Verin saw the two arrive, he pointed to the red phosphorescent horse and said to Alec, "Cousin, what do you think of this horse?" Alec glanced at it a few times and gave his evaluation. "It's plump and strong, with a trace of red dragon blood in its veins. It has a lot of room for growth. On the market, it's probably worth 20,000 gold coins." Verin smiled and said, "Cousin has a good eye. This is a gift from your younger brother. I hope you like it." Alec accepted the gift calmly without hesitation, and immediately reciprocated, saying, "Since it's from you, I'll accept it. As a return gift, I'll give you 60 cartloads of grain, a batch of iron farm tools, and a detailed map of the Yellowstone region in the northwest of the Grey Wasteland." Verin was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Alec to have figured out that he intended to focus his expansion on the Yellowstone region. Meeting Alec's smiling gaze, he sighed inwardly, then smiled and thanked him. Brian seized the opportunity to speak, saying that his territory had little else but plenty of iron ore, and offered Verin 20 sets of iron armor, 150 sets of leather armor, and 100 iron swords as a return gift. Verin thanked him again. Looking at Brian's generous manner, Alec once again thought the man was far too generous. Brian, however, didn't care. As long as his family was happy, he was content. That afternoon, Brian delivered 20 sets of iron armor, 150 sets of leather armor, and 100 iron swords to Verin. In the camp outside the castle, Verin picked up an iron sword and tested it against a wooden stake, finding it to be of excellent quality. He then inspected the iron and leather armor, confirming they were all top-quality ordinary grade, with no inferior substitutes. According to market prices in the province of Cadro, this batch of equipment is worth 15,000 gold coins. In times of war, it might even fetch 30,000 gold coins. Captain Baird of the Knight's Guard looked at the weapons, unable to hide his excitement. "My lord, with this equipment, the initial expansion will be much smoother." Verin nodded, entrusting him with the training of the next 200 serfs, hoping they would be useful in future battles. Baird immediately accepted the order and, with several knights, headed to the camp outside the city to begin assembling and training the serfs. Verin, having nothing else to do, returned to his room, opened the map of the Yellowstone region that Alec had sent, and carefully studied the locations for expansion. As for the food and farm tools promised by Alec, they would be delivered to Brian's castle within half a month. Therefore, Verin planned to shamelessly stay with his cousin for a while longer, freeloading while making thorough preparations. The Yellowstone region in the northwest of the Gray Waste covers approximately 600,000 square kilometers, equivalent to 4 provinces of Cadero. A main river there, the Yellow Sand River, flows from southeast to northwest, eventually emptying into an unknown land in the distance. The closer to the Yellow Sand River, the more fertile the land, and the more monsters there are. Areas farther from the river are less fertile, but still able to grow crops, though yields are low. Wheat can yield about 150 gene per mu. According to Verin's calculations from his previous life, an adult would need 400 gene of wheat a year. But in this strange world, most people are unfree serfs, content just to avoid starvation. In theory, an acre of wheat plus some wild vegetables could feed a serf. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Verin shook his head and dismissed it. He felt such an idea was too wicked. He still had to maintain his position within the family, and going too far would ruin his reputation. He then turned his attention to the distribution of monsters in the Yellowstone region. Near the main channel of the Yellowstone River, powerful monster clans such as ogres, gnolls, and minotaurs reside. Near the tributaries, however, are mostly inhabited by weaker monsters, like kobolds and goblins. The good news is that the Yellowstone region as a whole doesn't have any particularly powerful monsters. The strongest clan leader is only at the gold rank. As long as Verin doesn't do anything reckless and heads straight to the Yellow Sand River basin to establish a territory, safety shouldn't be too difficult. The bad news is that the environment here is barren, and magical energy is scarce, making cultivation very difficult. He'll probably have to use magic crystals to aid him in the future. Finally, Verin set his sights on a place in the southern part of the Yellowstone region called Toxic. The location was about 200 kilometers away as the crow flies, covering an area of over 1,000 square kilometers. The surrounding area was mainly inhabited by goblin clans, the strongest of whom were only high-ranking bronze level, making it ideal for him to expand. Having determined the direction, Verin went to the table, took out some papers, and began to take stock of his current assets. A wise lord, namely himself, 2 underage guardian knights, 12 high-ranking bronze knights, 200 serfs under training, and 55 bandit slaves. 81,200 gold coins, 9 mid-grade magic crystals, and 120 low-grade magic crystals. In addition, there are 17 red-scaled horses, 5 sets of superior-grade full-body knight's armor, and 6 superior-grade knight's long swords. In addition to the 20 sets of iron armor, 150 sets of leather armor, 100 iron swords, and 60 carts of grain and a batch of farm tools that Brian had sent, this constituted all of Valen's current assets. With these resources, it was more than enough to support the initial expenses of expanding the territory. Chapter 12, First Battle of Pioneering, Part 1. On May 17, 9720 of the glorious calendar, after receiving all 60 cartloads of grain and a batch of farm tools provided by Alec, Verin finally led his men away from Ridge territory, officially embarking on his pioneering journey. He had been shamelessly staying with his cousin for the past 2 weeks, and felt increasingly guilty about it. Before leaving, he bid farewell to Brian and then led his troops to the Toxic region. On the castle tower, Brian watched the departing procession and sighed softly. Just then, the steward came to report that the servants had found 300 gold coins while cleaning Verin's room. Brian was taken aback, then smiled wryly. He understood that Verin had deliberately left the money behind, fearing he wouldn't accept it if offered in person. After a moment of silence, he instructed the steward to accept it, reminding himself that he must never let his younger brother suffer a loss in the next transaction. 5 days later, the group reached the edge of Toxic. While ordering his men to set up camp, Verin commanded Baird to send scouts to investigate the surrounding area. Their arrival quickly attracted the attention of a powerful goblin tribe in the vicinity. 2 days later, inside a tent at the camp, Violen summoned his 12 knights for a makeshift military meeting. Due to limited resources, they could only sit cross-legged on the ground, with a few wooden crates pieced together to form a makeshift table, upon which lay a rough map. The map covered the surrounding area of over 100 square kilometers, marking more than 20 goblin tribes of varying sizes. The largest tribe had over 300 goblins, while the smaller ones had dozens, with a rough estimate of over 2,000 in total. Verin looked at the group and asked for their opinions. Baird pointed to the strongest tribe on the map and suggested that they should concentrate their forces to eliminate it first. In Baird's view, once the strongest tribe was destroyed, even if the remaining goblins sensed the danger and wanted to unite, they would fall into chaos due to the lack of a strong leader, and might even fight amongst themselves. Verin nodded. Goblins were greedy, despicable, and bullied the weak while fearing the strong. Eliminating their strongest tribe first would indeed intimidate the other tribes, making it much easier to defeat them one by one afterwards. He then looked at the remaining 11 knights, hoping to hear a different opinion. But they looked at each other, then all turned to Verin, their eyes clear yet tinged with a hint of foolishness. Verin sighed inwardly. It seemed that of these 12, only Baird truly possessed the potential to be a commander. The others might be brave, but at best, they could only serve as generals charging into battle. However, he was content. An army is easy to find, but a good general is hard to come by. Having a qualified commander is already difficult enough. If he had thousands of bronze knights, he wouldn't need to discuss strategies. He could simply sweep through and wipe out all the goblins on this land. After waiting a few minutes and still no one spoke, Verin made the final decision, deciding to adopt Baird's plan and ordering everyone to prepare for the operation to begin tomorrow. The knights acknowledged the order in unison and left the tent one after another. After they left, Orlando and Hebrew, who had been guarding outside the tent, lifted the curtain and entered. Orlando noticed that Verin looked somewhat dejected, so he went up to ask what was wrong. Verin waved his hand, only saying that he was a little depressed, as he had too few smart men under his command. Upon hearing this, Hebrew couldn't help but ask if all the knights were foolish. Orlando immediately whispered a reprimand, telling him to shut up, and apologized to Verin. Verin didn't pursue the matter, only reminding Hebrew that such things were fine to say in private, but never in public. Hebrew then realized his mistake and quickly bowed his head in agreement. Afterwards, Verin told the two brothers to prepare as well. Tomorrow, they would also be participating in the raid on the Goblin tribe, as training without real combat experience wouldn't benefit their growth. Back in the tent, Orlando immediately pulled his brother aside and, with a stern face, asked him what the 6 words he had been repeatedly reminding him were. The Hebrew stammered, "Speak less, do more." Orlando sighed helplessly and solemnly reminded him that just because the Lord treated them as family didn't mean others would feel the same way. He must never make this mistake again and must firmly remember those 6 words. Hebrew nodded emphatically, then followed his brother to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Since awakening their battle aura, the two had become mid-bronze knights in less than a month and a half of training, a rate of progress that even Verin couldn't match. Verin estimated that these two still underage guardian knights might reach the silver rank within a year at most. Fortunately, they had sworn an oath as guardian knights, and with the goddess of life as their witness, Verin wasn't worried about their betrayal. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious cave of the giant stone tribe, a goblin chieftain wielding a staff, his face turning panicked after hearing the scout's report. He double-checked whether the group of humans truly numbered in the hundreds. The scout knelt on the ground, assuring him that the humans were numerous and all armed, and that he was absolutely certain he hadn't misjudged them. The goblin chieftain paced anxiously back and forth in the cave. He had been forced to flee by human settlers over 30 years ago, and then again over a decade ago, and now, even after hiding here, he had still encountered humans. He knelt before the hideous statue, praying to the goblin god for guidance, but the statue remained unresponsive. In desperation, he rose, a ruthless glint in his eyes. This time, he didn't want to run away again. Even if not for his people, he had to protect the salt mine he had finally discovered. So he loudly ordered his men to summon the leaders of the surrounding tribes to discuss important matters and defend their territory. Several goblin warriors outside the cave immediately obeyed and turned to leave. Chapter 13, First Battle of the Frontier. On the morning of the second day, only 20 armed serfs remained to guard the camp. Almost the entire force was mobilized. 13 bronze knights, 2 apprentice knights, 180 armed serfs, plus 55 cannon fodder slaves, totaling 250 combatants, marched in a procession over 300 meters long towards the goblin tribe 25 kilometers away. Within the ranks, the armed serfs showed no panic whatsoever. On the contrary, they were all excited, eager to fight the goblins immediately. The reason was simple. Violin had promised that if they beheaded 3 goblins, he would publicly pardon their serf status and make them free citizens. For each additional goblin they killed, they would receive an extra silver coin. After marching for 4 hours, Valen ordered a stop to rest in the woods. Meanwhile, 4 scouts rode off to the vicinity of the giant stone tribe to assess the situation and prevent any unforeseen events. Under a large tree, Valen accepted the food Orlando offered, a large flatbread made of flour, accompanied by some cool boiled water, which barely filled his stomach. After finishing his meal, he looked at Orlando and Hebrew, and solemnly instructed them. "You two will be the last to attack later. Don't rush in rashly." The two immediately responded. Compared to the increasingly composed Orlando, Hebrew was clearly timid, lacking confidence in the upcoming battle. Verin, seeing his helpless expression, simply shook his head and smiled. Fear was normal. It would naturally change after a few real battles. Not long after, Baird came over and reported. "Sir, the scouts have returned. According to Otto and his men, the number of goblins in the giant stone tribe has increased considerably. Verin asked. How many more? About 100. Verin pondered for a moment. That means the giant stone tribe now has about 400 goblins. Baird nodded, awaiting his decision. Verin quickly gave his instructions. The plan remains unchanged. I'll lead the knights in a charge, disrupting their formation and killing their leader in the process. You command the infantry, sending the cannon fodder slaves in the first wave of attack, followed closely by the armed serfs, to crush them in one fell swoop. Baird immediately accepted the order and left. Verin leaned against the tree trunk, closing his eyes to rest, awaiting the impending battle. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious cave of the giant stone tribe, Chief Gree was engaged in a heated discussion with 6 other goblin tribe chiefs. To entertain these fellows, Gree had even brought out his long-treasured fruit wine. Watching these country bumpkins gulp it down, his heart bled, but he had to feign generosity. Gree said in a deep voice, "The traces of human pioneers have reappeared. Under the watchful eye of the goblin god, we must offer up the hearts of these humans." The goblin leader below, who only had one ear, froze on the spot. He stopped raising his wine glass halfway and exclaimed, "What? Another human settlers? God, why don't you favor the goblins? No, I have to go back and move away immediately." In an instant, the 6 goblin leaders who had come to the banquet were in chaos, discussing how to escape. As for fighting against the human pioneers, they never even considered it. If they had that kind of courage, they wouldn't have fled to this godforsaken place. Gree jumped up in anger and roared, "Silence! Under the watchful eyes of the gods, don't you have any shame?" A goblin replied nonchalantly, "What is shame? Living is the most important thing." Another immediately chimed in, "That's right, the goblin god taught us that living and procreating is the most important thing." Even more outrageous, an elderly goblin leader sitting at the back stood up, leaning on his staff, and shamelessly said, "If humans didn't reject goblin slaves, I wouldn't have wanted to run away." Gree looked at this group of scoundrels, so angry that his head was practically steaming, which frightened the female goblins serving him to the point of trembling. Just as he was preparing to gather the tribe's warriors and teach these bastards a lesson, a goblin rushed into the cave in a panic, shouting, "Chief, a large group of humans has appeared outside and is approaching, less than 600 meters away." Gree's expression changed drastically, and he angrily ordered, "Quickly! Gather all the tribesmen and prepare for battle immediately. Under the witness of the great goblin god, annihilate these humans!" As expected, under the overwhelming pressure of the hundreds of goblin warriors from the giant stone tribe, the 6 goblin leaders and their guards who had been summoned were all forced to the front lines, becoming cannon fodder to deplete human strength. "Halt!" Baird shouted, and the force of over 200 men immediately stopped, facing off against the green-skinned monster 300 meters away. Compared to the orderly ranks of armed serfs, the 55 cannon fodder slaves were clearly much more chaotic. Panic, cowardice, and fear constantly surfaced on their faces. Verin looked at Baird and calmly said, "The infantry formation is yours." Baird respectfully accepted the order. Then, Verin spurred his horse forward, preparing to lead the remaining 11 high-ranking bronze knights in the first charge, aiming to tear through the enemy formation. At the front, Verin lowered his face armor, gripped his lance, and his eyes instantly sharpened. The 11 knights behind him were also fully armed and ready, awaiting his command. The first battle must be won. As soon as he finished speaking, Verin gave the order. "Charge!" The 12 red phosphorescent horses galloped off simultaneously, like 12 armored steel behemoths, pressing down fiercely on the goblin line. The goblin warriors from the other tribes at the forefront, as well as the old, weak, and disabled from the stone tribe, were immediately thrown into chaos. But they were blocked from behind by goblins with their spears, and they couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. The chieftain of the giant stone tribe was alarmed and immediately roared, "Throw stones!" 20 goblin slingers hurled their stones at the knights with all their might. Facing the whistling stones, Verin and the others did not dodge. Encased in full armor, these attacks caused them little harm. Chapter 14 The First Battle of the Frontier, Part 2 As the goblins drew ever closer, Verin could clearly see the fear in their eyes. He gripped his lance tightly and launched the first charge into the enemy ranks. The instant the two sides clashed, the goblin warriors at the forefront were torn to shreds, and several behind them were pierced by the lance in quick succession. Using the momentum of his horse's charge, Verin charged more than 20 meters in one breath, then discarded his lance, drew his knight's long sword, and continued slashing. Normally, infantry formations should tightly restrict the knight's movement space, creating opportunities for their comrades to counterattack. But Verin and his 12 men were like sharp blades, easily tearing through the goblin phalanx and heading straight for the conspicuous wooden command platform at the rear. Seeing that the time was ripe, Baird immediately ordered the slave cannon fodder to advance. Once these cannon fodder clashed head-on with the goblins, he ordered the armed serfs to charge. At the same time, Orlando and Hebrew, clad in leather armor and drawing their knightly short swords, followed behind the armed serfs, facing their first real battle. Seeing the human knights approaching, the goblin chieftain on the high platform panicked. He hurriedly ordered his goblin warriors to engage, while simultaneously channeling magic into his staff, intending to teach these humans a lesson with magic. Verin charged forward, slaying several goblin warriors in quick succession. Then, he leaped from his horse onto the wooden command platform, cleaving 2 strong goblin warriors, blocking his path in 2 at the waist with a single sword stroke. As the final barrier crumbled, Chief Gree of the giant stone tribe was terrified, his legs went weak, and his spellcasting was forcibly interrupted. He suffered a backlash, vomiting green blood, and collapsed to the ground, powerless. He looked up at the sky, filled with regret. If he had chosen to migrate a day earlier instead of staying to fight these humans, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up like this. Violin gave him no chance, piercing Gree's heart with his sword, then hoisting his corpse high before hurling it down into the goblin ranks. The moment their leader's body fell, the goblins completely collapsed. Their previously resisting formation crumbled instantly, and all the goblins scattered in all directions as if they had lost their pillar. Seeing this, Baird immediately ordered the armed serfs to disperse and pursue. Whether they could escape serfdom through battle merits depended on their own abilities. After making the arrangements, he spurred his horse towards the command platform where Verin was. Verin removed his helmet, sat on the high platform, and watched the battlefield gradually come to an end, his gaze falling on Orlando and Hebrew. The 2 men progressed rapidly, from initial panic to gradual adaptation, and finally to the ability to act with composure. Orlando, in particular, made Verin feel as if a genius was rising. More importantly, this genius belonged to him. Baird arrived and bowed, saying, "My lord." Verin leaped down from the 4-meter-high command platform, landing precisely back on his horse, and said, "Bald, these goblins are weaker than I expected. It seems we'll soon be able to take over this land and establish our first territory." Baird continued, "Not only that, we can also select the best performers from these armed serfs to form the territory's first army." Verin nodded. "Yes, I'll have Orlando assist you with this." Regarding the military, Verin didn't intend to completely entrust it to Baird. He had already set his sights on the guardian knight Orlando, preparing to cultivate his own force around Orlando to balance military power within the territory. Just then, a knight rushed over and excitedly reported, "My lord captain, the extra goblins here are warriors sent by the 6 surrounding tribes, and their leaders are mostly here as well." After hearing the report, Verin smiled and said, "So, the 6 surrounding goblin tribes are now leaderless." This surprise came too suddenly. Baird immediately reacted and suggested, "My lord, why not take this opportunity to attack those 6 goblin tribes?" Verin pondered for a moment, and then gave the order. "Leave 30 armed serfs to clean up the battlefield. The remaining 11 knights, plus Orlando, will form teams of 4, each leading 5 teams of armed serfs, and select 2 goblin tribes respectively. I want to hear good news tomorrow morning." The knight immediately accepted the order and went to relay it. Verin then looked at Baird. "Next, have the rest of the men set up camp. We'll be spending the night here." Baird thumped his chest and bowed. "I understand, my lord." He then left the command post to tally the casualties, inventory the loot, and plan the camp. On the other side, the 11 knights and Orlando quickly split into groups, identified their targets, and immediately set off with their troops, not daring to delay for even a moment. After nightfall, in the most luxurious cave of the giant stone tribe, Verin, Baird, and Hebrew sat around the campfire, eating roasted meat and summarizing the battle. Baird reported, "My lord, we lost 12 slave cannon fodder in this battle. 8 of them died on the spot, and the remaining 4 had their hands and feet severed and were no longer of any use. I ordered them to be executed." Verin nodded. "Well done. Don't be soft on these bandit slaves. If they are no longer of use, they should be killed to avoid wasting food." Baird continued his report. "In this battle, we killed 321 goblins, seized 142 gold coins, 382 silver coins, over 1,500 copper coins, over 5,300 caddies of grain, over 1,100 caddies of dried meat, and 600 caddies of salt ore." Upon hearing this, Verin immediately raised his hand to interrupt. "Salt? 600 caddies? Is there a salt mine nearby?" Baird shook his head. "My lord, I don't know for now. Perhaps it's nearby. Send people to search tomorrow. We should be able to find clues." Verin's eyes lit up. Make a note of this. If we really find the salt mine, I'll be rich. Baird looked at Verin and couldn't help but grin foolishly, a little puzzled. Salt mines contain harmful substances and aren't very valuable. A pound only costs 8 copper coins on the market. He didn't understand why his lord valued it so much. He then continued to tally the spoils. In addition, there are 30 inferior iron swords, 60 spears, 15 sets of leather armor, 20 pieces of unknown creature leather, 2 tons of iron ore, 6 low-grade magic crystals, 30 caddies of fruit wine, and 3 ordinary-grade staffs. Baird finally reported the total. In total, it is worth about 821 gold coins. In this world, 1 gold coin is equal to 10 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. This haul alone is quite substantial. However, the giant stone tribe is, after all, the strongest goblin tribe within 100 square kilometers. Whether the remaining smaller tribes combined could possess such wealth remains to be seen. Baird added, "My lord, the number of goblins killed by the serfs is still being tallied. It will take some time." Afterward, Verin began to review the battle with Baird. The Hebrew Guardian Knight sat quietly to the side, learning and acting as a recorder. Chapter 15 Pardoning the Serfs. A few kilometers away from the giant stone tribe, in a small goblin tribe, 2 goblin warriors guarding the wooden gate gazed into the distance, awaiting their leader's return. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the distance. The 2 goblins, thinking their leader had returned, immediately rushed to meet him. But in the next instant, Orlando, riding his red phosphorescent horse, charged forward, his long sword flashing, instantly killing them both without the slightest hesitation. The armed serfs following behind him trampled over the corpses and rushed towards the tribe. Soon, the small tribe of just over 100 goblins was completely razed to the ground, and fires blazed down on the thatched huts, illuminating the night. A serf stepped forward to report. "Sir, not a single one survived." Orlando's expression turned serious, and he pressed, "Was the search thorough?" The serf immediately replied, "Absolutely true, even the cubs have been dealt with." Orlando nodded and ordered, "Clean up the battlefield, gather all supplies, and return to the giant rock tribe tonight." Everyone immediately sprang into action. Orlando, mounted on his horse, watched the busy serfs around him and began to review the battle in his mind. Just over 3 hours ago, during the attack on the first goblin tribe, he had merely followed behind 3 knights, observing and learning their fighting style. This time, however, he led 50 serfs in a solo raid, swiftly storming the tribe while the enemy was off guard and successfully capturing their target. He knew very well that his ability to lead independently, and the 3 knights' willingness to hold the perimeter, were all due to his status as a guardian knight. Without his lord's protection, he would be nothing more than an ordinary slave, utterly unworthy of the knight's respect. Thinking this, Orlando clenched his fists, secretly vowing in his heart, one day, he would make his lord proud through his own efforts. The next morning, Verin awoke in the cave. Sunlight was already streaming into the cave entrance, and he realized it was getting late. Outside the cave, 14 knights sat on the ground. They were all familiar with their lord's habits and did not disturb his rest, only exchanging quiet conversations about the previous night's battle. Verin, having dressed, stepped out of the cave and immediately saw Orlando chatting happily with several knights. A smile of satisfaction spread across his face. Upon seeing Verin, the knights immediately rose and bowed. "Good morning, my lord." Verin waved for them to sit down, then sat down himself, smiling as he said, "It seems your operation last night went very smoothly, which puts my mind at ease." Baird then took out a piece of paper filled with names and handed it to Verin. "My lord, this is the number of goblins killed by the serfs. 79 of them met the requirements to become free citizens, 25 killed more than 3 goblins, and 1 killed 8, the most among all the serfs." Verin, intrigued, said, "Bring them up so I can see." A knight rose and left. Verin placed the paper on his lap and asked Baird, "What are the serf casualties?" Baird immediately replied, "My lord, 7 dead and 11 wounded." Verin nodded. "That's acceptable, exceeding expectations. After all, they are just serfs. Even with over a month of training, we can't expect too much." A short while later, the departing knight returned to the cave entrance with a young serf, reporting, "My lord, this is the serf who killed 8 goblin warriors." Verin sized up the man. The serf had thick blonde hair, dark skin, and an ordinary appearance, but among serfs who toiled year-round, he was considered quite good-looking. Verin asked, "What's your name?" The serf immediately knelt down, his voice trembling. "Master, my name is Kyle." Verin held up 2 fingers and said to him, "Kyle, you are the serf who killed the most enemies this time. I will give you 2 choices." Kyle lay prostrate on the ground, so nervous that he could barely speak. "Please tell me, master," Verin said. "First, I'll have someone send you a night awakening method. If you can awaken your battle aura within half a month, I'll take you as my squire. Second, as promised before, I'll pardon your serf status and reward you with 5 silver coins. In addition, because you killed the most enemies, I'll give you an extra 3 silver coins." After hearing this, Kao prostrated himself on the ground, his face full of struggle. The surrounding knights all watched him, wondering what the serf would choose. Orlando, sitting to the side, looked at Kyle and seemed to see his former self in him. Without his lord, he might still be living a life worse than a dog somewhere. After a moment, Kyle finally spoke, his voice still trembling. Master, I choose the first one." Verin smiled slightly. "A wise choice." Then he pointed to Kyle and said to Orlando, "He's in your hands." Orlando immediately stood up and accepted the order. "Yes, my lord." Although he was a little confused as to why his lord would entrust a man to him instead of the more experienced knights, he had to obey his lord's orders unconditionally. Verin then stood up, dusted himself off, and instructed the others. "All right, gather the rest of the serfs." A moment later, all 173 serfs had assembled. In front of the formation, a wooden box was opened, and the silver coins inside glittered in the sunlight, instantly attracting the attention of all the serfs. Violent stood before the crowd and declared loudly, "I promised that if I obtained 3 goblin heads, I would be pardoned as a serf. For each additional goblin killed, I would be rewarded with a silver coin. Today is the day to fulfill that promise. In this battle, a total of 79 people will be pardoned. They are both fortunate and valiant." Immediately afterward, Verin produced a list and read out the names one by one. Each serf whose name was called wept bitterly, knelt on the ground, and repeatedly thanked their master for his pardon. Then, the 24 serfs who received extra rewards stepped forward to collect their silver coins. The other serfs looked at their companions' silver coins with envy and longing in their eyes. After the ceremony, Verin looked at the remaining serfs and briefly encouraged them. "The battle will continue. Whether you can escape serfdom depends entirely on yourselves." Bear then took command, dispersing the serfs to search the area around the stone tribe for traces of the salt mine. He promised that whoever found the salt mine would receive the head of a goblin warrior. These words immediately ignited the serfs' enthusiasm, and they eagerly followed their respective captains to search the surrounding area. Meanwhile, Verin took out a map and began to consider where in this area of over 100 square kilometers he should establish a village and create his first territory. Chapter 16 First Mineral Deposit Salt Mine. The first priority is proximity to a water source for easy access to irrigation, and the surrounding land, nourished by streams, is also more suitable for cultivation. Looking at the not-so-large territory before him, Verin could only choose from 3 places. The most suitable one was 7 kilometers north of the giant stone tribe, where there was a pool formed by streams, covering an area of more than 1,500 acres, which was about 1 square kilometer, enough to provide water for the initial stage of the territory. The other 2 locations were also usable, but their geographical conditions were clearly inferior to this one. Verin quickly made a decision. "This is it. We'll take people there this afternoon to scout out the site and officially select the location." As for the surrounding goblin tribes, they are no longer a major concern. After the destruction of the stone tribe, most of those green-skinned monsters have begun considering migration, and dare not engage in direct conflict again. Around noon, a knight suddenly came to report that a salt mine had been discovered. After having lunch, Verin immediately led several knights to the location of the salt mine. It was a low hill, and several serf soldiers were guarding the cave entrance. They were gnawing on black bread and excitedly discussing their achievements. One person said that he had killed 2 goblins on the battlefield yesterday, and with his contribution in discovering the salt mine, he would surely be able to escape his serfdom and become a free man. Another person was somewhat regretful, feeling that his contribution was not quite enough, and just hoped that the next battle would come soon. The people around him comforted him, saying that their master was expanding his territory, and there would definitely be many battles in the future. Perhaps tomorrow he could go with the knight to wipe out the goblins in the vicinity. Before they could finish speaking, one of them suddenly spotted a figure in the distance, and immediately lowered his voice, excitedly shouting, "Look, it's the master!" As Violin approached, a serf quickly stepped forward to lead the red phosphorescent horse, while the other 2 hurriedly reported, "Master, this is the salt mine. There is no danger inside." Verin dismounted and gave them a simple word of encouragement. "Well done, keep it up." Then he led Baird into the cave. The 2 walked more than 100 meters into the cave, which was over 100 square meters in size. The cave walls were almost entirely made of salt mines, with large areas of the mineral layer exposed. Verin stepped forward and used his battle aura to probe, discovering that almost all the salt within his perception range was salt ore, and of very high purity. With only simple purification, it could be sold as medium-quality salt. As for the mineral salt with more harmful impurities on the surface, it only accounted for a very small portion. A look of delight flashed in his eyes. This salt mine has considerable reserves. It's a real surprise. Baird immediately surveyed the area and his expression changed. He whispered a reminder. My lord, this is a treasure trove and must be guarded at all costs. I suggest that all future mining operations be conducted using those heinous bandit slaves, and that troops be stationed around the perimeter for defense. Verin nodded. That was exactly what he was thinking. However, large-scale mining couldn't be carried out initially, otherwise if the news leaked, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Baird agreed, and the two quickly left the cave. They found a large rock and used it to seal the entrance. They planned to send people to begin mining once the settlement was established. While there was still time, Verin led Baird and the others to a pool 12 kilometers away to determine the location of the first settlement. A dozen minutes later, the group arrived at a wide lake. Not far away, some animals were drinking. The lake water was clear, and the surrounding area was open. The scenery made the group, who had come all this way, feel much more relaxed. Looking at the scene before him, Verin turned to Baird and asked with a smile. Bailder, isn't this a beautiful place? Baird's expression remained unchanged as he earnestly replied. My lord, it is indeed beautiful. The land here is fertile and easy to irrigate. There are also slopes in the distance, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack, suitable for building a castle. This place is also close to the salt mine, so we can provide timely support in case of trouble. After listening, Wayland shrugged helplessly. Maybe you're not telling me the same thing, but it doesn't matter. He then called to the knights behind him. Come on, let's take a look around. This place may be our future home for quite some time to come. After saying this, Verin rode his horse toward the distant slope. Seeing this, Baird quietly followed with his men. For the next 2 hours, Valen walked around the lake, observing the terrain and making rough plans on paper. He marked out where it would be suitable to build a castle, where it would be suitable to cultivate farmland, where it could be used as a military camp, and even marked out the locations for storing excrement to avoid polluting the lake. Although the lake is flowing water with a certain self-purification ability, Valen did not want his people to drink polluted water. As dusk approached, he concluded the exploration and led his men back to the giant stone tribe to begin the final preparations for the expansion. Meanwhile, news of the destruction of the stone tribe and 6 surrounding tribes also spread among the fleeing goblins. As Verin had predicted, the remaining goblin tribe leaders' first reaction upon hearing the news was not resistance, but migration. They prepared to leave and continue their escape further west. For over 100 years, this has been their way of life. When they encounter human pioneers, they retreat, migrate, and find new places to live. They preferred to fight gnolls and kobolds for territory rather than fight to the death with human settlers. Defeated against other races at least offered a chance to survive as slaves, but defeat at the hands of human settlers often meant the annihilation of the entire tribe. Over the next few days, migrating goblins could be seen everywhere on the outskirts of Toxic. Thousands of green-skinned monsters, nocturnal creatures, left this barren land where they had lived for more than 30 years. Hearing of the reappearance of human settlers, some goblin tribes from more distant regions also began preparing to migrate en masse. Unsure whether this signaled another large-scale human expansion, they had no choice but to leave as soon as possible. In this way, by his own strength, Verin forced hundreds of goblin tribes and tens of thousands of goblins on the edge of the Yellowstone region to migrate. For the monster tribes deeper within, this was undoubtedly a feast. Large numbers of exiled goblins would become their slaves, vassals, and even food supplies. But all of this is no longer relevant to Verin. What he needs to do now is to establish the first village, cultivate the first farmland, build the first castle, gradually expand his territory, complete the assessment 4 years later, be promoted to Baron, and become a true nobleman in this world. Back at the Giant Stone tribe, the group held a meeting. It was ostensibly a discussion, but it was mostly Wyron talking, with the others nodding, and only occasionally Baird offering a few comments. After the meeting, Wayland lay on the carpet, looking at the planned construction drawings, feeling utterly exhausted. This time, more than ever, he desperately needed a talent with expertise in internal affairs. Surrounding himself with a bunch of knights whose heads were filled with muscles put immense pressure on him. Chapter 17 Building Territory Lake of Prayer. On May 27, 9720 of the glorious calendar, the camp, which was more than 10 kilometers away, was moved to the new territory, and the construction work in Verin officially began. He named the lake in the center of his territory the Lake of Prayer for Stars, symbolizing the light of hope. According to his plan, 9,000 acres of land were to be reclaimed on both the north and south sides of the lake, with rice planted near the lake and wheat planted further away. Considering that Lake Qixing has dry and wet seasons, Verin deliberately located the farmland 600 meters away from the water's edge. This way, even if the lake level rises during the wet season, the farmland will not be easily flooded. In addition, he plans to build a village on the north and south sides of the farmland. However, due to a shortage of manpower at the moment, Verin decided to focus on developing the southern part of the Lake of Prayer for Stars first, and then expand northward once the population is sufficient. As for his castle, he had already chosen a location, a high, easily defensible hill northeast of Lake Prayer. However, due to numerous preliminary tasks and a shortage of manpower, the castle project had to be temporarily put on hold until the village was established, at which point it could be gradually advanced. That day, Verin, wearing a shirt, stood in the sunlight observing the progress of the serfs clearing the land, constantly revising his construction plan based on the actual situation. He was the only one in the entire group who understood planning, so these tasks naturally fell to him. He stood on the riverbank, looking at the open space by the lake, and judged that it should be the normal water level period. During the high water season, the water level would rise by about 1 meter and expand outward by about 300 meters. In other words, there would still be a usable area of about 300 meters between the farmland and the lake shore during the high water season. Verin quickly came up with an idea. This place could be used to build fish ponds for raising fish. Baird, standing to the side, saw the plan on the blueprints and couldn't help but ask, "My lord, why build fish ponds here? These fish probably won't bring much economic value." With his pencil pointing upstream, Verin drew a river on the map and said, "It's not for making money, it's for food. We'll draw a tributary from upstream, bypass this area, and then connect it downstream to create a flowing water system, which will allow the fish ponds to provide more food." He planned the river channel to be 200 meters wide, 3 meters deep, and about 3.5 kilometers long. After reading it, Baird remained silent for a moment, but still said bluntly, "But my lord, we are short of manpower." Verin answered decisively, "Then let the knights dig. It'll be a good opportunity for them to hone their skills. In a place where extraordinary resources are scarce, you can only rely on your own efforts." Baird, seeing the look in Verin's eyes, wisely kept his mouth shut. He knew very well that if he tried to persuade him any further, his lord might actually send someone with a shovel and make him join the river-digging team on the spot. He should leave this arduous task to his subordinates. He was also responsible for training 30 professional soldiers and trying to awaken the fighting spirit in those talented and physically strong free men, turning them into trainee warriors to replenish the territory's fighting strength. Compared to the Knight Awakening method, the Warrior Awakening method is indeed much simpler. However, when compared to other warriors of the same rank, a Bronze Knight is enough to fight 3 warriors without being at a disadvantage. It's just that as the extraordinary level increases, the gap between the two will gradually narrow, and at the legendary level, they will be almost evenly matched. For the next 5 days, Baird devoted himself entirely to soldier training. The remaining 11 knights of the Knight's Guard were forced to take up shovels and begin digging the riverbed, ostensibly for exercise. Orlando and Hebrew took the serf Kyle with them, teaching him the art of knighthood, sharing their experiences, and urging him to train. Kyle understood that he needed to become the guardian knight his lord required, not someone who would be protected forever. The remaining 40-odd freemen, over 100 serfs, and 43 bandit slaves all devoted themselves to cultivating the land. Even Verin himself did not slack off in training, partly for the sake of the Lord's dignity, and partly to protect this hard-won territory. On the morning of June 1st, all the corps members gathered in a temporary wooden house for a brief meeting. Baird, sitting in the first seat to the left of Verin, was the first to stand up and report. "My lord, out of the 30 soldiers, 13 have awakened their battle aura and become apprentice low-level warriors, and the remaining 17 have also reached the threshold." He continued, "Regarding farmland, we have already reclaimed 2,750 mu of wasteland, which is still 2,250 mu short of your first stage goal." Verin nodded after listening, quite satisfied with the progress, and gestured for Baird to sit down. He had planned according to the existing population from the very beginning of the construction. In principle, each free citizen or serf would be responsible for 20 acres of land. The difference is that free citizens have 10 acres of private land, which they can decide for themselves to plant, and another 10 acres are tax fields, which must be planted with crops specified by the territory, and all harvests must be handed over. If the yield exceeds the standard, the excess goes to the individual. If it is insufficient, the free citizen must make up the difference to prevent anyone from being lazy or shirking their duties. Serfs were treated much worse. They had only 4 acres of private land, which produced just enough grain to eat, while the remaining 16 acres were taxed land, with the same standards as free people. Verin also made arrangements for the soldiers' pay. Each soldier's income consisted of 3 parts: grain from 2 acres of taxable land, 3 silver coins per month, and a reward for killing enemies in battle. The last item was also provided to serfs who joined the war effort. Then, a dark-skinned knight sitting in the first seat to the right of Verin stood up and reported, "My lord, 800 meters of the river channel around the Lake of Prayer Stars has been dug, and 2,700 meters remain." Verin smiled upon hearing this. "Good, as expected of my knight. Keep up the good work, and once the river channel is completed, we can start the second phase of construction." The 11 knights present all wore wry smiles, but none of them complained. Verin had indeed given them a generous reward, 6 low-grade magic crystals, enough for 3 years of cultivation. As for digging a 3,400-meter-long riverbed, they had no reason to complain. Then Orlando reported, "My lord, we currently have 6 wagons of grain, plus 56 mule wagons of grain, totaling 85,200 caddies. Based on a daily consumption of 530 caddies, this can last for 160 days, enough to last until the harvest." After listening to all the reports, Verin began to summarize. "In another half-month, we will be able to start the second phase of the construction plan. Before the end of the year, we will build 2 villages, complete the reclamation of 18,000 mu of farmland, clear the goblins within a 30-kilometer radius of the Lake of Prayer for Stars, and increase the population to 1,200 people." He looked at everyone and said firmly, "This will be our future home. I hope you will all do your best to build our territory." The crowd responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." The meeting ended quickly. Those digging the canals continued digging, and those training the soldiers continued training them. Everyone performed their duties, and the construction of the territory of the Lake of Prayer for Stars officially began amidst the busy work. Chapter 18: A New Crisis, Breakthrough, and Land Division. That evening, Verin stood by the window of the wooden cabin, gazing at the night view of Lake Prayer for Stars, and his long tense body and mind finally relaxed. At 8 o'clock sharp, the guidance of fate was activated again, bringing him important news. 3 months later, 3,000 kilometers west of Lake Prayer Star, 2 red dragons will clash with the golden dragon in a fierce battle. This will cause a monster horde to riot, and 6 months later, invade the northwestern province of the Kingdom of Ilia. Most of those heading towards Lake Prayer Star will be gnolls, the strongest reaching the low silver rank. Upon hearing this, Verin's face immediately darkened. He had come here to avoid danger, but he hadn't expected the crisis to still catch up with him. He faced only 2 paths. First, he could halt development of Lake of Prayer, find a safer place to avoid the enemy's advance, but this would waste at least a year. Second, he could continue development. If someone broke through to the low-level silver rank within 6 months, he would have a chance to defend this territory. Verin paced back and forth in the room, then suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on the depths of the wasteland through the window. "We've finally made a start. How can we give up? They're just a bunch of gnolls. I don't believe we can't defend Lake of Prayer Stars." Having decided to stay, he must strengthen the territory's defenses as quickly as possible. Purchasing slaves is imperative, and blacksmiths, carpenters, bricklayers, and much-needed architects must also be brought back. Within 6 months, he must build a formidable castle that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The next morning, as usual, Verin was cultivating in the open space in front of the wooden house. Suddenly, his internal energy reached a critical point, and his aura changed accordingly. He suddenly opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. "I've finally made a breakthrough. All my hard work over the past month has paid off." After advancing from the mid-bronze rank to the high bronze rank, his internal fighting spirit noticeably increased. Furthermore, the wood attribute fighting spirit is inherently adept at recovery and endurance, giving him even more confidence. At that moment, Orlando and the Hebrew brothers came with a young man. "My lord, I have come to report my mission." Verin glanced at Kyle behind Orlando and nodded slightly. "Not bad, to awaken Battle Chi within half a month and become a knight squire. His talent is indeed quite good." Kyle immediately knelt down and respectfully said, "Thank you, master, for giving me this opportunity. Kyle swears by his life that he will be loyal to you forever and never betray you." Verin handed the sword to Orlando and personally helped Kyle up. "You earned this yourself. I said that as long as you awaken your battle aura within half a month, I will take you as my knight squire. From now on, you will address me as Lord, just like Orlando and the others. Thank you, my lord. Kyle's eyes were filled with excitement and reverence as he bowed respectfully. Verin then looked at Orlando and instructed. Kyle's fighting spirit attribute is fire, so you will be in charge of teaching him from now on. I will obey your command. As Verin watched Orlando mature, he patted him on the shoulder, then took out 7 mid-level magic crystals from his spatial ring and handed them to him. Orlando stared wide-eyed at the magic crystal in his palm. He knew that the other 11 knights had willingly dug riverbeds, working tirelessly to obtain even a low-level magic crystal. Verin said calmly, As I said, once you become my guardian knights, I will focus on training you brothers. These 4 are a reward for the 2 of you, and the other 3 are resources for the 3 of you to cultivate. A crisis is approaching, and you must improve your strength as soon as possible. The 3 responded in unison. Yes, sir. 2 days later, the first phase of the farmland reclamation plan was completed, and the next step was to distribute the land. On the open ground, 39 free men, 124 serfs, and 42 cannon fodder slaves were all present. They looked at the pattern divided into squares on the wooden board, and except for the bandit slaves, the rest of them had anticipation in their eyes. The 5,000 mu of land was divided into 250 squares by Waylin, each square measuring 20 mu. He looked at the crowd and said, Thanks to your efforts, the reclamation task was completed in early June. Now, these lands will be allocated to you for cultivation. Each person will draw lots to determine their plot of land. Orlando then began calling out names one by one. Free men stepped forward to draw lots first, followed by serfs. As for the bandit slaves, they were not entitled to any land. To Verin, these people would only be exploited to the last drop of value until they were disposed of. Verin stood by and watched, and soon witnessed the myriad aspects of human life. Those who drew plots near the Lake of Prayer were overjoyed and immediately pressed their fingerprints on the contract. Those who drew remote plots looked dejected, as if all their spirits had been drained. Those who hadn't drawn yet watched the good plots being taken away one by one, anxious but helpless. After the lottery, 163 contracts were placed before Waylin, representing the granting of 3,260 acres of land. He himself would own 2,358 acres of taxable land. The remaining bandit slaves would work as true slaves, toiling day and night in designated areas until the end of their lives. After receiving their land, the free men and serfs immediately rushed to their respective areas and wrote their names on the notice boards. Verin had Orlando return the deed to his room, then summoned Andrew, the vice-captain of the Knights Guard. Andrew arrived quickly, bowed, and said, My lord. How's the yam seedling cultivation I asked you to prepare going? Verin asked. Andrew immediately replied, My lord, everything is ready. As you have instructed, there is more than enough land to cultivate 3,000 acres. Verin nodded in satisfaction. He planned to have free men and serfs plant 3,000 acres of beans and potatoes by the end of June, and harvest a batch of grain in September to stockpile supplies for the population expansion the following year. However, yam beans cannot be grown long-term. This crop contains small amounts of toxins and is very damaging to the soil. Fertile land will quickly become barren if planted with it for several consecutive seasons. The problem can only be mitigated by alternating it with soybeans. But right now, the most important thing is to obtain food. As for the future, he plans to establish special official positions to explain these methods to farmers and prevent an irreversible decline in grain production. Finally, Verin instructed Andrew, Tell Baird that I will be traveling to the province of Cadro for a period of time, and he will handle all matters, large and small, within the territory. Yes, my lord. After Andrew left, Verin returned to his room and began preparing for his trip the next day. Chapter 19. Trading Weapons, heading to the slave trade center of Cadro province. Verin had already planned his trip to the province of Cadro. He intended to first visit his cousin Brian to purchase a batch of weapons, and then try to buy some slaves to bring back to his territory. He actually preferred recruiting free citizens to slaves. But normal people wouldn't want to live outside the dangerous borders unless the situation changed. And that monster attack might just be an opportunity. On the morning of June 8th, Verin dressed, took a wagon of grain and 5 empty wagons, and led Orlando, 4 knights and a squad of soldiers to the Ridge territory, more than 200 kilometers away. Baird stood in his territory, watching his lord's departing figure, his heart heavy with even more pressure. But he also understood that this was an opportunity. In the early stages of expansion, whoever could ensure the stable operation of the territory would hold greater weight in Verin's heart. Over the past 2 weeks, Baird had noticed some signs. Verin was clearly grooming Orlando, even recruiting a serf as a squire. This was not good news for him. He clenched his fists, secretly resolving that during this period he would not only manage his territory well, but also ensure everything ran efficiently. Born a commoner, he aspired to rise to power and achieve great success. He could not be easily replaced. Inside the Ridge's higher castle, the butler entered Brian's room and respectfully reported, "Master, Lord Verin has arrived." Brian stopped writing, looked up, and asked, "Who did you say?" The butler confirmed again that it was Verin, who had visited more than a month ago, and was now waiting outside the castle with his caravan. Brian immediately stood up and went outside, a look of worry on his face. Returning after only a little over a month, had something gone wrong during the expansion? Halfway there, the butler noticed his uneasy expression and whispered a reminder. "Master, although young Master Waylon has brought few men, they are all warriors. In my opinion, they are most likely here to buy weapons." Brian nodded, but quickened his pace. Upon reaching the castle gate, Verin saw the familiar figure and greeted him with a smile. "Cousin Brian, it's been a long time." Brian frowned when he saw the bloodstains on his body, the smaller number of people in his group compared to last time, and the more than 20 bandits tied up beside him. "Verin, did you encounter bandits? If the expedition fails, your cousin can lend you some men." Verin felt a warmth in his heart and explained with a smile. "Cousin, don't worry, this blood is from the bandits. I'm here to bring you a big business deal." Hearing that he was safe and sound, Brian breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help asking, "Business? You didn't establish yourself in the toxic region so quickly, did you?" Waylon didn't hide anything from his family, saying with a hint of pride, "With my abilities, I conquered a territory in less than half a month." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Brian got down to business. Verin then explained the current situation in his territory, stating that he needed weapons and slaves to deal with a potential monster counterattack. Brian pondered for a moment and said, "Weapons are easy to obtain. I have over 200 sets of leather armor and over 1,000 long swords that I can trade with you. As for slaves, my territory is also short of people. I can only give you a few blacksmiths and 50 serfs at most, and that's all." Verin quickly replied, "Cousin, I appreciate your kindness. I'm mainly here to buy weapons, and I plan to purchase slaves from several noble territories near the provincial capital." Brian nodded and asked him how much he needed. Verin asked for 100 sets of leather armor and 300 long swords, asking his cousin to calculate the price. Brian immediately stated the numbers. "A set of leather armor costs 80 gold coins, a longsword costs 30 gold coins, for a total of 17,000 gold coins." Verin immediately knew that the price was significantly lower than the market price. He looked at Brian and asked, "Cousin, isn't this price a bit off?" Brian smiled and said frankly, "We're brothers, how could I rip you off at market price?" Verin knew his cousin was looking out for him, so he didn't say anything. He took out $17,000 notes from his pocket, along with a letter, and handed them to Brian. Brian didn't even check them, he just put them in his pocket. After the deal was agreed upon, Verin left the 23 captured bandits' slaves in the castle for the time being, intending to take them along with their weapons when he returned. 11 days after leaving Lake of Prayer Stars, Verin arrived at the noble territories surrounding the province of Cadro. The closer to the provincial capital, the safer the area, and the more densely populated it is, naturally leading to a more prevalent slave trade. His target this time was a city called Bagamoyo. It was a well-known slave trading center in the province of Cadro, with a huge number of slaves, making it perfect for him to buy a batch of serfs to replenish the population of his territory. Verin settled the rest of the men outside the city, taking only Orlando and 2 other knights into the city. Perhaps to reassure his customers, Bagamoyo was even cleaner than the provincial capital, with soldiers patrolling the streets to prevent slave riots. Not long after entering the city, a boy of about 13 or 14 years old stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Sir, I know Bagamoyo very well. May I help you?" Verin glanced at the city's intricate streets, and realized a guide was indeed needed, so he instructed Orlando to give the boy a silver coin. The boy took the coin, carefully tucked it away, his eyes filled with envy. Verin said bluntly, "Take me to a place that sells strong, able-bodied slaves. There should be a large number of them, and all kinds of them." The boy nodded immediately, leading the group through several turns until they arrived at a secluded slave trading post. It was deserted, almost empty. Verin frowned, his voice slightly cold. "You're playing me?" Upon hearing this, Orlando immediately drew his knight's dagger and placed it against the boy's shoulder. The boy was so frightened that he knelt down and explained in rapid succession that there were indeed many kinds of slaves here, but the merchant guild had been harassed by nobles, which was why it had become what it was today. Verin stared at him for a moment, then said calmly, "I hope what you're saying is true, otherwise I'll have to spend 10 gold coins to give your head to the local nobles." After saying this, he led his men into the slave trading post. Seeing the guests go inside, the young man turned and went to the back of the guild hall, knocking on a door. A moment later, a bag of coins was thrown out. The boy glanced around warily, and after confirming that no one was around, he quickly picked up the money bag, stuffed it into his pocket, and soon disappeared at the end of the street. Chapter 20 Hidden Dangers Eliminated Without Being Seen. On the other side, as soon as Waylon stepped through the gate, a portly businessman came up to him, bowing with a broad smile. "Sir, welcome to the Basic Merchant Guild. I am Basic, the branch manager here. May I ask what you need?" Waylon glanced around and saw many strange races displayed in exquisite iron cages, including several half-elves. Seeing this, he couldn't help but admire the merchant's audacity. Without looking around, he said directly, "I need strong and capable slaves, as well as blacksmiths, carpenters, and bricklayers. If there are any architects, bring them along as well." Upon hearing this, Buck's eyes lit up, and his attitude became even more enthusiastic. "Don't worry, sir, we have everything you need. I dare not say about other things, but the Bashak Merchant Guild certainly has a lot of skilled slaves." After saying that, he personally led the way, taking Verin through the tunnel to the basement where the Merchant Guild held slaves. The place was heavily guarded, with thugs patrolling all around. Their strength seemed to be comparable to Orlando's. Buck approached a row of male slaves, grabbed one of them by the chin, pried open his mouth to show Verin his teeth, and enthusiastically promoted. "My lord, you see, these male slaves are all very strong. Most of them are around 20 years old, and can work for you for at least 30 more years." Verin asked, "How much is one?" Buck immediately replied, 20 gold coins each. If you buy a lot, I can give you a discount." Without hesitation, Verin asked directly, 300 strong slaves, how many gold coins?" Buck's smile widened. "The original price is 6,000 gold coins, but I'll give you a 20% discount, so it's only 4,800 gold coins." "Make a note of it." Verin nodded. "Take me to see the other craft slaves." With the deal initially agreed upon, Buck could barely hide his smile and quickly led Verin to the next area. Blacksmiths cost 80 gold coins each, carpenters 50 gold coins each, and bricklayers 30 gold coins each. After some selection, Waylon bought 10 blacksmiths, 15 carpenters, and 25 bricklayers, spending a total of 2,300 gold coins. Finally, he spent another 1,000 gold coins to buy 111 or 12-year-old boys from Buck. Verin knew very well that the best way to cultivate true loyalty was from a young age. Shaping the values of these teenagers was far easier than instilling adult slavery. After buying the essentials, Verin looked around and asked, "Bark, where is the architect I need? Take me to see him." The next phase of the territory involves building a castle, and without an architect's planning, he's genuinely worried it will collapse halfway through construction. Upon hearing this, Buck's face showed some difficulty. "Sir, the Merchant Guild does indeed have an architect slave, but the price is very high, and she is a half-elf. Are you really going to buy her?" Waylon waved his hand, his tone calm. "Half-elf doesn't matter, as long as it's usable. I don't care about race, I only care about value." Seeing that he didn't seem to care, Buck led the group deeper into the basement. After passing through a secret room, they arrived at a solitary confinement cell. Buck pointed to the girl in the iron cage and said, "My lord, please look. This half-elf girl is an architect, proficient in all kinds of architecture, especially castle construction. If you buy her, we can also give you a specially made carriage as a gift." Waylon walked to the iron cage, squatted down, and examined the half-elf girl. She was extremely beautiful, and even though her eyes were filled with despair, and she seemed indifferent to everything around her, she was still captivating. Seeing that Verin hadn't spoken for a while, Buck became a little anxious and quickly continued to promote the product. "Sir, she is still a virgin. If you buy her, she can be an architect or a personal female slave." Verin only asked one question. "How much?" Buck immediately replied, 3,500 gold coins. As long as you pay, the person can be taken away immediately, and the Merchant Guild will also give you a specially made carriage as a gift." "All right, I'll buy them." Verin stood up. "Send all the slaves I want outside the city." After saying that, he took out 11 gold notes worth 1,000 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to Buck. Buck's eyes practically lit up when he saw the stack of gold notes. He respectfully accepted them, carefully examined them, and then cautiously put them into his pocket. He then took out 4 gold notes, worth 100 gold coins each, and handed them back to Verin. "Sir, here is your change of 400 gold coins. Please accept it." Afterwards, Verin left the Bashak Chamber of Commerce with his men. As they walked, Orlando suddenly asked, "My lord, that Bashak Merchant Guild is clearly problematic. Why are you still trading there?" Verin stopped and said calmly, "The other slaves should be fine. The real problem is that half-elf architect. It's probably because a local nobleman took a fancy to her, and the Merchant Guild and the nobleman couldn't agree on a price, which led to a conflict." At this point, he smiled and reached out to ruffle Orlando's blonde hair. "After all, not everyone is as rich as your lord." Orlando bowed his head and replied, "Yes, my lord, I understand." Meanwhile, at a manor outside the city of Bagamoyo, Kazak, the son of the governor of the province of Kadero, was hosting an open-air banquet with a group of cronies. A young nobleman raised his glass and laughed. "My lord, I believe that in just a few days the Bashak Merchant Guild will send that half-elf woman to our door." Kazak laughed triumphantly, raised his glass in response, and said, "There's nothing I, Kazak, can't get if I set my sights on it." The thought of obtaining a half-elf girl worth 3,500 gold coins without spending a single gold coin filled him with excitement. Just then, the manor steward rushed to his side and reported in a low voice, "Young master, that half-elf girl has been bought." Kazak's face instantly darkened, and he gripped the wine glass in his hand so tightly it creaked. Who bought it?" The butler quickly replied, "He is a pioneering knight, it is said to be." Before the butler could finish speaking, Kazak burst out cursing. "What kind of hound are you? How dare you steal what I ordered? Don't you want to live?" Judging from his posture, it seemed he was about to gather his men to wipe out the enemy at any moment. The butler was startled and hurriedly finished speaking. "Young master, the other party is a member of the X family. We can't afford to offend them." Upon hearing the name of the X family, Kazak's anger was immediately extinguished by more than half. A little over a month ago, a member of the Eagle family came to the province of Kadro. The man killed a guard in front of his father, who could only laugh it off and dared not pursue the matter. Afterwards, his father called him into his study and gave him a stern warning, never get into a conflict with the X family. Although the Dosky family was also an earldom, they were not on the same level as the X family. Even among earls, there were differences in strength. The powerful Eagle family even surpassed most marquis families. The Dosky family was only slightly better than some newly crowned earls. Seeing Kazak's grim expression, the young nobleman standing nearby quickly pledged his loyalty. "Boss, since they're so ungrateful, should I take some men and snatch that half-elf girl back?" Chapter 21 Return to the Lake of Prayer. "Shut up, it's none of your business." Kazak left those words behind and stormed off in a huff. The steward immediately followed, leaving the young nobleman standing there dumbfounded, completely baffled as to why his usually arrogant and domineering boss, who never suffered the slightest loss, was acting so strangely today. The butler caught up with Kazak and asked cautiously, "Young master, what should we do next?" Kazak's face was grim, but he remained defiant. "Let that pioneer knight go this time. If he dares to steal my things again, I will not spare him." The steward acknowledged and was about to leave when Kazak seemed to remember something and immediately ordered, "Withdraw all the measures deployed in Bagamoyo City. There's no point in continuing to blockade the Bashak Merchant Guild now that everything is gone." The butler bowed again, and after confirming that Kazak had no further orders, he left the manor to attend to his business. Meanwhile, after receiving the slaves he had purchased outside the city and replenishing his supplies with grain, Verin set off back to Lake of Prayer. However, after departing, he kept his men on high alert. Although he was still unsure if there were any problems behind the deal, it was always good to be prepared. Meanwhile, Barker, the branch president of the Bashak Chamber of Commerce, was waiting for news. He was eager to see how the governor's son, Kazak, would act, but 2 days passed and the central region of the Kadro province remained calm, without even a single noble conflict. This made Buck increasingly uneasy. He even wondered if Kazak, known as the Greedy Hound, had suddenly changed his ways. It wasn't until he learned that Kazak had even lifted the blockade measures against the Chamber of Commerce that Buck realized things were probably more serious than he had thought. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "That boy, could he be someone even Kazak wouldn't dare offend?" Thinking of this, Buck's heart sank. He vaguely felt that he might have done something he would regret for a long time, and could only wait until Verin came again to see if there was still a chance to make a good impression. For the next few days, nothing unexpected happened, which puzzled Verin. He reasoned that there was something wrong with the half-elf girl, yet no one robbed him or ambushed him. At night, Verin, carrying a piece of white bread, came to the carriage where the half-elf girl was imprisoned and gently tapped the iron cage with his knight's long sword. The half-elf girl snapped out of her daze and looked at the knight who had been bringing her food for several days in a row. She already knew that this human was the one who had bought her. Verin handed over the white bread and water bottle, saying only one word. "Here you go." Without hesitation, the girl took the food and began to eat it in small bites. Verin leaned against the carriage, gazing up at the moon in the night sky, and calmly said, "I have no interest in your body, you can rest assured of that. My territory is in the early stages of construction and needs architects to plan it. As long as you serve me faithfully for 10 years, I can grant you your freedom." At this point, he added, "After all, I spent 3,500 gold coins to buy you back from the slave trader." The half-elf girl stopped eating, looked at Verin, and said softly in common, "My name is Eunice." A clear, melodious voice reached his ears. Verin turned to look at her, nodded, and without saying anything more, turned and left. The journey continued smoothly. Apart from a few groups of reckless bandits who stumbled upon them, adding dozens more bandit slaves to Verin's forces, there were no other unexpected incidents. 6 days later, Verin arrived at Ridge Castle again. He received the 100 sets of leather armor and 300 longswords he had traded with his cousin Brian, and retrieved the 23 bandit slaves he had previously imprisoned. He then continued his journey to Lake of Prayer Stars, more than 300 kilometers away. On the evening of June 21st, as the sun was about to set, Verin finally led a group of more than 500 people back to Lake of Prayer. "In the half-month since I left, Baird has managed the territory very well. Of the 5,000 acres of farmland that have been reclaimed, 3,000 acres have been planted with yams and beans, while the remaining 2,000 acres are planted with a vegetable root that has a very strong reproductive capacity." Verin dismounted and walked to the edge of the field. Looking at the vast expanse of lush green crops, the fatigue from his days of travel was greatly relieved. Upon learning of his return, Baird immediately ended his training, rushed to the edge of the field, and knelt down to greet him, saying, "My lord, welcome back." Verin stepped forward to help him up, his tone tinged with relief. "You've had a tough time these past 2 weeks." Baird replied respectfully, "The lord had already made the plan in advance. I was just following the instructions. It wasn't hard work." As the two walked towards the village, Verin asked, "During my absence, did anything unexpected happen?" Baird immediately reported, "Most of the goblin tribes within a radius of 30 kilometers have moved away, leaving a large uninhabited area, so the number of wild animals in the vicinity has begun to increase." Verin nodded and reminded him, "Strengthen vigilance. We are currently short-handed and cannot afford any losses." He then added, "Give the half-elf girl I brought back a room by herself. Do her best to provide whatever she needs. I'm going to rest now." Baird agreed. After returning to the village, Verin went straight to his cabin, ready to get a good night's sleep. After Verin left, Baird immediately arranged for people to settle the newly brought back slaves and assigned a squad of soldiers to guard them to prevent any escapes. As for the half-elf girl Eunice, he followed Verin's instructions, gave her a separate wooden hut, and arranged for 2 knights to guard her in case of any accidents. The next day, when Verin saw that Eunice had already started drawing up plans, he paid no more attention to her and turned to dealing with territory affairs. He first selected 120 men from the 300-strong slaves, then mixed them with the 30 soldiers already in the territory to form an infantry unit of 150 men. However, even if these 120 slaves join the infantry, they will still be slaves. There are only 2 ways to escape slavery: kill 3 goblin warriors or become high-ranking apprentice warriors. The announcement of this order immediately boosted the morale of the slave soldiers. Verin also made promises to other slaves. Those who worked diligently for 3 consecutive years, fulfilling their assigned tasks, or who killed 3 goblin warriors during wartime, could also be granted a pardon. As for the 10 blacksmiths, 15 carpenters, and 25 bricklayers, Verin would set separate standards based on their skills. Therefore, the hundreds of slaves who came to the Lake of Prayer for Stars felt a glimmer of hope. With the example of the pardoned serfs before them, they were willing to believe the young lord's words and fight for their freedom. As for the 100 boys purchased from the Bashak Merchant Guild, Verin planned to entrust them to Orlando and Heber for training. Following the standards of the Knight Squire Kyle, those who awakened their fighting spirit within half a month would remain as future members of the Knight Order. Those who failed to meet the training criteria would be sent to artisans as apprentices to continue contributing their value. Chapter 22: Planning and Building the Castle. In the afternoon, Verin gathered all the blacksmiths and carpenters, preparing them to forge a powerful ranged weapon to deal with the gnoll attacks that might come in 5 months. In the spacious open space, 25 craftsmen sat quietly, listening attentively to the Lord's explanation. Verin pointed to the simple drawing on the wooden board and said, "This weapon is called a ballista. This is roughly its shape. How to make it is up to you." He went on to explain that the ballista consisted of a hinge, a traction rope, a trigger, a front bow, a main bow, a rear bow, and pulleys. As for the principles and details, he left that to the craftsmen to study on their own. Verin gave them 3 months. Once they produced the finished product, they would be freed from their slave status. He then added, "If it is completed within a month, I will grant you a woman so that you may reproduce." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 25 craftsmen lit up. The reward of completing the task, not only becoming free citizens but also receiving a woman, was enough to make them fight tooth and nail. 32-year-old carpenter Joseph immediately stood up and assured everyone, "Please rest assured, Lord, we will definitely complete the task within a month." He was the oldest and most experienced, so he was appointed by Verin as the leader of the carpentry team. Another man, 28-year-old Smith, was the foreman of the blacksmithing group. Verin looked at the craftsmen and reiterated his promise that the rewards would be substantial if they completed the task. Afterwards, Verin set aside a special work area and instructed Baird to provide them with as many materials and tools as possible to get the ballista built as soon as possible. 3 days later, after finishing breakfast, Verin learned that the half-elf girl Eunice was requesting an audience, so he immediately went to see her. As soon as he entered the cabin, he saw a very detailed castle plan. There were more than a dozen sheets of white paper on the easel, with the overall layout of the castle in the middle, and the internal structure diagrams and the selection of various building materials on both sides. Eunice stood beside the easel, still with a hint of fear in her eyes, and explained softly, "My lord, as you requested, this castle covers an area of 4,700 square meters, with a maximum capacity of 5,000 people and a permanent residence of 600. She first introduced the outer city wall. The outer wall was 6 meters high, 80 meters long, and 46 meters wide, with a 2-meter-wide platform that could accommodate 240 men in combat at the same time. Every 30 meters, there was a small armory connected to the next level for convenient storage of weapons and food. Next was the inner city wall. The inner wall was 9 meters high, 63 meters long, and 34 meters wide, and according to Verin's requirements, had many outward protruding platforms added. The entire section of the wall had 31 platforms, capable of accommodating 230 men in combat simultaneously. After introducing the city walls, Verin looked in the direction Eunice was pointing, and the layout of the castle's interior was equally complete. A large armory, barracks, lord's quarters, hall, kitchen, water storage area, granary, toilets, weapons repair shop, wine cellar, and stables were all arranged on the map. At the very top of the castle, 6 large platforms were reserved for Verin to place ballistae for long-range attacks on attacking enemies. After reviewing the overall plan, Verin asked, "Eunice, how long will it take to build this castle?" Eunice replied, 25 bricklayers, plus 200 humans, can complete it within 3 years. Verin immediately shook his head. "No, that's too long." With only 5 months until the gnoll attack, he had to get the castle repaired before then. Eunice asked him what time frame he expected, and Verin gave a direct answer. 5 months, it must be finished by the end of November. Eunice pondered for a moment and said, "If it's just for defense, we can temporarily abandon other buildings and only build the outer and inner city walls, plus water storage areas, granaries, toilets, weapon repair shops, and stables. We can cancel all external aesthetics and other areas. If we add another 200 people, it can be completed within 5 months. After hearing this, Verin began to consider the manpower available for his territory. There were 343 free men and serfs, and 107 slave bandits. However, the farmland needed manpower, and the salt mines needed to be prepared for operation. He could only mobilize 143 serfs and 57 slave bandits, a total of 200 people. He then thought of the army Baird was training, but quickly dismissed the idea. The salt mines needed men, and the outer patrols needed men. The army couldn't be used to repair the castle. After weighing the options, Verin said to Eunice, "I entrust the entire construction of the castle to you. 25 bricklayers will also be under your command. We only have 200 people for now, but I will find another way later. You can choose a site and start construction first." Eunice paused for a moment, then bowed her head and accepted the order. "Yes, my lord." After leaving the cabin, Verin walked along, pondering where to find more manpower to address the labor shortage in his territory. Over the next few days, under Eunice's direction, 200 workers and 25 bricklayers were divided into 9 groups of 25 each. 3 groups were responsible for quarrying stone, 2 groups were responsible for transporting materials, and the remaining 4 groups were responsible for the actual construction. Verin had considered using cement to compensate for the lack of materials, but quickly abandoned the idea. He knew a little about the general formula for cement, which was simply limestone, clay, and iron or powder ground and mixed in a certain proportion, followed by subsequent steps, but he was not clear about the specific process. More importantly, there was simply no time for him to experiment slowly. So he could only put the idea aside for the time being, thinking that things would work themselves out, and perhaps a solution would be found in a few days. The more pressing issue is organizing a small-scale salt mine to increase the territory's income. He had 85,000 gold coins when he left his family, but after a series of expenses, he now only has 53,000. The constant spending without any income is making him very uneasy. On the morning of June 26, Verin, accompanied by 2 knights, 3 squads of soldiers, and 60 slave bandits, headed to the salt mine 12 kilometers southeast of the Lake of Prayer. 2 hours later, the group arrived at the salt mine. 2 knights stepped forward, moved the boulder blocking the entrance, and reopened the passage. Verin instructed one of the knights. "Andrew, you take men to supervise these slaves, set up a camp first, and start mining the salt mine tomorrow." Andrew thumped his chest and bowed, immediately agreeing. Watching the camp gradually bustle with activity, Verin mounted his horse and led a troop of soldiers to patrol the surrounding area, driving away wild animals and ensuring the safety of the salt mine camp. Chapter 23: Excavating the Salt Mine, Discovering the Mithril Mine. While surveying the area around the salt mine, Verin discovered numerous wild animals roaming the vicinity, many of which were on the verge of evolution. If left unchecked, they would inevitably become a problem sooner or later. He casually killed a few gray wolves, wiped the blood off his knight's longsword, and said in a low voice, "I need to clean this up sometime, otherwise these beasts will become another disaster if they grow up." On the 3rd day after arriving at the salt mine, the first batch of salt was finally extracted, and the camp gradually began to function. The perimeter was enclosed with sharpened wooden stakes, forming a simple defensive line to prevent wild animals from entering. Numerous traps were also set up near the wooden fence, partly to prevent bandits and slaves from escaping, and partly to keep out wild animals that approached at night. On the last day of June, Verin, with 3 carts of salt ore and a troop of soldiers, returned to Lake of Prayer along the road. Today would mark the beginning of the month, and he eagerly awaited the new guidance of fate, hoping it would bring news of a solution to the castle's construction problems. Upon returning to his territory, he had his soldiers deliver the salt mine to the warehouse, and then began inspecting the progress of construction at various locations. On the training ground, the soldiers were practicing diligently. Upon seeing his lord arrive, Baird immediately stepped forward, bowed, and said he had an idea and hoped to receive permission. Verin looked at the soldiers' training and nodded in satisfaction, letting him continue. Baird then proposed that since there were now more than 30 trainee soldiers in the unit, reaching 37, he wanted to select 20 of them to wear armor and undergo more rigorous training. His goal was clear: to unleash the potential of these people in a more intense way and cultivate them into truly sharp swords in Verin's hands. Verin listened without objecting. There were exactly 20 suits of armor sitting idle in the warehouse. Rather than letting them gather dust, it was better to put them to use. He patted Baird on the shoulder, smiled, and left the training ground. Baird quickly expressed his gratitude, his heart filled with excitement. His plan had finally gained the Lord's approval. Verin was well aware of his thoughts. Orlando was training 112 or 13-year-olds, building a team around him. Baird saw this and naturally sought new directions to prove his worth. Verin did not reject this healthy competition. In fact, he welcomed it. As long as they all served the territory, the more competition there was, the faster the territory would grow. On the evening of July 1st, the familiar and pleasant voice rang in Weilin's ears once again. 15 kilometers east of Lake of Prayer for stars, 30 meters underground, lies a small mithril mine with reserves of 200 tons. Upon hearing this, Verin's eyes lit up instantly. The value of mithril ore was far greater than that of salt ore. Mithril is an extremely rare material. It is silvery white in appearance, stronger than steel, yet very lightweight. It also has good energy conduction properties and the ability to break through shields. When forging weapons, adding just a small amount of mithril can improve the weapon's quality by 1 or 2 levels. 200 tons of mithril ore can conservatively yield 3,000 caddies of mithril. At market price, 1 gram of mithril is worth 4 gold coins. Such a small mithril mine would be worth as much as 6 million gold coins, almost equivalent to 2 years' worth of taxes for the X family. More importantly, mithril is a true hard currency, with a price but no market. Realizing this, Verin immediately understood that he had to start digging as soon as possible, lest someone else discover it first. He took out the map and found that 15 kilometers east of the Lake of Prayer Stars, there was a place near the border of a baron's territory, and only 15 kilometers away from the other side's border. He is currently in the pioneering stage, and according to the kingdom's laws, pioneering knight territories have no clearly defined boundaries. In other words, if the other side discovers this mining site and sends troops to occupy it, they will not bear any legal responsibility. Although Verin has a family backing him, that's only because the profits aren't big enough yet. Once the mithril mine is exposed, it's not impossible that someone will take the risk. So he immediately decided that the next day he would send people to a location 15 kilometers away to personally oversee the operation until the mithril mine was completed. As dawn broke, Verin ordered Baird to leave 2 squads of soldiers to ensure the safety of Lake of Prayer Stars, while the remaining 110 men would set off with him. Baird was puzzled but did not press the matter. As a loyal knight, he only needed to carry out orders. He assigned 2 knights to lead a team to guard the territory, and then led the remaining troops to follow Verin. 3 hours later, using the detailed map of the Yellowstone region provided by his cousin Alec, Verin successfully located the site. He put away the map and instructed Baird to lead his men to establish a camp first, and to begin mining the next day. Baird's doubts deepened, yet he still accepted the order without hesitation. The 110 soldiers acted swiftly, quickly setting up a temporary camp covering 300 square meters and equipped with defensive capabilities. At night, Verin called Baird into the tent alone and ordered the guards on duty to retreat to a distance of 10 meters to keep watch. Inside the tent, Verin, his expression serious, stared at Baird and asked, "Bailder, can I trust you?" Baird immediately rose, straightened his clothes, knelt on one knee, and solemnly said, "My lord, as a knight who has sworn allegiance to you, I am willing to die for you." Verin looked at him in silence for a long time before speaking. "What I'm about to tell you must not be known to a third person besides you and me at this stage." Without the slightest hesitation, Baird immediately replied, "Please inform me, my lord." Verin lowered his voice and said, 30 meters below us, there is a small mithril mine with reserves of 300 tons. Upon hearing this, Baird's face immediately showed shock, and he could hardly believe his ears. "My lord, is this true?" Verin nodded, his tone firm. "Absolutely true. The task of mining mithril will now be entrusted to your army." Baird immediately and solemnly assured him, "Please rest assured, my lord, if a third person knows of the existence of the mithril mine, I am willing to offer my own head." Most of the soldiers outside were of serf and slave origin. Although they had begun to learn to read and write, they knew nothing about mithril, a rare mineral. As long as the mining process was kept secret, they would only believe that they were mining a rare ore. The next morning, Baird felt the weight of his responsibility, and immediately divided his soldiers into 3 groups. 30 men were assigned to guard the camp, 50 men were assigned to patrol for suspicious individuals, and 50 men were assigned to the actual mining. The remaining 30 men served as a transport team, carrying ore from the camp back to Lake of Prayer Stars, and then transporting supplies back from Lake of Prayer Stars. In their spare time, they also joined the mining team. Verin decided to personally oversee the operation, focusing on transportation arrangements to ensure that the mithril mine remained under his control as much as possible before it was exposed. Chapter 24 Baron Cleveland. Over the next few days, the passage leading to 30 meters underground was finally opened. When they encountered hard boulders during the excavation, Baird even personally stepped in, using his battle aura to shatter the rocks. Inside the tent, the first piece of mithril ore was presented to Verin. He picked up the ore, gazing at its faint luster, his face unable to conceal his excitement. Baird, standing beside him, felt the same way. With a smile, Verin said that with mithril, their weapons would be stronger than their enemies, their armor protection would be improved, and more importantly, mithril weapons would be able to break through shields. Baird reported that at the current pace, they could mine about 2 tons of mithril ore per day, and it would take about 5 months to mine it all. Verin put down the ore and solemnly instructed them to be cautious during the excavation and to always be aware of any disturbances in their surroundings. This mine is a miracle of their rise to power and a tremendous fortune. No amount of caution is excessive. Baird thumped his chest and bowed, solemnly indicating that he understood. For the next 10 days or so, the mining went smoothly. However, things didn't go as planned, and their unusual actions in the desert attracted the attention of the nearby Baron Cleveland. A well-equipped army has been stationed in the wilderness for more than half a month without any apparent reason, and has not yet left. Anyone would suspect that something is amiss. At this moment, in a small and exquisite castle in the administrative center of Baron Cleveland, Lord Brandon Hodgson frowned immediately after listening to the knight's report. He confirmed, "Did that group really stay in the wilderness for more than half a month?" The knight replied that the group had set up camp there in early July, and their perimeter was very large, making it impossible to get close enough to investigate. They could only be seen from a distance, and it seemed that they were mining. Upon hearing the word, mining, Brandon jumped to his feet and pressed again to confirm if he had seen it clearly. The knight swore on his honor that the pioneering knight was indeed digging for minerals. Brandon immediately ordered men to be sent to observe the area at night. He needed to know the exact situation. After the knight left, he sat down again, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, and began to guess what kind of mine it was. The more he thought about it, the colder his eyes became. That place was only a dozen kilometers away from his territory. If there were any valuable mineral deposits, he wouldn't mind just taking them directly. Before sunset, at the border of Baron Cleveland, a 6-man squad, dressed in black and carrying short swords, moved swiftly along the wasteland, stealthily approaching Baird's camp. As night deepened, dark clouds obscured the moonlight, and apart from the firelight in the camp, the surroundings were almost completely shrouded in darkness. 6 scouts stopped 300 meters from the camp, lying prone on the ground, waiting for their opportunity. One of the men in black returned after assessing the situation and reported that there were 3 traps on the outskirts of the camp, all in tricky locations. The novice knight leading the group secretly rejoiced, thankful that his men were trained, otherwise, they would have been exposed before even getting close. He whispered instructions to the others that this mission was merely intelligence gathering, and that they must retreat immediately if discovered. The other 5 nodded, closed their eyes to rest, and waited for nightfall. Midnight is when people are most sleepy. But Baird, as usual, took his weapons and began his first night patrol. Beneath the camp lay mithril ore, and he dared not relax for a moment until it was all mined out. He first checked the sentry post to see if any guards were dozing off, then began to patrol the perimeter of the camp to confirm that no one was approaching. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance team also woke up. They bypassed the 3 traps and, under the cover of darkness, slowly made their way towards the camp. But just then, Baird's ears twitched slightly, and he suddenly looked northwest, shouting sharply, "Who?" The nearby patrolling soldiers reacted immediately, gripping their spears and quickly surrounding Baird, assuming a fighting stance. In the darkness, the entire reconnaissance squad lay prone on the ground, too afraid to move. The trainee knight leading the group was sweating profusely. He never expected that the other party would be so alert at this most vulnerable time. He could only pray that Baird had simply misheard and wouldn't come to check. Baird stared into the darkness for a moment, then suddenly snatched the spear from the guard beside him and hurled it in that direction. The spear shot through the air, but all around was deathly silent, not a sound came out. Baird scratched his head, a little puzzled. Was he just imagining things? Seeing this, the squad leader next to him volunteered to go and investigate. Baird nodded, and the 10 soldiers immediately began searching towards the spot where the spear had landed, following their training formation. On the grass, a man in black had been pierced in the thigh by a spear, but his companions had covered his mouth tightly, preventing him from making a sound. Seeing the soldiers approaching, the cadet knight could only wave his hand, signaling everyone to retreat immediately. A dozen minutes later, the squad leader returned to Baird with a blood-stained spear, pounding his chest as he reported, "Sir, the spear is covered in human blood. There were indeed intruders tonight." Baird's face darkened. He ordered the soldiers to continue patrolling while he hurried toward the warehouse in the center of the camp. Upon seeing him arrive at the warehouse, 2 guards immediately saluted. Baird asked if he had seen any strangers, and the 2 exchanged a glance before replying that no one else had been there except for them. Baird frowned as he pushed open the door and entered, personally checking the mithril, or mined over the past 2 days. Only after confirming there were no losses did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. But this incident indicated that someone had discovered something amiss, and had even sent people to investigate. He had to report to Verin as soon as possible. Therefore, Baird decided to stay at the warehouse that night to ensure the mithril was completely safe. The next morning, Verin arrived at the camp. Baird, sporting dark circles under his eyes, gave a full account of what had happened the previous night. After listening, Verin quickly concluded that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Cleveland Baron's domain was responsible. Baird inquired about the next course of action. The Baron Cleveland domain covers an area of over 1,500 square kilometers and has a population of 13,000. Its lord is Brandon Hodgson. On the surface, he commands 16 bronze knights, 63 squires, 20 archers, and 300 soldiers. Based on normal circumstances, they might still face over 1,000 serf soldiers. After a moment's thought, Verin immediately ordered everyone to cease mining the mithril and await further instructions. Meanwhile, he sent men back to Lake of Prayer to bring back the remaining 6 knights. Verin intended to make preparations in front of the camp beforehand, ensuring that any enemy who dared to come would not return. Chapter 25 Battle. Inside the castle of Baron Cleveland. Upon receiving the news, Brandon immediately ordered his steward to summon the knights and troops to assemble in front of the castle. In his view, a place where a high-ranking bronze knight could be stationed must contain a rich mineral deposit. Furthermore, intelligence from other nobles in the Cadro province indicated that the fledgling of the X family only had 3 high-ranking bronze knights under his command. Brandon Hodgson, believing he had the upper hand, decided to take advantage of the enemy's unstable foothold and lead his elite troops in a surprise attack to wipe out the more than 100 people and seize the unknown mineral deposit. 3 days later, a force of over 1,000 men had assembled in front of Brandon Castle. At the forefront stood 12 bronze knights, 3 of whom were high-ranking bronze knights. Together with Brandon himself, they formed the strongest fighting force in the Baron Cleveland territory. Behind them were 40 apprentice knights, clad in leather armor and riding horses of varying quality, but in fairly good spirits. Further back were 200 soldiers clad in half-armor and wielding long spears, their robust physiques and faint aura of battle proving they were no ordinary farmers. Beside the soldiers' formation stood 20 archers, longbows in hand. Archers were second only to knights in terms of training difficulty, and Brandon's ability to cultivate such a large number was a reason why the surrounding minor nobles feared him. The largest group consisted of over 800 serf soldiers. They carried pitchforks and wooden sticks, huddled at the back of the column, their expressions numb, like a group of soulless walking corpses. Brandon surveyed the group and was very satisfied with it, then loudly ordered, "Let's go!" The army of over 1,000 men left the castle in the order of knights, apprentice knights, soldiers, and serf soldiers, stretching for more than 2,000 meters, and headed towards the mithril mine camp. Meanwhile, in the camp, Verin received news of Brandon's approaching army. He turned to Baird and asked, "How are the traps being set?" Baird looked excited and immediately replied, "Don't worry, my lord, all the tunnels, large and small, have been completed, and people have been stationed inside. As soon as they hear the signal, they will pull the trigger and catch the enemy off guard." Verin nodded. "Everything is ready, we're just waiting for Brandon to come and inspect the results." At this moment, a soldier entered the tent, knelt on one knee, and reported, "My lord, sir, a large army is approaching, numbering over 1,000. Verin only said 2 words. "Explore again." After the soldiers withdrew, he immediately ordered Baird to assemble the troops and prepare to meet the enemy. In this battle, he did not intend to simply defeat the enemy, but rather to capture Brandon alive, extort a hefty sum, and incidentally solve the problem of insufficient manpower in the camp. Soon, the troops were arrayed outside the camp. Except for 20 soldiers hidden underground to activate the mechanisms, the remaining 90 soldiers were all in position. They wore leather armor, had iron swords at their waists, and held long spears, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. As Verin walked past the front lines, he could clearly see the soldiers longing. Freedom, money, and women were all within their grasp, a promise the Lord had made to them, provided they could kill and achieve merit. Soon after, Brandon's army appeared outside the camp and began a slow advance. Verin looked closely and saw that the formation was roughly what he had guessed. The serfs were driven to the front, followed by the soldiers overseeing the battle, with squires positioned on both sides, and 13 fully armed knights bringing up the rear. This was the most common tactic used by the lower nobility in this world, using serfs to wear down the enemy, soldiers to advance, and knights to clean up the rest. The distance between the two sides gradually closed, from 1,000 meters to 800 meters, and then to 400 meters. Verin slowly raised his right hand, preparing to have the soldier beside him strike the gong. In the midst of the enemy ranks, a knight approached Brandon and whispered a warning. "My lord, the enemy numbers only 100, yet they remain completely calm in the face of our thousands. There is likely an ambush." Brandon, however, was full of arrogance. "I have thousands of men, 10 times the number of the enemy. Even if there is an ambush, what can they do to me? The final victory will definitely belong to me, so there is no need to worry." The knight could only lower his head and say, "I was overthinking it." Moments later, the entire serf column had crossed the trap zone, and Brandon's infantry phalanx officially entered it. Without the slightest hesitation, Verin immediately waved his hand to give the order. A soldier nearby suddenly struck a gong, the clear sound echoing across the wilderness. Simultaneously, soldiers lying in ambush underground pulled on ropes, tearing down the wooden frames supporting the ground. The next instant, the ground in front of Brandon collapsed with a deafening roar. Half of the infantry, along with 20 archers, fell into the deep pit, the bottom of which was filled with sharp spikes, and screams instantly filled the air. The archers who hadn't even had a chance to be used were all killed on the spot. Most of the infantry were also pierced by spikes, and a few still had a breath left, but they were not far from death. The surrounding soldiers witnessed their comrades' tragic fate and were thrown into chaos. It took several nights' stern rebukes to barely bring them back to their senses. But Verin gave them no chance to regroup. He pulled down his mask, leveled his lance, and charged forward at full speed with 6 knights. The infantry behind him simultaneously hurled their spears at the chaotic serfs, then drew their iron swords and followed closely. "Don't want! Spare me! Spare me! Ah dash! Pf dash!" The emaciated serfs offered no resistance to the spears and warhorses, being pierced and thrown about, their corpses quickly carpeting the ground ahead. Verin stepped over these bodies, accelerating further, and casually grabbed a throwing spear, hurling it towards the enemy infantry phalanx. The spear pierced through several infantrymen in succession, and Brandon was enraged. The enemy, numbering only a little over 100, dared to charge his army head-on. It was an insult to him. He immediately ordered the knights around him. "You few go and hold off the other knights. I want to defeat this arrogant fellow myself." After saying that, Brandon removed his face armor, patted his mount, and headed towards Verin, who was charging into the enemy ranks. Verin casually killed several infantrymen, and when he saw the main force arriving, he immediately dropped his spear, drew his knight's long sword, and charged forward. In the instant the two clashed, Verin used his special skills to knock Brandon off his mount, causing him to stagger back several steps after landing. Brandon steadied himself, his tone finally becoming serious. "Kid, I underestimated you." Verin dismounted and, without a word, charged toward him at lightning speed. Brandon roared, "How dare you! Today I'll test the strength of the X family's pioneering knights." He quickly gathered his strength, channeling his inner fighting spirit into his knight's long sword, and stomped the ground, preparing to face the enemy head-on. After several rounds of fighting, Brandon gradually ran out of energy and was panting heavily, but he dared not relax for a moment. Because he knew very well that if he made a mistake even for a moment, he could lose his life here. Ah dash! Chapter 26 Battle. A familiar scream rang out, and Brandon turned his head sharply to see that one of his guardian knights had been killed, his head flying high into the air, blood splattering on the battlefield. Looking around, he saw his men falling further and further behind. A single enemy knight was able to overpower several of their own men, and what had seemed like a sure victory had completely crumbled. Only now did Brandon realize that all the intelligence he had gathered was false. Those so-called reports were nothing more than bait deliberately released by the other side to mislead the nobles of the Kedro province. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse in concentration, Verin mobilized the last of his battle aura, imbuing it into his knight's longsword, and suddenly accelerated, charging straight towards Brandon. Seeing this, several soldiers immediately stepped in front of their lord, trying to stop Verin. But they were no match for him. Verin cleaved them in two at the waist with a single sword strike, and his piercing screams instantly awakened Brandon. Brandon hastily raised his sword to defend, but it was too late. The sword was knocked away, his helmet rolled to the ground, and he knelt on one knee, staring at the blood-stained sword against his neck, before finally collapsing to the ground in a daze. He was filled with resentment, but could only whisper, "You won." Verin pulled down his armor, looked at the middle-aged bronze high-ranking knight, and calmly replied, "Yes, I won." When the soldiers and knights around them saw their lord defeated and captured, their fighting spirit collapsed instantly, and they all threw down their weapons and chose to surrender. Baird wiped the sticky blood from his face and shouted, "Confiscate their weapons and tie them all up!" After the situation was completely under control, Verin sheathed his knight's sword, ordered his men to tie Brandon up, and take him back to the camp for strict guarding. The battle came suddenly and ended quickly. From the start of the engagement to its conclusion, it lasted only an hour. Night fell inside a tent. Verin changed into civilian clothes and sat in the main seat. 7 knights who had fought in the war stood before him, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Baird reported with a wry smile, "My lord, in this battle we suffered 37 dead, 12 seriously wounded, and 41 slightly wounded. The losses are considerable." Verin's face remained largely expressionless as he simply asked, "What are the enemy's casualties?" Another knight rose and reported, "Preliminary statistics show that the enemy suffered more than 400 casualties and captured 531. Among them are Sir Brandon, 9 bronze knights, 87 elite soldiers, and the rest are serfs." After a moment's thought, Verin instructed, "Take the serfs back. Give some to the half-elf Eunice to build the castle, and give the rest to Mike to manage the farmland. Also, send 1 soldier back and tell the current head of the Cleveland Barons territory that I allow them to pay a ransom to redeem their lord." The knight immediately thumped his chest and bowed, loudly responding. After the meeting, Verin left the tent and went to the area where the seriously wounded were being cared for. The soldiers lay on the ground, pale-faced and barely breathing, looking as if they could die at any moment. As Verin watched this scene, a slight pang of pain pierced his hardened heart. He wasn't the kind of nobleman who completely disregarded human life. At least for now, he still retained the most basic conscience. He said to the soldier beside him, "Go and fetch a basin of clean water." The soldier bowed and quickly ran away. A short while later, a basin of clean water was brought to Waylon. Verin took out a crystal bottle from his pocket, which contained a pale red liquid. He knelt down, uncorked the bottle, and poured the potion of life into a wooden basin. He then instructed, "Give this water to the seriously wounded." The soldier's tone was clearly excited, and he quickly responded and did as instructed. Verin lingered in the camp for a moment, watching the soldiers busily provide medical treatment, before turning and leaving. Baird, who happened to be visiting the wounded, witnessed this scene. He remained silent, simply standing there and watching Verin leave. He thought to himself that perhaps choosing to follow Master Waylon was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. Soon after, a military doctor with some medical knowledge strode over and excitedly reported to Baird, "Sir, the brother's condition has improved, and their breathing has stabilized." Baird nodded and said, "I understand. If there is any remaining life potion left by the Lord, send it to the lightly wounded." The military doctor immediately accepted the order and left. The next day, inside the castle of Baron Cleveland, a young man listened to the messenger's words with disbelief on his face. He exclaimed, "How is this possible? Father led over 1,000 men, how could they be defeated by only 100? The old steward whispered, "Young master, serfs have been escaping one after another. I'm afraid this is the truth." In the main seat, the middle-aged noblewoman's hands trembled uncontrollably, yet she still forced herself to remain calm. She ordered in a deep voice, "Old bull, pass on my orders, place the castle under full martial law and recall all 4 remaining knights." The old steward immediately accepted the order and left. After he left, the middle-aged noblewoman looked at the soldier who had brought the news and continued to ask, "What are their demands for releasing the master and the knights?" The soldier bowed his head and replied, "Madam, the other side did not say it explicitly, but only asked me to relay that the negotiations will take place at the border on the morning of July 19th. The middle-aged lady nodded. "You may go down now." 2 guards helped the wounded soldier out of the hall, leaving only the middle-aged noblewoman and Brandon's eldest son, Reborn, in the vast hall. The oil lamp flickered slightly, and Reborn, his face full of anxiety, couldn't help but ask, "Mother, what should we do next?" The middle-aged noblewoman said in a deep voice, "The most important thing now is to ransom your father and the other knights. Otherwise, we simply cannot defend such a large barren Cleveland territory." Reborn was even more puzzled after hearing this. "Mother, even if several lords around here covet this place, according to the kingdom's laws, they cannot." The middle-aged noblewoman glared at him and said angrily, "Fool, the real danger comes from within the family." Looking at her son, she felt a pang of disappointment, but she could only immediately begin preparing for the negotiations 2 days later, trying her best to redeem the territory's main fighting force. On the other hand, due to the large number of prisoners in the camp, the mithril mining had to be temporarily suspended. Fortunately, Verin produced a life-saving potion, and all 12 seriously wounded soldiers were out of danger, even gaining some strength, a blessing in disguise. The lightly wounded soldiers also recovered most of their injuries after taking the diluted life-saving potion. Inside a tent, Verin and Brandon sat facing each other, playing chess and talking. Brandon placed the chess piece down, looked at Verin, and asked, "You're very strong, so why did you come here to be a pioneer knight?" With a calm expression, Waylon casually placed a piece. "Perhaps it's for a dream, or perhaps it's because he doesn't want to live an ordinary life." Brandon then asked, "How much ransom do you plan to ask for next?" At this point, he had lost the imposing presence he displayed on the battlefield and looked more like an old man in his twilight years. Verin looked at him and said directly, "That depends on the value you and your men have in the territory. I have plenty of time to wear you down." Brandon laughed. "I don't think so." Verin smiled faintly as well. "Who knows?" After he finished speaking, he placed his last piece, winning the game. He then got up, straightened his clothes, and left the tent. Brandon watched the young man's retreating figure, and then thought of his good-for-nothing eldest son, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Perhaps this is why the Ikes family was able to grow from a baronial family to an Earlial family in just 700 years. Imprisoned here, Brandon had nothing to do, so he began to reflect on his actions over the years. It had been a long time since he had sat down so quietly and seriously considered his life. Chapter 27 Ransom. 2 days later, at the border of the barren Cleveland territory, the two sides agreed to meet. A wooden table stood in the center of the lawn. Verin sat on one side, and Brandon's wife on the other. Brandon's eldest son, Reborn, stood behind his mother, while the guards on both sides retreated a dozen meters away, wary of each other. The middle-aged lady sat with dignified posture and aristocratic bearing. Although wrinkles appeared on her face, her youthful beauty was still evident. In contrast, Verin was much more casual, sitting however he felt comfortable. The noblewoman asked, "Sir, what are your conditions?" Her voice was very pleasant, and Verin couldn't help but glance at her a few more times before calmly announcing the price. 500 female serfs, 3,000 gold coins, 120,000 caddies of grain, and 20 oxen, and I will release Sir Brandon. As for the other knights and soldiers, that's another matter. The middle-aged lady's expression changed slightly upon hearing the number, but she forcibly suppressed her anger. However, Reborn, standing nearby, couldn't bear it any longer and angrily said, "Why don't you just rob it?" Verin smiled slightly. "Rob? Isn't this what we're doing now?" Reborn was so angry he couldn't speak. The noblewoman turned and scolded, "Reborn, shut up!" The young man immediately lowered his head, not daring to utter another word. The noblewoman regained her composure and looked at Verin. "Sir, you've asked for far too much." Verin leaned back in his chair, his tone relaxed. "No, I believe this is precisely Sir Brandon's value. Does your husband not deserve such things in your eyes, madam?" The lady immediately realized this was a linguistic trap and interrupted coldly. "We're talking about ransom now." Verin nodded. "All right, let's talk about the ransom then. Madam, you don't want to lose your husband and become a widow, do you?" The wealthy woman's gaze darkened. "What do you mean by this?" Verin laughed and said, "There are too many dangers in the wilderness. I have to bring so many guards when I go out, let alone Sir Brandon who is unarmed." The noblewoman abruptly stood up and looked down at Verin. "In that case, there's no need to continue this negotiation. If anything happens to Brandon, Baron Cleveland will fight you to the death." Verin remained seated, his smile unchanged. "Is that so? I hope that in 2 weeks, it will still be you, beautiful lady, sitting here negotiating with me." The noblewoman was stung by his words, and her face turned pale. She knew very well that if this dragged on, the lord of the Cleveland baronship might change hands within a month. After struggling for a moment, she sat back down in her chair. The two argued for more than 20 minutes, and in the end, the lady gave in. Brandon's ransom was set at 500 female serfs, 3,000 gold coins, 100,000 caddies of grain, and 20 oxen. Each knight would receive 20 serfs and 2 oxen, and each soldier would receive 5 serfs and 100 caddies of grain. In total, the Baron of Cleveland was to pay the Lake of Prayer Stars 1,100 serfs, 3,000 gold coins, 110,000 caddies of grain, and 38 oxen. Finally, the middle-aged noblewoman picked up the pen and, with intense humiliation, signed her name on the contract. This time, the Baron Cleveland suffered a devastating blow. Its 80 years of accumulated wealth vanished by a fraction of its former size. Verin put away the contract and stood up with satisfaction. "Very good, madam. 3 days from now, here again, you will see your husband, Sir Brandon." After saying that, he left with his men. Watching Verin's departing figure, Reborn's face was full of resentment. "Mother, this is a betrayal of father. He will not allow you to do this." The noblewoman raised her hand, but Rebel closed his eyes and didn't flinch. Finally, the hand slowly lowered. When Rebel opened his eyes again, his mother was gone, and he could only humiliatingly mount his horse and rejoin the procession. On the way back, Baird spurred his horse forward and said excitedly, "My lord, we've hit the jackpot this time. With these things, the castle construction can be completed much faster." Verin looked out at the silent wilderness and replied calmly, "That's true. But before things truly stabilize, we still have a battle to fight." Baird was taken aback. My lord, are you talking about Brandon? Verin glanced at him. You're only half right. We also need to include the surrounding territories. Only by defeating them this time can we mine Mithril in peace. Baird scratched the back of his head, still somewhat puzzled. Then why didn't you poison Brandon during the transaction? I know a poison that would make him stay dead for several days after he returns. Without a second thought, Verin refused outright. No way. Such underhanded tactics could easily make us a target of public criticism in the province of Kadro, and even throughout the entire kingdom. Baird then asked. But if several territories unite, how can we deal with them given our limited military strength? Verin simply reassured him. Don't worry, I have a plan. Just follow my instructions. Upon returning to the camp, Verin immediately wrote a letter and gave it to a knight, instructing him to travel over 200 kilometers to Ridge territory and deliver it to his cousin Brian. A few days later, at the border of Baron Cleveland, the ransom and prisoners were exchanged smoothly without any conflict breaking out. As soon as Brandon returned to the castle, he immediately ordered his steward to invite several nobles from the surrounding area to come and discuss important matters. Meanwhile, Verin returned to Lake of Prayer with over 1,000 people and a large amount of supplies to begin replanning the construction of his territory and preparing for the upcoming battles. He first selected 200 strong men from among the captives and traded serfs, and handed them over to a knight for training, hoping they would be useful in a few days. He then assigned 300 men to the half-elf girl Eunice to make up for the manpower shortage in the castle construction. The remaining men were handed over to another garrison knight to manage tasks such as farmland reclamation, riverbed leveling, and timber felling. The next morning, just as Verin got up, Orlando excitedly ran over to share the good news. My lord, the task you assigned to the craftsman has been completed. Verin, who was still half asleep, instantly woke up and said excitedly, Quick, take me there. Chapter 28 Ballista, Brandon prepares for a comeback. Soon, Verin and Orlando arrived at an open space. The blacksmith and carpenter were already waiting there, and upon seeing their lord arrive, they immediately bowed. Joseph, the foreman of the carpentry team, stepped forward and respectfully introduced. Sir, this is the finished ballista. As Verin approached to examine it, the ballista before him gradually overlapped with the images from his past life. He ordered in a deep voice, Bring me a spear. A carpenter immediately brought over a spear, and the other two worked together to turn the hinge, which in turn pulled the bowstring from the rear axle. Once the spear was loaded, everyone held their breath, waiting for a test shot. Verin took the wooden hammer Orlando handed him and slammed it down on the trigger. With a whoosh, the thick spear flew out instantly, piercing through 3 experimental wooden dummies in succession, even tearing apart the leather armor on their bodies. The 3 targets were placed at 300 meters, 600 meters, and 800 meters respectively, making its power immediately apparent. Looking at the result, Verin couldn't help but shout his approval. The blacksmiths and carpenters around him, hearing their lord's praise, straightened their chests, their faces beaming with glory. Joseph bowed and took the opportunity to ask, Sir, please name this weapon. Verin stroked the ballista and said casually, Let's keep its original name, and call it the triple bow ballista. How's production going? Joseph immediately replied, Sir, 4 people per group can complete a 3-bow ballista in 6 days. Verin nodded, satisfied with the speed. In the wilderness, this weapon was definitely a powerful weapon, and it would soon become an important tool in his hands. As for the future, once he possesses magicians and magical blacksmiths, this item may become obsolete, or it may be infused with magical elements, thus realizing its greater value. Then, Verin summoned all the artisans and announced in public, Now I will keep my promise. In the name of Verinax, I hereby declare the abolition of your slavery. From this moment on you are free. 15 blacksmiths and 25 carpenters knelt down in unison, their voices filled with emotion. Thank you, Lord. After everyone stood up, Verin continued. Next is the second promise. If you complete the mission within a month, I will give each of you a woman to help you reproduce. Upon hearing this, the craftsmen became immediately excited. Even if some of them had children, those children were merely the property of the slave owners, not theirs. But now things are different. They are free. Their own women and their own children will truly continue their bloodline. Verin then announced a new task. If you complete 20 ballistae within a week, each of you will receive an extra gold coin. Joseph immediately replied, Please rest assured, my lord, even if I die from exhaustion, I will carry out your orders. The other craftsmen also expressed their loyalty. They knew very well that everything they had now came from Verin, and that they would have no choice but to rely on this lord in the future. Back in his room, Verin revised his battle plan. With the triple bow ballista, he was now fully confident of defeating Brandon's next attack. In this battle, he not only needs to defend his territory, but also sees the opportunity to gain greater benefits and accelerate the development of the entire territory. Fate would only guide him with valuable information, but this was already an advantage that others lacked. With this, Verin would climb step by step to the pinnacle of this world and see the view from the highest point. Meanwhile, at Ridge Castle in Ridge Territory, Brian received a letter from his cousin and immediately summoned the territory's army to provide support. Throughout the entire process, he did not hesitate at all, taking away 80% of the troops of the Ridge Territory, leaving only a trusted confidant to guard the territory. Meanwhile, in Baron Cleveland, Brandon stood in his study, repeatedly reviewing the gains and losses of the last battle. He clenched his fist, stared at the densely packed plan on the paper, and whispered, "This time, I will not fail again." This time, he not only wanted revenge, but also to capture Verin alive and regain all the face he had lost last time. At that moment, the butler came up behind him and reported, "Master, Lords Violet, Raisley and Barry are already waiting in the hall." Brandon picked up the paper filled with plans and led the butler to the hall. As soon as he entered, he heard three people talking and laughing loudly, their words full of mockery of his defeat to the young pioneer knight. Someone laughed and said, "That shameless old man Brandon actually had to rely on a woman to negotiate and redeem himself." Another person warned, "The elite, watch your mouth, or you'll end up like this one day." Someone else sneered, "I'd rather kill myself than endure this humiliation if a woman had to negotiate." Brandon coughed lightly, and the three of them turned away and fell silent. He acted as if he hadn't heard them, and walked to the head seat with a fake smile. He got straight to the point. "Gentlemen, the reason I invited you here today is for a huge iron ore mine." "Iron ore?" The three of them stared wide-eyed at Brandon. Brandon nodded. "That's right. As long as we take that stronghold, I'll only take 10% of the profits, and the rest is all yours." Wearing a magic robe, Kaisley stroked his white beard and asked suspiciously, "Brandon, is there a trap here? You're not making up this lie for revenge, are you?" Brandon's eyes turned cold as he stared at the magician. "Do you think that's possible, Risley?" The other two also realized what was happening and looked at him suspiciously. After all, Brandon had just suffered a defeat, and it wasn't impossible that he might drag them down with him in his quest for revenge. Seeing the atmosphere become tense, Warrior Lord Barry spoke up to ease the tension. "Brandon, it's not that we don't believe you. But without evidence, we can't be fools." Brandon was silent for a moment, then could only say, "In that case, let Case use the lie detection magic to prove whether what I said is true or false." Kaisley rose, holding his staff and chanting softly. Soon, a white magic circle appeared beneath Brandon's feet. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Brandon spoke again. "The places occupied by the Pioneer Knights contain huge reserves of iron ore." As soon as the words were spoken, the magic circle that detected the lie remained white and did not turn red. Seeing this, the three finally believed it. There really was an iron ore mine there with astonishing reserves. Chapter 29 Reinforcements. With shared interests, the meeting proceeded very smoothly. The lords decided to contribute their respective forces according to the agreed-upon division of profits. They all knew that the longer the delay went on, the more variables would arise. So the four agreed to meet at the border of Baron Cleveland 5 days later, join forces to attack the Pioneer Knights' territory, and seize the rich iron mine. In the past few days, Verin has also been preparing for battle intensively. On the morning of July 23rd, a well-equipped army entered Lake of Prayer Stars from the south. Upon receiving the news, Verin immediately led his men to greet him. Soon, a handsome knight approached. It was none other than his cousin Brian. Brian smiled and said, "Verin, I'm here." Verin stepped forward and replied, "Cousin, welcome." After exchanging greetings, the two knights followed the two into the Lake of Prayer Stars. Brian toured the territory and was impressed by how well it had been built in less than 3 months, remarking that Verin was far superior to him in his prime. With a smile, Verin said that he was able to continue his plan thanks to the assistance from Sir Brandon next door, because he had enough manpower. The group chatted as they walked until they arrived at a wide meadow. Food and drinks had already been laid out there, and the knights took their seats. At the banquet, while introducing the surrounding situation to his cousin, Waylon also explained the upcoming battle plan. But Brian interrupted him after listening for a while, rubbing his head, and said directly, "No need for all that trouble. This time I brought 50 bronze knights, 200 knight squires, and 600 elite warriors. We'll face them head-on and defeat them directly." Waylon was speechless and could only advise. Cousin, this will cause a lot of casualties. The other side is not a pushover either. We need to use some tactics to reduce losses and gain more benefits. Seeing that he was about to continue his analysis, Brian quickly waved his hand and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. He then picked up his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Looking at the drunkard, Verin felt a headache coming on and simply said, Forget it, cousin, let your guardian knight communicate with me. He simply couldn't understand how Brian had managed to conquer twice the size of the Cleveland Barons territory in just 6 years and then run it so well. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the banquet ended, and many of the drunk knights simply collapsed and fell asleep. Verin had to ask Orlando to bring blankets to cover them. At this moment, a composed young man appeared before Verin, bowed, and said, Lord Verin, I am the Lord's guardian knight and chief executive officer. You may call me Adrian. Verin sensed the aura emanating from the other party and was slightly surprised. A magic knight? Adrian replied politely. Your eyesight is excellent, sir. At this moment, Verin finally understood why Ridge territory had been managed so successfully. It was mostly because of the person standing before him. Magic knights possess the advantages of both the extraordinary professions of magician and knight, making them powerful and intelligent, far superior to ordinary knights. Afterwards, Verin led Adrian to a wooden hut, spread out a map, and began to explain his deployment. He said, This time we will face an attack from 4 territories. I estimate the enemy force to be around 3,000 men, 60% of whom are serfs, and about 1,200 are regular soldiers. The Lake of Prayer for Stars can deploy 300 infantrymen and 15 bronze knights to be positioned in front and draw the enemy's attention. As for you, the enemy doesn't know you exist beforehand, so you can lie in ambush on the flank. Once I give the signal, you will attack from the flank and rear, directly assaulting the command center and crushing their core forces. After listening, Adrian couldn't help but ask, Lord Verin, forgive my bluntness, but can your 300 men withstand a frontal attack from the enemy's 3,000 men? Verin just smiled mysteriously. You don't need to worry about that, I have my own way of handling it. This answer immediately piqued Adrian's curiosity. He had already scouted the Lake of Prayer Stars after entering, and there were no silver knights there. He was eager to know how Verin managed to hold off 3,000 people with only 300. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Waylon told them to come in. Orlando pushed open the door and entered, reporting, My lord, we have captured 6 runaway serfs, all of whom were slaves traded back a week ago. Without hesitation, Verin ordered, Demote them to the 3rd class of slaves and send them to the salt mines after the war ends. Orlando accepted the order and left. Adrian knew in his heart that these people were most likely spies planted by the enemy. After discovering that an unfamiliar army had entered the Lake of Prayer Stars, they rushed back to report. However, Adrian was more concerned about Verin himself than these spies. At the age of 13, he was already a mid-level bronze knight. Such talent was truly astonishing. The day was July 25th, and the sun was shining brightly. The 4 lords, along with their respective subordinates, assembled at the border of the barren Cleveland. The main force of this campaign included 60 bronze knights, 300 knights attendants, 1,000 warriors, and 3,000 serfs. Violet, Leslie, and Barry were brimming with confidence, as if they could already see victory. They couldn't believe that a newly emerged pioneer knight could withstand such a force. Only Brandon had a vague feeling that something was wrong. None of the spies he had planted in the slave ranks had returned, which made him uneasy. Violet, however, loudly proclaimed in front of everyone, This time, we must wipe out that brat and avenge Brandon, ha ha! His soldiers raised their weapons, looking defiantly at Brandon's army, showing off their bravery. A knight beside Brandon was about to speak in anger, but Brandon stopped him. Brandon whispered, Never mind, I have a bad feeling. Have our men slow down. He was no longer young and impetuous, so he wouldn't fall for Violet's provocation and rush to the front to become cannon fodder. Seeing this, Violet did not continue to provoke them, but simply told his men to shut up. Then, in his capacity as temporary commander-in-chief, he ordered, Move out. The main force began its advance towards the Mithril mine camp. As agreed, Violet's troops led the way, followed by Leslie and Barry's armies, with Brandon's men bringing up the rear. Brandon's force totaled only about 500 men. After all, the losses in the last battle were too great, and in a short period of time, he had neither enough money nor enough equipment to rebuild his army. Chapter 30 The Second Ore War, Part 1. At that very moment, inside the Mithril mine camp, as soon as Verin received news of the enemy's attack, he immediately began to deploy his troops and prepare for battle. As planned, Brian led his troops out of the camp and circled around to ambush 3 kilometers away on the flank, waiting for Verin to give the signal. The sun was high in the sky when the enemy finally appeared on the horizon, slowly approaching the mining area. Verin, mounted on his horse, looked at the triple crossbows hidden behind the soldiers, his heart filled with certainty. Meanwhile, Violet rode her tall warhorse, advancing while observing Verin's formation. The Earth Mage, Raisley, also cast a reconnaissance spell, scouting the wilderness ahead to avoid falling into the same traps Brandon had encountered before. Violet turned and shouted, "Raisley, is there an ambush ahead?" Kaisley opened his eyes and replied, "There are no traps, the road ahead is clear." Violet burst into laughter and immediately ordered his knights and squires to assemble at the front of the battle line, preparing for a charge to wipe out Violet's force of over 300 men. Barry glanced at Brandon, who was still 2 kilometers away, and couldn't help but remind him, "Brandon is still behind us, should we wait?" Violet snorted coldly, not taking it to heart at all. "That coward has already been scared out of his wits by this kid." Kaisley nodded in agreement. Barry, seeing this, said nothing more. In his view, the opposing side only numbered a few hundred, and the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. Violet watched the enemy cavalry assemble from afar, realizing that they had abandoned conventional advances, and were preparing to directly break through his lines with their cavalry. He rode past the front lines and roared at the terrified slave soldiers. "Anyone who deserts in the face of battle will be executed without mercy!" The slave soldier felt the cold gaze of the knight behind him, and could only forcefully steady his trembling legs, grip his weapon tightly, and pray that he could survive. Soon, the earth trembled, and the enemy began to accelerate their charge. Verin coldly ordered, "Split into formation!" The front row slave soldiers immediately dispersed as trained, revealing 20 triple-bow ballistae hidden behind them. The soldiers quickly turned the axles to draw the bows and then placed long spears mixed with mithril onto the ballistae. Verin raised his right hand, calculating the distance. When the enemy closed to within 800 meters, he suddenly lowered his arm and shouted, "Release!" The soldier swung his hammer and struck the trigger. With a whoosh, 20 mithril spears tore through the air and shot toward the charging cavalry. The bronze mid-rank knight at the forefront felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a large, bull-sized hole in his chest and fell off his horse. The mithril lance was incredibly powerful. The knight's iron armor and the squire's leather armor were like paper before it, pierced through in the blink of an eye. In the first volley, more than 30 of Violet's vanguard fell. Seeing a third of her elite troops, accumulated over 10 years, vanish in an instant, Violet's eyes bloodshot, and she roared, "I'll kill you!" Soon, a second volley of ballistae was fired, and dozens more knights and squires fell from their horses, their fates unknown. Violet was consumed by rage, gripping her spear tightly and frantically urging, "Charge! Charge! Tear them apart!" After the third volley of fire, the enemy was less than 400 meters from Violet's front lines. The ballistae soldiers immediately raised their weapons and retreated, and Violet then ordered, "Form ranks!" 200 slave soldiers regrouped into 4 ranks, raising their 4-meter-long spears, ready to meet the knight's charge. These were the expendable soldiers that Verin had selected a week ago, precisely to stall for this moment. The next instant, Violet led the remaining knights and crashed into the enemy ranks. The first dozen or so slave soldiers were instantly smashed into pieces, and dozens more behind them were thrown back by the force. Violet charged into the crowd, discarding her spear and drawing her knight's longsword to hack and slash wildly, cutting through the slave soldiers as she approached the hill where Verin was. Seeing that the time was right, Verin immediately ordered, "Send the signal." Baird took out a magic signal flare and fired it into the sky. A red light exploded in midair, and Brian, 3 kilometers away, saw it and immediately shouted, "Charge with me!" 50 bronze knights and 200 squires rode out simultaneously, closely following Brian. The magic knight Adrian led 600 elite warriors to clean up the rear. Meanwhile, Brandon, far behind the battlefield, also saw the signal. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he immediately ordered the entire army to halt their advance and retreat. Although the knights in the ranks were puzzled, they still obeyed their lord's orders. The 500-strong force quickly turned around, with the rear guard becoming the front guard, and retreated along the original route. On the main battlefield, Verin was already engaged in combat with the crazed Violet, and the two sides were locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. As the enemy's serf soldiers also arrived on the battlefield, the situation began to tilt in the enemy's favor, and Verin's knights and soldiers could only hold on desperately, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. On the outskirts of the battlefield, Barry recalled the signal flare that had just been launched and saw Brandon suddenly retreat, and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Just then, Raisley, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and exclaimed in horror, "Barry, there are people to the south!" Barry turned his head and saw Brian appearing on the horizon against the setting sun, leading his cavalry charging toward their position. Barry's expression changed drastically. "Oh no, an ambush!" He hurriedly mobilized the infantry to form a human wall, attempting to stop the knight's charge. Raisley also immediately raised his staff, exhausted his magic, and built a 100-meter-long, 1.5-meter-high earthen wall in front of the infantry, before collapsing to the ground. Two mage apprentices quickly helped their master up and gave him a precious mana potion. Barry, however, couldn't care less about that. He only had 300 warriors with him, of whom no more than 20 were bronze rank. It would be incredibly difficult for him to stop Brian's charge. He could only roar at the 100 soldiers holding massive shields. "Stop them! Defend the honor of the Bacchus family to the death!" Upon hearing their lord's command, the giant shield soldiers mobilized their inner fighting spirit, staring intently at the charging knight, preparing for a desperate fight. Chapter 31 The Second War Part 2. Brian stared intently ahead, unleashing the full power of a mid-level silver knight, with visible flames of battle aura condensing on his knight's lance. He commanded in a deep voice, "Form ranks!" The knights and squires behind him immediately adjusted their charging stance, forming a wedge formation within a mere 300 meters. Brian himself took the lead, ready to tear through the enemy's wall of men in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Barry, carrying his giant shield, charged to the front and channeled all his fighting spirit to meet the impact. He roared, his muscles bulged, veins stood out, and with the help of his family's secret technique, he grew to a towering 2.3 meters, transforming into a giant. But instead of a direct confrontation, Brian suddenly changed direction at the last moment, bypassing Barry and plunging fiercely into the enemy ranks from the flank. Screams and the sound of shattering followed one after another. The right flank of the human wall was torn apart in an instant, and more than a dozen soldiers, along with their armor and shields, were destroyed, their blood splattering like a red rain. Barry's eyes widened in fury as he roared and lunged at Brian. But after only one exchange, the high-ranking bronze warrior, just one step away from silver, was sent flying by the spear and crashed heavily to the ground. Several mid-tier bronze warriors charged forward in a frenzy, only to have their heads easily severed by the knights behind Brian. The battle continued, warriors fell one after another, and the battle line completely collapsed. The battle finally came to an end when the magic knight Adrian arrived with 600 elite troops. Having regained some strength, Kaisley forced himself to use his magic to amplify his voice and announce, "Put down your weapons, we surrender." Upon hearing the order, the surrounding soldiers stopped fighting and threw their weapons to the ground. Brian ordered Adrian to take the prisoners, while he led the remaining knights to support Verin. At this moment, Violet also discovered that something had happened in the rear. Seeing that the command post had been captured, she gritted her teeth and said, "You villain, all you do is resort to tricks and schemes." Verin simply smiled and responded with silence, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. Violet, who had always mocked others, had never been so scorned. He flew into a rage and, even though defeat was inevitable, charged at Verin once more. Verin's smile vanished as he gripped his knight's longsword to meet the attack. A few minutes later, Brian arrived on the battlefield and effortlessly ended the exchange. Seeing his cousin defeat his struggling enemy with a single hand, Verin was momentarily stunned. Especially the imposing aura Brian displayed made him unable to resist asking, "Cousin, you're actually a mid-level silver?" Brian scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. "What? Didn't I tell you?" Verin sighed, momentarily at a loss for words. If he'd known his cousin was so strong, he would have just confronted him head-on. There was no need for all this scheming. He could only say helplessly, "Never mind, it's because my intelligence work wasn't done well enough." Violet was about to unleash a torrent of curses when Brian knocked her unconscious with the back of his sword. 10 minutes later, the battle was completely over. When they took stock of the prisoners, they discovered that Brandon was missing. After learning the reason, Verin smiled. The old man was clever. His previous capture experience had probably become a lifelong trauma for him. Covered in blood, Baird stepped forward and reported, "Sir, what should we do next?" As was customary, Violet ordered that one soldier be selected from each of the 3 groups and sent back, with negotiations to discuss the ransom 3 days later. Afterward, the camp became lively again. Although Raisley and Barry were prisoners, they continued to enjoy the treatment of nobles. Only Violet was bound hand and foot, and her mouth was even gagged with a rag. Looking at his bandaged arm, Barry smiled wryly and said to Raisley that this time they would probably have to rely on women to negotiate their release, just like Brandon. Violet was so angry that she whimpered and screamed, but she couldn't say anything. Barry then asked, "Do you think Brandon knew about the ambush beforehand and slipped away?" Recalling the signal flare from before, Kaisley smiled wryly and said, "Actually, the other side had warned us a long time ago, but we didn't take it seriously." Barry sighed. They had clearly outnumbered their opponents in this battle, yet they ended up as prisoners. Ultimately, war can't be fought with brute force alone. This is the consequence of not using your brain. 3 days later, the two sides began preliminary negotiations to discuss the ransom terms. 6 days later, the deal was completed. Valen released the 3 lords, as well as all the knights, squires, and warriors, and the other side delivered the ransom. As for the captured serfs on both sides, nobody cared. This ransom was so generous that Verin truly experienced overnight wealth. 2,000 serfs, 20,000 gold coins, 400,000 caddies of grain, 3,000 caddies of fine wine, 200 oxen, 60 war horses, 500 bolts of cloth, 30 bolts of silk, as well as leather armor and spears, totaling a value of 200,000 gold coins, almost emptying 1/10 of the wealth of the 3 noble families. According to the distribution, Verin took 40%, including 1,000 male serfs, 500 female serfs, all the grain, 100 oxen, 20 war horses, 300 bolts of cloth and 200 sets of leather armor, and the rest went to Brian. Of the spoils of war, Verin only took 600 serfs, 80 sets of iron armor, 200 sets of leather armor, 50 knights' longswords, 120 horses, and 300 spears. The rest he gave to his cousin. On the afternoon of July 31st, a grand banquet was held on the grass of Lake of Prayer for stars to celebrate this victory. At dawn the next day, Brian led his army and spoils away from Lake of Prayer and returned to Ridgelands. Meanwhile, the excavation of the Mithril mine officially began. On the way back, Adrian came to Brian's side and asked in confusion, "My lord, Lord Verin's territory is clearly hiding secrets. Why won't you let me investigate further?" Brian said nonchalantly, "Adrian, I can let you do whatever you want with other things. But as for Verin, he's unwilling to tell me, so why should I know?" Adrian tried to persuade him further, but Brian stopped him by raising his hand. Brian laughed and said, "All right, stop worrying about it. Come back and have a good drink with me. It's been a long time since we've had such a satisfying game." Seeing this, Adrian had no choice but to give up asking. "All right, my lord." Chapter 32 Territory Meeting. At night, Verin lay in bed, feeling much more relaxed. After 2 consecutive battles, the territory's population has reached over 4,000, its weapons and equipment have been greatly replenished, and the strength of its knights has improved accordingly, making it a very fruitful endeavor. Next, he planned to form 3 100-man infantry units and 1 100-man archer unit, while also increasing the training of knight squires. These 2 battles made him realize that he had too few knights under his command and was unable to form an effective charge. The thought of his cousin commanding hundreds of knights and squires on the battlefield, making them charge into battle as if they were his own limbs, filled Verin with envy. At 8 o'clock in the evening, that pleasant voice rang out again, bringing him new news. 15 days later, 30 kilometers west of the Lake of Prayer for Stars, a group of centaurs will be herding a herd of blue-purple horses, one of which is a brown centaur with a strength of low-level silver. Upon hearing this, Wayland suddenly sat up in bed. The blue-purple horse has excellent endurance, strong load-bearing capacity, and a gentle temperament, easily carrying a weight of over 1,000 kilograms. More importantly, as long as the compatibility is sufficient, the blue-purple horse can also establish a brief spiritual connection with the knight, making it far more valuable on the battlefield than an ordinary warhorse. The only problem is that there's a low-level silver rank centaur among them, which isn't so easy to deal with. After a moment of contemplation, Velen's eyes quickly hardened. "The bold will thrive, the timid will starve," he thought. With proper preparation, he didn't believe he couldn't kill a low-ranking silver centaur. He had to get his hands on those blue-purple horses no matter what. He had half a month left, enough time to prepare a trap on their inevitable route. The following morning, the territory held its usual meeting to summarize the situation of the previous month. Governor Baird was the first to rise and report that 4,000 acres of land had been reclaimed in July, and the construction plan south of the Lake of Prayer Stars was basically completed. The territory currently has 2 logging camps, 2 quarries, 1 salt mine, and 1 secret mine, with a total population of 4,200, of which 7% are free citizens. Andrew then reported on the salt mine's situation. Last month, the mine extracted 40 tons of salt, and this month, due to increased manpower, production is expected to rise to around 100 tons. Randolph, the knight stationed at Lake of Prayer Stars, then rose and said that 2 sides of the castle's outer walls had been completed. According to the half-elf girl Eunice's estimate, the planned project would be finished in another 2 months, and she inquired whether any new construction projects should be added. Violin directly ordered that, after the original projects were completed, priority should be given to continuing the construction of important facilities. Finally, the knight Greg, who was in charge of the public warehouse, reported on the supplies. The warehouse already contained 150 sets of iron armor, 600 sets of leather armor, 50 knights' longswords, 300 spears, 300 bolts of cloth, as well as a large quantity of grain wine, fruit wine, processed mineral salt, unprocessed mineral salt, 630,000 caddies of grain, and 140 war horses. After hearing these numbers, Waylon realized that, without realizing it, he had accumulated such a large amount of supplies. After the report, he began to plan for the month. Verin looked at Baird and said in a deep voice, "For the next month, I need you to reorganize the territory's army, with a quota of 400 men. 10 men will form a squad, and 50 men will form a company, forming 6 infantry companies and 2 archer companies." In addition, he also asked Baird to urge the craftsmen to continue making triple-bow crossbows, the more the better. Baird immediately accepted the order. Afterwards, Verin assigned tasks to the knights with official duties in turn. Finally, he looked around and his gaze fell on the Hebrew sitting at the end of the table. When Hebrew's name was called, he immediately woke up, stood up, and responded loudly. Verin said, "I intend to entrust you with the management of 140 war horses, and you will assist your brother in training knights and squires." Hebrew listened and responded loudly. After waiting so long, he could finally truly work for the Lord. After the meeting, Verin dismissed everyone else, leaving only Orlando behind. The 14 knights left the cabin one after another, and the cabin quickly became quiet. Verin looked at Orlando and noticed that the boy seemed to have grown a few centimeters taller, so he asked about the training of the other children. Orlando immediately replied that of the 100 boys, 17 had met the standards set by Verin, and the remaining 83 had been assigned to craftsmen as apprentices as instructed. Verin was fairly satisfied with the result. A 17% pass rate had exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that it would be good if 10 out of 100 teenagers were qualified, but he didn't expect that there would be 17. He recalled seeing a survey at Windsor Castle a few years ago. The Royal Knightly and Magic Academies had conducted random checks on commoner children from surrounding towns to test their talent for cultivation. The final result is that out of every 100 teenagers, about 70 can reach the warrior threshold, 5 can reach the knight threshold, and 1 can reach the mage threshold. As for those rare professions, such as Adrian, the magic knight under his cousin Brian's command, there might not be 1 in 300,000 people. Verin then asked Orlando about his training progress. Orlando answered truthfully that he has already reached the threshold of the mid-bronze rank and expects to break through to the high bronze rank in about half a month. Verin nodded, telling him to just ask if he needed anything. Orlando thanked him and left, leaving only Verin in the cabin. He looked out the window at Lake Prayer for Stars. The tranquil and beautiful scenery of the lake gradually calmed his mind. The next priority is to set traps to ambush the centaurs and seize the blue-purple horses to expand the territory's strength. 2 days later, the territory was back on track, and Verin, accompanied by 2 knights, went to a location 30 kilometers west of the Lake of Prayer Stars to scout the terrain and prepare an attack plan. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Along the way, they only encountered a few goblins sporadically. The rest were mostly mindless wild beasts that eventually became their food. Violin stood on a hill and looked down at the lush green grassland below, where kobolds and goblins occasionally appeared. He took out a pencil, spread out a sheet of white paper, and began to record the surrounding terrain. Overall, the terrain here is high on both sides and low in the middle, but very flat. There are only low shrubs and weeds around, and almost no suitable places to ambush. Verin quickly realized that he had to find another place to set a trap and then use bait to lure the low-ranking silver centaur there. The key question is, what could possibly make a centaur disregard the safety of the blue-purple horse and actively chase after the bait? The next moment, Verin already had the answer in his heart. He took the reins and said to his 2 men, "Let's go take a look over there." Chapter 33 Ambush the Centaurs, Seize the Blue-Purple Horse. After 3 days of reconnaissance, Verin finally selected a suitable ambush location. It was situated north of the centaur's likely route, in a low, narrow valley, ideal for concealing his men and setting up ballistae. He glanced at the date and muttered, "It's August 6th now. There are still 9 days until the centaurs pass through here. That's plenty of time." After marking the spot, Verin immediately returned to gather his men, set traps, ambush the centaurs, and seize the blue-purple horse. By mid-August, a herd of centaurs, driving hundreds of bluish-purple horses, slowly traversed the wilderness. At the head of the group, a centaur carrying a poor-quality bow and arrows approached the white centaur, kneeling on his forelegs to report. He respectfully said, "Young master, the scouts report that there is no danger ahead." The white centaur Arya remained arrogant and simply ordered, "Continue forward." Arya had to drive the herd of bluish-purple horses back to the tribe before winter arrived. At their current pace, any delay could backfire. Unbeknownst to her, in the distance, from the bushes, Verin was calmly observing her group. There were about 50 centaurs. After confirming the number, Verin turned to Baird and ordered, "Prepare to proceed." Baird obeyed and immediately descended the hill to begin the performance as planned. One knight doused himself in blood, carried a bundle, mounted a red ridge horse, and galloped towards the trap. 2 minutes later, Baird, feigning ferocity, gave chase with several of his men. A roar soon echoed across the wilderness. "Stop! Don't run! Leave your stuff, or I'll tear you to pieces!" The sudden commotion alerted all the centaurs driving the purple horses, and they all looked around. Arya's face darkened as she stared at the humans appearing in the distance, angrily questioning the scout. "Is this what you meant by no danger?" The centaur trembled with fear and quickly lowered his head to beg for mercy. To protect the blue-purple horse, Arya immediately ordered, "Stay alert, fire arrows if they get close, kill without mercy." The surrounding centaurs immediately drew their bows and arrows, waiting for the humans to enter their range. Just then, Baird suddenly accelerated and cleaved the package behind the knight's horse with a single sword stroke. The package split open, revealing mithril with a silvery sheen, which then fell to the ground. The centaur in charge of reconnaissance had sharp eyes and spotted the anomaly from 2 kilometers away. He shouted excitedly, "Young master, it's mithril!" Arya's eyes lit up as she stared intently at the piece of mithril that the human had picked up again. A tall, fierce-looking brown centaur immediately stepped forward, licking his lips, and said, "Young master, give me a squad, I'll go and steal the mithril back." His name was Doris, a low-ranking silver centaur warrior, his eyes filled with greed. Arya forcibly suppressed her excitement and asked, "Doris, is there any danger in here?" But Doris was blinded by mithril, and said nonchalantly that these humans were weak and he could take the stuff back by himself. Arya pondered for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Soon, Doris, leading 10 centaurs, broke away from the group and chased after Baird. Seeing that they had taken the bait, Baird put on an even more elaborate act, cursing and swearing as he fled. Wylan, hiding in the bushes, clenched his fist in excitement at the sight. Meanwhile, in the valley, Andrew had already led 2 squadrons of soldiers into ambush, with all 20 ballistae aimed at the entrance, waiting for the target to enter firing range. The sound of hooves grew closer. Andrew spotted Baird in the distance, centaurs chasing after him. He lowered his voice and commanded, "Ready to act, await my orders." All the soldiers held their breath, their eyes fixed on the distance. Doris chased after him, shouting threats. "Human, don't run! Leave your stuff behind, and your grandpa Doris might spare your life." Led by the Red Ridge horse, he unknowingly rushed into the valley, completely unaware of the humans lying in ambush on both sides. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Mithril, and coupled with his confidence in his own strength, he had completely lost his guard. Andrew seized the opportunity and shouted, "Release!" 20 soldiers simultaneously pulled the trigger, and 20 spears forged from a mixture of Mithril shot out instantly. By the time Doris realized the danger, it was too late. He could only raise his hammer to defend himself. But those spears were incredibly powerful, easily piercing his hammer and armor. Hot blood splattered out, staining the ground red. Doris looked unwillingly at the humans before him, and finally slowly lowered his head. After a round of firing, only 6.5 centaurs remained in the valley. The survivors then realized what had happened and cried out in terror. "The commander is dead! It's a trap!" They immediately turned around, trying to rush out of the valley to report the news. But a second volley of spears followed immediately, piercing through 5 centaurs on the spot. The last one managed to escape, pulled out a red pill, swallowed it, and desperately ran towards Aaliyah. He had just rushed out of the valley when he shouted hoarsely, "Young master, there's an ambush! Humans!" Before he could finish speaking, a long spear flew through the air, piercing his body and pinning him to the ground. Arya was immediately on high alert. She saw a large number of humans suddenly appear all around her, and ballistae were set up on the distant hilltops. She immediately gripped her bow and began to draw her arrow. Verin, mounted on his warhorse, coldly locked his gaze ahead. After a standoff of more than 10 minutes, Baird arrived beside Verin with 2 squads of infantry and 20 triple-bow ballistae. He casually tossed the severed head onto the grass. It was Doris. Arya recognized the head and screamed in agony. "Doris!" Then she glared angrily at Verin and shouted through gritted teeth. "Despicable humans, you will pay the price, pay a terrible price!" Without a word, Verin ordered his soldiers to quickly load their spears into the ballistae. Once all 80 triple-bow ballistae were ready, he commanded, "Fire!" 80 spears flew out simultaneously from 4 directions, instantly killing more than 20 centaurs. The remaining centaurs trembled with fear, and Arya couldn't help but take a few steps back, quickly surveying her surroundings. She had less than 20 centaurs left, which was no match for hundreds of humans. The only option now was to abandon the blue-purple horse, return to the tribe, and seek revenge later. Before retreating, however, she needed to ascertain the enemy's identity. While gesturing to her surviving subordinates, Arya shouted towards Verin, "You despicable humans, dare you reveal your names?" Verin didn't respond at all and immediately ordered, "Attack!" To avoid injuring the blue-purple horse, they would have to engage in close combat. Seeing that he wasn't taking the bait, Arya didn't linger and immediately turned and charged towards the northwest, where there were the fewest people. At the same time, she commanded, "Disperse the herd and retreat." Several centaurs blew bone whistles, and the bluish-purple horses, upon hearing the unusual sound, immediately became agitated and began to run around wildly. Taking advantage of the chaos, the remaining centaurs followed Arya and broke through to the northwest. Chapter 34 The Mysterious Sphere is activated. "My lord, shall we pursue them?" Baird rode up to Verin and asked in a low voice. As the centaur was about to disappear, Verin shook his head and ordered, "Ignore her, let the others capture the blue-purple horse." They were concealed by their face shields throughout the journey, making it impossible for their opponents to obtain any useful information. However, on their return to their territory, Verin decided to take a detour to avoid being followed. As night approached, the group had gathered a total of 137 blue-purple horses, including 17 stallions, 106 mares, and 14 foals. This number already satisfied Verin considerably. Given enough time, it wouldn't be difficult for these mares to breed thousands of blue-purple horses, at which point he could build a true knightly order of his own. Arya, who escaped the encirclement, did not leave. She hid in the nearby bushes, preparing to follow them, find out the origins of these humans, and then seek an opportunity for revenge. "Despicable humans, I will make you pay a terrible price." Arya lay prone in the grass, gritting her teeth in hatred. The dead silver warrior Doris was one of her only 2 staunch supporters. Now that Doris was dead here, and the blue-purple horse herd had been stolen, she would likely only become a tool for marriage alliances with other centaur clans when she returned. She was unwilling, extremely unwilling. Over the next few days, Verin deliberately followed the original plan and drove in circles towards the province of Sapullo, which is adjacent to the province of Cadro. He had long suspected he was being followed, and decided to use this opportunity to shift the blame eastward. The western border of the Sepulchre province was precisely the area where the Hax family's descendants were primarily expanding. The Hax family comes from Tieshiung territory in Shiha province. They are a marquis family and the mortal enemy of the X family. A week later, after confirming that the centaurs had left, Verin changed direction and headed north along the border back to the Lake of Prayer. At this time, on the western border of the province of Sapullo, the descendants of the Hax family were unaware that they were about to face the revenge of a powerful centaur clan. On the morning of August 25th, Verin and his party finally returned to their territory. "My lord." Orlando and Hebrew bowed deeply upon his return. Verin glanced at the 2 men and noticed that they had both made breakthroughs in their strength. He patted them on the shoulders and laughed. "Not bad, worthy of being the guardian knights I chose." The 8 knights behind them widened their eyes upon hearing this. These 2 youths had only been practicing for less than half a year, yet they had already covered the path that took them 6 or 7 years. Just then, the mysterious little ball that Verin carried with him suddenly reacted. The 2 mysterious spheres obtained from the merchants at the entrance to the Shiha province were emitting strange fluctuations. Verin looked at Orlando and Hebrew, and vaguely understood something. He turned to Baird and instructed him. "Settle the blue-purple horses you brought back and get the stallions and mares bred as soon as possible." "Yes, my lord." Afterwards, Valen led 2 guardian knights into a room and took out the 2 mysterious spheres. As soon as the sphere appeared, it automatically floated into the air and slowly flew toward the 2 brothers who were still looking bewildered. Orlando instinctively took a half-step back, asking in confusion, "My lord, what is this?" Verin stroked his chin and said, "These 2 things should be related to you. Try to make contact. You might be surprised by what you find." Upon hearing this, Orlando and Hebrew each extended their right hand, grasped the sphere, closed their eyes, and began to circulate their battle aura. The next moment, a blinding light suddenly burst forth, and Verin couldn't help but raise his hand to shield his eyes. The 2 were enveloped in light for a full 10 minutes. When the light dissipated, 2 silver knights appeared before Verin. "Thank you for your grace, Lord." Orlando and the Hebrews knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. Verin was also a little confused, scratching his head and asking, "What exactly happened? Tell me the reason." Orlando stepped forward to explain that the 2 spheres had been caught in a spatial turbulence and accidentally ended up on the Synapse subcontinent. The spheres contained rare and precious combat cores, which had now fused with them, forcibly enhancing their strength. More importantly, they can use the core of the battle technique to contract with knight attendants, condense their own battle aura into seeds, transform them into secondary cores, and send them into the other party's body, becoming a connecting hub. In this way, they can form battle formations with their contractors during wartime, link their battle auras, and condense battle beasts to fight. After listening, Waylon immediately asked, "How many people can each of you contract now?" Orlando answered without hesitation, "My lord, my limit is 30 men." Heber then said, "Lord, I am 25. Verin nodded. "You can choose any knights or squires in the territory. I will also have Baird arrange for someone to buy another batch of boys soon." "Thank you for your kindness, Lord." The 2 brothers knelt down and kowtowed in gratitude. Waylon quickly helped them up and said with a smile, "I told you, now that you have become my guardian knights, I will do my best to train you." He continued, "From now on, I will fully support you in forming a knight order with contractors at its core." Orlando and Heber looked at Verin with eyes full of reverence and solemnly said, "Lord, we are willing to be the sword in your hand, to serve you for all eternity, until the moment we fall." Watching the 2 boys grow up, Verin finally vaguely understood what the wings mentioned in the guidance of fate meant. In the following days, the 3,000 mu of yam beans and 2,000 mu of vegetable roots planted 3 months ago gradually matured. Valen attached great importance to the first batch of grain in his territory, and personally organized freemen and serfs to go to the fields to harvest it. Looking at the mountain of sweet potatoes and vegetable roots, Waylon finally smiled. Baird gazed at the abundant harvest and said with emotion, "My lord, the joy of harvest always brings happiness to the body and mind." Waylon nodded. "Yes, a harvest represents joy, and it also represents the success of my first step in developing my business." He picked up a sweet potato, brushed off the dirt, and gently broke it in half, handing it to Baird. Taking a bite, the cool, sweet juice spread in his mouth, reminding him of the feeling of eating sweet potatoes as a child in his previous life. After 5 days of harvesting, a total of 1.35 million gene of soybeans and yams were harvested from 3,000 mu of land, with an average yield of 450 gene per mu. 2,000 mu of vegetable roots yielded 400,000 gene, with an average yield of 200 gene per mu. According to the previously established tax rules, Waylon will receive 810,000 caddies of yam beans and 320,000 caddies of vegetable roots. In addition, Valen ordered Baird to collect the surplus grain from the free people, purchasing it at a price of 1 copper coin for 1 pound of beans and potatoes, and 2 copper coins for 1 pound of vegetable roots. Chapter 35: The Copper Mine and the Distribution of Military Pay. September 1st has arrived, another day at the beginning of the month. 5 months have passed since we left Windsor Castle in April. Valen has grown from an initial squad of 15 to a territory of over 4,000. As he gazed upon the scene before him, his resolve grew ever stronger. All the sacrifices had been worthwhile. One day, he would become the master of this wilderness. The Grey Wasteland is vast. According to the exploration of the legendary mage Hazel from the royal capital 200 years ago, the entire wasteland is as large as 2 kingdoms, and can be considered the foundation of a kingdom. However, this place is teeming with monsters, and the combined number of legendary powerhouses from various races is even 3 times that of the kingdom of Ilia. But the various races within the wasteland are mortal enemies, and at most they can only briefly unite to resist external threats. A counterattack against the human kingdom is virtually impossible. Furthermore, with several countries surrounding the wasteland keeping them in check, the monster races dared not act rashly. Therefore, the kingdom of Ilya employed the Codex of the Pioneer Knights, gradually encroaching upon the wasteland. If successful, they will gain land and strengthen the kingdom. If they fail, they will only lose some bronze and silver level pioneers, which will be of little consequence to the kingdom. This policy lasted for 150 years. A century ago, a rebellion broke out, which eventually led to the formation of the provinces of Cadro, Sapullo, the Duchy of Ister, Lens, and Dani, which together constituted the western part of the kingdom. As Verin pondered his future path, 8 o'clock arrived before he knew it. The familiar and pleasant notification sound rang in his ears once again. 20 days later, 150 kilometers southwest of the Lake of Prayer for Stars, more than 200 mountain dwarves will escort a batch of orchard copper through this area, the strongest of whom will be a high-ranking silver-level warrior. Upon hearing the words, Orichalcum and mountain dwarves, Verin immediately fell into deep thought. Was the other person returning from the wasteland to the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom, or heading from the kingdom to the wasteland? If a copper mine is discovered in the wilderness and secretly mined and transported back to the country, its value would be immeasurable. However, if a clandestine trade is conducted with monsters from the wilderness, it is equally worthy of investigation. However, after about 10 minutes, Verin stopped worrying about it. Regardless of the truth, he was determined to get his hands on this batch of Oriental copper. Relying solely on the power of the Lake of Prayer for Stars to attempt a raid would be suicidal. However, he was not alone. He had a family behind him, and 3 relatives were expanding their territory in the province of Cadero, which gave him sufficient confidence. Early the next morning, the 3 knights each left Lake of Prayer Stars with a letter, heading to the territories established by the 3 members of the X family. In the following period, Violin was not idle either. He launched the Northern Construction Plan, opening up 9,000 acres of farmland in preparation for planting grain the following year, while also gathering craftsmen to add a small amount of mithril to the old weapons in the warehouse, remelting them to upgrade the army's equipment. At the same time, he would occasionally take over the training himself to demonstrate his status as a lord and let the soldiers know who they were truly loyal to. The most direct way to win over the troops was to pay their salaries. Verin personally participated in this process, not delegating it to anyone else. At this moment, in a camp, hundreds of soldiers stood straight, their eyes fixed on the front, filled with envy and anticipation. Looking at the reserve trainee high-ranking warrior before him, Verin smiled and said, Eden, the first batch of freed serfs, killed 7 serfs and 3 soldiers in 2 battles, plus 2 months' military pay, totaling 1,600 caddies of beans and yams, and 22 silver coins. Is that correct? Eden bowed respectfully and accepted the grain coupons and silver coins. My lord, you are right. Then, he returned to the queue and waited quietly. After the soldiers' pay was distributed, Valen instructed Orlando to post a notice before turning to leave. At the officer's command to dismiss the soldiers, they immediately crowded around the notice board, eager to read the Lord's newly issued decree. Some people couldn't understand it, so they called out to Eden. You know a lot of words, so read this to us and tell us what it means. Eden stepped forward, cleared his throat, and read out word by word. The Lord has declared that any soldier who pays 10 gold coins will receive a woman to continue their lineage. The moment the words were spoken, the crowd erupted in excitement. Some exclaimed in surprise that such a good thing existed, while others said that free citizens needed 15 gold coins to exchange for a woman, but joining the army not only allowed them to learn the laws of soldiers, but also to enjoy preferential treatment. Soon, someone else corrected. It's not that being a soldier is good, it's that the Lord is benevolent. With just the military pay, we can get married in 2 years at most. These soldiers were almost all of slave origin, and they had an exceptionally strong desire to start families and have offspring. This proclamation ignited their motivation more effectively than any slogan. Eden was also calculating his wealth in his mind. 1,600 caddies of yams, at a rate of 1 copper coin per caddy, could be exchanged for 16 silver coins. Adding the 22 he had just received, he now had 38 silver coins in his possession. Including the wealth he had accumulated from previous battles and military pay, he had a total of 62 silver coins. That meant that he could have a wife of his own in just 3 or 4 months. Hearing that breaking through to the bronze warrior level would reward him with a gold coin, Eden's goal became clear, and his fighting spirit was completely ignited. On the other side, Orlando, following behind Verin, finally couldn't help but ask, My lord, why post such a notice? Wayland stopped and replied with a smile. To give them goals and motivation. Only when people have something to strive for will they keep climbing. He added, Furthermore, this can also revitalize the territory's economy. If everyone is a bachelor, and only saves money without spending it, we will only have less and less money at our disposal. After listening, Orlando nodded as if he understood, and then said, My lord, I'd better go train. I just made a contract with 3 knight squires. Verin waved his hand. Go ahead. Watching Orlando leave, Verin suddenly felt that he should also work harder. As a lord, his strength was lower than that of a guardian knight. Although it wasn't shameful, it gave him new motivation. He could sense that he was very close to reaching the Silver Knight level. Afterwards, Verin returned to his hut and began cultivating his battle aura, hoping to break through to the Silver Knight level before the operation. That way, he could get a larger share of the mountain copper. While busy at the Lake of Prayer for Stars, 3 letters were delivered one after another to the 3 barons of the X family. Chapter 36 Relatives Gather, Pre-Departure Conspiracy. Within the territory of Gut, upon receiving Verin's letter, Baron Alcott's first reaction was not surprise, but suspicion. He immediately instructed his steward to summon Consul Abbot, while he himself returned to his desk and repeatedly examined the contents of the letter. The envelope bore the family's distinctive crest, confirming that it was indeed made by Valen. The question, however, was how Valen could have known that over 200 mountain dwarves would be escorting a shipment of orchard copper across the border of the Grey Moon Waste. The news was too sudden, and too tempting. Alcott tapped his knuckles rhythmically on the table, weighing the options in his mind. If the news was true, it would be a great achievement. If it was a trap, the losses would be equally significant. Not long after, Abbot, the chief governor of the Gut territory and also the guardian knight of Alcott, arrived at the study and bowed, saying, My lord, you summon me. Alcott said nothing and simply handed him the letter. After reading it, Abbot pondered for a moment before saying, My lord, I believe the contents of the letter are about 80% credible. Your nephew wouldn't fabricate such a lie to fool you. He went on to analyze that the leader of the mountain dwarves escorting such a precious metal as Origen must be quite powerful. With Verin's current strength, he simply couldn't handle it, which was why he sought help from his family elders. More importantly, Alcott has basically met the requirements for promotion to Viscount, lacking only one military achievement. If he can capture enough mountain dwarf heads, this will be the perfect opportunity to fill that last gap. After listening, Alcott made his decision. Verin wouldn't risk his family's reputation, much less drag himself into trouble for no reason. So he solemnly ordered, Assemble the knights. This time, I will reclaim sufficient military merit. Abbot accepted the order and withdrew, and the Gut territory immediately began mobilizing its forces. At the same time, Brian of the Ridge territory, upon receiving the letter, almost without hesitation, took all his bronze knights and knightly attendants and headed for the Lake of Prayer Stars. He temporarily entrusted the affairs of his territory to the magic knight Adrian, choosing to trust Verin. For Brian, Verin's letter must have a reason worth the risk. Meanwhile, in Maple Leaf territory in the northeastern part of the province of Cadero, Alec's father, Edgar, upon receiving the news, immediately summoned his eldest son, Alec. Alec entered and bowed. Edgar opened his eyes and asked directly, Velen X, the 5th son of the current family, what do you think? Alec was taken aback, not understanding why his father suddenly asked about Verin, but he still answered truthfully. He said he had met Verin at Brian's castle, and that the man was shrewd, knew how to weigh pros and cons, and most importantly, was cautious enough. After listening, Edgar did not ask any further questions, but simply instructed him to gather men and prepare to accompany him to the territory of Verin. Although Alec did not know the reason, he did not ask any further questions, knowing that his father would make his own judgment. September 16th was an unusual day. Alcott, Edgar, and Brian, along with their respective subordinates, arrived at the Lake of Prayer Stars. Wellen was already waiting, and greeted them with a smile. My 2 uncles and cousin, please come in. He then led the 3 of them to a room that had been prepared in advance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Velen wasted no time and immediately took out the terrain map he had scouted, spread it on the table, and began to explain the operation. He pointed to the map and said that in 4 days, more than 200 mountain dwarves would be escorting a batch of orchard copper through this area, the strongest of whom would be a high-ranking silver-level expert. Alcott stared at the detailed topographical map, his expression serious. He asked, Velen, everyone has their secrets, but I still need to confirm, are mountain dwarves really escorting orchards through here? On the other side, Edgar stared at his nephew, whom he had never met before, awaiting his answer. As for Brian, he seemed indifferent, believing that Verin wouldn't lie to him. Violin immediately swore solemnly. My 2 elders, I swear by the goddess of life and my family ancestors that everything I have said is true. Hearing this, most of the doubts in Alcott and Edgar's minds finally dissipated. Now that the intelligence was reliable, it was time to discuss the action plan. Alcott was the strongest of the four and naturally took over the command. Edgar nodded in agreement, and Verin and Brian had no objections either. For this operation, Alcott brought the most forces, with 200 bronze knights and 6 silver knights, and he himself was a high-ranking silver knight. Edgar came next, bringing 120 bronze knights and 4 silver knights. Brian had 50 bronze knights, plus himself, a silver knight. Verin had the fewest, with only 8 bronze knights and 2 silver knights. Alcott quickly assigned tasks. He personally held off Edgar and Brian, who led the remaining silver knights, while the other silver-ranked enemies were blocked. As for Valen and Alec, they were responsible for leading the bronze knights to hunt down the remaining mountain dwarf transports. Alcott emphasized that if this matter were exposed, it would inevitably lead to retaliation, so no mountain dwarf could be allowed to escape. After he finished speaking, Verin suddenly asked, "Uncle, could we take this opportunity to frame the centaurs for this?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room turned to look at him. Alcott frowned and said, "Tell me about it." Valen took out a bone token from his pocket. The token was engraved with the word, Doris, and the unique mark of the Centaur clan. Alcott immediately recognized it as the token of a Centaur silver warrior and asked, "Where did you get it?" Valen did not answer the question about the source, but only said that it could be used to stir up conflict between the mountain dwarves and centaurs, thus clearing them of suspicion. Edgar cautioned that such a frame-up was risky and could leave hidden dangers if exposed. Verin, however, was prepared, saying that even if things came to light, the blame would ultimately fall on the Harks family, not them. After a moment's thought, Alcott finally nodded in agreement. However, he requested that the token be cleaned of its scent with a cleansing potion before deployment to prevent it from being tracked by magic. Valen agreed. The next day, 378 bronze knights and 14 silver knights, carrying ample supplies, left Lake of Prayer and headed 150 kilometers southwest to ambush the mountain dwarves and seize the rare orbium. Chapter 37 Robbery, Division of Loot, and the Seven-Colored Flower of Life. On the afternoon of September 20th, a group of mountain dwarfs escorted 30 sheep carts, slowly moving through the wilderness. The lead mountain dwarf rode a horse-headed goat, a hammer in his hand, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. They were nearing the human border, and the goods they were escorting were far too important to be careless about. Just then, hundreds of knights lying in ambush in the wilderness suddenly rose, hurled their lances, and launched a charge. Before the mountain dwarves could react, more than 30 of them were pinned to the ground. "Enemy attack! Defend! Protect the ore!" The leading mountain dwarf brandished his hammer and roared. Seeing the humans emerging from all around, he immediately realized that the escort mission had been leaked, and these greedy humans had been waiting here all along. Alcott locked onto his target, and charged straight at the dwarf leader. Soon, the hammer and longsword clashed fiercely, their battle auras clashing and causing the surrounding humans and mountain dwarves to deliberately avoid the battlefield. Meanwhile, the other silver knights also found their opponents, and engaged in battle with the silver-ranked mountain dwarves. Wylan, observing the situation, already had a clear understanding of the situation. Whether in high-level combat or ordinary battles, they held an overwhelming numerical advantage. "Damn humans, you're asking for death!" Seeing his forces dwindling, the dwarf leader erupted in fury and forcefully pressed Alcott's attack. Alcott, over 50 years old, was momentarily overwhelmed. He immediately shouted, "Edgar, Brian, come help me!" The 2 mid-level silver knights who had just defeated their opponent rushed to their aid upon hearing the order. Under the combined attack of the 3, the dwarf leader gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, and was eventually caught off guard by Alcott, who severed both of his arms with a single sword stroke. Screams rang out, and the dwarf leader looked around and found that his remaining subordinates were few and far between, most of them dead under human swords. He gritted his teeth and said, "Humans, you will pay the price. Marquis Darag will find you." Alcott sneered, "They'll have to find us first." The next moment, the mountain dwarf leader was killed, and the remaining dwarves did not escape either, all falling to the swords. After the battle, the group quickly cleaned up the battlefield, collecting the heads of the mountain dwarves and burying the bodies of their fallen comrades. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, they did not linger and decided to return to Lake of Prayer before distributing the spoils. After the main force left, Valen threw the centaur token, which he had cleaned with deodorizing potion, into a hidden patch of grass as a trace to frame someone. On the way back, to be on the safe side, Alcott deliberately chose to circle around the border of the Sapullo province, leaving behind false clues to mislead the other party. In a wooden cabin by Lake of Prayer for Stars, Verin placed the tallied casualties and supplies on the table, and the looting meeting officially began. Alcott, as the interim commander-in-chief, naturally took charge. He began by saying, "The spoils of war we have captured this time are divided into two categories. One is the heads of mountain dwarves, and the other is Oriental copper, Nubian black goats, horse-headed sheep, and weapons and equipment. I suggest that they be distributed in different ways. The heads of the mountain dwarves will be distributed according to the number each person has killed. Other supplies will be allocated according to the proportion of their contribution." The other three nodded in agreement. Alcott continued, "In this battle, my side lost 17 bronze knights and had 23 wounded. Edgar lost 11 bronze knights and had 9 wounded. Brian lost 6 bronze knights and had 13 wounded. Verin had 3 bronze knights wounded. A total of 237 mountain dwarf heads were captured in this battle, including 83 low-rank heads, 148 bronze rank heads, and 6 silver rank heads." Half an hour later, the meeting ended, and everyone received their own spoils. In this battle, Verin received 6 cartloads of mountain copper ore, totaling approximately 12 tons, 12 Nubian black goats, 6 horse-headed goats, 30 sets of dwarf weapons and equipment, 1 silver-grade mountain dwarf skull, 16 bronze-grade skulls, and 26 ordinary skulls. The heads of these mountain dwarves are of no use for now. But they will be of great value when Verin becomes a baron, and then a viscount. In the kingdom of Ilia, titles below the rank of duke can be promoted based on military merit. Of course, different titles also have time limits for succession. For example, the X family, as an Earl family, has long since reached the standard of a marquis in terms of strength and military achievements, but the family history is only 700 years, which is 100 years short of the 800-year succession requirement. The day after the spoils were divided, Alcott, Edgar, and Brian led their troops away from Lake of Prayer. After everyone left, Verin resumed his work on developing his territory. He continued to oversee castle construction and organize army training. In preparation for the Knoll attack 2 months later, he began intensive training for his own subjects and serfs to facilitate rapid replenishment of troops should any losses occur. That day, Baird came to the study, beat his chest and bowed. "My lord, you summon me." Verin put down his pen and directly instructed, "I'm going to give you a task next. Please give your orders, my lord. In the next 2 months, you will lead the army and organize a collection team to bring back everything usable within a 10-kilometer radius." At this point, Verin emphasized, "Remember, destroy everything that cannot be collected. Leave not a single trace." "Yes, my lord." After receiving the order, Baird quickly left the study. Verin went to the window, looked at the calm lake, and said in a low voice, 2 months scorched earth. There's no food around. I want to see how those gnolls deal with it. With just over 2 months left before the monster attack, he had to speed things up and improve his strength as much as possible. Soon, on the evening of October 1st, fate brought Verin another important message. At the bottom of Lake Prayer for Stars lies a cave where the 7-colored flower of life grows. The 7-colored flower of life? Verin immediately got out of bed, went to his desk, opened a drawer, and took out a book that recorded magical plants. He quickly found the relevant information. The 7-colored flower of life is an extremely rare magical plant. Legend has it that it is a plant favored by the goddess of life, capable of rapidly healing injuries, repairing hidden bodily wounds, restoring bodily functions, and even extending lifespan. In addition, the 7-colored life flower can also enhance the user's magical talent. The book concludes by stating, "Of immense value, the discoverer recommends that it be handed over to the Temple of Life, which will surely win the favor of the goddess of life." Upon seeing this sentence, Verin knew without a doubt that it must have been added by someone from the church. The 7-colored life flower, a magical plant of astonishing value, is something that only a fool would take and hand over to the church in exchange for a vague honor. No normal person would believe such a claim. Chapter 38 Consuming the 7-colored life flower leads to a breakthrough in strength. Filled with anticipation for the future, Verin lay in bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, he gathered his men and prepared to dive into the bottom of the Lake of Prayer for Stars to find the hidden cave and pick the 7-colored flower of life. Baird was somewhat worried and volunteered, "My lord, why don't you send me down to scout out the situation first?" Verin shook his head and refused. "No need, I know what I'm doing." As soon as he finished speaking, he took off his outer garment, bit his short sword, and leaped into the lake. Orlando and Hebrew did not hesitate either, jumping into the water immediately after him, protecting their master, and diving together towards the bottom of the lake. Sunlight pierced through the lake's surface, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow underwater, allowing the three to barely make out their surroundings. After searching for a while, Verin finally discovered a hidden cave, only to find the entrance blocked by a massive boulder. Orlando understood his gesture, swam to the boulder, and pushed it aside with all his might. Once the passage was revealed, the three of them immediately went inside without lingering. After advancing more than 100 meters along the underwater passage, Waylon finally surfaced and entered the cave. The next moment, he was stunned by the sight before him. Inside the cave, which spans hundreds of square meters, hundreds and thousands of seven-colored life flowers bloom in competition, and a faint purple light fills the entire space, making it look mysterious and dreamlike. Verin climbed ashore, ignoring the chill that was creeping over him, his eyes fixed on the flowers, and couldn't help but whisper, "I'm rich." Orlando and Hebrew stood behind him, also curiously observing the strange flowers that emitted seven-colored light, but they had no idea what their effects were. Verin came to a seven-petaled flower of life, carefully probed into the soil, and following the collection method recorded in the book, took out the entire flower intact. He ordered, "Bring the box over here." Orlando immediately took the waterproof box from his waist and opened it. With extremely gentle movements, Verin placed the mature seven-colored flower of life inside. The book states that a flower with 7 petals that emits a faint 7-colored light signifies that the 7-colored flower of life has matured. Next, Verin led the two to continue collecting mature flower stalks within the cave, proceeding with extreme caution throughout the entire process. He didn't touch a single one of the immature 7-colored life flowers, and he even deliberately avoided the surrounding soil to prevent damaging these precious magical plants due to rough handling. 4 hours later, all 23 mature 7-colored life flowers in the cave were harvested and carefully stored in an exquisite waterproof box. At the same time, Waylon counted the remaining number. There were 31 flowers with 7 petals but no 7-colored light, 57 with 6 petals, 176 with 5 petals, and 425 with 4 petals or less. He silently noted down the time and made a judgment in his mind. 2 years later, we can come back to collect it again. Because he didn't know how to plant them, Waylon didn't transplant them rashly, nor did he damage the cave environment. He simply let these 7-colored life flowers continue to grow in their original place. He then led Orlando and Hebrew back the way they came. On the shore, Baird had been pacing anxiously back and forth, glancing frequently at the calm lake's surface. Only when he saw that Verin had safely reached the shore did his heart finally settle down, and he quickly handed him a towel. "My lord, please wipe the water off your body." Verin took the towel and while drying himself said, "Elder, hold a meeting tomorrow morning and inform all knights to attend." Baird immediately replied, "Yes, my lord." After changing his clothes, Verin took the box from Orlando and returned to his room. After closing the door, he took out a 7-colored life flower, simply washed off the soil from its roots, and swallowed it directly. A moment later, a strange energy erupted from his stomach and quickly spread throughout his body. Verin felt as if he had returned to his mother's embrace, warm, peaceful, and all his weariness was soothed. After an unknown amount of time, when he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that he had easily crossed the barrier from bronze to silver and officially become a low-level silver knight. Verin couldn't help but sigh. This thing truly lived up to its reputation as a treasure that even the Temple of Life heavily promoted in its introduction. Its effects were indeed terrifying. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. The strain he had experienced during cultivation in the past had completely disappeared, as if the road ahead had been cleared in one go. Based on his original talent, even if he exerted all his strength, his upper limit would probably only be the low-level gold rank. But now, he felt that below the legendary rank, there seemed to be no insurmountable barrier. As for the legendary realm, Violence still wasn't absolutely certain. Even with the guidance of fate, there was no guarantee that he would reach the legendary level. To advance from soul intent to legendary status, one needs something called world favor. In other words, one must contribute to the world to have a chance to gain access to the advancement path. Otherwise, one will ultimately be stuck there. There are many ways to gain the world's favor, such as resisting demonic invasions, slaying invaders from other worlds, and purifying heinous necromancers. But when Violent thought about this, his expression became subtle. If they really classified him by his background, it seemed he was an invader from another world. Did he really have to kill himself? He quickly suppressed his distracting thoughts. Never mind, I'll focus on cultivating to the soul intent level first, and then I'll think about these things. Then, Verin stood up to check the time. Looking at the hourglass on the desk, he could hardly believe it. 12 hours, at least 12 hours have passed. He looked out the window again and saw that the sky was foggy, clearly just dawn. In other words, a full 20 hours had passed after he swallowed the 7-colored life flower. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Verin calmly said, "Come in." Baird pushed open the door and entered, bowing with his fist on his chest. "My lord, everyone has assembled and is waiting for you to preside over the meeting." Verin nodded, picked up the wooden crate, and led Baird to the conference room. Upon entering the conference room, everyone immediately stood up and bowed. Verin glanced at Orlando and Hebrew, who were seated second and sixth respectively, and nodded in satisfaction. The seating arrangement in the meeting room was always decided internally, and Verin never interfered. His principle was simple: the capable rose, and the incompetent fell. The fact that Orlando and Hebrew are seated here shows that they have gained the approval of the crowd. Looking at the 14 guardian knights present, Verin slowly said, "You 14 are all people I trust, and you have all sworn allegiance to me under the witness of the goddess of life. Our fates are intertwined, we share the same glory and the same loss. Over the past 6 months, you have proven your loyalty through your actions." Upon hearing this, all 14 men straightened their backs and accepted the Lord's praise with equanimity. Verin continued, "Therefore, I will not be stingy with my efforts in training you." After saying that, he opened the wooden box. Inside, 22 7-colored life flowers lay quietly, each one radiating a dazzling 7-colored light. Chapter 39, Granting Gifts to Subordinates and Inspecting Castle Construction. "My lord, these are the 7-colored life flowers?" Baird was speechless with shock when he saw what was in the box. Apart from Orlando and Hebrew, the other 11 knights were also stunned, their eyes fixed on the flowers that emitted a strange light. They had heard their instructors mention this legendary magical plant during their training at Windsor Castle. None of them ever imagined that it would actually be right before their eyes. Verin nodded in confirmation. "That's right, this is the 7-colored life flower." As he spoke, he released his battle aura, revealing the aura of a silver knight. This scene shocked Baird and the others even more. Just a day ago, Verin was still at the high-level bronze rank, but now he had already stepped into the low-level silver rank, and his aura was stable, not at all like someone who had just broken through. Looking at everyone, Verin announced directly, "Today, each of you will receive a 7-colored life flower to enhance your talents and strengthen your abilities." Upon hearing this, the knights immediately knelt down, their voices filled with excitement. "Thank you for your grace, my lord," Verin said calmly. "I will not hesitate to train knights who are loyal to me. Your loyalty is the best reward for me." He then summoned each of the knights to his side, personally bestowing upon them the 7-colored flower of life and offering his blessings. After all 14 had received theirs, Verin dismissed the meeting, instructing them to return immediately and consume the flowers to strive for breakthroughs in their talent and strength. After everyone left, Verin gazed at the 8 remaining 7-colored life flowers in the box. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to store them away for the time being. Regardless of whether someone possessed talent for cultivation, as long as they proved their loyalty and worth in the future, they could receive a reward from him. Over the next few days, 12 knights, led by Baird, successively consumed the 7-colored life flower and successfully broke through, all growing into silver knights. In terms of the sheer number of silver knights, Lake of Prayer Stars is already among the top 3 in the province of Kadro at the baronial level. However, this has resulted in a gap in the territory's combat strength. Verin quickly realized the problem. "No, there isn't a single bronze-level character in the territory. This is not good." Therefore, in his capacity as Lord, he issued a proclamation allowing Baird and 12 others to recruit knights as servants, with each person having a maximum of 6 servants, and all necessary resources to be provided by the territory. The current Valen cannot, like Windsor Castle, concentrate thousands of knights and squires, and then assign dedicated silver knights to provide unified training. On one hand, there is a lack of talent, and on the other hand, resources are insufficient to support it. Therefore, he could only adopt the ancient system of succession, allowing the silver knights to train many others and gradually cultivate the bronze knights. To motivate everyone, Velen added another reward. Within a year, whoever cultivates more and better quality bronze knights will receive a magical plant. As soon as the announcement was made, Baird and the others immediately began selecting promising talents within their territory to recruit knights and squires. Within a short time, the entire Lake of Prayer was abuzz with excitement. Whether free citizens or serfs, warriors or ordinary civilians, almost everyone harbors a dream of being a knight. Here, the chains of slavery could be broken. The prospect of gaining freedom simply by becoming a knight squire was particularly enticing to young serfs. Of course, third-class slaves, such as bandit slaves, had no such opportunity at all. The population of Lake of Prayer Stars currently has a very healthy age structure, with most people between the ages of 15 and 20. This is also the result of Valen's special emphasis on selecting young people when demanding ransom from the defeated nobles. As the territory entered a phase of rapid development, various tasks were quickly assigned. Baird led his army on daily patrols around the area, hunting down any wild beasts or monsters that wandered in, ensuring the safety of the territory. Andrew was stationed at the salt mine, leading a squadron of infantry to supervise the mining of third-class slaves and ensure the daily production of salt. Randolph then took over Baird's original task, leading 2 squadrons of infantry, 1 squadron of archers, and 300 serfs to expedite the mining of mithril and complete it as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen complications. Greg was in charge of organizing free men and serfs to gather food in batches within a 10-kilometer radius of the Lake of Prayer for Stars, implementing a scorched earth policy that left no grass roots and no tree bark. The remaining 8 knights were also assigned to various aspects of their respective territories to maintain the normal operation of the Lake of Prayer Stars. That day, after finishing his cultivation, Verin clearly felt that his strength had improved again. He couldn't help but sigh once more, realizing that with his improved talent, cultivation was indeed twice as effective with half the effort. At this moment, a soldier came to report. "Sir Eunice, the steward in charge of castle construction, requests your presence." Wylan wiped the sweat from his body, put on his shirt, picked up his sword, and walked towards the castle construction site. Along the way, he was quite satisfied with the clean and tidy roads. Unlike other territories, this place was not littered with excrement and reeked of stench. In Wayland's view, sanitation problems will be very effective if addressed at their source. If the problem can't be solved, surely the people who create it can be dealt with? The Lake of Prayer for Stars has long established rules. Anyone who urinates or defecates indiscriminately will be whipped 3 times for the first offense, have their property confiscated for the second offense, and be demoted to a third-class slave for the third offense, forever losing any hope of becoming a free citizen. After this decree was promulgated, no one dared to violate it. After all, most of them came from slave backgrounds and knew best how painful it was to lose freedom and hope. After walking several hundred meters, Verin arrived at the castle construction site. The first thing that caught his eye was 2 walls of varying heights, the outer wall and the inner wall. On the protruding platform, workers were setting up ballistae and adjusting their firing angles. When Eunice, the half-elf girl waiting at the city gate, saw him arrive, she immediately stepped forward and bowed. "My lord." Verin glanced at the construction progress around him, then looked at Eunice and praised her generously. "Eunice, well done, you've completed 2 city walls so quickly." After this period of adjustment, Eunice had become less aloof than before, and replied calmly, "Your Excellency is too kind. I am merely the steward. The real work is done by these hard-working workers." Verin smiled. "They will receive the rewards they deserve. Now I'd like to know, how's the overall progress?" Eunice immediately had a table brought in and spread out the plans. The plans were marked with different colors. Pointing to the blueprints, she explained, "Sir, please look, black represents what is completed, white represents what has not yet started, and green represents what is under construction." Vylan looked down and saw that in the first phase of the construction plan, the outer city wall, inner city wall, water storage area, grain warehouse and toilets had been completed, and the weapons repair site and stables were under construction. Chapter 40 Iron Ore? "Could we build a basement next to the stables, about 100 square meters in size?" Verin asked, pointing to the empty space next to him. Eunice looked at the location and replied that it was possible, but that would mean the second phase of castle construction would have to be temporarily suspended. Verin nodded and said, "There's no rush for the second phase. Let's finish building the basement first, I'll need it." Eunice hesitated for a moment, but then accepted the order. She then led Verin on a tour of the completed area. As he looked around, Vylan became increasingly grateful that he had hired an architect. There are many intricacies involved in castle construction. How materials are combined and how the structure is stressed all affect the final defensive effectiveness of the walls. Arriving at a wall, Wayland drew his long sword and, without using any battle aura, slashed down with sheer force, leaving only a shallow mark on the wall. He nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, my 3,500 gold coins were well spent. There's a reason why they're expensive." Eunice's smile faltered slightly, but she quickly regained her ladylike composure. She seized the opportunity to say, "My lord, if you have any magical materials, I can inscribe simple magic circles on the city walls to further enhance their defensive capabilities." Verin was somewhat surprised.
You can use magic?
To prove herself, Eunice immediately chanted a spell, conjuring a small flame in her palm. But the flame was so weak it seemed it could be extinguished with a single breath. Verin looked at her, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He even wondered if Eunice wanted to use his magical materials to enhance her strength. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Eunice quickly explained, "My lord, I am not good at fighting. My talents lie mainly in magic arrays and architecture, and I also know a little about beast taming." Verin spread his hands, his tone calm. "Eunice, I can't fully trust you yet. Besides, I don't have any magical materials for you to use." Eunice's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she quickly recovered and continued guiding him on the tour. Neither of them mentioned the incident again, she explained from the front, while Verin nodded behind. From what she just said, Verin had already discerned her purpose. Eunice didn't want to spend the next 10 years just as an architect, nor did she want to waste her talent. Verin had promised that he would give her her freedom after she served for 10 years. But from her tone and actions, he could sense her confusion and anxiety about the future. However, for now, Verin has no intention of truly bringing her under his control. At least not until the castle is fully completed. He will not make a decision lightly. When evaluating a person, you can't just look at what they say. You also need to judge them based on the people around them and their long-term performance. After the visit, Waylon gave the workers some more encouragement before heading back down the mountain to the village. Looking at the barren terrain around him, he fell into deep thought. He was still unsure whether the duration of his guidance would be extended after his strength increased. This question had arisen when he broke through to the Silver Knight level, and now he could only wait until the beginning of next month to verify it. When Verin returned to his residence, Baird suddenly ran over excitedly. "My lord, an iron ore mine! We've discovered an iron ore mine!" Verin was taken aback at first, then asked, "Iron ore? Where is it?" Baird immediately reported, 11 kilometers to the north, there is a tunnel leading more than 100 meters underground. Today, while clearing out monsters, we discovered a lot of goblins, captured a group of them, and obtained this information after interrogation. Without hesitation, Violent said, "Lead the way." Soon, he and Baird rode north. At the entrance to the tunnel, more than 20 goblins sat dejectedly on the ground, some of them secretly conversing in goblin language and occasionally observing the human soldiers around them. An ugly goblin whispered, "Boss, what do we do next?" The goblin, dressed in leather, lowered his head, his eyes darting around rapidly. "Wait a minute, we'll escape back underground tonight when things get chaotic. Once we're back, we'll be safe." This goblin, named Gree, is a cunning mining goblin. He holds a certain status in the underground world and originally came out today to trade with the nearby goblins for resources on the surface. But he unexpectedly ran into a large group of humans as soon as he showed his face. The goods were gone, and his men were arrested. Luckily, he knew common tongue and quickly fabricated a lie about an iron mine, otherwise he and his underlings would have been stabbed to pieces long ago. In his view, the tunnel was only 1 meter deep, making it impossible for these humans to go down and investigate. The other goblins didn't speak the common language, so as long as they stuck to their story, no one could tell the truth. Just then, the pebbles on the ground trembled slightly. Jerry looked up and saw the humans who had left earlier returning to the camp with a young man. Based on his 20 years of life experience, and the intuition of a father of 8, Jerry immediately judged that this young man was the one who truly held power here. Violin dismounted from his red phosphorescent horse and walked straight to the goblin. Baird pointed at Gree and said respectfully, "My lord, this is the goblin who speaks common tongue." Upon hearing this, Jerry immediately crawled over, knelt down, and cowed out. "Great lord, Jerry had no intention of offending your territory. Please forgive Jerry's lowly life." Verin looked down at the tiny creature, less than a meter tall, and unleashed his aura. The oppressive aura of the Silver Knight instantly subsided, and the low-ranking Bronze Knight, Gree, immediately prostrated himself on the ground, trembling with fear. Verin asked coldly, "I'm asking you, is there really an iron ore mine 100 meters underground?" Gribbed his teeth and answered with difficulty, "Great lord, what Gree says is true." Verin's expression was calm, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Jerry, lying on the ground, was in agony, terrified that he would be torn apart at any moment. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared. Pfft! Blood splattered, and Verin flicked the blood off his knight's longsword, saying calmly, "Sorry, I missed." Jerry instinctively touched his entire body and found that he was still alive. He turned his head and saw that one of his underlings had been dismembered. He was so frightened that he wet himself on the spot. He cried out, "Sir, I'm telling the truth. There really is iron ore. You can go down and check if you don't believe me. To survive, Jerry had no choice but to continue lying. This human before him was far too bloodthirsty. Once he discovered he was deceiving him, he would surely suffer a terrible death. Despite the threat of death, the goblin persisted in its claim, and Verin had come to believe it more or less. Chapter 41: The Hidden Teleportation Array Leading to the Underground World. However, goblins are cunning by nature, and if even a third of what they say is true, they are already considered to be blessed by the gods. With no mages around, Verin couldn't determine if the other party was lying, so he could only test them using the most direct method. He sheathed his long sword and coldly ordered, "Now that we've obtained the information, kill the rest." The surrounding soldiers immediately raised their spears and began slaughtering the more than 20 captured goblins. Screams rang out one after another. The goblin Gree was terrified, his face turning pale, and he struggled frantically with the decision of whether or not to reveal the real secret. The next moment, Baird raised his long sword, about to strike. Jerry finally broke down, shouting, "My lord, I still have intelligence! I have value, please don't kill me!" Verin raised his hand to stop Baird, a smile appearing on his face. "If your information is truly valuable, I can forgive your previous deception. Otherwise, I will tie you up here and let the wild beasts of the wilderness slowly devour your flesh." Jerry lay prostrate on the ground, saying in a panic, "Sir, this passage only leads 50 meters underground. There is no iron ore there, only a hidden teleportation array that is still in operation, leading to the underground world where I am Colorado." Verin's expression immediately turned serious. "You came to the surface through the teleportation array?" Jerry quickly replied, "Yes, sir. The teleportation array is not powered by magic crystals, it can only absorb free magic energy, and it can only make a round trip about once every 6 months." To save his life, he dared not hide anything any longer, and told everyone he knew. Baird looked at Verin and asked in a low voice, "My lord, should we finish him off?" Verin shook his head. "No need. Since he has proven his worth, he deserves to live." Hearing that the teleportation array needed to be recharged every 6 months, Verin's unease subsided slightly. Jerry also clutched his chest, panting heavily, and for the first time, he felt that being alive was truly wonderful. Afterwards, Verin ordered the cave entrance sealed off and marked, to be explored again later. Baird accepted the order with a thud, and after watching Verin leave, he had the only surviving goblin tied up, preparing to take him back for safekeeping. Several soldiers found large stones and blocked the 1-meter-high passage, then covered it with sand and stones, and finally laid shrubs on it, so that the entrance to the cave could be completely integrated with the surrounding environment. On the way back, Verin rode alone through the silent wilderness, looking up at the sky. Salt mines, mithril mines, magical plants in the caves at the bottom of Lake Prairie, and now a hidden teleportation array leading to the Underdark has appeared. Each of these items was incredibly valuable, enough to support the development of an entire territory. Their repeated appearances near the Lake of Prayer made Verin feel somewhat surreal. He closed his eyes, reflecting on his experiences over the past 6 months, and finally came to one conclusion: only with sufficient strength can one seize opportunities. Verin abruptly opened his eyes, gazing into the distance with unwavering determination. Development, development, and more development. He had to do everything in his power to expand his influence, and increase his strength in order to seize these opportunities and climb to even greater heights. In the following days, Lake Prayer was busy preparing for the arrival of the gnolls at the end of November. They crafted triple-bow ballistae, forged spears, remixed mithril to forge weapons and armor, gathered food from within a 10-kilometer radius, and built a castle. Everything they did was in preparation for the monster attack. On the evening of November 1st, Waylon kept calculating the time until 8 o'clock arrived. But at this moment, all around was silent, and the guidance of fate did not appear as expected. Verin sat on the edge of the bed, looked out the window, and said in a low voice, "Just as I thought, as strength increases, the interval between events also lengthens." He was still somewhat unaccustomed to suddenly losing the information about the prophet. Verin guessed that this interval might change from a month to a quarter, or even half a year. Another question arose in his mind: with longer intervals, would the information given by fate become more valuable? No one can find the answer yet. Only time will tell. Since fate has failed to guide him, he must make even more thorough preparations over the next month. After all, the gnolls who come to the Lake of Prairie, even if their highest strength is only low-level silver, if there are hundreds of them, it is enough to put the territory in crisis, and even risk its fall. The next morning, Verin summoned Baird. Baird, dressed in civilian clothes, approached him and bowed respectfully. "My lord." Verin gave the order directly. Starting today, set up patrol posts and expand the area to a radius of 30 kilometers, especially to the west. Report any unusual activity immediately. He paused, then added, Also, have Randolph and his men speed up the excavation of the Mithril mine. It must be completed by the middle of this month at the latest. Baird immediately accepted the order. My lord, I will go and convey your instructions. However, at that moment, a surprise attack was taking place inside the Mithril mine camp. As soon as Randolph stepped out of the tent, a soldier rushed up to him, frantically reporting, Sir, a monster has been found in the mine, and 4 serfs who were mining there have been injured. Randolph's expression changed. Without bothering to put on his armor, he grabbed his knight's long sword and rushed into the mine with the soldiers. The two traversed the winding mine tunnel over 100 meters long, and quickly arrived at the scene. A dozen soldiers, armed with rifles, were surrounding 2 yellow monitor lizards, severely restricting their movement. Randolph recognized the creature at a glance, and was immediately taken aback. A rock giant lizard? How could such monsters appear here? Fortunately, the 2 giant lizards in front of us are only 3 or 4 meters long, and they look like they were just born. If they were adult rock giant lizards, they could reach 16 or 17 meters in length, and their strength would be comparable to that of a gold-level lizard. That would be a disaster. The 2 rock monitor lizards hissed, seemingly sensing a threat, and began to retreat, watching Randolph warily. Randolph held his breath, unleashing his battle aura, a fiery red light enveloping his knight's long sword. The next moment, he suddenly accelerated, charging towards one of the giant rock lizards. Cut! The rock giant lizard roared, gathering stones in its mouth in preparation for a counterattack. However, the young lizard's magical attacks were too slow, and Randolph easily dodged them. The long sword struck the giant lizard's scales, sparking a burst of fire. Randolph's heart sank. The scale's defensive capabilities were actually stronger than armor. He took a few steps back, staring at the 2 beasts in front of him with a solemn expression, and said through gritted teeth, Damn it, they must have devoured the mithril or to increase the scale's defensive power. Chapter 42 Juvenile Mutant Rock Giant Lizard. Randolph took a deep breath and began to gather his strength again, preparing to launch a second attack. A young rock giant lizard howled in pain, baring its teeth and staring at Randolph not far away. Seeing its companion injured, another lizard immediately stepped in front, simultaneously gathering magic to counterattack. Upon seeing this, the company commander, who was not far away, immediately ordered, Everyone, listen up! Throw your rifles! The surrounding soldiers immediately threw their spears with all their might. A dozen spears flew through the air, interrupting the 2 giant rock lizards' spellcasting. Although the hard scales blocked most of the damage, the impact still penetrated their bodies, and the 2 young rock giant lizards couldn't help but let out hoarse screams. The next moment, Randolph suddenly accelerated, heading straight for the head of one of the monitor lizards. The monitor lizard struggled to move its body, using its back to take the blow. With a muffled thud, the terrifying force blasted both rock giant lizards away, sending them crashing heavily against the rock wall, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The soldiers present felt their hearts tighten, gaining a new understanding of the knight's strength. A few minutes later, the 2 rock lizards still hadn't moved. Randolph then signaled a soldier to go and check. The soldier swallowed hard, picked up the spear from the ground, and cautiously approached, poking the monitor lizard's rear with the spearhead. Seeing no reaction, he mustered his courage and continued forward. Soon, the soldier excitedly reported back. Sir, these 2 beasts have fainted. Randolph breathed a sigh of relief, then calmly ordered. Take them out and chain their limbs and mouths. In 2 days, send them back to the Lake of Prayer Stars along with the ore and hand them over to the Lord for disposal. A dozen soldiers immediately rushed forward and hurriedly carried the 2 giant rock lizards out of the mine. The serfs in the mine were finally able to continue mining mithril. At dawn, led by Baird, Verin arrived at the center of the village square. Looking at the 2 young rock monitor lizards whose limbs were firmly chained, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Baird drew his knight's longsword, tapped the giant lizard's scales, and reported to Verin. My lord, these are 2 beasts that Randolph brought back. They were found in the mine. It is said that they have eaten a lot of ore, and their scales are incredibly defensive. Hearing the crisp clanging sound, Verin quickly judged that these 2 giant rock lizards were quite resilient. So he said, If we can train them into battle beasts, they might play an unexpected role in the future. Baird immediately looked troubled. My lord, we don't have any beast tamers. How are we supposed to train these things? It would be troublesome if they hurt our own people first on the battlefield. Verin stroked his chin, realizing that this was indeed a problem. But soon, he remembered the half-elf girl from a few days ago. She seemed to have said that she knew something about beast taming. Then Verin said, "Elder, go and call Eunice over." Baird instinctively turned to leave, but after taking only a few steps, he turned back and asked in confusion, "My lord, who is Eunice?" Verin covered his face, speechless. "That half-elf girl." Baird suddenly realized what was happening and quickly left the square, heading towards the castle construction site. He felt awkward staying even a moment longer. Then, Verin approached the two struggling rock giant lizards and carefully observed these monsters that he had only seen in the encyclopedia. Unlike ordinary rock monitor lizards, they are predominantly black with silver reticulated patterns, and have faint dark white stripes between their chest and abdomen. The front half of their tails is mostly silver. Verin guessed that they must have consumed a lot of mithril ore, which caused them to mutate, or even evolve in some way. This is not uncommon in this world. Many monsters may undergo changes and gain new abilities after accidentally ingesting magical plants or strange minerals. The two rock monitor lizards looked at Verin with obvious fear in their eyes. They felt that this human was even more terrifying than the one who had attacked them before. One of the monitor lizards even let out a low whimper, its voice carrying a hint of ingratiation. This surprised Verin. Rock golems were known for being clueless, so he never expected them to beg for mercy and act all innocent. Had the mithril ore evolved to make them smarter too? If that's the case, taming these two mutated rock monitor lizards might be easier than imagined. Half an hour later, Baird arrived at the square with the half-elf girl. Eunice bowed and said, "My lady." Verin didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "You said before that you could tame beasts?" Eunice looked at the 3-meter-long rock giant lizard, clearly a little scared. But thinking of her future, she mustered her courage and said, "Yes, sir, I know a little. My sister is a beast tamer, and I'm willing to try to tame them." Verin nodded. "I hope you succeed." After saying that, he turned to Baird and ordered, "Have someone untie the chains." Baird personally stepped forward and unchained one of the rock lizards, temporarily freeing it. Eunice took a deep breath, gathering a gentle, healing light in her palm, and with a heart full of trepidation, slowly approached the giant lizard. The rock monitor lizard stared at the pointed-eared, four-horned beast, feeling that it posed no threat whatsoever and could be killed with a single swipe of its tail. Its walnut-sized head raced through its thoughts, then it glanced at its bound companion beside it, its eyes suddenly clearing as if it had made a bold decision. The next instant, it charged straight at Verin. Baird's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "My lord, be careful!" Verin rested his right hand on the hilt of the knight's short sword, ready to prepare for battle. To everyone's surprise, after the giant rock lizard rushed in front of Verin, it suddenly stopped, lay down on the ground, and exposed its soft belly, looking just like a dog trying to please him. This scene stunned Verin, Baird, and Eunice. It's hard to believe that a rock monitor lizard, known for its ferocity and lack of intelligence, would actually show such submission. But the surrounding soldiers saw a completely different scene. In their eyes, even such a ferocious and terrifying monster was willingly submitting to the Lord, which showed that the Lake of Prayer Stars must be a place protected by the goddess of life. Baird stepped forward, momentarily at a loss for words. "My lord, this it?" Verin didn't answer, but walked up to the rock monitor lizard and tentatively reached out to touch its chin. The rock monitor lizard immediately hissed and became unusually docile, its eyes full of ingratiation. Its little mind was very clear. If it accepted its master now, it might live a life of luxury in the future. If it continued to resist, it would probably suffer the same fate as its kind, a death without a complete corpse. Chapter 43: The Knoll Attack. "It looks a lot like a dog." Verin stood up, looked at the rock monitor lizard lying on the ground, and casually said to Baird and Eunice. Soon, the other rock monitor lizard was also unchained and lay obediently on the ground, showing no trace of its ferocious beast nature. Looking at his two new pets, Verin turned and ordered his soldiers to fetch some wolf meat. Soon after, 2 soldiers returned with 2 buckets of wolf meat coated in mineral salt, ready to be cured, and dumped it directly in front of the rock monitor lizard. The 2 monitor lizards stared at the meat on the ground, their mouths practically watering, their eyes filled with longing, yet they dared not move. Seeing this, Verin laughed, walked over, picked up a piece of meat, and casually tossed it to one of them. The giant rock lizard opened its massive jaws, swallowed the wolf meat whole, licked its lips, and then stared longingly at Verin, as if waiting for more rewards. Baird stood to the side, his expression calm, but in his heart he was convinced that his lord was under the protection of the goddess of life. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why such a mindless beast would submit so immediately. Eunice was so shocked by this scene that her worldview was shaken. She had lived for over 50 years and had never seen anything like it. This ferocious beast, which dared to bare its teeth even in the face of legendary powerhouses, was now as docile as a puppy. She found it hard to accept, yet she understood that she had missed another opportunity. For the next 10 years, she could only obediently work as a construction worker. As for running away, in the Lake of Prayer Stars, which is home to many Silver Knights, that would be tantamount to suicide. Verin interacted with the two giant rock lizards for a while, and casually named them. The whitish one was called Little White, and the yellowish one was called Little Yellow. Listen to me, I'll build you a home next. Now, let's go to the lake with the zookeeper and wash up. After the two giant rock lizards were taken away, Verin noticed Eunice standing to the side and said with a smile, "Even if you didn't do anything special, you still put in the effort. I'll have Orlando send you a low-grade magic crystal later." Eunice bowed slightly, thanked them, and returned to the castle construction site. After she left, Baird, who had been silent for a long time, asked, "My lord, there's no need to be so polite to these alien races. If they dare to complain, beat them up. If they dare to run away, cut off their legs." Verin smiled after hearing this, without blaming him, only saying that Baird's idea was somewhat extreme. He neither supported nor opposed the suggestion, simply saying, "I have my own principles for dealing with alien races." Baird bowed respectfully, and then left the village square. As November drew to a close, the green grass was a rare sight on the desolate plains, and the surroundings were bleak. About 30 kilometers west of Lake Prayer, 3 warriors sat around a campfire, chatting and boasting to pass the time during their patrol. A soldier looked at his squad leader, Eden, with envy, saying he'd heard Eden was almost rich enough to buy a woman and start a family. Eden, wiping his iron sword, smiled and replied, "Soon. After this month, I'll have a home." Another, younger soldier took a sip of water and chuckled, reminding him not to forget his brothers when he got married. Eden nodded in agreement. Having come from a serf background, he had never truly experienced the feeling of having a home, so he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Just then, a soldier who had gone out on patrol returned to camp on horseback. He was pale and swaying precariously on his horse. Eden immediately rushed over, helped his comrade who was about to fall off his horse, and ordered someone to quickly bring water. After a flurry of activity, the scout finally caught his breath and said urgently, "Captain, gnolls! A lot of gnolls! You can't see the end of them. They're coming this way. They're about 10 kilometers away." Eden's face darkened, and he immediately asked if the scout had been discovered. The scout said he had only glanced at it from a distance, and turned back as soon as he sensed something was wrong, so he shouldn't have been exposed. Eden breathed a sigh of relief and then ordered everyone to pack up the camp immediately. The campfire was quickly extinguished, and the iron pots, food, and tents were all strapped to the horses. The warriors, not daring to delay, returned to Lake of Prayer as fast as they could to report the situation to Baird. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the open space of the castle, Verin was training. Seeing Baird rushing over, he stopped what he was doing. Baird reported, "My lord, the sentries have discovered a large number of gnolls approaching the Lake of Prayer Stars, currently 30 kilometers away." Verin showed no surprise upon hearing this. In fact, he had anticipated this, so he had already moved most of the food and supplies from the village at the foot of the mountain to the castle in order to evacuate more quickly when the gnolls arrived. He immediately gave the order. "Belder, inform everyone that from this moment on, Lake of Prayer Stars is under a state of war. The rest of you, evacuate to the castle and distribute weapons to the strong serfs. The war has begun." "Yes, my lord." That evening, Valen's orders spread throughout the entire territory. Lake of Prayer was brightly lit, and under Baird's command, free men and serfs, carrying their belongings, retreated along the mountain paths to the castle. Standing on the inner city wall, Valen watched the busy crowds on the mountain road, but in his heart he was thinking about how to profit from this turmoil. Based on his assessment, all the western provinces of the Kingdom of Ilia would be attacked, with the province of Lenza likely to be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. As for the insignificant province of Cadro, the number of monsters arriving shouldn't be too high. A century ago, the Grey Wasteland mobilized a 1,000,000-strong monster alliance to drive away countless goblins and kobolds, invading the western border of the Kingdom of Ilia and inflicting a huge blow on the pioneers at the time. However, the kingdom's leadership also took advantage of that turmoil to expand its territory by more than 2 million square kilometers. The present-day province of Lens, covering an area of 750,000 square kilometers, was established under that background and is directly governed by the royal family. Lens is now the most important hub between the Grey Wasteland and the Kingdom of Ilia, a thriving commercial center, and its capital is known as the Pearl of the West. For this reason, it will inevitably become the Monster Alliance's primary target. A battle between a golden dragon and 2 red dragons makes it hard not to suspect that the golden dragon was defeated, which led to the war. Whatever the reason behind it, it's beyond Verin's current ability to investigate. As a mere Silver Knight, his most pressing concern is to hold off the Gnoll's attack and protect his people and property. Chapter 44: The First Probing Attack. 30 kilometers away from the Lake of Prayer Stars, more than 3,000 Gnolls gathered in the wilderness, resting and recovering their strength while awaiting further orders. Inside a dilapidated tent, a black-haired Gnoll sat in the main seat, coldly watching the noisy clan chiefs below, a sight he had long been accustomed to. "We are about to enter the human world. Thank you for your blessing, Lord Varus. This time I'm going to indulge in a feast. Just thinking about those delicate-skinned human nobles makes my mouth water. And wealth, the gold coins of the human world are calling to me." More than a dozen Gnoll clan chiefs chattered amongst themselves, each Gnoll driven by its own greed and desires. Just then, a tall Gnoll entered the tent, knelt on one knee, and awaited orders. Rogers, the Gnoll chieftain who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them, and the tent instantly fell silent. No chieftain dared to speak again. The messenger reported in a low voice that the scouts had discovered a human territory 30 kilometers ahead. Rogers only asked for the time, and upon learning it was 6 in the morning, immediately ordered, "Set off in an hour, conquer the human territory, and have dinner." All the Gnoll chieftains immediately rose and bowed, then left the tent. As the sun rose, more than 3,000 Gnolls began to run silently across the wilderness, advancing towards the Lake of Prayer Stars. Rogues, riding atop a tall Gnoll, watched the procession ahead, as if he could already see the first human territory fall. A gentle breeze brushed past his ear, and he recalled his father's story about the Battle of Lenza. 100 years ago, under the command of more than a dozen wild monster races, including the Gnolls, the monster clans near the border of the Kingdom of Ilia mobilized all their forces, forming a million-strong monster alliance, and drove millions of goblins eastward. In the early stages of the war, the monster alliance swept through human territories one after another, capturing a large number of slaves and food. But the situation quickly reversed. The goddess of life, worshipped by the Kingdom of Ilia, personally intervened, forcing many monsters and gods to back down and no longer dare to interfere in the war. Subsequently, the human army launched a counterattack, slaying the Monster Alliance's leader, the Red Dragon Sargus, in the Lunsa region. With this, the monster clans were defeated, humanity won the war, and reclaimed vast swathes of land that had originally belonged to the monsters. Over the years, humanity has continued to expand, shrinking the living space of the wilderness monsters. Rogers knew very well that a new wave of turmoil was imminent, and their operation this time was merely a test. And this kind of probing won't be a one-time thing, they're just the first batch. As for why he did this, Rogers didn't know. He only knew that he and the clans behind him were nothing more than cannon fodder. As a low-ranking silver warrior, he shouldn't have been leading such a force. But the offspring of truly powerful figures wouldn't come to their deaths, so these Gnolls, who were neither high-ranking nor low-ranking and had no presence, became the most suitable leader. As for the clans under his command, most of them were poor and foolish, brought here by temptation and deception. Rogers clenched his fists, with only one thought in his mind: to live, he had to live. Meanwhile, atop the castle on the cliffs of Lake of Prayer, Violin gazed at the approaching Gnolls and gritted his teeth, saying, "There are at least 3,000 of them, it's no small challenge." Baird came to his side and respectfully reported, "My lord, various traps have been set up in the village, enough to give these Gnolls a hard time." Verin turned and asked, "How are the stone reserves? How many battles can they sustain?" Baird replied, "The castle grounds are already piled with stones, enough to withstand 4 high-intensity battles." Velen nodded, then instructed, "Have everyone take a break, there probably won't be any free time coming up." Inside the castle, in addition to 500 soldiers, another 2,000 able-bodied men were organized, armed with spears. Some were given leather armor and iron swords, and were put in charge of supervision and basic command. The rest of the men and women were all assigned to logistics, responsible for transporting the wounded, replenishing stones, and providing iron arrows for the 3-bow crossbows. As noon approached, the Gnoll leader, Roger, stopped outside the village and roared, "Halt!" The 500 Gnolls he had personally trained immediately stopped, their basic formation remaining intact. The remaining 2,500, however, were noticeably slower, standing haphazardly in place like a hastily assembled ragtag army. A low-ranking silver-level Gnoll chieftain stepped forward, his eyes greedily fixed on the distant village. he asked in bewilderment. Commander, why have we stopped? Human territory is right before us. Without explaining, Rogers jumped off his mount, walked up to the chieftain, and kicked him away. The dozen or so low-level silver-nosed around immediately lowered their heads and dared not utter a sound. Rogers looked around and said coldly, My words are orders. Now, bypass the village, the target is the castle on the hill, take it. All the Noes responded in unison, without daring to hesitate for a moment. On the city wall, Verin saw the Noes begin to circle around, and his expression darkened slightly. Belda, sound the drums, prepare for battle. We've met our match. Baird's expression was also grim. The other side had bypassed the village entirely, meaning all the traps they had set last night were practically wasted. Soon, the sound of gongs filled the castle. First team, go up the city wall. Second team, rest. Upon hearing the noise, the knights responsible for defending each section of the city wall immediately gave orders to their officers. The once quiet castle instantly became noisy, with people running around everywhere. Within 10 minutes, all 800-plus men responsible for defending the city were in position. It wasn't that Verin didn't want to deploy more men, but the outer and inner city walls combined could only accommodate a maximum of these men fighting at the same time. An hour later, a large number of Noes arrived 1 kilometer away from the castle. Rogers stared at the castle in the distance, his face grim. He recalled the goblin tribe he had captured a few days earlier. Their intelligence had clearly stated that this area had only been occupied by humans 6 months prior. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Those green reptiles dared to spread false information. Roasting them would be too good for them. Do you think this castle can be repaired in 6 months? A Noe looked at him fearfully and asked cautiously. Commander, shall we attack? Rogers was silent for a moment, then ordered. Attack. Send the 3rd and 4th battalions first to probe the enemy's strength. Yes, Commander. Chapter 45 The First Probing Attack. Immediately, more than 1,000 Noes rushed out of the ranks, carrying all sorts of weapons. The strong, tall Noes wielded iron flails and chain hammers, while the thinner ones carried wooden spiked clubs inlaid with scattered iron pieces. Most of the Noes carried only wooden clubs and stones. Rogers coldly ordered, Attack! Thousands of Noes immediately launched a charge. Their formation was chaotic, but their attack spanned several kilometers, and they surged towards the castle in a mighty torrent. At the highest point of the castle, Verin stood leaning on his sword, calmly gazing at the enemy below. On the inner city wall, 20 triple-bow ballistae were already set up, and all the soldiers were in position, waiting for the Lord's order. Verin raised his right hand, silently calculating the distance. When the Noe vanguard reached within 600 meters of the outer city wall, he decisively lowered his hand. 20 strong soldiers simultaneously swung wooden hammers and slammed them down on the triggers. The next moment, 20 iron arrows shot through the air. A wadash! Several tall Noes were pierced through on the spot by the iron arrows, and the arrows continued to pierce through several more Noes before stopping. Rogers stared blankly at the 12 bloody trails shot through the attacking ranks. No one knew what he was thinking. The stench of blood quickly filled the battlefield, which only fueled the Noes' ferocious nature. They completely lost their minds, disregarding casualties, and charged even faster. On the outer city wall, Baird, seeing this, immediately shouted, Raise the shields! More than 200 soldiers obeyed the order, quickly raised their iron-clad wooden shields, gripped their spears, and prepared to meet the first wave of attack. The 3-bow ballistae on the inner city wall fired continuously, each volley tearing open bloody wounds among the jackal horde. But the monsters were too numerous, and they quickly closed in on the city wall. Upon reaching the city wall, some of the Noes began throwing stones, while others used their claws to climb the wall, attempting to scale the 6-meter-high outer wall. Stones pounded against the shields with a series of dull thuds. Occasionally, hammers and flails were hurled violently against the city walls, sending the soldiers supporting the shields flying. Baird didn't have a good solution to this either. Many of the soldiers on the city walls were just recently conscripted serfs and free men. Although they underwent intensive training, they failed to master the warrior awakening technique and were ultimately not formal soldiers, their combat capabilities not as stable as those of real soldiers. Seeing that some of the Noes had already climbed halfway up the wall, Baird immediately ordered, Throw stones! The warrior behind the shield immediately picked up the boulder, rushed to the wall, and slammed the heavy stone, weighing over 100 pounds, down. Many Noes were hit by the boulders and fell off the city wall with screams, crashing into their companions. The battle lasted from noon until the afternoon. As darkness fell, Rogers finally ordered his men to signal a retreat. Ah dash! The attacking gnolls gradually stopped, dragging the corpses of their companions, and retreated back to their camp like a tide. Seeing the enemy retreat, the soldiers guarding the outer city wall collapsed to the ground, panting heavily and wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Baird wiped the blood off his knight's longsword, sheathed it, and began tallying the casualties, preparing to report the battle situation to Verin. The surviving 600 or so gnolls dragged the corpses back to the camp. The gnoll cooks, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately took the bodies and started a fire to cook. Along the way, they had been eating the goblins and kobold slaves who accompanied the army. When they occasionally encountered goblin tribes, they would plunder them to supplement their food supply. But by the time they reached the border of human territory, the kobolds and goblins had already been eaten. They had originally thought they could quickly conquer a piece of human territory and solve their food problem. Unexpectedly, they encountered a setback in their first battle. The surrounding area had been cleared clean, leaving no tree bark to be found, so they had to eat the corpses of their own kind to stave off hunger. A tall gnoll held out a roasted wolf leg and respectfully presented it to Rogers. "Commander, food." Rogers glanced at it with disgust and said expressionlessly, "Here you go." The jackal was overjoyed and happily left with the roasted wolf leg in his arms. Rogers looked at the gnolls who were eating their own kind with obvious excitement, his contempt undisguised. In fact, he had never considered these beasts as his own kind. Judging from the afternoon's battle, the humans were using a crossbow with an extremely long range. Rogers couldn't determine whether it was a weapon widely used by humans or a technology unique to this nobleman. But he had already confirmed that ordinary gnolls alone could not possibly take down the castle. Next, the chieftains of the smaller clans would have to take the field themselves. Tomorrow, he plans to test the waters again. If he can't take the castle in one fell swoop, he'll bypass this area and continue eastward. After all, his mission was reconnaissance, and there was no need for him to fight to the death with humans here. Even if his return journey is cut off, he can abandon these fools and leave with only his trusted confidants. He didn't believe that humans could truly block all roads leading to the Grey Wasteland. Inside the castle, Verin surveyed the area while listening to Baird's report. Baird said in a deep voice, "My lord, in the defensive battle this afternoon, we used up 160 iron arrows and 1/5 of the stones, and suffered 86 casualties, 23 of whom died in battle, mostly in close combat with the gnolls. In addition, we went out of the city at night to collect gnoll heads, obtaining 167 ordinary heads and 57 bronze-grade heads. The rest of the corpses were dragged back by the enemy. Roughly estimated, this battle killed or wounded more than 400 gnolls." Verin stopped and said in a deep voice, "Today is likely just a test by the enemy, tomorrow will be the key. Have all the knights prepare, a silver-level gnoll might very well make an appearance." He added, "Furthermore, preserve the gnoll heads with lime. These hard-earned military merits are valuable, whether for promotion or for selling to other nobles." Baird immediately replied, "Your subordinate understands." After Baird left, Verin wandered around the castle before returning to his room. He sat in the chair with his eyes closed, reflecting on what he had observed during the day. The gnoll leader was not stupid. Whether it was bypassing the village, avoiding unknown risks, or using cannon fodder to test the castle's strength, he was quite capable. This completely contradicts Valen's stereotype of gnolls as being violent and mindless. Verin rubbed his forehead and sighed softly. "I wish the other person wasn't brainless." To guard against gnoll night raids, the entire castle was brightly lit. All soldiers kept their weapons with them, resting on the city walls wrapped only in blankets, which facilitated shift changes and allowed them to join the battle at any time. Baird, the steward of the Lake of Prayer Stars, personally inspected the outer city walls every 2 hours to ensure that nothing went wrong. Chapter 46: The Second Attack. As dawn broke, the more than 2,000 gnolls finished their last meal and assembled into ranks amidst the shouts of their clan chiefs. Roger rode on the back of a gnoll, with 2 burly guards beside him carrying a chain mace, temporarily serving as a weapon rack. A clan chief stepped forward and respectfully reported, "Commander, the assembly is complete and awaits your orders." As the sunlight shone on the castle walls, Rogers rolled to the ground, picked up his chain hammer, and coldly ordered, "Attack!" In an instant, more than 2,000 gnolls howled and surged toward the castle like a tidal wave. Rogers followed behind, chain mace in hand, ready to join the battle himself, while the other silver-rank gnolls mingled with the ranks, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the defenders when they scaled the walls. Just like yesterday, the ballistae on the city wall fired first, and iron arrows shot out into the air, heading straight for the gnoll army. "Call out dash!" An iron arrow grazed past Roger's side, instantly piercing 2 of his bodyguards behind him. Rogers immediately shouted. Danger! Spread out! The guards dispersed at his command, no longer daring to surround him. The gnolls covered a mere 2 kilometers in just 5 minutes, reaching the outer city wall, but leaving behind hundreds of corpses. The next moment, some of the gnolls threw stones and weapons to harass the defenders on the city wall, while others quickly climbed the wall. Soon, the entire outer wall was engulfed in melee, with blood splattering and screams and the clash of weapons mingling together. Many silver-level gnolls successfully scaled the city walls, inflicting heavy casualties on the defenders, but they were quickly stopped by the Silver Knights inside the city. Rogers hid in the crowd, his eyes fixed on Verin atop the castle. His keen senses told him that the most dangerous and highest-ranking person in the castle was this young human nobleman. Once we kill him, this castle won't be difficult to take. Just then, a gnoll approached Rogers, respectfully presenting him with a blood-stained iron arrow. Rogers waited in his hand, waited for the opportune moment, and then, with a sudden burst of strength, hurled the iron arrow towards the top of the castle. Verin stood leaning on his sword, watching the incoming iron arrow. He drew his sword and slashed it in two. Then, his gaze fell on Rogers and the attacking group. The man and the wolf stared at each other from a distance, both understanding the other's murderous intent. Roar dash! Now that he had been exposed, Rogers no longer hid. Using the gnolls climbing the wall, he leaped onto the top of the wall in a few bounds, and with a sweeping swing of his chain mace, more than a dozen soldiers were knocked off the wall, their fate unknown. Velin's gaze turned cold, and he leaped off the platform, landing steadily on the outer city wall. Rogers stared at him warily and said in a deep voice, "Human, today you die, I live." Verin gripped his knight's longsword tightly and calmly replied, "Then let's see who lives and who dies." The next moment, the long sword and the chain hammer collided violently, and the green battle aura and the fiery red flames continued to impact each other. Even the crenellations of the city wall were smashed and shattered. The two fought fiercely for more than 10 minutes, remaining deadlocked and neither able to completely suppress the other. Just as Rogers was focused on dealing with Verin, Orlando appeared on the flank without anyone noticing and seized an opening to strike. Dash! An arm flew high into the air and crashed down onto the city wall. Rogers let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his severed arm and roaring, "Despicable humans!" Verin remained calm and said indifferently, "When dealing with monsters, any means are acceptable." After saying that, he and Orlando flanked him from the left and right, preparing to kill Rogers completely and end the turmoil. Seeing the situation was dire, Rogers jumped off the city wall without hesitation, ordering his guards to hold off the pursuers. Verin immediately followed suit, with Orlando close behind. Dozens of tall gnolls quickly formed a makeshift formation, blocking between Rogers and the two Silver Knights. Verin coldly ordered, "Kill them!" Most of these guards were only low to mid-level bronze, and they offered little resistance against Verin and Orlando. They were all slaughtered in less than 10 minutes. But it was precisely this brief moment that allowed Rogers to escape successfully. Not long after, the sound of retreat rang out from the gnoll ranks. The gnolls, who were attacking the city, dragged the corpses of their comrades and began to retreat rapidly. The siege lasted less than 2 hours, but it was several times more brutal than yesterday's. The outer city walls were almost entirely stained red with blood, and the corpses of gnolls and their own soldiers were piled up one after another, a horrific sight. Once out of danger, Rogers immediately summoned the surviving clan chiefs. A few days ago there were 17, now only 9 remained, and all of them were wounded. All the gnolls looked grim, and Rogers was no longer as relaxed as before. He said in a deep voice, "In this battle, the humans are very strong, with at least 15 Silver Knights." He then concluded, "This should only be a human outpost, with the nobleman's true territory behind it. So I've decided to bypass this area and attack the human territory behind it to make up for the losses." The 9 clan leaders immediately agreed, their tone even carrying a hint of impatience, eager to leave this land of death as soon as possible. To prevent the humans inside the castle from launching an attack, Rogers ordered the cooks to immediately start a fire and prepare a meal. Once his men were full, they were to depart without delay, lest anything untoward happen. On the other side, after tallying the casualties and results, Waylon felt a little better. In this battle, our side suffered 117 deaths, including 13 regular soldiers and the rest serfs, and 226 wounded. The results were also significant, with a total of 687 ordinary gnoll heads, 167 bronze-level gnoll heads, and 5 silver-level gnoll heads. The remaining corpses were taken away by the enemy. Verin then said to Baird, "Prepare a force, prepare them tonight." Before he could finish speaking, Knight Randolph strode in, knelt on one knee, and reported, "My lord, the scouts report that the gnolls have disappeared and are suspected to have gone east." Upon hearing this, Violence swallowed his original words and instead ordered, "Dispose of the corpses properly to prevent a plague." "Yes, my lord." After Baird left to receive his orders, Verin rested his chin on his hand and began to ponder. "The gnolls are heading east, which means they'll be back sooner or later. We can ambush them on the way and plunder them to make up for our losses this time." As for what losses the nobles in the east would suffer, that was none of his concern. After all, he had held off the gnolls for a whole day and night, slaying over 1,000 monsters. He had done more than enough for the kingdom and the nobles. Chapter 47: The Dwarf Marquis, the Centaur clan's undeserved misfortune. The day after the gnolls left, the serfs who had been hiding in the castle gradually returned to the village and began clearing the traps and reorganizing the land and their dwellings. Under the knight's command, they quickly threw themselves into their work, eager to escape their slavery as soon as possible. The territory's army did not slacken its efforts either. Under Baird's tutelage, the soldiers trained even harder, while the squires steadily improved their strength alongside their respective knights. Orlando and Hebrew trained with the contractors every day, trying to deepen their connection and quickly connect their battle auras to condense the battle beasts recorded in the mysterious sphere. Meanwhile, the second phase of castle construction officially began, with the goal of completion by March of the following year. As the Lord of the Lake of Prayer Stars, Violin did not rest throughout December, getting up on time every day to train and continuously enhance his strength. In contrast to the tranquility of Lake Prayer, other parts of the province of Karad were plunged into turmoil. In the western part of the kingdom of Ilia, large numbers of monsters crossed the buffer zone, reaching the border and frequently clashing with the kingdom's army and the private armies of nobles. It was during this period that the alliance of 4 territories seizing the copper mine was finally discovered. In the southwestern part of the Ironforge Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, inside a magnificent castle, the dwarf Marquis Darag Ironforge sat on an iron throne, listening to his subordinates' reports, his face growing increasingly gloomy. The dwarf kneeling in the center of the hall whispered, "My lord, according to the report from the Griffin Knights, all 200+ people escorting the copper mine have gone missing. Using the search magic scroll you provided, we found their last trace 200 kilometers from the border of the kingdom of Ilia. These are the items we found." After saying that, he took out a token from his pocket and presented it with both hands. To the left of Darag, a high-ranking silver warrior clad in silver armor descended the steps, accepted the token, and respectfully handed it to the Marquis. Darag recognized it at a glance as a token unique to the Centaur clan. Its material came from the bones of powerful Centaur warriors, symbolizing the Centaur clan's heritage. He asked in a calm tone, "What else did you find?" The dwarf lowered his head even further. "My lord, we have no other clues besides this item." Darag sneered. "It seems these rats are very cautious. They've even used deodorizing liquid." The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling aura. More than a dozen high-ranking silver-ranked dwarf guards in the hall simultaneously felt immense pressure, as if they would collapse and die at any moment. The reporter kneeling in the center was directly confronted by the aura of the Darag soul in 10th level, and he lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to breathe too heavily. A moment later, a mid-level gold-ranked dwarf warrior entered the hall and knelt on one knee to receive orders. Darag began. "Karak." The soldier immediately responded, "My lord." Darag tossed him the token and coldly commanded, "I give you 300 Ironhammer warriors, 1,000 goat riders, and 3,000 dwarf warriors. Take back 10 times the losses I suffered from the Centaur clan." Karak took the token and bowed, saying, "Yes." After he finished speaking, he turned and left the hall. A few minutes later, Darag ordered, "Monitor the human market. Report to me immediately if there is any news of copper mine transactions." The dwarf who reported quickly agreed and practically scrambled out of the room. The hall fell silent. Darag tapped rhythmically on the iron base, making a thumping sound. He muttered to himself, "A low-level frame-up. Don't let me find out who you are." He could certainly tell that this might not really be the work of the centaurs. But since he couldn't find the real culprit, he couldn't just suffer losses for nothing. Since the token pointed to the centaurs, he would first take it back from the most obvious target. This batch of copper ore was mined by him from a sparse and scattered copper mine in the wilderness, and it was transported once a month. In order to avoid attracting attention, the person in charge of escorting it only arranged for a high-ranking silver dwarf warrior. After all, every gold-level combatant in his territory is the focus of attention from all sides, and they cannot disappear for long. Derrig knew very well that only 10 years remained before His Majesty the King launched his war. By then, the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom would reclaim its lost territory from the kingdom of Ilia. He had to seize the moment to gather minerals, forge weapons, and train an army in order to secure a sufficient share of the spoils in the future war. Soon, the well-equipped dwarven army left the Marquis' territory, entered the grey wasteland from the west, and headed straight for the Centaurs' territory. Soon after, a Centaur clan camp was completely destroyed. Thousands of centaurs were beheaded and their heads were neatly piled up in the wilderness. The golden warrior Karak grabbed the centaur chieftain, who was only at the mid-silver level, and slammed him to the ground. He then stepped on the chieftain's head, took out the token, and asked, "Tell me, which clan does this belong to?" The centaur chieftain, his eyes filled with hatred, gritted his teeth and cursed. "Filthy, lowly dwarves! This is the grey wasteland! My God will surely punish you!" Karak's expression was icy. "I have no intention of offending the crown of the centaur god Chiron. But that is not a reason for you to be disrespectful to me." With a wave of his hand, more than 20 centaur cubs were instantly smashed into mincemeat by the iron hammer. Karak said again, "If you tell me which clan the token belongs to, I can leave you a seed." The clan chief roared, "Don't even think about it." The next moment, all the 100-odd centaurs captured were killed by the dwarven iron hammer. The arrogant chieftain also had his head smashed by Karak, who took one of his fangs as a keepsake. Karak then continued his advance, plundering centaur clans along the way, seizing horses and other valuables, while also tracing the origin of the tokens. After slaughtering 6 centaur clans and killing more than 4,000 centaurs, Karak finally obtained the information he wanted. The Magram clan, a branch of the Dusthammer clan, one of the 13 chosen centaur clans, has a population of 15,000 and leads 8 centaur vassal clans, making a name for themselves in the border region of the iron-forged dwarven mountain kingdom. Recently, Mam, the chieftain of the Magram clan, learned that the blue-purple horse his daughter Arya was escorting had gone missing. He immediately stripped her of her status as the young master, imprisoned her, and planned to send her to marry into a neighboring clan of equal status next year. Meanwhile, Mam was also selecting brave centaur warriors and archers. He planned to personally lead his army to exact revenge on humanity once the monster army that had tested the boundaries of humankind had withdrawn. As for now, he cannot go, nor dare he go, because once he gets involved in the battlefield, he is likely to be used as cannon fodder. Meanwhile, Karak's dwarven army was steadily closing in on the Magram clan. The centaurs were unaware that a devastating blow was about to befall them. Chapter 48 Knoll Movements. More than half a month has passed since the Knolls left the Lake of Prayer and continued eastward. During this time, Lake of Prayer Stars returned to its bustling state. Castle fortification, farmland reclamation, irrigation canal construction, salt mine excavation, and territory patrols were all proceeding smoothly. The knights under Violent's command performed their duties diligently, and no one dared to slack off in the slightest. As a lord, Violent was not idle either. After the battle with the Knolls, he clearly realized that his combat skills still had shortcomings, so he restructured his schedule, handling official business in the territory in the morning, sparring with knights in the afternoon, and cultivating battle aura in the evening, devoting almost all his time to improving himself. In late December, the reconnaissance team returned to Lake of Prayer Stars, bringing with them the latest intelligence from the province of Cadro. Inside the castle hall, Mike, the captain of the reconnaissance team and a low-ranking silver knight, respectfully reported to Verin. "My lord, there are 5 monster armies attacking the border of Cadro province, targeting 5 locations: the border fortress Montas, the Lake of Prayer Stars, the Yellow Sand Valley, and Evanmouth. Among them, Montas faces the most monsters, numbering over 30,000. After listening, Waylon immediately asked, "What is the situation in the inland part of the province now?" Mike considered for a moment, then replied in a deep voice. "It's chaotic. When faced with monster attacks, nobles in various places are either fighting to the death, fleeing in defeat, or even running away at the first sign of trouble. This situation is more pronounced the closer you get to the provincial capital." Violin sneered. "It seems that more than 100 years of peace has worn away the bravery of some nobles. After this turmoil, many nobles in the province of Cadro will likely have their territories reclaimed, or even have their heirs replaced by their masters. However, these things are of little concern to Verin. He is more concerned with something else." He looked at Mike and asked, "How's that group of gnolls I told you to keep a close eye on?" Mike immediately replied, "My lord, after leaving the Lake of Prayer Stars, the remnants of the army headed east and successively conquered several noble territories. Perhaps due to insufficient troops, or having learned from their failed sieges, they no longer attacked castles directly, but instead looted the surrounding villages and towns, thus accumulating a great deal of wealth. At this point, Mike's tone became more serious. I returned this time because I learned that they are planning to bypass Lake Prayer and return to the wasteland with the looted wealth and people from the Bedrock Mountains more than 60 kilometers to the south. Verin immediately perked up, staring at him and asking, "Is the information reliable?" Mike bowed his head and said, "It's absolutely true. My subordinates captured a low-ranking silver-rank Knoll clan chief, and this information came from him." Verin fell into deep thought. The message was important, but he was also worried that the other party might notice something amiss and change their route. Mike stood by, not disturbing him. After a moment, Verin continued, "The exact time? Intelligence indicates that it will be around early January, but the exact date is still unclear." Verin nodded. "Continue the reconnaissance. Report to me immediately if there is any movement." "Yes, my lord." After Mike left, Verin went to the map, his gaze sweeping back and forth across several areas surrounding the Lake of Prayer Stars. If the Knoll chieftain discovered his men were missing, he might not proceed according to the original plan. Leading a large army to ambush at Bedrock now was risky. If they came up empty-handed, it would be a net loss. After some deliberation, Verin decided to wait. He then ordered Bear to mobilize the territory's troops and prepare to depart at any time, with the specific timing of the operation to be determined by his orders. Meanwhile, in a village in the province of Cadro, the one-armed Jackal Rogers sat calmly in his room, tearing into a roasted beef leg. Below, a Knoll clan chief played with a gold coin and said excitedly, "Chief, we've plundered so much wealth in the past 20 days that we can't even count it all. We've amassed over 10,000 strong human slaves alone." Another Knoll with a scar on his face took the opportunity to probe. "Chief, should we continue eastward? I've heard that the further east we go, the richer the human nobles become, and the more good things they have." Rogers didn't answer immediately. He suddenly noticed the discrepancy in the number of men, glanced at his subordinates below, and asked coldly, "Where is Dorego?" The Knolls looked at each other, all of them bewildered. Rogers' face immediately darkened, and he shouted, "Guards!" Two tall Knolls entered the room and knelt on one knee to await orders. "Bring the people of Dorego here." "Yes, leader." Soon, several filthy Knolls were led into the room, where they knelt on the ground, trembling. Rogers stared at them and asked, "Where is your chieftain?" One of the Knolls lay prostrate on the ground, trembling as he replied, "Your Excellency, our chieftain went out to raid 3 days ago and has not yet returned to the camp." Rogers' voice grew even colder. "So, you're saying that your chieftain has been missing for 3 days, and I, as the leader, have not heard a single word about it?" The Knolls on the ground trembled with fear. Thinking of the people of their tribe who had been inexplicably executed by Roger in the past 20 days, they could only pray in their hearts for the protection of the Knoll god Gorlick. Rogers showed no mercy and simply ordered, "Drag him out and roast him." Several Knolls collapsed to the ground and were forcibly dragged away by the guards. The other clan chiefs in the room all lowered their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Ever since Roger lost an arm, his temper had become increasingly volatile, and he would frequently torture and kill his clansmen to vent his anger. Rogers looked around, and wherever his gaze fell, not a single Knoll dared to meet his eyes. A moment later, he announced in a cold voice, "We will begin our return journey in 2 weeks, proceeding as originally planned." "Yes, leader!" All the Knolls responded in unison, and no one dared to object. It was the night of January 1st, 9721. For the first time ever, Violin didn't cultivate. Instead, he lay in bed quietly waiting. According to his previous guess, fate would bring new information again tonight. Soon, it was 8 o'clock, and that pleasant voice rang out again. 7 days later, a legendary mage from the stars will crash land in the Grey Mist Mountains, north of the Lake of Prayer Stars. Save her, and you will gain her protection for 30 years. A legendary magician? Verin sat bolt upright, his face filled with shock. How can I save her? The next moment, he suddenly realized that he seemed to actually have something in his hands that could save a legendary mage. But he had just received news during the day that the Knolls had already set off to return to the Grey Wasteland, and their route was the same as the previous reconnaissance, leaving the province of Cadero from the south. He couldn't possibly take care of both the north and the south at the same time, so he had to make a choice. On one side is a vast amount of resources and people, enough to propel the Lake of Prayer to even greater heights. On the other side is the friendship of a legendary mage, but whose protection will only last 30 years. Waylon frowned, struggling with the decision for a long time. Soon, he finally had a clear answer in his heart. Chapter 49 Raimundo. In the mountains north of the Lake of Prayer Stars, the Jackal Rogers, accompanied by hundreds of carefully selected guards and carrying a large amount of wealth and valuables, was cautiously making his way through the forests. A gnoll who had followed him for a long time grew increasingly uneasy. Seeing that they were getting further and further away from the main group, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Chief, why are we taking the treasure and leaving the main group, and why are we heading north?" Roger, riding on the back of a gnoll, slowly opened his eyes. His fierce gaze swept over the gnoll, who immediately trembled and regretted speaking out of turn. Rogers said coldly, "Durago is missing, and I suspect he's fallen into human hands. The original evacuation plan has most likely been exposed. If we evacuate with so many human prisoners, do you think those nobles will let us cross the border safely?" The gnoll was even more confused, but wisely nodded in agreement. Rogers looked at this ignorant fool and waved him away in disappointment. He looked up at the sky, silently estimating the distance. In 2 more days, they would be able to leave this area. This experience of being used as cannon fodder had made him realize that he must never come back to die again. Upon returning, Rogers planned to use 2/3 of his wealth to bribe the clan's high-ranking members in exchange for a higher status and greater power, so as to avoid being used as a cannon fodder leader again in the future. He covered his empty severed arm, his eyes growing increasingly sinister, and whispered, "I will repay this debt tenfold for the loss of my arm." Meanwhile, Verin dispatched 6 silver knights and 12 knight squires from the Lake of Prayer Stars to lead a team to the Grey Mist Mountain in the north. Rather than rapidly increasing the territory's strength, Verin valued a safe development over the next 30 years. Just in case, he carried all the 7-colored life flowers with him. Grey Mist Mountain is over 100 kilometers from Lake of Prayer Stars, a journey that can be completed in a day at full speed. Aside from a few clueless goblins, there was almost no danger encountered along the way. As evening fell, the group reached the foot of the mountain. A knight stepped forward and reported, "My lord, this should be the place." Verin spurred his horse forward, gazing at the 1,000-meter-high mountain shrouded in mist before him, and was somewhat awestruck. He quickly ordered, "It's getting late, set up camp here, and continue the search on the mountain at dawn tomorrow." The 12 knights immediately set up camp, fed the horses, and started a fire to cook. The 6 silver knights spread out to patrol and drive away the wild beasts in the surrounding area. There was still 1 day until the legendary mage arrived. Verin sat on a large rock, closed his eyes, and following the light within his mind, sensed the approximate location where the mage would fall. A moment later he opened his eyes, looked into the distance, and said in a low voice, "Northwest 2 kilometers." At this moment, a knight squire came to his side and respectfully reported, "My lord, the tent has been set up." Verin glanced at the young man. The man already possessed the strength of a mid-level knight squire. He stood up and said gently, "Your name is Cyril, and you are Baird's knight squire." Cyril immediately stood up straight, his eyes filled with respect and excitement. "Yes, my lord." Verin nodded and said, "Not bad, you have great talent. Keep up the good work." After a brief word of encouragement, Verin turned and went into the tent. He put down his short sword, took off his heavy armor, sat on the blanket, and felt the cool night air. Cyril's performance just now made him realize that Baird and the others' education was beginning to take effect. Traditionally, a vassal's vassal is not considered his own vassal, but Verin strongly disliked this system. He didn't want uncontrollable military cliques to emerge within his territory. The current education system was still imperfect, so they could only rely on master-apprentice relationships for now. Once things reached a certain stage, he would model it after a family system, separating training from combat, so that everyone would ultimately be loyal only to him. Half an hour later, the silver knight Raimondo carried a bowl of meat soup into the tent, placed it on the low wooden table, and reported, "My lord, no danger has been found around." Instead of eating immediately, Verin looked at him and calmly asked, "Raimondo, I remember you come from a merchant family." Raimondo's expression shifted slightly, and he respectfully replied, "My lord is not mistaken. If it weren't for the family's nurturing and my lord's guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today." Verin continued, "Next, I intend to have you revive your family's skills. Are you willing?" Raimondo fell silent, clearly struggling internally. Verin didn't urge him, simply waiting quietly for his answer. If Raimondo is unwilling, he can still train another caravan leader. That Cyril from earlier is quite good. He's young, intelligent, and worth observing. Raimondo was born into a merchant family and was the 3rd son. With his talent and gold, he was chosen as a knight squire, trained at Windsor Castle, and later served in the 7th Knights of Eagle Territory. He recalled his father's teachings. There is no future in being a merchant. only by becoming a nobleman can one find the right path and the most respectable way. A dozen minutes later, Raimondo finally made his decision. He knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Whatever my lord requires, Raimondo will obey." This answer was somewhat unexpected for Verin. He re-examined the guardian knight before him. Of the 12 knights his family had given him, apart from Baird, Andro, Randolph, and Greg, he didn't know the other 8 well, nor was he particularly close to them. Verin said calmly, "Once a guardian knight of mine, always a guardian knight. If you are unwilling in the future, you can report to me at any time, and I will make other arrangements." Raimondo bowed his head and replied, "Yes, my lord." Afterward, the two chatted about Raimondo's hometown. After he left, Verin picked up the now-cooled broth and slowly drank it. The caravan leader has been chosen. Next, he will expand the caravan trade, sell salt, and develop it into the pillar industry of the territory. Before that, however, Verin needs to personally travel to the province of Cadero to conduct business. Firstly, to contact other nobles in the province and gather intelligence. Secondly, to determine trade routes and ideally establish caravan exchanges to avoid being repeatedly charged customs duties and road taxes along the way. The next morning, Verin left a few people to guard the camp and then led the others northwest to prepare to welcome the guardian deity for the next 30 years. Meanwhile, several hundred jackal people who had emerged from the mountains were resting more than 10 kilometers away from Grey Mist Mountain. Chapter 50, An Encounter, with the Noel Rogers. In the Grey Mist Mountains, Verin finally arrived at the target location. He glanced at the sky and, just to be on the safe side, immediately ordered, "Everyone, disperse and do not approach this area." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly retreated several hundred meters away. Not long after, the open space ahead suddenly rippled, and a dazzling chaotic light appeared out of thin air, accompanied by a terrifying pressure. Verin's expression changed, and he led everyone to retreat again. A dozen minutes later, the space seemed to shatter as if it had been torn apart, and a woman in a shamanic robe was spit out from it. Her robes were tattered, but she landed steadily, and lay quietly in the center of the open space. A silver knight, his face filled with astonishment, couldn't help but ask, "My lord, what is this?" The others also looked at Verin, their eyes filled with doubt. Verin simply replied, "Just remember, she will be the future guardian of our territory." About 15 minutes later, the spatial passage completely dissipated. Only then did Verin rise from the ground and cautiously approach the mage. The closer he got to the center, the stranger he felt. The legendary domain he had imagined hadn't appeared, and he felt no pressure whatsoever. Before he knew it, he was standing beside the woman. Her long silver hair, delicate features, and near-perfect physique made Verin subconsciously swallow. But the thought that she was a legendary mage instantly extinguished any restlessness he felt. Verin took out a small wooden box from his pocket, opened it, and took out a 7-colored life flower. As soon as he approached the woman, a light blue protective shield appeared and then disappeared silently. Verin's heart tightened. It was rumored that high-level mages would cast magical shields on themselves to detect attacks. If he had really had any wicked thoughts just now, he would probably be turned into ashes by now. He quickly shook his head, reminding himself, "I'm here to save people." The shield did not reappear. Verin placed the 7-colored life flower to the mage's lips. The flower immediately transformed into a pale green liquid, slowly merging into her body. He then sat aside and waited for her to wake up. But after a long time, the woman remained motionless. Just then, a night squire rushed over. Verin recognized him as one of the men left behind to guard the camp, and a bad feeling immediately rose in his heart. The night squire rushed to him, panting, and reported, "My lord, Lord Raimondo sent me to report that a large number of gnolls, more than 300 in number, are heading this way." "What?" The silver knight beside him suddenly stood up, his expression changing in shock. The others gripped their weapons and surrounded them, their faces filled with worry. They could handle a few dozen gnolls, but over 300 would be a huge problem. Verin forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice, "Don't panic, let me think. The gnolls coming from the interior of the province are mostly a retreating monster alliance. There are likely many silver-level monsters among them, and it's too dangerous to fight them head-on now. We must conserve our strength first." Soon, Verin gave the order. "Notify Raimondo to abandon all other supplies, take only horses and necessary rations, and retreat to our location immediately." "Yes, my lord." The night squire did not dare to delay and turned to quickly return to the camp. Meanwhile, 2 or 3 kilometers away from the Grey Mist Mountain camp, the gnoll caravan had already spotted Raimondo and his group. One-armed Rogers, riding atop a tall gnoll, gradually grew grim. he asked in a cold voice. Did you see clearly? There's a human camp ahead? The subordinate immediately replied. Boss, there are indeed humans ahead. The flag being hung is the one used by those human sentries. Hearing this, Rogers completely abandoned the idea of taking a detour, and his expression turned ferocious. He growled, Full speed ahead, I want to collect some interest first. Hundreds of gnolls immediately sped up and rushed toward the camp. Inside the camp, after receiving Verin's order, Raimondo immediately shouted, Abandon this place, take the blue-purple horse, and retreat with me. The 8 knights who were setting up the defenses immediately dropped the wood and stones, took only the necessary rations, mounted their blue-purple horses, and followed Raimondo into the depths of the Grey Mist Mountain. 10 minutes later, hundreds of gnolls poured into the camp from the wilderness. The still unfinished fortifications were instantly destroyed, and the tents were torn to shreds. Looking at the empty camp, Roger's rage finally erupted. He roared at his men. Where are those humans? A gnoll with a keen sense of smell crouched down, sniffed the air, and quickly pointed in the direction of Grey Mist Mountain. Chief, they ran that way. Rogers glanced at his severed arm, his eyes growing even more frenzied. Chase them! I'm going to eat them alive! The other gnolls didn't think twice and immediately followed suit, charging into Grey Mist Mountain. In their view, with several hundred of them and only a dozen or so on the other side, there was no way they could lose. In the mountains, Verin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Raimondo and his men arriving. Had the news come any later, they would likely have been held up by the gnolls. Raimondo stepped forward to report. My lord, the gnolls are right behind us, they'll catch up soon. Verin stood up, looked at the large number of dark figures gradually emerging in the distance, and said in a deep voice. Prepare for battle. The target of these gnolls should be us. Everyone immediately went on high alert. Just then, the unconscious legendary mage's fingers twitched slightly, as if he was showing signs of waking up. A dozen minutes later, hundreds of gnolls surrounded Verin and his group. Their eyes were fierce, and they kept brandishing their weapons, waiting for their leader's order. Verin drew his knight's longsword from his horse, bracing himself for a desperate fight. His only chance of survival was to first kill the enemy leader, disrupt the gnoll formation, and then find an opportunity to escape. Of course, if that legendary magician were to wake up now, the current crisis would naturally be resolved. At this moment, the gnolls in front split into 2 lines, and a one-armed gnoll rode on the back of a tall member of his race, slowly approaching the front of the line. The moment he saw the other person, Weilin's gaze turned serious. Rogers threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Ha ha, this must be God's favor upon me, granting me the opportunity for revenge. He stared intently at Verin and roared. I'll tear you to pieces, salt you, and savor you slowly. Upon hearing the other party speak common, Verin gripped his knight's longsword, silently awaiting his opportunity. With 7 silver knights on their side, they weren't entirely without a chance to kill Ragas. However, this would make it difficult to take care of the 12 knights and squires. Chapter 51 The Legendary Ice Mage Anastasia. Chapter 51 The Legendary Ice Mage Anastasia. Go, crush them! Rogers looked excited and waved his hand, signaling his men to attack. Upon receiving the order, the gnolls swung their chain hammers and flails, roared loudly, and launched an attack. Knights and squires, step back to protect yourselves. The other 6, follow me and kill that one-armed gnoll. Verin made a decisive decision, issued the order, and then took the lead, charging ahead of his men. Several mid-level bronze gnolls were cut in half at the waist, their scalding blood staining their armor, marking the official start of the battle. The next moment, more frenzied gnolls swarmed in, relentlessly attacking the advancing Verin and the other 6 silver knights. As more and more gnolls surged up, the 7 were separated, and Verin gradually lost contact with the other 6. As a key target, Rogers mobilized most of the high-ranking bronze gnolls to besiege Verin. Cut off one of this human's legs, and you'll be rewarded with 20 gold coins. Cut off one arm, and you'll be rewarded with 50 gold coins. Hearing their leader's words, and stimulated by the strong smell of blood, the many gnolls around them gradually lost their minds. Verin continued to wield his knight's longsword, killing a gnoll with almost every attack, but the number of gnolls around him continued to grow, showing no signs of decreasing. This can't go on. Feeling his fighting spirit being constantly depleted, he had to make a decision, or he would be worn down and die here. At this moment, the legendary mage behind him awoke, his cold eyes sweeping around as he chanted incantations, and a massive beam of magic began to condense. In an instant, the surroundings were covered in ice and snow, and all the gnolls were frozen solid. Panting heavily, Verin stopped what he was doing, shook off the solidified blood crystals on his armor, and looked around in surprise. The unfamiliar sound caused the frozen knoll sculpture to shatter, turning into tiny crystals. Even the arrogant one-armed werewolf was no exception, becoming part of the snow crystals on the ground. In an instant, the danger was averted, and he knew without even thinking who had done it. Then, Verin removed his helmet, approached the legendary mage floating in the air, and bowed in respect. "Your Excellency, thank you for your help." The legendary mage heard Veilin's words and his eyes were filled with doubt. He muttered something to himself, and then understood what he was saying. "Young man, thank you for your help." Hearing the familiar common tongue, Verin marveled at the wonder of magic, but he didn't show it on his face and remained respectful. The legendary mage looked around, opened his mouth, and asked in what he thought was a friendly manner, "Where is this place?" "Your Excellency, this place is located in the Grey Mist Mountain of the Yellowstone region in the Grey Wasteland of the Western Continent." Sensing the indifference in the other party's tone, Verin dared not be negligent and truthfully stated what the other party wanted. "Grey Mist Mountain." Though she spoke with certainty, she already knew everything in her heart. "An emergency escape indeed led me from the stars to this world, but it has severely damaged my foundation, and I must stop to recuperate." She sensed the oppressive force of the surrounding laws, 100 times stronger than her original world, definitely a powerful and terrifying place. This forced her to quickly establish contact with the native inhabitants to counteract the repulsion and oppression of the laws. Otherwise, her injuries would worsen, and she would surely die. Verin watched the other person remain silent, standing quietly in place, awaiting their instructions. "In return, I will protect you for 30 years. Are you willing?" Just as fate had indicated, there was a time limit, and looking at the other person's somewhat defeated expression, he seemed to understand something. "It's my pleasure." Then, the legendary mage mobilized a sliver of magic power that had been restored within her body, forming 2 pale purple magic circles beneath her and Verin's feet. Looking at the magic circle beneath his feet, Verin was somewhat alarmed, but the information that appeared in his mind the next moment dispelled his doubts. "This is a guardianship contract ceremony. Under the witness of the deity you believe in, you and I will enter into a contract." "Yes, Your Excellency." The next moment, the ceremony began. With a pious expression on his face, Verin solemnly said, "Great Goddess of Life, your faithful believer has made a covenant. Please bear witness." After a long series of sacred oaths, a beam of light enveloped the two of them. At the same time, the 12 knights and 6 silver knights knelt down and bowed their heads to show their respect for the gods. Under Veilin's gaze, the legendary mage seemed to see something. A respectful expression appeared on his cold face, and he began to solemnly swear. "The legendary ice mage Anastasia hereby swears to protect Verin and his territory for 30 years, guaranteeing their absolute safety, in exchange for..." What followed was a jumble of incomprehensible words to Verin, as if they were out of order. "Can..." A majestic voice resounded in my ears, while a gentle beam of light dissipated. After the ceremony, the legendary ice mage Anastasia landed steadily on the ground, looking at the young man in front of her with curiosity, wanting to say something, but unable to speak. "From this moment on, I will protect you and your land until 30 years from now. From now on, you may call me Anastas," Anastasia said gently after looking me over with a curious gaze, her previous indifference and coldness gone. "Yes, ma'am." Verin bowed his head in response, having gained a general understanding of the situation. "Raimondo, take your men and gather up all the money and supplies in the vicinity." As Raimondo received the order and prepared to leave, Verin hurriedly stopped him, adding, "Choose the ones with high value." "Yes, my lord." With a limited number of horses, they couldn't possibly carry all the belongings of the more than 300 jackals back. They could only select the most valuable items and bury the rest on the spot, waiting to retrieve them later. As temperatures rise, the ice crystals on the ground begin to melt, and blood flows down the mountainside, but most of it remains on the land, serving as nutrients for the plants of Grey Mist Mountain. The legendary mage Anastasia watched the busy group, then casually waved his hand, and an ice throne took shape. Sitting on the throne, looking at her tattered robes and her empty middle finger, she had no choice but to remain as she was for now. She wasn't some naive girl. As a legendary mage who had lived for over 600 years, she cared nothing for worldly opinions. Besides, who would dare to disrespect her? Bored out of her mind, she had focused her gaze on the young man with whom she had made a contract, her thirst for knowledge undiminished. She was eager to know why this young man, not yet 20, had attracted the attention of the gods, and not just one. With her current strength, she didn't dare to offend the majesty of the gods. Chapter 52 Unexpected Gain, Return to Territory. Chapter 52 Unexpected Gain, Returning to the territory soon, the sky darkened. Since the tents had all been destroyed by the gnolls, Verin could only order his men to find more firewood to start a fire for warmth, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed to rest for the night. After a pot of meat soup was cooked, Verin filled a bowl and delivered it to the legendary magician. Ms. Anasta. At the edge of the camp, Verin arrived at an igloo, pushed open the door, and placed the broth on the ice table. Thank you? Shia opened her eyes, waking from her meditation, and thanked Verin. Unconsciously, she had already placed this young man on an equal footing. Verin bowed and then left the igloo, looking at the bright red moon in the night sky, feeling very happy. With security issues resolved, the next step is rapid, sweeping expansion. With the protection of a legendary mage, albeit a crippled one, he could roam freely on the borders of the kingdom of Ilia. The larger the territory, the more resources it has, the more people it can train, and the more the territory can expand, creating a virtuous cycle. If the seven-colored life flower can be found at the bottom of the Lake of Prayer for Stars, then there must be other unknown treasures elsewhere that can quickly enhance one's strength. With the help of fate, he will surely become the 6th Earl of the family within 30 years. At that moment, Raimondo, holding a stack of papers, excitedly walked towards Verin. My lord, we've struck it rich this time. No rush, let's eat first, then we can talk slowly, Verin said to Raimondo in a good mood. As night fell, by the campfire, Verin and Raimondo sat on the ground and began to discuss how to handle the supplies. There are about 30,000 gold coins and a large number of silver coins, which are too many to count. I estimate there are about 150,000. 256 excellent grade knight-long swords, 136 sets of excellent grade armor, 893 low-grade magic crystals, 17 mid-grade magic crystals, 1 high-grade magic crystal, 376 magic pearls, 130 sheets of special paper for making magic scrolls, 16 bottles of magic potions, 12 caddies of purple gold sand, and 32 books of various kinds of beginner magic books, with a total value of over 100,000 gold coins. As Verin listened to Raimondo's report, the smile on his face never stopped. This was truly an unexpected windfall. He had already given up on leading his troops south to plunder the supplies looted by the gnolls, but unexpectedly, the gnoll leader took the best of the best and left the Cadro province from the north. Could it be that I really am? The next moment, Verin shook his head, abandoning this unrealistic idea. Instead of fantasizing about this, it's better to honestly plan for future development, and grow stronger step by step. Take 50 sets of knights' long swords and armor each. Bury the rest on the spot, mark the location, and send someone to retrieve them when we return. As for everything else, take it all with you, it cannot be left here. My lord, I will go and give the order immediately. An excited Raimondo immediately got up and went to instruct the knight squire to prepare to dig a pit to bury the knight's long sword and armor. Verin leaned against the trunk of a large tree, looking at the igloo not far away, and felt an unprecedented sense of ease. 2 days later, Verin returned home laden with the captured supplies. Outside the village, 2 giant rock lizards, who were undergoing training, saw their owner return, abandoned their keeper, and ran over eagerly. Shia followed beside Verin, curiously observing the surrounding environment and buildings. Her first impression was that it was clean, which immediately changed her preconceived notion of the town as being dirty and filthy. Verin, as a lord, you are certainly qualified. Upon hearing this, Verin smiled and said, Ms. Anastas is too kind. During my long journey, I have rarely seen towns with such a clean and comfortable environment, Anastasia said calmly, looking at Verin. Just then, seeing the 2 giant rock lizards running over, Verin squatted down and curiously touched their chins. Hey, interesting. Could you give me your 2 pets to study for a couple of days? Feeling immense pressure, the 2 rock giant lizards trembled with fear and buried their heads in the ground. Seeing the 2 pets nearly wet themselves in fear, Verin tried to calm them down while saying, Madam, in this state, they obviously can't cooperate with your research. I think we should just give up. Kindness. Anastasia nodded and stopped paying attention. Seeing that the other party was no longer insistent, Verin breathed a sigh of relief. They were reasonable enough, which would avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble in the future. Ms. Anastas, would you like me to provide you with accommodation, or would you like to choose a location yourself and have it built for you? Verin said to Shia after dismissing Little White and Little Yellow. No need. You just need to give me a place, and I'll handle the rest. Shia resumed her aloof demeanor, then added, It's best if it's far from the center of your territory. Hearing Shia's words, Verin was somewhat confused, but he still followed her choice. Madam, I'd like to ask how large the area needs to be, Verin asked after a moment's thought. 30 square kilometers. Shia gave an approximate value based on the minimum range of radiation from his legendary domain. Then, Verin asked Baird to fetch the map. As Shia arrived at the Lake of Prayer Stars, he clearly felt that the temperature had dropped by 3 or 4 degrees compared to before, which should be related to the area the other party requested. Shia stood aside, watching the young nobleman sketch 2 locations on the parchment. Since she didn't recognize the language of this world, she could only wait for Verin to explain them to her. Madam, please look. Verin put away his pencil and explained to Shia. I think these 2 locations are suitable. One is 11 kilometers north of Lake of Prayer Stars, and the other is 30 kilometers to the west. Let's go with this one. After examining the area for a while, Shia extended her white finger and pointed to a location 30 kilometers west of the Lake of Prayer Stars. Verin nodded slightly. With this powerful figure guarding the entrance to this dark region, development should be easy. However, developing the Dark Lands will not be considered until 3 to 5 years from now. His territory doesn't have the extra resources to do something so dangerous right now. The most urgent task is to take advantage of this great opportunity to expand our territory. Madam, this 30 square kilometers of land can be your private property, which you may dispose of as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Shia nodded, feeling quite satisfied. Afterwards, Verin personally led Shia to a guest room in the castle, allowing her to rest for a while, and said he would take her to their destination the next day. After everything was finished, the sun had already set. After having dinner, Verin summoned Baird to his study to find out the movements of the southern Knoll army. Having devoured the best parts, he then set his sights on the population. Chapter 53, Delineating the Area and Holding a Meeting. Chapter 53, Demarcating the Area and Holding a Meeting. Baird entered the hall, bowed, and reported. My lord, the main force of the Knolls was surrounded and annihilated by the kingdom's army at the border. However, according to the intelligence I have gathered, this noble coalition from the province of Syrup seems quite disappointed. Of course they're going to be disappointed, Verin said with a smile after hearing this. Baird was somewhat puzzled. His lord seemed to have known everything all along. No wonder he was a man favored by the goddess. Belder, inform the others that a territory meeting will be held in 3 days. It's time for us to expand westward. Verin stood up and instructed Baird. Also, select 20 young women. I have a use for them. Yes, my lord. After listening, Verin nodded and returned to his room to rest after Baird left. The next morning, Verin instructed Baird to prepare some necessary supplies, and also asked Raymond to take half of what he had harvested from the knolls, load it onto a wagon, and send them together 30 kilometers to the west. My lord, I don't understand at all. Raimondo came before Verin, confiding in him and seeking an answer. These things, though valuable, were an unexpected acquisition. They were originally seized by Ms. Anasta. We are already very lucky to have obtained half of them, Verin explained to Raimondo, sensing the cold aura behind him. Standing not far from the convoy, Shia listened to the nobleman's words, a strange look flashing in his eyes, but he did not speak. Good morning, ma'am. Verin turned around appropriately, saw Shia, and bowed in greeting. Hello, Verin, now that you're ready, let's set off. Yes. Under Valen's orders, a squadron of soldiers escorted 12 wagons loaded with various supplies, along with 20 carefully selected attractive female serfs, to the Silver Ice region, 30 kilometers away, a name Valen had specifically given to this 30 square kilometers. An hour later, Valen arrived at a hill 2 kilometers to the left of the entrance to the Underdark. There was a small river nearby that could be used as a water source for the Silver Ice region. Good. Shia made a comment, then mobilized the magic power within her body, drawing the surrounding magic power towards her. Valen stood aside, watching the water gather from all around and, under the legendary magician's manipulation, create a castle of ice from nothing in just half an hour. The surrounding area was covered with ice and snow, and all the plants turned into tiny ice crystals under the erosion of the icy atmosphere. The others stood there dumbfounded, staring at the scene that seemed like a miracle. Valen, this will be my residence from now on. You may come to me for help at any time, and I will keep my promise. Yes, madam, Verin replied respectfully, then pointed to the 20 somewhat attractive female serfs beside him and said, Madam, these are my servants for you. I hope you will accept them. Shia turned around, extended his right hand, and a magic circle enveloped the 20 female serfs. He solemnly declared, Are you willing to become my icy servants? Yes. the 20 female serfs answered in unison. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic circle activated, enveloping the 20 people. A few minutes later, the magical light dissipated, and the 20 female serfs dressed in coarse cloth disappeared. In their place were 20 women with azure skin, whose main body was covered by ice, which served as clothing. They had 2 pairs of semi-transparent wings on their backs, tentacles that had not yet grown on their heads, and even their appearances had changed considerably. As for strength, according to Verin's perception, he was just an ordinary human a moment ago, but now he has the strength of a mid-bronze level, and it is still increasing. 20 unknown creatures opened their eyes, knelt on the ground, and bowed to Xia, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Master." Xia noticed Verin's confusion and explained with a smile, "They are no longer human, you can call them ice elves." Verin closed his mouth, and said in shock, "Your Excellency, your ability, it—" "Don't worry, I know what you're afraid of." Xia waved his hand to interrupt Verin, and then explained, "There are many restrictions on transforming into an ice servant. I didn't expect this transformation to be so thorough, without any distortion. Perhaps it's all thanks to you." Verin looked at Xia's smile, somewhat bewildered. "This is my contractor. From now on, you must not stop him whenever he comes." "Yes, Master," the 20 ice elves replied. Finally, Xia took out a token from his chest and handed it to Verin. "This is a token of trust. If necessary, it can block 3 attacks from those below the legendary level for you, and at the same time deter some people with ulterior motives. Consider it a reward for these things." "Thank you, ma'am." Feeling the lingering warmth of the token, Verin didn't stand on ceremony, and thanked him directly. Afterwards, Verin bid farewell to Xia and led Baird and his party back to the Lake of Prayer Stars. On the return journey, Raymond looked at Verin with admiration and said excitedly, "My lord, you are truly far-sighted. With these things, you have obtained a treasure. Haha, this time it's a good deal." Baird, standing to the side, looked completely bewildered, staring at his master and Raymond with confusion. He couldn't understand why this was happening, no matter how hard he tried. 2 days later, in the castle hall, 14 low-ranking silver knights took their seats in order of their respective status and rank. Once everyone had arrived, Verin immediately convened a meeting. "As of now, we have a population of 4,000, an army of 583 knights and 15 silver knights. We have ample food, abundant weapons, a stable base, and the protection of powerful figures. It is the perfect time to expand our territory. Within a year, we will not only develop and utilize all 150 square kilometers of land around Qixing Lake, but also continue to expand our territory. We will also establish a buffer zone around it to leave enough space." The remaining 14 silver knights understood their lord's purpose upon hearing this. When the territory was first established, we could discard unnecessary things and preserve our strength. However, as their territory expands, they cannot replicate this operation every time. Therefore, they must defend against enemies outside their territory in order to minimize losses. "My lord, I wonder how much land we need to expand this time, and how large a buffer zone we need to establish?" Baird asked Verin. Verin looked around and said directly, "With the Lake of Prayer Stars as the center, expand westward to at least 200 square kilometers of land and establish a 20-kilometer-long buffer zone." At this point, Verin paused, took out 2 parchments, and handed them to Baird and Orlando respectively, instructing them to pass them down the line. Seeing that the Lord did not speak, the others began to whisper among themselves. 10 minutes later, after everyone had finished reading the contents of the parchment, Verin continued, "Competition is the source of progress. I have decided to divide the area into 2 departments, exploration and construction, and give them equal resources. 1 year later, we will evaluate the Lake of Prayer Stars and the newly explored area. The team that achieves the most will be rewarded with 6 low-grade magic crystals, a mithril dagger, 3 sets of excellent grade knight armor, 3 excellent grade knight long swords, and a 7-colored life flower." Chapter 53 Dividing the Teams. Chapter 53 Team Division. As for the evaluation criteria, you have already seen them, so I will not go into too much detail. The group exchanged bewildered glances, then all looked at their lord, awaiting further instructions. Wellen didn't keep them waiting, and directly announced the list. "The department that will remain at Lake Prayer for construction will be led by Baird, and its members will be Cassius, Imogen, and Orion, retaining 3 squadrons of soldiers. The rest of the army will be assigned to the Expeditionary Department, led by Orlando, and all Silver Knights except Raymondo will be assigned to this department. 2/3 of the weapons and equipment, and 1/3 of the food supplies within the territory, and 1,000 people from the territory were selected and assigned to the Development Department. By this time next year, we will conduct an evaluation and determine the winner. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Rest assured, my lord, we will do our utmost to complete our respective tasks. The 14 men stood up and said loudly to Verin, their voices filled with determination. With such a generous reward, no one would be willing to give it up. All right, everyone except Raimondo, go and prepare. Verin waved his hand, adjourning the meeting and letting everyone else leave. A moment later, only Verin and Raimondo remained in the empty hall. Raimondo, how's the caravan setup going? My lord, the caravan has been assembled. It has 12 wagons, 18 pack horses, 3 war horses, 12 drivers, 15 pack animals, 15 caravan guards, 2 cooks, and a doctor with some medical knowledge. Including myself, there are a total of 46 people. Verin nodded and said, I'll give you 2 days to select some goods, and then I'll take you to explore trade routes. Yes, my lord. Raimondo bowed and then left the hall. On the other side, after Orlando came out of the hall, he took his younger brother back to the village camp at the foot of the mountain to prepare for today's training with his contractor. Brother, this is a great opportunity to prove ourselves and let the Lord see our worth, Hebrew said excitedly, waving his fist as he walked. It's an opportunity, but also a responsibility. Orlando turned to look at his younger brother, his face calm and not very excited. There are only 4 people on Steward Baird's side. Apart from the Lord and Raymond, I've put almost all the other high-level combatants under my command. Seeing his elder brother's expression, Hebrew composed himself and asked, Is there a problem? No problem. Orlando shook his head and said, This is an opportunity for us to gain experience, to lead the team to explore the territory on our own. We must make the most of it, otherwise the 2 of us will just stay by the Lord's side as guards in the future. What's wrong with being a guard? Hebrew looked at his elder brother with a puzzled expression. Unbeknownst to them, the Orlando brothers arrived at the base of their contractors. Train hard, and don't let me down. I understand, big brother, I will try my best. Orlando nodded and walked towards the left side of the camp. On the open ground, watching the 30 contractors training hard, Orlando nodded with satisfaction, put his hands behind his back, and began to patrol. The 30 boys, aged 13 or 14, trained even harder upon seeing their master arrive. Born into slavery and serfdom, they longed to be useful people, not worthless trash. After surveying the area, Orlando took a wooden training sword from the weapon rack and gathered his 30 contractors. Soon, 30 sweating teenagers stood before Orlando, awaiting his next instructions. Today, the Lord has entrusted me with a great task, which is what we need to do. This is a test from the Lord for us, and also an opportunity for us to prove our worth. You exist because of me, and I exist because of the Lord. By the goddess of life, for our Lord, we are willing to give everything. The 30 youths, their faces filled with piety, took their oath once a day, as was their custom. Orlando then began to communicate with the light cluster within his body, connecting the battle-chi information of the 30 people. In the square, a pale red orb of light enveloped the 31 people. From a distance, the pale red orb of light has a vague outline, but it is not obvious. Standing atop the castle, Verin gazed down at the scene below, watching Orlando train diligently, and a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. It looks good from a distance, but I don't know how strong your combat ability is. I hope to see you grow in this competition. Verin muttered to himself, stroking his chin. Without realizing it, he had been raising Orlando and Hebrew as his own children. Over the next 2 days, Verin had Baird accept everything from the Lake of Prayer Stars. Apart from the supplies allocated to the development department, all other resources of the Lake of Prayer Stars were handed over to Baird for management. At the same time, Verin also set about establishing a private treasury to separate it from the finances within his territory. In the castle's basement, Verin looked around at the dim candlelight and admired his personal treasures. 300 caddies of mithril and 50 caddies of mountain copper accounted for roughly 10% of the entire territory's inventory. In addition, the treasure chest next to it contained 3 sets of excellent grade knight equipment, 10 intermediate grade magic crystals, 1 high grade magic crystal, and 50 magic pearls. The wooden shelf held 30 sheets of special paper for crafting magic scrolls, 6 bottles of magic potions, 3 kilograms of purple gold sand, 32 various beginner magic books, and 3 night breathing techniques. On the left side of the basement, there are 3 wooden boxes, each containing 10,000 gold coins, which are the least valuable items in the room. These are now his private collection. Everything within the territory is mine, but I need to think twice before using it. But my private treasury is a different story. Looking at the many treasures, Verin smiled and muttered to himself. Perhaps 2 storage systems could be established for the territory's supplies, one for normal use and one for reserves, just in case. Upon the idea that suddenly popped into his head, Verin immediately decided to put it into action. After leaving the basement, Verin immediately ordered the castle guards to summon Baird. My lord, you summon me. Upon receiving the notification, Baird immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed over in a great hurry. Baird, I have an idea and I'd like to hear your opinion. Please enlighten me, my lord. Verin leaned back on the stone seat and slowly said, regarding the territory's storage system, we can follow the 70/30th rule. 7 layers should be used for normal supplies and displayed openly. 3 layers should be reserved for backup supplies, in case of unforeseen circumstances. What do you think? Chapter 54 Opening Up Trade Routes Part 1 First Stop. Chapter 54 Opening Up Trade Routes Part 1 The First Stop, Feasible. Baird thought for a moment, and then answered immediately. He actually preferred an 80/20th ratio for storage, but since his superior had already made it clear, it wasn't easy for a subordinate to object. Besides, storing an extra layer of supplies provides an extra layer of protection, so there's no risk of loss. Then that's settled. You'll be in charge of planning the main warehouse in the castle, as well as the construction of Lake of Prayer for stars. You'll be very busy, so I won't keep you any longer. Yes, my lord. He came quickly and left quickly. In less than 10 minutes, Baird was gone from the hall. Just then, a guard entered the hall, knelt on one knee, and respectfully reported, My lord, Sir Raimondo requests an audience. Let him in. Just as he was about to leave, Violin sat down again and gave instructions to the soldiers. Not long after, a young man dressed in a brown linen coat entered the hall, bowed, and stared at him in astonishment. Raimondo, why are you dressed like that? Looking at his own attire, Raimondo immediately replied, My lord, wealth should not be flaunted. As a merchant, the first thing to do is to keep a low profile, so as to avoid becoming a fat sheep for other forces. You're right, Verin replied, rubbing his forehead. As a nobleman, he hadn't yet adapted to this mindset, which is why he found it strange. Raimondo then began to report on his work. My lord, for this trade trip, 10 wagons will be used to carry the goods, and 2 wagons will be used to transport the caravan's daily necessities. Therefore, the total cargo that can be carried is 12 tons. I have selected 2 tons of finely processed mineral salt, 6 tons of coarsely processed mineral salt, and the remaining cargo consists of 320 animal hides, 120 folding chairs, and 6,000 caddies of sweet potatoes. Go and prepare. We'll set off first thing tomorrow morning. Yes. After Raimondo left, Verin looked at his clothes and immediately asked a servant to fetch a linen garment. On the muddy roads of the province of Cadro, in the Raimondo caravan, Verin sat bored on the roof of a carriage, looking at the desolate scenery along the way. It's still more than 20 kilometers to the first location, Baron Grosvenor. Looking at the markings by the roadside, Verin took out a map of the province of Cadro from his pocket. The 6 places marked on it were the 6 relatively prosperous noble territories that would be passed through during this trade route expansion. Aimed to finish within 2 months. After putting away the map, Verin lay on the roof of the car, looking at the gloomy sky, and muttered to himself. This expansion of trade routes involves more than simply traveling along the planned routes. It also includes visiting local nobles, getting to know them, exchanging ideas, and building connections. More than an hour later, a small town appeared before everyone. At the city gate entrance, hundreds of civilians and merchants were queuing up, waiting to enter the city. The Grosvenor baronies, ruled by the Grosvenor family, is a small family that has existed for less than 100 years and spans 3 generations. The family's territory consists of only this one piece of land, covering 3,000 square kilometers. Thanks to its advantageous geographical location at a major transportation hub, it is a relatively prosperous trading town in the surrounding area, where 7 or 8 noble families and many pioneering lords would come to trade. After inspection, the caravan successfully entered the small town. Upon entering the city, the overwhelming stench made Verin cover his mouth and nose. Garbage, urine, and feces were dumped indiscriminately on the streets. Sir, do you need shoes? A small vendor ran up to the caravan carrying several pairs of high heels, cautiously trying to sell them. Upon hearing the other person's words, Raimondo instinctively looked at Verin, who was sitting on the roof of the car. You are the caravan leader, so you can make your own decision. Yes. Raimondo turned to the vendor and asked, How much is a pair? Seeing that there was business to be had, the peddler said respectfully, Sir, these high heels can prevent you from stepping on the filth in the city. A pair only costs 5 copper coins. After thinking for a moment, Raimondo took a silver coin out of his pocket and tossed it to the peddler. I'll take all the shoes you have, and with the remaining money, I'll hire you as a tour guide for a few days. Are you willing? Yes, sir, I am willing. The peddler took the silver coins, put them in the inside pocket of his clothes, handed all 10 pairs of high heels to the caravan guards beside him, and quickly assumed the role of tour guide. Sir, my name is Tom. Please give me your instructions. Take us to the area where the carriages are parked first. Raimondo thought for a moment, and decided to find a place for the caravan to stay before presenting visiting cards to the local nobles. As for selling goods, once you establish connections with the local nobles, you won't have to worry about not being able to sell them. Please follow me, sir. The caravan then followed Tom, a local small merchant, to the place where the caravan was stationed. Once everything was in place, Raimondo summoned a caravan guard. Take this letter and the family crest with Tom and go to deliver a visiting card to Baron Grosvenor here. Yes, sir. The caravan guards took the letter in Jiahui, and then followed the small merchant to the small castle in the city. Inside a small castle in the center of the town, Duke, the second son of Baron Grosvenor and the current patriarch of the Grosvenor family, was shirtless, wielding his knight's long sword and honing his skills. Mid-level bronze knight, I wonder when I'll be able to break through to the high level. I have limited talent, so I can only make up for it through hard work. As he stopped training to take a short break, the castle steward came in and reported. Young master, a nobleman has sent someone to deliver a visiting card. They are one of the families that the master has asked us to keep a close eye on. Duke stopped and turned to ask. Yes, that family. It's the X family, probably the pioneering knight from the nearby border. The butler answered truthfully. Accept the visiting card and go to the main fort outside the city to inform my father. Yes, young master. After the butler left, Duke wiped the sweat from his body and ordered the servants to start tidying up the venue, while also sending people to gather information. Soon, a night squire rode a fast horse toward the castle, which was 20 kilometers north of the small town. As night approached, a powerful-looking middle-aged man, accompanied by several guards, rushed to the small town of Grosvenor. Father! At the castle entrance, Duke, dressed in a silk robe, bowed in greeting. Duke, how's the situation? When questioned by his father, Duke recounted the information he had gathered in the short 3 hours he had spent that day. Father, the other party is stationed in the West District and will visit at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. In addition, their caravan has... The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. You did a good job. Now all those spies have been removed. Yes, father. Chapter 55 Opening Up Trade Routes, Part 1, First Stop. Chapter 55 Opening Up a Business Route, Part 1, The first stop. Late at night, after finishing his business, Duke came to the door of his study and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Duke pushed open the door and entered. Looking at his father's back, he bowed slightly and said respectfully, Father, it's all taken care of. The middle-aged man put down the book in his hand, turned his head to look at his second son, remained silent for a moment, and then said, You did a good job in the monster attack in the wasteland this time. Father, this is what I should do. Duke accepted his father's praise calmly. Looking at his second son, who was of average talent but hardworking, the middle-aged man had a complicated expression on his face. Their family was just a small baronial family. Apart from paying taxes to the kingdom and tributes to higher-ranking nobles, their remaining resources were very limited. It was already difficult to cultivate an heir. As for other family members, they could only select the best to cultivate, and he was powerless to do so. Your talent is mediocre, but I've seen your efforts over the years. After a long silence, the middle-aged man spoke again. You have no future in the family. I want to hear your choices. Duke kept his head down and didn't say anything. The candlelight flickered in the evening breeze. This interplay of light and shadow added a touch of tranquility to the surroundings. Father, I will follow your arrangements. After much deliberation, Duke decided to follow his father's wishes. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to that pioneer of the X family. Whether it succeeds or not is up to you. Yes, father. Duke bowed and then left the room. Walking down the dimly lit corridor, Duke looked melancholy. He also learned a lot from the monster attack in the wilderness more than a month ago. The pioneer from the X family established a territory in less than a year, and the formidable fighting power he displayed while protecting the territory deterred the gnolls, who then turned their attention to attacking the inland regions. He still vividly remembered the battle with the gnolls more than a month ago, and how powerful they were. If it weren't for the city walls, the town's garrison wouldn't have been able to hold off more than 300 gnolls. I hope he'll like me. He didn't think he had any redeeming qualities. Apart from hard work, he was good for nothing. 6 hours later, the sun rose. Verin got out of bed, dressed, and then left the room. My lord, is this what you're wearing? Raimondo, who had been waiting at the door of the room, asked in confusion as he looked at Verin's attire. Verin yawned and said, Changing clothes is too much trouble, let's just leave it at that. After breakfast, Verin, along with Raimondo and 2 caravan guards, headed to the center of the small town to visit the local lord. After passing through the dirty streets, we arrived at a relatively clean castle square. A simply dressed butler saw Verin and his party arrive and immediately stepped forward, respectfully saying, May I ask if you are Lord Verin? Yes, that's me. The butler looked at the calm and composed young man, who was not arrogant at all, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Please follow me, my lord. The Baron has been waiting for a long time. Afterwards, Verin followed the steward into the castle, crossed a relatively wide stone path, and arrived at a simple hall. The middle-aged man saw the boy in linen clothes walk in and immediately stood up to greet him, with Duke following closely behind. Young eagle of the X family, welcome. I am Weskier Grosvenor, Baron Grosvenor, a nobleman of this place. Looking at the amiable middle-aged man, Verin placed his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and said, Greetings, Your Excellency Baron. I apologize for disturbing you. Haha, it's my honor to have you here. After exchanging a few polite words, Weskier warmly invited Verin to sit down and had his servants bring out the finest pastries and wines. Raimondo came up behind Verin and stood quietly. The other 2 caravan guards waited outside. Duke, standing behind his father, raised his head slightly and looked at the imposing young man behind the boy. He couldn't tell the other party's strength at all, and he couldn't help but be a little shocked. Well then, Verin, may I call you that? Weskier said to Verin with a smile. Baron Weskier, please make yourself at home, Verin said gently, sitting in an elegant chair. This is the upbringing of a noble family with a long lineage. Weskier looked at the powerful yet humble young man, and then recalled how his grandfather had searched for the sons of high-ranking noble families who came to collect tributes. He couldn't help but shake his head. Following that, the 2 sides discussed the situation in the province of Cadro, which provided Verin, who had been staying in the territory for more than a month, with a lot of useful information. Most importantly, the kingdom actually stationed a Silver Knights Order in the small province of Cadero. According to the kingdom's military system, a Silver Knights Order consists of 3 gold knights, 300 silver knights, 3,000 bronze knights, and an unspecified number of squires, roughly between 5,000 and 10,000. Baron Weskier, I've come here for 2 reasons. First, to visit the Grosvenor family, and second, to discuss business. After some back and forth, Verin finally revealed the purpose of his trip. Weskier wasn't surprised by what Verin said. He had expected it. What kind of product is it? Although he had already gathered intelligence, Weskier did not reveal it directly in this situation, but instead asked politely. Table salt is made from processed mineral salt. Upon hearing this, Raimondo, who was standing behind Verin, took 2 small cloth bags from his waist and placed them on the long wooden table. When Weskier saw the other person make a gesture of invitation, he stopped pretending, took the 2 cloth bags, and carefully poured them onto the wooden table. The refined mineral salt has a white, crystalline appearance with uniform granules. Weskier took some salt and rubbed it between his fingertips. It was dry and smooth, without any dampness. He put it in his mouth and tasted it carefully. His eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise. The quality is excellent. How much do you want? What does Your Excellency value it for? After hearing this, Weskier did not answer immediately, but instead looked at another pile of roughly processed salt grains and made an assessment in his mind. A moment later, Weskier pointed to the refined salt and said, I'm willing to pay 25 copper coins a pound for this kind of salt. As for the other one, it is a little bitter and has a poor texture, but it is better than the mineral salt on the market. I am willing to pay 10 copper coins per caddy to buy it. After hearing this, Weskier realized that the price was not much different from what he had expected and immediately prepared to discuss it further, but was interrupted by Weskier's words. Verin, business matters can be discussed later. I have a favor to ask of you. Chapter 56 Opening Up Trade Routes, Part 1, Duke. Chapter 56 Opening Up Trade Routes, Part 1, Duke. Please speak. The words that were about to come out were swallowed back. Weskier stared blankly at him for a moment before speaking. With an apologetic expression, Weskier said, I would like to introduce you to my second son, Duke. Oh. Verin looked at the young man with his chest puffed out behind Weskier and sized him up. His strength at the mid-bronze rank is average. Duke felt a little disappointed when he heard Verin's words, but he didn't show it, and remained standing motionless behind his father. If that's the case then. Weskier didn't have much hope for this, and was ready to shift the topic to business. The next moment, Waylon waved his hand to interrupt the other party. However, I can give your second son a chance. As long as he can pass my test, I can take him in and train him. I wonder what kind of test it is. Seeing that things were taking a turn for the better, Weskier looked hopeful and asked impatiently. Fight my caravan guards, and I'll give you my answer. Seeing this, Weskier quickly agreed and enthusiastically led Verin to the training ground in the center of the castle. With the host leading the way, Verin brought Raimondo to a training ground covering more than 60 square meters, where all kinds of weapons were displayed on the weapon racks next to it. Remember to suppress your strength to the same level as your opponents, Verin said, turning to Raimondo. Yes, my lord. Raimondo nodded in response, then took a suitable wooden sword from the weapon rack, and took off his linen coat, revealing the white shirt he was wearing underneath. After receiving Weskier's approval, Duke also took off his coat, took the wooden sword handed to him by the servant, and went to the center of the training ground. Use your full strength. Don't be defeated in one move, or you'll embarrass your father. Raimondo suppressed his strength to the mid-bronze rank, looked Duke up and down, and kindly reminded him. Thank you. After thanking him, Duke's eyes sharpened, and he gripped the wooden sword tightly with both hands, slowly beginning to circulate the battle chi within his body. In contrast, Raimondo looked at Duke casually, without making any unnecessary moves, waiting for his opponent to make the first move. The next moment, Duke took the initiative and launched an attack on Raimondo, but it was easily blocked. Standing outside the training field, Weskier watched the two combatants with a somewhat serious expression. He was well aware of the strength of his two sons, who were stronger than some of the high-ranking bronze knights in his territory. Yet, they were easily defeated by a caravan guard who was only at the same level. Noticing the change in Weskier's expression, Verin smiled and said, Verin, your second son is quite strong. Compared to ordinary bronze knights, he is already considered top tier. After hearing this, Weskier shook his head and said, Verin, he can't even beat one of your caravan guards, it's really... No, you can't count it that way, Verin said to Weskier. Raymond, as the caravan leader, was handpicked by me. In addition, he has undergone complete knightly training from his family, so he is naturally better than those trained by minor nobles. I'm sorry to make such a judgment about you. It's all right, please continue. Weskier didn't feel slighted. The hierarchy was there, and such a title wasn't non-existent even if others didn't say it. The heirs trained by minor nobles may not be as good as the knights trained by our family. Duke has already done quite well to this extent, but he is just lacking some necessary training. Weskier felt much more at ease after hearing Verin's words. At least the other party wouldn't refuse to take in his second son. He then flattered. As a family that is based on the knightly profession, I am well aware of your strength. Thank you for your recognition of Duke. After hearing this, Verin nodded and said nothing more, quietly watching the two fight. As time passed, Duke's strength dwindled, and he looked at his opponent, panting heavily. He couldn't help but waver, as if all his efforts over the years had become worthless. During the brief battle, he could clearly sense that his opponent was holding back. Based on his judgment, if his opponent went all out from the start, he would definitely be defeated within 3 moves. Jump! Duke's sword was knocked from his hand, and he knelt weakly on the ground, saying with difficulty, My lord, thank you for your mercy. Your foundation is weak, but your perseverance is good, you just lack some guidance. Seeing the fighting stop, Weskier and Verin stepped forward. Duke, seeing his father approach, struggled to his feet and said shamefully, Father, I lost. It's all right, you've done your best. He thought his father would look embarrassed after he lost, but instead, he saw a loving expression on his face. He hadn't seen his father look like that in many years. Duke, would you like to come with me? Verin approached Duke and said gently. Duke was stunned after hearing this. Weskier looked at his slow-witted son and immediately kicked him in the knee, making him kneel on the ground. Realizing what was happening, Duke immediately prostrated himself on the ground and loudly proclaimed, Greetings, Lord! Seeing this, Waylon helped him up. Say goodbye to your father and come to my post tomorrow morning. You should know the place. Yes, my lord. Duke quickly changed his tune and bowed. Subsequently, Raimondo, as the leader of the caravan, further discussed the salt mines with Weskier's steward and finalized the acquisition. After lunch, Verin bid farewell to Weskier and, together with Raimondo and 2 caravan guards, left the castle, intending to stroll through the town's commercial district to see if there was anything of interest to him. "My lord, the price they offered is much higher than before," Raimondo said as he followed Verin after leaving the castle. Tell me about it," Verin asked, somewhat surprised. Raimondo took out a business contract from his pocket and handed it to Verin for review, explaining as he spoke. "The price you previously negotiated with Baron Grosvenor was 25 copper coins per pound for refined salt and 10 copper coins per pound for coarse salt. Afterwards, I negotiated a price with the steward, 30 copper coins per pound for refined mineral salt and 12 copper coins per pound for coarsely processed mineral salt, which was an overall increase of 1/5 in the purchase price. This time, the other party is purchasing 1 ton of refined salt and 3 tons of coarse salt. The agreement stipulates that transactions will be conducted every 3 months according to this contract." "That's interesting." A smile appeared on Verin's face as he looked at Weskier's signature on the contract. According to the previous price, the other party would have to pay 110 gold coins, but according to this contract, they would have to pay 132 gold coins, a full 22 gold coins more. However, the other party had an additional condition, that they could not engage in any further salt trade with other nobles in Grosvenor and the surrounding territories. Chapter 57 Opening Up Trade Routes, Part 1 Bizarre Stories. Chapter 57 Opening Up Trade Routes, Part 1 Bizarre things regarding this requirement. Verin didn't care at all. His mission was simply to take Raimondo along the planned trade route and visit the 6 nobles along the way. He had no intention of wasting any extra time contacting the other minor nobles. This trading method saved him a lot of time. "Let's go see if there are any treasures in this small town. Maybe we can find something worthwhile." Verin handed the contract to Raimondo and headed to the town's commercial district. Seeing that his lord had no suggestions or ideas, Raimondo said nothing more, put away the contract documents, and quickly followed. The next morning, outside the caravan's encampment, Duke, dressed in a linen coat, waited quietly with his 2 knights and squires, leading a war horse and 3 pack horses. The rest of the caravan did not drive Duke and his 2 companions away. They already knew what had happened yesterday and understood that these were the lord's newly recruited knights, who might become their superiors. A dozen minutes later, after washing up, Wayland left the room and walked out the door. Upon seeing the person he was pledging allegiance to, Duke immediately went to greet him, bowed deeply and said, "My lord Duke reports to you." You're recovering well." Looking at the energetic Duke, Verin nodded and said, "Raimondo, Duke is in your hands now. Train him well." "Yes, sir." Raimondo calmly accepted the task, then led Duke to the nearby open space to begin basic training for him and his 2 knights. Looking at the gloomy weather, Wayland felt quite relieved. Quiet, cool, and gentle, he enjoyed the weather. Over the next few days, based on the situation in his territory and the intelligence he had gathered, Valen signed another deal with Baron Grosvenor Weskier. The investigation over the past few days has given Verin a general understanding of the plight of other minor nobles and pioneers in the border regions. The group was caught off guard by the sudden attack from the monsters of the Great Wasteland. The loss of their property, coupled with threats to their personal safety, made them eager to sell their serfs in order to leave the province of Cadro. This group is quite large. There are more than 30 people in the border area around Grosvenor alone. They came to the province of Cadro to develop the region, seeking a peaceful and stable life. This situation forced these weak pioneers to cut their losses, sell off the serfs and other remaining supplies, convert them into money, and leave the area as soon as possible. Who knows when these departed monsters will return? Even when the kingdom later sent to Silver Knights, it couldn't stop these pioneers from leaving this dangerous place. As a result, a large influx of serfs into the market caused the price of slaves to plummet by half. Previously, a strong male slave cost 15 gold coins and a female serf cost 12 gold coins, but now it only costs half price and includes a child. Even so, there are more sellers than buyers, and supply exceeds demand. Stuck on his journey and penniless, Verin had no choice but to ask Weskier for help. He purchased 800 male and 500 female serfs for 9,000 gold coins, and paid Weskier 200 gold coins for food and transportation. Weskier then sent them to Lake of Prayer Stars. Weskier was happy to oblige such a good opportunity. As for the concern that Weskier might not be able to afford it, he didn't care at all. He actually hoped the other party would owe him money, so he could gain a favor for free. On January 20th, after spending 5 days in the small town of Grosvenor, the caravan set off to leave and head to its next destination. "Tom, this is your extra pay." At the city gate, Raimondo took 2 silver coins out of his pocket and tossed them to Tom, who was bowing and scraping beside him. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Tom respectfully accepted the silver coin, carefully placed it in his inner pocket, and kept thanking Raimondo. Then, Raimondo ignored the guide who had been with them for 5 days and loudly ordered the caravan. "Let's go!" Verin lay on the roof of a carriage, munching on a sugarcane-like plant. It was sweet and chewy, which gave him an idea that he would put into practice once he returned to his territory. Over the next month, they passed through 3 destinations in succession, signed some business agreements with local nobles, and everything else went smoothly. However, an unexpected situation occurred at the 5th destination. Along the muddy roadside, there were emaciated serfs everywhere, and even a number of deserters mixed in. "My lord, we have found out." Raimondo, with a solemn expression, came to Verin's side and respectfully reported. "Tell me, what's the reason for this chaos?" Verin asked, arms crossed, staring at the refugees by the roadside. "My lord, this is the situation. The lord here is named Kent Brom, and he is currently fighting against the army of his son, Barry Brom, because of Kent Brom's daughter, Evelyn Brom." "Huh!" Verin looked at Raymond with a blank expression. When Raimondo received this news, he was also incredulous, as it was simply too shocking. 2 months ago, Kent Brom suddenly became infatuated with his daughter Evelyn for some unknown reason. In order to get his daughter, Kent first brought his mistress to the military camp and forced her to admit that Evelyn was born from her affair, and had no blood relation to him. When the Baron's mistress refused to comply, Kent immediately threw her into a military brothel, where he tortured her for 3 weeks. After she had completely gone mad, he forced her to admit that Evelyn was not related to him by blood. "What does this have to do with Kent's son?" Verin asked, stroking his chin with a puzzled look. "That's the problem," Raimondo continued. "While Kent was in the camp for 3 weeks, Barry Brom took control of the entire castle and several surrounding towns, and announced that his father was possessed by a demon, and then war broke out between the 2 sides. No, why is Kent staying in the military camp for 3 weeks? His son, Barry, is entitled to inherit the title, so why would he turn against his father? And where is Evelyn, the protagonist of this incident?" Verin quickly grasped the crux of the problem. I don't know either, but this is the information I've gathered." Raimondo scratched the back of his head and said, puzzled. "It seems there's some ulterior motive involved." "My lord, shall we intervene?" "Why get involved? Someone will handle this quickly. Let's just take a detour to the final stop, Gressley, and we might find out the reason when we get back." "I will obey your orders." Raimondo bowed and then directed the caravan to change course and head towards Gressley. Chapter 58 Opening Up Trade Routes, Part 1 The Last Stop. Chapter 58 Opening Trade Routes, Part 1 The last stop. After a half-month detour, the caravan safely arrived at its last destination, Gressley, a semi-military town on the northeastern border of the province of Cadro, and the only town in Cadro that trades freely with the northern iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom of Thuric. Although the kingdom of Elijah and the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom remain hostile to each other, business in the town of Gressley has not been greatly affected. Upon entering the city, the aroma of wine filled the air, intoxicating the guards of the caravan who had endured hardships along the way. Looking around, groups of dwarves and humans, their arms around each other, and their faces flushed with drunkenness, wandered the road. Correspondingly, there were an unusually large number of guards patrolling the city streets. With just a quick sweep, Verin spotted no fewer than 100 soldiers wearing leather armor and carrying standard iron swords. "My lord, I have confirmed that the Greyslay Merchant Guild is located in the eastern district of the military town." Raimondo squeezed out of the crowd and came to the open space where the caravan was temporarily parked to report to Verin. "Let's go then, we've been out for 2 months." "Yes." After navigating a congested street, the caravan successfully arrived at its final destination, the Gressley Chamber of Commerce, established by the Gressley garrison. Looking at the guards standing at the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce, Waylon was slightly surprised. "Bronze-rank soldiers, no wonder it's a merchant guild established by the Gressley military town." After going through several standard procedures, Verin met Kane, the president of the Greyslay Merchant Guild and deputy commander of the Greyslay military town, in a reception room. Kane was a kind and approachable middle-aged man who was hard to read. "Verin, welcome." "You're too kind, Commander Kane." Verin smiled and bowed slightly to express his respect. Kane gestured for Verin to sit down and went straight to the point, asking, "Verin, what brings you here? Or is it merely for business?" "Naturally, it's for business." Verin didn't mince words and frankly stated his purpose. Upon hearing the other party's reply, Cain simply smiled, not believing that the other party's purpose was so simple, and then continued the conversation along the lines of the topic. In that case, what do you want to trade? Food, weapons, and wine. What about slaves? As far as I know, you must be short of people when you expand your territory. Commander Cain, my territory is not short of people. That's true. Your family has several nobles in the province of Cadro, so it's impossible for you to lack people. I was just being nosy. Cain's eyes showed some disappointment, but he concealed it well, and Verin couldn't tell anything from it. After half an hour of conversation, they finally agreed to purchase 50 tons of wheat at 4 copper coins per kilogram, costing 400 gold coins, and 200 barrels of wine at 5 silver coins per barrel. As for the weapons they wanted to buy, Cain said he couldn't help. The situation between the kingdom of Ilya and the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom is becoming increasingly tense. Nobles from all over the country are eager to gain military merit, and the weapons available for sale in the military town of Gressley were sold out a month ago. The remaining weapons had already reached the red line of the military town's weapons inventory. Although they could still be sold, the sudden transfer of a Silver Knight's order to the Cadero province made these border troops hesitant to make any rash moves. Since his attempts to purchase weapons failed, Verin had to find another way. Fortunately, the expansion of his territory had slowed down, and the need for weapons was not too urgent. After paying the deposit and signing the business agreement, Verin bid farewell to Cain. After leaving the Gressley Merchant Guild, Verin took Raimondo for a stroll around the area. My lord, did it go smoothly? Raymond asked, following behind Verin. Everything went smoothly. This trade trip has come to an end. After the goods are loaded onto the trucks, we will set off to return. Unbeknownst to him, Verin had walked through 3 commercial streets and arrived at a dark alley. Why did I come here? Looking at the dilapidated surroundings, Verin was full of questions and asked Raimondo. I am also very puzzled. Raimondo held the scabbard in his left hand and the hilt in his right, warily looking around. For some reason, the two of them found themselves here in a daze. The aura of a demon. Suddenly, footsteps came from the alley, and a gaunt old man in a grey robe appeared in front of the two. Seeing this, Raymond drew his iron sword and stood in front of Verin. Upon seeing this uninvited guest, Verin's nerves tensed instantly, but his anxiety eased when he saw the mark on the other man's chest that represented the ascetics of the Church of Dawn. Why do believers in the Dawn say such things? Verin pushed aside Raimondo, who was blocking his way, bowed slightly, and asked him. The grey-robed old man shook the scepter in his hand, and a temporary barrier was set up. A dazzling, soft light instantly enveloped the two of them. Looking around, the alley was still the same alley, but his Chamber of Commerce president was nowhere to be seen. Before Wayland could ask anything, the old man in the grey robe lowered his head and slowly spoke. My lord, please forgive my rudeness. I am following the will of my God and I am investigating the devil. Please forgive me. It was another censored message. Verin remembered that the last time was when he made a pact with the legendary mage Anastasia. Seeing that the other person wasn't looking directly at him, he was a little puzzled, but now was clearly not the time to think about such things. How can I help you? Sir, thank you for your help. Did you encounter any demons on your journey, or have you heard any rumors of demons appearing? After hearing this, Verin shook his head and said, During our journey, my men and I did not encounter any demons, nor did we hear any rumors of their appearance. But, after considering for a moment, Verin continued, Kent Brom, the lord of a relatively prosperous baron not far from the military town of Gressley, may have the information you're looking for in his unusual behavior. Upon hearing this, the old man in the grey robe immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your help. May the morning sun shine upon you. Then, the barrier disappeared, along with the grey-robed old man. My lord, what just happened? That ascetic from the Church of Dawn? Raimondo asked, looking at the empty alley. Holding the token of the Church of Dawn that had suddenly appeared in his right hand, Verin said to himself. The province of Cadro may be in turmoil for some time to come. Let's go back and rest first. He patted Raimondo on the shoulder, signaling him to put away his weapon, then turned and walked towards the caravan camp. At this moment, the figure of the grey-robed old man appeared outside the town of Gressley. He first prayed to the god of dawn, then took a deep look at the town before moving toward his destination. Meanwhile, a well-equipped army of about 3,000 men set off from the provincial capital, heading towards Kent, a territory embroiled in internal strife. Chapter 59 The Demon Storm, Part 1. 2 days after completing the transaction with the Graysley Merchant Guild, Verin couldn't wait to lead the guild on their journey home. To avoid any unexpected situations, Verin deliberately avoided Kent territory. While this move will increase time costs, it is safer. Sitting upright in the carriage, Violin carefully examined the simple trading forms prepared by Raimondo and fell into deep thought. This transaction, excluding the cost of purchasing slaves, was entirely unprofitable based on normal trading data. There are too few items available for trade in the Lake of Prayer Stars. Upon hearing this, Raimondo, who was riding on horseback, nodded and said, "My lord, those folding chairs will soon be copied by them, and they will no longer be usable as goods in trade. As for yams, they are cheap and cannot be traded as commodities either." "You're right." Verin put down the simple transaction form in his hand, remained silent for a moment, and then said, "Relying solely on mineral salt, even if we make something amazing, it won't be enough to support future development. Let's think about how to solve this when we get back. At present, the only commodity that can be traded in the Lake of Prayer Stars is mineral salt. If we want to continue to expand the variety of commodities, in addition to exploring deeper into the Grey Wasteland, we can only start with processing technology." Verin stroked the somewhat rough ceramic and decided to start from there to see if he could make exquisite pottery. "This is just one direction. We also need to consider other possible development paths." Just as Violin was deep in thought, a caravan guard who had been scouting ahead returned to the caravan and quickly reported, "My lord, sir, the front is blocked by the army and we cannot pass for the time being." "Which army is it?" After hearing this, Violin looked up at the caravan guards and asked them. "My lord, the enemy's banners include both royal and noble flags. As for which army they belong to, I am too ignorant to know," the caravan guard reported truthfully. Seeing this, Raimondo said, "My lord, the army flying the royal flag should be the direct troops of the Cadro province, or the Silver Knights that the kingdom has transferred. As for the noble flag, it should be the noble troops temporarily recruited from the surrounding area." After hearing this, Waylon nodded. According to his speculation, something must have really happened in Kent, which led to the military sealing off and searching the area. However, given the lack of information at this stage, he cannot make any hasty decisions and can only take it one step at a time. Subsequently, under Verin's instructions, Raimondo led the caravan slowly toward the blockade. Falling Rock Hills, as the outermost node of the blockade, is garrisoned by a combined force consisting of a small squad of knights and hundreds of local noble troops. "Captain, another caravan is approaching. Should we?" A knight lifted the tent flap and reported to a young female knight with short black hair. "Didn't I tell you? No matter what it is, even if it's a dog, you have to check it properly for me," Flora X said impatiently, wiping her weapon. As a high-ranking silver knight, she could have been wiping out those damned demon remnants in Kent territory, but instead she was thrown into this godforsaken place. "Captain, that caravan is flying your family's flag. Should we check that too?" The knight glanced at his captain and then bravely continued his report. "It's not you," Flora said, stopping mid-sentence when she heard it was related to her family. She then stood up, sheathed her sword, and ordered her men, "Lead the way. I'll go check it myself." "Yes," the knight replied, then turned and led the way. Flora tidied her short hair, put on her black helmet, pulled down her visor, and followed her subordinate out of the tent. Outside the checkpoint, the guards watched as this commoner, in linen clothes, brazenly surveyed the camp. Remembering how busy the knight had been earlier, they wisely shut their mouths, no longer daring to reprimand him as they had before. Violin surveyed the makeshift camp before him, clearly distinguishing between the noble army and the kingdom's army. The camps on the left side were neatly arranged, and apart from the patrolling personnel, the rest of the troops were undergoing necessary training, clearly belonging to the kingdom's army. In contrast, the right side was much more chaotic, but there was no drinking nor gambling. Every soldier was wearing leather armor and their weapons were of high quality. According to his perception, at least 2/3 of the soldiers had entered the professional stage. Although most of them were warrior apprentices or knight squires, it also proves that these nobles used their own resources and did not use serfs to fill the ranks. "My lord, they have arrived." When Verin heard Raimondo's voice, he turned to look at Flora walking towards him. Flora glanced at Verin, said nothing, and simply ordered her men to begin inspecting the caravan. Under Raimondo's orders, the caravan guards readily retreated to the side of the road during the military inspection. "Captain, everything is normal." A few minutes later, after confirming that there were no demons or their minions, the knight quickly approached Flora, reported to her, and then stepped behind her. Upon hearing this, Flora turned her head slightly and stared at Verin. "Which branch of the X family are you from?" Faced with the knight wearing a mask's question, Verin was somewhat puzzled, but still answered truthfully. I am Verin X, the 6th patriarch of the X family, and the 5th son of Earl Angus of the Eagle. My name is Flora X. It's a pleasure to meet you, my clansman. Flora removed her faceplate and said in a gentle tone. I belong to the lineage of Count Andusi. According to seniority, I am the 6th generation. You can call me Aunt if you don't mind. The knights standing nearby stared in disbelief at their captain's ladylike demeanor, nearly blinding themselves. Those bastards aren't training seriously, and they're slacking off. Captain, I'm going to check it out. Vice Captain, I'll go with you. We need to teach these bastards a lesson today. There seems to be something going on over there, Captain. I'll take some men to check it out. In less than a minute, all the knights who had been standing next to Flora had left, leaving only the guards on duty and the caravan crew. Looking at Flora, who wasn't much older than him, Verin hesitated for a moment, then whispered, Auntie. Good girl. Having satisfied her desire to be an elder, Flora was in a great mood and immediately took Verin's hand and walked towards her tent. Raimondo watched his master leave and could only wait where he was. Along the way, many knights watched as their captain led a young man dressed as a commoner toward their tent with an excited expression, and they all lowered their heads, lost in thought. Chapter 60 Demon Storm. In Chapter 60. Verin, let me tell you, when I was a kid, I went to Windsor Castle for training and stayed there for 2.5 years. Back then, it was Earl of the Eagle who personally trained us. Right, back then. Flora recounted her glorious history at Windsor Castle, while Verin sat quietly on a small stool listening attentively. He guessed that this aunt was about 30 years old, but he didn't dare to ask her directly. Observing the strange behavior of those knights, Verin guessed that his aunt had a rather fierce personality. Verin, how is Elder Miller? Elder Miller is very kind. I owe my arrival here to him. Verin replied hastily, regaining his senses. That old guy is still alive. In a moment of slip of the tongue, Flora suddenly realized that she might have said something wrong. Verin stared wide-eyed at Flora's embarrassed expression and suddenly asked, Auntie, why did you seal off this place? It's all because of my damn older brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. If I could beat him, I would really like to give him a good beating. Upon hearing Verin's question, Flora involuntarily clenched her fists and gritted her teeth as she spoke. Auntie, maybe it's for your safety. Alright, let me explain to you in detail why this lockdown happened. Seeing this, Verin listened intently. 7 days ago, the Bishop of the Church of Life, the capital of the province of Cardro, received a decree from the goddess and ordered the 16th Silver Knights of the Demons to set out in Kent. However, he was too late. Thousands of demons still passed through the demon gate, and at the same time, thousands of people were infected and turned into half-demons. Just as the situation was spiraling out of control, a legendary figure from the Church of Dawn appeared and slapped all the demons and half of the half-demons to death. You heard right, just one slap, and thousands of demons and half-demons were turned into a pile of minced meat. And, now that the Church of Dawn has taken action, the demonic calamity should be eliminated quickly. Why are you sealing off such a large area? The legend of the Church of Dawn is that it followed a powerful demon away from this place. The remaining half-demons and some demon worshippers have fled in all directions. Due to limited manpower, we can only wipe out most of them first, and we can only conduct a net search for the rest. Have those demon worshippers and half-demons escaped? Verin asked Flora, thinking of his territory. Don't worry, they're still within the blockade area. With the church's priests and our knights there, those remnants can't possibly escape. Flora replied confidently. Can we get there now? No, Flora said bluntly. Verin, unless an order to lift the lockdown is issued, you either take a detour or wait where you are. Is that so? Verin lowered his head, pondering whether to wait where he was or take a detour. Flora looked at Verin, who had his head bowed, and gently advised. Verin, the commander personally gave this order, and I cannot disobey it. Auntie, don't worry, I've decided to take a detour. Verin thought for a moment, then looked up at Flora and took out the dawn token that the old man in the grey robe had given him from his bosom. This is a token of dawn, containing the power of dawn. You may find it useful now that you are exterminating demons. Flora looked at the grey cross badge in Verin's hand, which, though worn and aged by time, still inspired awe. Where did you get this? I remember, I should have seen it before, but I can't remember. Flora tapped her head and muttered to herself. Aunt, I obtained this by chance from a monk of the Church of Dawn. Don't worry that I stole it. Verin quickly explained, lest his aunt start to overthink things. No, I should know something about this Grey Cross badge, but I can't remember, Flora said, shaking her head in confusion. Perhaps it's unimportant information. It's normal to forget things since you didn't consciously try to remember them, Verin said, comforting Flora as she looked at her pained expression. Perhaps you are right. Flora then gave up thinking about it, saying that perhaps she would inexplicably remember it later. Then, Aunt, please accept it. This is what you obtained, and it contains the power of dawn, so it's quite valuable. You're just giving it to me like this. Flora did not accept the Grey Cross badge. I don't need it now, but you will definitely be useful in the fight against the demons, Aunt. So why stay with me? Verin looked at Flora and said slowly. Most importantly, you are my family. We share the same blood. The mutual support among family members is essential to the family's success today. In the year I became a pioneer knight, I avoided a lot of trouble and danger thanks to my family's influence. Flora listened to Verin's words and nodded in agreement. In the kingdom of Ilia, no other family is like them, with 5 counts, each of whom is comparable to an ordinary count family on their own. In addition, other members of the X family also wielded considerable influence within the kingdom's army. You're right. Only by working together can we go further. Flora recalled how she had been taken care of by her elders in the kingdom's army, and how she had more opportunities and paths than others. She had once witnessed noblemen from 2 different branches of the same family fighting to the death, and she found it utterly incomprehensible. Then I'll accept it for now and return it when we meet next time. Flora solemnly accepted the Grey Cross badge, carefully put it away, and then said, In the second half of the year, a military operation will be organized to retaliate against the monsters of the Grey Wasteland. This is a good opportunity to earn military merits, so be prepared. Yes, thank you, Auntie. Afterwards, the two had another conversation and lunch together, after which Verin submitted his resignation to Flora. Outside the military camp, after Raimondo directed the caravan to complete preparations, they left the area according to the newly planned route. In the darkness of night, in a jungle, hundreds of half-demons and a dozen demon worshippers gathered, watching the distant flashing light and secretly discussing their plans. My lord, there's only a small squad of royal knights and 1,000 or so noble ragtag soldiers ahead. With our strength, we can definitely break through. A demon worshipper knelt on the ground and cautiously reported to a half-demon. Pa, this old, tough flesh is disgusting. The half-demon spat out the human flesh in his mouth, staring at the demon worshippers with his green eyes. You dare to lie to me? I'll eat you all. No. A dozen or so demon worshippers, stared at by hundreds of half-demons, collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way. They deeply regretted being fooled and joining the organization. Chapter 61 The Demon Storm, Part 2. Chapter 61 Demon Storm. Charge over there, tear them apart, and have a feast. The leading half-demon roared, grabbed a bone he picked up from who knows where, and mindlessly charged forward. Hundreds of half-demons shrieked and marched toward the camp in a massive swarm. At this very moment, all the troops in the camp quickly assembled. Both Flora's squad and the conscripted noble army assembled in the battle zone immediately. Inside the fence, in the first row, hundreds of soldiers carried wooden shields covered with iron plates, staring at the half-demon rushing out of the night, swallowing hard, extremely tense. Distribute the feathered arrows. Archers, prepare yourselves. Priests, holy light, light up the area ahead. Frontline warriors, prepare to engage the first wave of half-demons. The knights and their squires ran and circled around to the enemy's rear. Flora stood in the center of the group, took over command, and began to issue orders step by step. The arrows, soaked in holy water, were distributed to quivers by the laborers. Put! Under the light of the holy light, the half-demon's figure became clear. Hundreds of archers received orders to draw their bows and fire arrows. The half-demon at the forefront, his dark skin pierced with arrows, was further agitated by the burning pain of the holy water, which fueled the filthy souls of these remnants. Roar dash! After a dozen or so half-demons were purified, the wooden fence was destroyed, and the first rank of soldiers wielding wooden shields began to engage the enemy. Reptile! Accept the glorious evolution! The 3-meter-tall half-demon leader swung his bone club, smashing 7 or 8 soldiers away and easily tearing a gap in the shield wall, clearing the way for the half-demons behind him. Peak silver rank, damn it, how did he escape? Flora said through gritted teeth, staring at the black beast before her. Sir Flora, what should we do? We simply can't stop them. A nobleman stared at the half-demon with a grave expression, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Among them, Flora, a high-ranking silver knight, is the strongest. The other 2 knights serving as vice-captains are only low-ranking silver knights. I'll hold this half-demon back, the rest are yours. I need to finish this quickly. I can't hold out for long. Yes, Captain. Flora then handed over command to a viscount and left the command post to stop the half-demon leader. At that moment, the half-demon leader grabbed a poor soldier, bit off his upper body, and swallowed it whole, along with wood chips and scrap metal. Humans are nothing but ants. Bang dash. The knight's longsword struck the dark-skinned half-demon leader, causing him to stumble back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his balance. Flora looked at the faint mark she had managed to leave on the other person with all her might, and her heart sank even further. Roar, become one with me. The half-demon leader threw away the half-body he was holding, swung his bone club, and launched a direct attack on Flora. Faced with the attack of the half-demon leader, Flora skillfully dodged the attacks and lured the enemy away from the camp step by step. The half-demon leader, whose mind was already clouded by desire and flesh, had long forgotten his main purpose. He stared at the hateful human who kept dodging in front of him, constantly searching for his whereabouts, and was gradually lured away from the main battlefield. Let the cavalry launch an attack, a swift and decisive victory. Lord Flora won't be able to delay for long. The Viscount, having taken command, began issuing orders to encircle the half-demons and demon worshippers on the battlefield. After several mistakes, and seeing the ants in front of him becoming more and more agile, the half-demon leader roared, and half of his left arm suddenly disappeared, in exchange for a sudden increase in speed several times over. As the bone club drew ever closer, Flora ignited her fighting spirit, gathering it on her knight's longsword to form a fiery shield. Bang dash! Under immense brute force, the fiery battle aura shield shattered in just 3 seconds, sending the entire body flying backward and crashing heavily more than 100 meters away. Humanity, accept glorious evolution and become one with me. This is your best destiny. Vomit dash. Looks like I'm going to die in this godforsaken place today. Feeling intense pain throughout her body, Flora removed her blood-stained mask and looked at the approaching half-demon leader, mocking herself. It's just that this way of dying is not aesthetically pleasing. I wonder if those little brats will be able to pick up my bones. Evolution, evolution. The half-demon leader kept recalling the scent of the Silver Knight's blood. His body's instincts told him that by eating the woman before him, he could break free of his shackles, become a gold-level demon, a glorious cannon fodder under the Abyss's orthodoxy, and escape the humiliating status of a half-demon. As the half-demon leader drew closer, the gray cross badge in Flora's arms shone brightly. Boom dash. A beam of light appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the two of them and illuminating the night sky. Collapse dash. I won't die! In less than 2 seconds, under the glow of dawn, the howling half-demon leader vanished completely. At the same time, Flora, who was on the verge of death, felt as if she had returned to her mother's embrace. Her ruptured internal organs, broken bones, and scars all over her body were healed by the power of the dawn. I survived. Looking up at the starry sky, Flora kept replaying the scene from earlier in her mind. On the evening of April 1st, 9721 of the glorious calendar, in a baronial territory 400 kilometers away from Lake of Prayer Stars, Verin dismissed the rest of the caravan and sat by the lake, awaiting the arrival of destiny. While waiting, Verin couldn't help but think back to a year ago, when he was still at Windsor Castle. It's been almost a year since I came out. Staring at the calm lake, Verin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It's when the night is quiet and people are most prone to overthinking. At 8 o'clock, the familiar and pleasant voice rang in my ears once again. 5 months later, the famine cult will launch a famine ritual, and the western part of the kingdom of Ilya will be affected by extreme weather. The famine cult, extreme weather. Upon hearing this news, Verin's expression turned serious. In the family library, he gained some understanding of the famine cult, a heretical cult. According to the records of the evil god events that broke out on the continent of Sepunas, most of the events caused by the famine cult were related to floods, locust plagues, and droughts. This means that the more than 5 million square kilometers of land in the western part of the kingdom of Ilya will face one or more natural disasters. We need to prepare in advance. Faced with such events involving evil gods, the kingdom of Ilya, which belongs only to the kingdom of the goddess of life, can mostly only rely on its own strength to overcome them. Of course, if it were a country under the diocese of the goddess of life, such an evil cult would not dare to cause trouble. According to what Verin knew, only 2 countries surrounding the kingdom of Ilya were diocesan states. Chapter 62 Going Home. Chapter 62 Going Home 1 is the Holy Mountain Dwarf Kingdom, a parish of the dwarf mountain god Modimus. The other is the parish kingdom belonging to the god of dawn, Ransendal, the third kingdom of Holy Dawn. There is a fundamental difference between a parish state and a state of faith. Compared to the two-tiered ruling structure of kings and nobles and religious states, diocesan states implement a two-tiered ruling structure of church and parliament. Military power belongs to the church, while local political power belongs to the parliament, and is subject to the supervision of the church. Therefore, the diocese of a deity is naturally stronger in military power than the state of faith, but far weaker than the state known as an empire. In a sense, empire and gods are equivalent. With Ms. Anastasia in charge, the safety of Lake of Prayer Stars is not a concern at all. The most troublesome thing now is the impact of extreme weather. 5 months later, it will be autumn planting season, which will be a huge blow to planting. Buy grain, go back and start buying and stockpiling grain. Let's take this opportunity to plan carefully and expand the population of our territory. Then, Verin stood up, threw the pebbles in his hand into the lake, creating ripples, and then turned and returned to the camp to rest. 6 days later, after being away from the Lake of Prayer Stars for 3 months, Verin looked at the territory that came into view and felt a little excited. Baird, the temporary head of the Lake of Prayer Stars, began preparations early in the morning, issuing orders to welcome the Lord back and showcase his achievements over the past 3 months. Stand up straight and show me your best side. If anyone messes up, I'll make sure they have a hard time for the next 6 months. Cassius, the commander of the Lake of Prayer troops, surveyed the 3 companies of 150 soldiers with a serious look, and reiterated his previous remarks. Before long, the caravan came into view. Baird was somewhat excited, as were Cassius, Imogen, and Orion, the 3 guardian knights who remained at the Lake of Prayer. At the same time, sensing their master's presence, the 2 giant rock lizards lying on the ground opened their eyes and started running towards Verin. Sitting on the roof of the carriage, Verin felt a slight vibration and couldn't help but look up to see his 2 pets getting closer. Ah dash! The rock monitor lizard swung its tail, raised its head, and looked at its owner with longing eyes. Seeing this, Verin jumped down from the roof of the carriage and landed steadily on the back of one of the rock giant lizards. He patted its head, signaling it to move forward. Upon receiving the order, the giant rock lizard turned around and scurried quickly toward Baird. Raimondo, watching the frightened pack horses recover from their shock, waved his hand, signaling the caravan to continue. You're so fat, you must be eating well, Verin said with a smile, stroking the rock monitor lizard's head. Upon hearing Verin's words, the other rock giant lizard let out a few howls. Welcome back, my lord. Baird and the other 3 bowed respectfully. 3 squadrons, 150 soldiers, and 20 knights stood tall, watching their lord. Verin stood atop the giant rock lizard, his gaze sweeping over Baird and his companions, then sweeping over the warriors behind him, and he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, they have all cultivated battle chi. Bailder, Cassius, Imogen, Orion, you 4 have done a great job in the 3 months I was away. You have lived up to my expectations. Verin dismounted from the rock giant lizard, went to his chief steward, patted him on the shoulder, and looked at the others with an approving gaze. My lord, this is what we should do. Baird smiled, a rare sight, upon seeing that his work had been recognized by the lord. Seeing this, the 3 of them felt relieved. For the past 3 months, under the spurring of his captain who also serves as general manager, Alexander has been eating and sleeping poorly. Perhaps he will be able to get a good night's sleep tonight. Let's go back to the castle first. I have some things to discuss with you. Upon returning to their territory, Verin did not rest but took Baird directly to the castle on the hill. As Cassius and his companions watched their master leave, they spotted Raimondo and went to greet him with smiles on their faces. Raimondo, it's been a long time. The 3 of them stepped forward one by one to give Raimondo a polite hug. Cassius, Imogen, Orion, the 3 of you are living a much happier life in your territory than I am. You're overthinking it. The captain's watching the 3 of us like we're being hounded to the death. Not a single day is easy for us, Imogen said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Orion couldn't help but complain. If I weren't so clueless about business, I'd really like to switch places with you. By the way, who is this person behind you? Cassius asked, looking at the young man behind Raimondo. Oh, I forgot to introduce him to you. Raimondo slapped his forehead, pulled Duke to his side, and explained to his old friend. Duke Grosvenor, the 2nd son of Baron Weskier Grosvenor, is a mid-bronze level knight. He is a knight squire whom the Lord recently took in on the journey, and I am currently guiding and training him. He is a good young man. Duke greets you all, seniors. Duke gave Cassius and the other two a standard knightly salute. That's good. I believe it won't be long before you catch up with the rest of us. You flatter me, senior. Haha, I'm not just being polite. Duke was somewhat bewildered after hearing this, and seeing that the three of them had gone to catch up with Raimundo, he didn't know what else to say. Stepping onto the wide road between the village and the castle, Verin looked at everything familiar around him and felt exceptionally happy. My lord, of the 150 soldiers, 52 have just become warrior apprentices, 87 have reached the intermediate level of warrior apprentices, and 11 have entered the advanced level of warrior apprentices. The 20 knight squires we lead have all grown to at least intermediate knight apprentices, and 3 of them have reached advanced knight apprenticeship. As soon as Baird finished speaking, Verin turned to him and said, Everyone has entered the apprentice stage, so we can prepare for the next step of military expansion. My lord, there has been no war recently. Is it too urgent to expand the army now? I have received word that in the second half of the year, the kingdom will launch a military operation against the monster clans of the Grey Wasteland to avenge last year's defeat. The lord means to get involved? Baird asked eagerly upon seeing this. Yes. Waylon nodded and continued. That's not the most important thing. The most urgent task is to expand the granaries and purchase grain, with a maximum of 3 years' worth of food for 30,000 people. Yes, I understand. Baird did not delve into the reasons for purchasing the grain. Even without asking, he knew his master's intentions were nothing more than to expand the population, which was perfectly normal. The population is a bit large, but it's not a big deal. Chapter 63 Ice Attribute Magical Plants. Chapter 63 Ice Attribute Magical Plants enter the castle. On their way to the hall, they see the busy half-elf girl Eunice and offer her some encouragement. How's the situation in Orlando? Verin asked, sitting in a chair and gesturing for Baird to sit down so they could talk. The land reclamation is going very well, Baird replied, sitting down in front of a chair. With most of the territory's military force, plus the slaves you sent back more than 2 months ago, we have plenty of manpower. Currently, in the southern part of the frozen zone within Lord Anastas's private territory, all monsters across 600 square kilometers have been eradicated as planned. Meanwhile, Orlando and his team are working on establishing a buffer zone. Verin rested his chin on his hand, looked at him, and asked with a smile. How are you feeling? Any pressure? My lord, it's impossible to say there's no pressure, Baird said with a wry smile. Haha, pressure is good, it will help you all improve faster and make things easier for me in the future. Verin laughed out loud when he saw his chief steward's expression. How about we keep the supplies from this trade for you and not give them to Orlando and the others? Upon hearing this, Baird immediately stood up and said solemnly, My lord, you mustn't. I believe that with my abilities, I can definitely defeat Orlando. Alright, let's split it 50-50ths, and you two can manage it. Baird breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his master did not insist. He did such a shameful thing after winning a victory with the Lord's support. Besides, if he agreed, how would his brothers view him? Is there anything else you need to report? Yes. Baird took out a parchment from his pocket and handed it to Verin, explaining. Lord Anastas discovered a magical plant at the border of the frozen zone and the Lake of Prayer Stars in his private estate. It is of great value. A magical plant, are you sure? Violin took the parchment and carefully examined the recorded information on it. Meanwhile, Baird continued to explain. These ice attribute magical plants only grow in small quantities in 6 locations at the junction of the frozen zone and the Lake of Prayer Stars. They are not distributed in other places. After research by my subordinates, we found that the environment in these 6 locations is different from other places, which should be the necessary conditions for the growth of this magical plant. Looking at the various data recorded at the bottom of the parchment, Verin raised his head and asked, Did this magical plant grow recently, or was it there before and just mutated? It must be a mutation. Baird thought for a moment and said uncertainly, I had people compare it with hundreds of common plants around us and found that the blue ivy grass and this plant are almost identical except for the color. What are its effects? Have they been tested? Verin pressed further, hoping this might open up new avenues for commercial development in the territory. It stops bleeding quickly and has a similar effect to diluted water of life. Great! Verin couldn't help but pump his fist and say excitedly, This thing will support our further development. My lord, this magical plant has been discovered on the border between the frozen zone and the Lake of Prayer Stars. How should we deal with Lord Anastas's situation? Baird asked another important question after seeing that Verin had calmed down. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Verin replied to Baird, regaining his composure. Yes, then I'll take my leave. Kindness. After Baird left, Verin got up from his seat, turned to look at the newly replaced map on the wall, and stood there observing it. The Lake of Prayer, which constitutes the main part of the territory, currently has a small town, 3 villages, 3 logging camps, and a salt mine, with a population of approximately 3,000. The newly developed area has only one marked pioneer town with a population of approximately 2,500. As for the specific situation of the surrounding area, he will need to find out for himself. Lake Chishin covers an area of 150 square kilometers, and at least 70% of the land remains undeveloped. However, these are things Baird should worry about now. He only needs to determine the general direction. Let's rest for 2 days first, then go to Ms. Shia's place to discuss the magical plants, and then go see how that kid Orlando is doing. For the next 2 days, Violin rested in his room in the castle, enjoying this relaxing and pleasant time. As for the caravan leader Raimondo, he took over the caravan's food supplies, organized the goods to be traded, and planned new routes. Meanwhile, 3 knight squires, acting as messengers, carried letters from their lords to the 3 baronial territories in the province of Cadero. On the morning of April 10th, Valin left his cozy little home. After breakfast, he took his weapons, rode his beloved red-scaled horse, and was accompanied by his knight squire, Kyle. Not bad, you've worked very hard and have already reached the advanced apprentice stage. It is thanks to the Lord's grace that Kyle has achieved what he has today, Kyle said respectfully, half a step behind Verin. Sensing that his first knight squire was a little nervous, Verin said gently. Don't be nervous. We usually leave you with Orlando and the others, so we don't really know your situation. This is a good opportunity for us to have a good chat. My lord, without your grace, I would still be an ordinary serf, living a mediocre life. Kyle's tense mood eased, and his tone remained respectful. Master Orlando and Master Hebrew have treated me very well. They have not hidden anything from me in their teachings and have not looked down on me because of my birth. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you can come to me for help. Hearing his lord speak like this for the first time, Kyle was momentarily stunned. My lord, what are you saying? As my first knight squire, you are a special person in my eyes. Verin leaned back and turned his head to look at Kyle, who was in a daze. Looking directly into the lord's eyes, Kyle felt a surge of different emotions, which gave him a deeper understanding of his mission. Guard. One day, I want to be like other adults, and become the Lord's guardian knight under the witness of God. Unaware of the inner turmoil of his knight squire, Verin patted the red phosphorescent horse, slowing it down to match Kyle's figure. It's rare that it's just the 2 of us today, so tell me about some of your questions and I'll help you answer them. Yes, sir. Along the way, Verin thoroughly satisfied his interest in being a know-it-all, and even after reaching the border of the frozen zone, he was still not satisfied. Seeing the ice sprites appearing at the edge of the snow-covered area, Kyle knew it was time. He silently fell behind by a step and followed the Lord. In response, Violin regained his dignified demeanor and slowly approached the ice elf, who was several hundred meters away. Chapter 64 Visiting Anastasia. Chapter 64 Visiting Anastasia. Welcome, Lord Valin. A 1.7-meter tall ice elf bowed and then gestured for Valin to get into the carriage. Verin glanced at the carriage made of ice, then turned to Kyle and instructed. Wait here. Yes, my lord. Kyle dismounted, took the reins of Verin's mount, and headed towards a nearby rest post. After Kyle left, Verin boarded the ice carriage, which had chairs on both sides and an exquisitely carved table in the middle, on which a fruit platter was placed. He casually picked up a fruit of unknown variety and sat down on a nearby chair. Immediately afterwards, the ice elf entered the ice carriage and closed the carriage door. The ice elemental that was pulling the carriage received instructions from the ice sprite to cast a shield over the carriage before pulling it toward the ice fortress. Inside the car, Waylin looked out the window. It was a world of ice and snow, with sparse vegetation and barren landscapes, devoid of any sign of life. Sir, please. The ice elf suddenly picked up a teapot, poured a cup of tea for Valin, and then stepped aside to stand and wait for his next instructions. How is Ms. Shia doing lately? Looking at the vast expanse of white, Violin withdrew his gaze, picked up the unknown fruit tea, took a sip, and turned to ask the ice elf. My lord, the master's situation is beyond the comprehension of a lowly servant. The ice elf replied with a slight bow and a humble tone. Not finding the answer he wanted, Verin wisely refrained from asking further questions. The ice carriage moved quickly, and in less than 10 minutes, it arrived at the ice castle located on the top of the hill. My lord, we have arrived at the ice castle. The ice elf opened the car door, gesturing for Valen to get out. After putting on his weapon, Verin stepped out of the vehicle and looked at the exquisite fortress. There were also patrolling ice elementals around, each of whom was very powerful. At least he couldn't tell their level from their current strength. Lord Valen, welcome. I am the master's head maid, and I will lead the way for you. A frost elf dressed as a maid appeared before him, bowed, and said respectfully, Kindness. Valen nodded and followed the ice elf head maid into the ice castle. Various soldier statues are displayed along the roadside, but it's unclear whether they are living or dead. After walking through the long road, we arrived at the hall. The ice elf head maid gently pushed open the door, stood to the side, placed her hands in front of her abdomen, and leaned forward slightly. Please come in. Without any ceremony, Verin went straight into the room and found Miss Shia sitting quietly on the ice throne, waiting. Good afternoon, madam. Velen, welcome. Anastasia stood up, stepped down from the throne, and approached Velen, speaking in a gentle tone. Madam, I've come here primarily to apologize for my subordinate's recklessness. I am aware of this matter. Anastasia casually waved her hand, creating an ice chair and gesturing for Verin to sit down. You are free to cultivate and use ordinary plants to evolve into magical plants. Thank you for your understanding, madam. Verin replied respectfully, sitting upright on the ice chair. There is another important matter I need to trouble you with, madam. Speaking. Then, Valen recounted in detail how the famine cult had launched the famine sacrifice. Anastasia remained silent for a moment, after hearing this. Could you provide the specific location? After hearing this, Verin shook his head. He did not know where the famine cult would launch the famine sacrifice. After all, launching a ritual to a wicked god would result in the sacrifice of at least tens of thousands of people. In the existence of phenomena like this, which affect a third of a kingdom, at least hundreds of thousands of lives are sacrificed. Without a specific location, it would be very troublesome. I have 3 guesses about this. Please speak. Verin sat up straight, listening attentively. Anastasia then began to speak slowly. First, there are people within your kingdom who are colluding with the famine cult to cover up the monitoring by the cult members. Second, by using demiplanes, the required number of sacrificial beings can be achieved to complete the ritual. However, this method requires the collapse of the holder's demiplane, which comes at a great cost. Third, the enemy invaded your kingdom and carried out a large-scale sacrifice at the cost of the lives of your own soldiers. Madam, is the last one feasible? The first 2 were fine, both reasonable, but the last one surprised him greatly. As soon as Valen finished speaking, Anastasia shook her head and said, The third one, I've seen in my hometown, it's about a demon ritual. Anyway, it's best to nip the danger in the bud. If that's not possible, I can also protect the safety of your territory. Madam, I understand. Sensing the sadness in the other person's tone, Verin did not press for further details. After having lunch together, Verin declined Anastasia's offer to stay and began his journey home. After meeting up with Kyle at the border, Valen turned towards the newly developed area to see what Orlando had accomplished in the past 3 months. In the newly developed area, Orlando had just cleared out a group of kobolds who had wandered over and was resting at the outposts furthest from the town of Outland. My lord, we have wiped out 62 kobolds this time. The 6 kobold teeth that can be used as proof of our merit have been cut off and preserved. In addition, we have collected 45 sets of kobold teeth, 6 iron-tipped maces, 236 caddies of grain, and 134 silver coins. Finally, as you instructed, all the meat and the kobold corpses have been burned. Orlando took a sip of water and asked his subordinate, What's the situation regarding casualties? Our knightly order suffered no casualties, but 3 infantrymen from the 2 accompanying companies sustained minor injuries. The high-ranking knight apprentice, clad in iron armor, reported with immense pride. You did a good job this time, but you still need to work harder. Orlando stood up, patted his subordinate on the shoulder, and encouraged him. The high-ranking knight apprentice pounded his chest and swore an oath to Orlando. For our lord, we are willing to give everything. Kindness. Although he is only 14 years old and will turn 15 next month, Orlando is already qualified to stand on his own. Lord Orlando, this is a letter from our master. A high-ranking knight apprentice with an ice bear tattooed on his breastplate approached Orlando, bowed deeply, and then presented the letter with both hands. Orlando took the letter that his younger brother Hebrew had sent and opened it to read it. Brother, something terrible has happened. The Lord is back and will be here today for an inspection. You must come back quickly. Looking at the awkward handwriting, Orlando covered his head and said, "This kid needs to practice his handwriting properly." "My lord, what has happened?" a knight asked with concern when he saw his captain covering his forehead. "It's all right, let the knights pack up and prepare to return to the pioneer town. Furthermore, order Sir Randolph to stay behind with these 2 squadrons of infantry and conduct a thorough search of the surrounding area to prevent any from escaping." "Yes, sir." The knight strode away to relay Orlando's orders. Chapter 65 Inspecting the Pioneer Town. Chapter 65 Inspecting the Pioneer Town. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, outside the pioneer town, Hebrew, dressed in armor, paced back and forth at the town gate. Seeing this, Andrew stepped forward to reassure him. "Hebrew, don't be nervous. Brother Andrew, the Lord has come to inspect. How should I report this? Usually my elder brother is in charge," Hebrew said to Andrew with a somewhat anxious expression. "Don't worry, if the Lord asks, I can help you. Don't be too concerned," Andrew said kindly, seeing the child sweating profusely with anxiety. "Why?" Hebrew regretted it somewhat. He should have volunteered to wipe out the roaming kobolds. Not long after, the sound of horses' hooves approached, and 2 figures appeared in the distance. "Form ranks!" Hebrews came to the front of the ranks and shouted the command. 5 squadrons of infantry, more than 30 squires, and 300 militiamen quickly assembled and presented their best selves. Andrew and the other 6 silver knights donned their helmets and stood quietly behind Hebrew, the acting commander. Riding on his red phosphorus horse, Verin gazed into the distance, looking at the pioneer town that came into view, along with the neatly arranged army. "My lord, welcome to the pioneer town. Acting Commander Hebrew reports to you." Hebrew stepped forward, approached Verin, thumped his chest in salute, and reported loudly. "Okay, you've grown up." Verin dismounted and came to Hebrew, patting him on the shoulders and examining him closely. "Where is Orlando?" "My lord, my elder brother is out there clearing out the roaming kobolds. I have already sent someone to inform him." "Let's inspect the troops first, and see what your construction achievements are." Seeing that the person in charge had not returned, Verin wasted no time and began his inspection. Upon arriving before the 6 silver knights, Verin looked at their familiar faces. "Andrew, Greg, Mike, Dosius, Alf, Adolf. Haven't seen you for a long time." Led by Andrew, the 6 silver knights pounded their chests and saluted to show their utmost respect. "Greetings, my lord." Then, Verin began inspecting the troops. Every soldier in the 5 regular army squadrons has entered the soldier apprenticeship stage, and many have been promoted to intermediate soldier apprentices, which makes him very satisfied with the construction results of Orlando. As for the 300 militiamen who followed, nearly 100 of them actually became apprentice soldiers. Then Andrew nudged Hebrew to begin his report. Suddenly appearing before Verin, Hebrew suppressed his trepidation and reported, "My lord, since we began our expansion in January, 3 months have passed. Through our joint efforts, we have built a small town, 2 villages, 3 logging camps, expanded 6,000 acres of land, established an orchard covering 100 acres, and constructed 5 outposts. At the same time, an iron ore deposit has been discovered in the southwest of Kaitro town. The reserves are unknown, and preparations for mining are underway. Furthermore, during the expansion, we killed more than 1,500 goblins, more than 500 kobolds, and more than 30 gnolls. The 33 goblin leaders, 21 kobold heads, and 28 gnoll heads that can be used as proof of our military achievements are also evidence of our military merit. Finally, during the exploration process, the following supplies were obtained." Upon reporting this, Hebrew suddenly forgot what supplies were available. Seeing this, Andrew took Hebrew and continued reporting to Verin. "My lord, as the person in charge of managing the warehouse for the pioneering team, I will now report to you." "Kindness." Verin nodded, signaling Andrew to continue. Hebrew breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, stepped aside, and handed the stage over to Andrew. "My lord, in the past 3 months, apart from the food and supplies consumed, the expedition team currently has 421 gold coins, 1732 silver coins, and 6,738 copper coins. The grain reserves are 270,000 caddies, of which 180,000 caddies were seized from the monster tribe. In terms of weaponry, various scrap ironware were confiscated, and a total of 127 iron swords, 373 spears, 20 crossbows, 3,000 arrows, 37 sets of leather armor, 7 sets of iron armor, 6 excellent-grade magic staves, and 2 excellent-grade maces were forged. Other items included 600 jean of fruit wine and 30 jean of royal jelly." Finally, after Andrew finished his report, he stepped aside and awaited Verin's next instructions. Well done. Wellen looked around and praised you generously. I am very pleased with your achievements over the past 3 months, and I look forward to seeing even more brilliant results from you in January next year. Everyone present felt extremely honored to receive the Lord's praise. Nay. Following the sound, everyone turned to look and saw more than 30 knights rapidly approaching. Seeing the flame pattern tattooed on his breastplate, Verin knew that Orlando had returned. My lord, welcome. As soon as Orlando dismounted, he removed his helmet, revealing his golden hair, and bowed, pounding his chest in greeting. Verin went up and hugged Orlando, then said to him, You've matured and achieved something. Not bad. It is thanks to the Lord that I have achieved what I have today. Everything is thanks to the Lord, Orlando said solemnly, without taking credit for it. Come on, take me to see the town you built. Please come with me, my lord. Orlando took over the role of guide and led Verin to see the fruits of his labor over the past 3 months. As night approached, in the government hall, Verin met privately with Orlando and Hebrew. Half an hour later, after listening to Orlando's plans for the next 9 months, Verin did not intervene or offer any guidance. Go with your plan. If it fails, I'll cover for you. I hope the two of you can truly become my right-hand men. At this point, Verin stared at Heber and said, You should learn more from your older brother. Today, you even had Andrew help you with your report. Upon seeing this, Orlando immediately said, Rest assured, my lord, I will supervise Hebrew in every aspect from now on, and I will not let you down in any way. Upon hearing this, Hebrew immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at the lord or his elder brother. Don't be so serious, sit down, let's talk about something else. Verin gestured for the two to sit down, and began to discuss other topics. The next morning, Valen took Kyle away from the pioneer town and set off back to Lake of Prayer. For the remainder of the time, until the kingdom's army assembled, Valen did not intend to concern himself with territorial affairs, leaving them entirely to Baird and Orlando to handle. It's been more than 2 months, so we need to double our training. We can't let our cultivation fall behind. On the other side, Baird began to purchase the remaining grain from the surrounding territories in batches, as instructed by Verin. This move was quickly noticed by the surrounding nobles and pioneers. Some people ridiculed this and sold grain in large quantities to make a fortune. Some pondered it deeply and sold a small portion of their grain to make money. Others thought about it briefly and then. Chapter 66: The Impact of Grain Purchases and Invitations to Military Operations. Chapter 66: The Impact of Grain Purchases and Military Operations. After listening to the steward's report, Brandon paced back and forth, pondering whether there was a conspiracy involved. Are you sure they started buying up grain on a massive scale 2 weeks ago, and there's no sign of it stopping? Brandon asked his butler again, still uneasy. Yes, sir. The purchase of grain at Lake of Prayer Stars began on April 15th, and is still ongoing. The surrounding lords are raising prices to sell their grain, and we are buying it all. The steward patiently explained again in response to his lord's inquiry. Is there something here that I don't know about? After listening to the butler's words, Brandon muttered to himself and fell silent once again. Since his 2 defeats at the hands of Verin X, he has been paying close attention to his neighbor, scrutinizing his every move. Sir, do you think we should join this frenzy, make a fortune, and recoup our losses? Seeing that Brandon remained silent for a long time, the butler asked in a low voice. The last defeat in the war almost left the Baron of Cleveland unable to recover. Let me think about it for a moment, this is not urgent. Brandon was torn between seizing the opportunity to make a fortune or following his rivals and buying up grain. Knock knock. A knock on the door interrupted Brandon's thoughts. Come in. Upon hearing Brandon's voice, the male servant outside gently pushed open the door, bowed, and respectfully reported. Master, this is news concerning the territories of the 3 noble families of Violet, Raisley, and Barry. Please take a look. The butler stepped forward, took the letter from the servant, waved him away, and then handed it to Brandon. Upon opening the letter and reading it carefully, Brandon discovered that his 3 neighbors, Raisley and Barry, were buying up grain, while Violet was still observing. Old boar, let's also buy grain, from other noble territories. After some internal deliberation, Brandon decided to take a gamble. His subconscious told him he should do it. Sir, how much would be appropriate to acquire? The steward inquired. The food rations for 20,000 people for a year will be purchased according to this standard. Yes. As the butler bowed and prepared to leave the study, Brandon added another sentence. The price of food is cheaper in places that are further away. Yes, sir. After the butler left, Brendan sat down and reviewed the intelligence report again, muttering to himself, "I hope I did the right thing." Time flies, and more than 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days ago, once again guided by fate, Verin received an important message. Hidden beneath house number 76 in the 3rd district of Lando City, Kuz Province, lies a book written by a stranger. As far as Valen knew, the province of Kuz was located in the central region of the kingdom, a province directly under the royal family. It was roughly located north of his hometown, the province of West River, and was a border province between the kingdom of Ilia and the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. It was 3 provinces away from the province of Kadero. The distance is too far, so we have to put it aside for now and investigate it later. As always, Velen was sweating it out on the training field, honing his combat skills and training his knight squire. Through his own tutelage, Kyle has successfully advanced to the rank of Bronze Knight, officially stepping into the ranks of professionals. After finishing the morning training, he found Baird waiting for him for a long time. "What's wrong?" Verin asked, wiping the sweat from his body. Upon hearing this, Baird replied, "My lord, there are 3 things I need to report to you. First, the 5 blue ivy grass plantations have been completed, and the first batch of blue ivy grass is expected to be harvested in December of this year. However, we lack the necessary blue ivy potion preparation technology, which requires us to hire a magician to solve this problem. Let's start with the planting. I'll handle the preparation process." Without the slightest hesitation, Velen made the decision. Secondly, as you instructed, the 3-year food ration for 30,000 people, calculated at 300 caddies per person per year, was planned to be 13,500 tons. We have already purchased 2,000 tons of wheat, 5,000 tons of sweet potatoes, 500 tons of rye, and 3,500 tons of black beans, totaling 11,000 tons, at a cost of 110,000 gold coins. Including your private treasury, all the working capital in your territory has been exhausted. Do you still need to continue purchasing grain? Let's pause for now. We should have enough food now. In a few months, we can earn back the money we've spent and replenish our population. Let's not rush things." After thinking for a while, Verin quickly made a decision. "In that case, I will suspend the grain purchase operation upon returning." Baird immediately replied, and then proceeded to report on the third matter. "This morning, I received an official letter from the province, issued in the name of His Excellency Madmun Kalimbo, Grand Master of the 16th Knights of the Kingdom. Please take a look." Verin recalled the news his Aunt Flora, a member of his clan, had told him 3 months ago, and then took the official letter. Among the contents was a letter, which Verin immediately put in his pocket before reading its contents. "Upon the recommendation of Captain Kaji X of the 3rd Battalion of the 16th Knights, the 16th Knights of the Kingdom hereby extend an invitation to the pioneering knight Verin X, requesting him to lead 20 cavalrymen and 200 infantrymen to Lianpo on the border of the Kadro province for assembly before August 15th. Belder, take 5 squires and a squadron of infantry from your command, and 15 squires and 3 squadrons from Orlando's command. They shall be in place at the camp by tomorrow morning, and I will personally train them." Verin handed the official letter to Baird for review, and then immediately issued the order. After carefully reading the official letter, Baird immediately asked, "My lord, do you need to transfer a few more silver knights?" "No need. If I take a third of the army with me, the security of the territory will inevitably be compromised. I feel at ease leaving them behind." "My lord, I understand." After Baird left, Verin opened the letter and read it carefully. "Dear Verin, it has been 3 months since we last met, and I miss you dearly. The main force for this military operation is the Royal Knights, so there is no danger. Please rest assured. Furthermore, I have already taken care of the supplies and equipment for you. You only need to bring enough troops. Be prepared, and my brother will create an opportunity for you to meet with our leader, His Excellency Madmun Kalimbo, at the appropriate time, to help you establish contact with him. Signed by Flora." It seems we need to prepare properly this time. At least these 200 infantrymen need to be fully equipped. After folding the letter, Violin put on his coat and returned to his study to devise a 1-month training plan for 200 soldiers, aiming to improve their strength by a level before the military operation began. Chapter 67 Gathering at Lulian Slope. Chapter 67 The Gathering at Lulian Slope. On the morning of the second day, in the military camp, 200 infantrymen and 20 knight squires were all in place, arranged in formation, waiting for the Lord's arrival. Greetings to the Lord. The leader, a low-ranking bronze warrior named Eden, took on the role of consul commander and announced loudly, "Brush." Everyone raised their weapons in unison to pay their respects to Verin. Very good, full of energy. Verin handed his mount to his knight squire Kyle, then walked up to the high platform of the training ground. Form ranks. Everyone laid down their weapons, stood up straight, and paid their respects to their lord. Starting today, for the next month, I will be personally training you. During training, everyone addressed me by the same title, General. As soon as Verin finished speaking, more than 200 people answered in unison. Yes, General. For the next month and a half, Verin thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being a general, training more than 200 people to the point of exhaustion within a limited time. In contrast, the food was 3 times more plentiful than usual, which made them happy and without any complaints. On August 10th, the month-long training was successfully completed. The troops, who had been re-equipped, carried 5 days' worth of rations and headed to Liempo, 300 kilometers away, to assemble. Liempo, a place that used to be deserted, has now been transformed into a huge camp. Qualified nobles from all over the province of Cadro led their armies to assemble here, preparing to participate in the upcoming military operations. At the registration desk at the camp's main gate, the scribe of the 16th Knights was registering information about the noble army. Name: Verin X. Upon hearing the familiar name, the clerk looked up and carefully examined Verin before asking. Number of troops? 20 cavalrymen and 200 infantrymen. The clerk quickly finished recording the information and then waved to summon a bronze knight on duty. My lord. Upon seeing this, the bronze knight approached the scribe and bowed. Take this nobleman to Camp 6. Yes. Sir, please follow me. Afterwards, Verin led his troops to follow the bronze knights to Camp 6. After traveling some distance, Verin arrived at a clean and tidy camp. Verin. Following the sound, Verin discovered it was none other than his own Brian. Sir, this is Camp 6. I shall take my leave. Thank you. After thanking the bronze knight, Verin walked straight toward his cousin. Verin, I didn't expect you to come. You're really something, receiving an official letter. Brian stepped forward and hugged Verin, then said with a smile. Cousin, I only have this opportunity because of Aunt Flora's help. Verin replied with a smile. Oh. Brian suddenly realized and then said, Come on, let me take you to meet your 2 uncles. Cousin, my people aren't settled yet, okay? Just leave it to Adrian. Adrian, the magic knight behind Brian, went to take over the team and led them to the camp to rest. Verin no longer refused and followed Brian to the tent to meet his 2 uncles. Upon entering the tent, Verin laughed heartily at Alcott and Edgar, who were sitting and having a heated discussion, and said, My 2 uncles, it's been a long time. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the 2 turned to look. You're here too, kid. Good, Verin, you've all met the entry requirements for this military operation. You're doing well. Come on, Verin, sit down. Let's have a good chat. Brian pulled Welling to sit around Alcott, and they began a lively conversation. You're quite something, kid. Your cultivation hasn't fallen behind at all, and you've grown quite strong. How many people did you bring this time? Alcott said, stroking his beard. 200 infantrymen and 20 squires, all of whom are at least mid-level apprentices. When asked by his 2 elders, Welling didn't keep them in suspense and answered directly. Upon hearing this, both of them were so surprised they couldn't close their mouths. Brian gaped in shock. You said they were all intermediate apprentices, you weren't lying to me. If you don't believe me, cousins, you can go and see for yourselves later. Verin responded with a smile to their skepticism. Good lad, back when I first came here, it took me 5 years to accumulate what you have now, and you've achieved it in just 1 year. Alcott looked at his nephew with special regard and was very appreciative. Edgar was equally shocked. Recalling his eldest son, he muttered to himself. When we get back, we need to devise a stricter training plan for Alec. We can't let that brat continue to be so dissolute. Brian, sitting to the side, heard Edgar's words and felt a pang of sorrow for his friend, hoping that their next meeting wouldn't be too far apart. Cousin, uncle, how many people did you bring? Seeing the elder's shock, Welling was very satisfied and then asked. Seeing this, Brian spoke first. Uncle, let me introduce you to Verin. All right, Alcott said. Edgar, who was standing to the side, nodded in agreement. Verin, this time I brought 600 men, 30 bronze knights, 70 knight squires, 300 infantrymen, and 200 militiamen to serve as laborers. Uncle Alcott brought 800 men, 50 bronze knights, 150 knight squires, 300 infantrymen, and 300 militiamen to serve as laborers. As for Uncle Edgar, he brought quite a lot of people this time, A total of 1,250 bronze knights, 250 knight squires, 600 infantrymen, plus 300 laborers. At this point, Brian suddenly asked, Verin, didn't you bring any support staff? After hearing this, Waylon shook his head. Here's what I'll give you, 50. Here I am. And me too. Cousin, uncle, there's no need to assign me laborers. Aunt Flora wrote to me beforehand and told me that she has already taken care of the logistics for me. I just need to bring enough soldiers. Before the three of them could finish speaking, Verin hurriedly explained. Okay, that works too. Seeing that their nephew's logistical problems had been resolved, Alcott and his companions stopped focusing on that issue and began discussing other topics. My two uncles, how many more military merits do you need to be promoted to Viscount? When faced with this question, Alcott and Edgar remained unusually silent. After a few minutes, Alcott spoke up. According to the kingdom's promotion rules, for a baron to be promoted to Viscount, the territory must have a population of 30,000, a qualified army of 1,000, 12 silver-level superhumans, 100 bronze-level superhumans, 3,000 military merits, and finally, and most importantly, 30 battle merits. Our two families have met the other standards, but there is still a gap in combat achievements. We hope that this time we can meet the standards, Edgar explained to Verin, continuing Alcott's words. Chapter 68 Rare Military Merits. Chapter 68 Rare Military Merits. Verin was naturally very familiar with military merits and achievements. According to the kingdom's promotion system, military merits can be earned by submitting monster heads, making contributions during peacetime, and receiving rewards from the king. However, military merits can only be obtained on the battlefield. In other words, they must be earned by waging wars against foreign powers within the kingdom. There are strict review rules, and there are no other ways to obtain them. Even the king cannot grant any noble military merits out of thin air. This military operation against the monster clans of the Grey Wasteland is, in a sense, a form of foreign war, and joining such a war requires meeting certain thresholds. Verin, do you know how many noble families are involved in this military operation? Faced with Brian's question, Verin was puzzled and asked, Cousin, just tell me. 17 families in total, less than half the number of nobles in the province of Cadero. Brian gave Verin a deep look and continued, And you are the only reserve noble. Suddenly, Verin understood. Military merits are not something every nobleman has the opportunity to obtain. There are certain requirements to participate in military operations. Uncle, how many more battle merits do you need? Verin turned to look at Alcott and Edgar and asked. During my time as lord I earned 13 military merits, which, combined with those inherited from my father, totaled 27. I still need 3 more to meet the standard, Edgar said first. Then, Alcott also spoke up. I have accumulated a total of 25 battle merits, and I am still 5 short. If we are assigned to second-line support positions this time, we may not be able to gain much merit. We can only wait for the next opportunity. And this wait could be 10 or 20 years, since there are not many battles on the western border, and the opportunities to gain merit are even fewer. Listening to his two uncles and looking at their ages, Verin knew very well that they were not exaggerating. My lord, a lady has arrived outside. She claims to be Lord Verin's aunt. A silver knight reported to Alcott as he entered the tent. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Verin explained. Cousin, uncle, it should be Aunt Flora. Invite them in. The silver knight accepted the order and left the tent. A moment later, a dashing female knight entered the tent. Flora looked around, smiled at Verin, and then formally introduced herself. Flora X, from the lineage of Count Andis, greets all clansmen. Alcott X belongs to the Earl of the Eagle lineage. Edgar X belongs to the lineage of Count Mihis. Brian X, belonging to the Earl of the Eagle lineage. Verin X belongs to the Eagle Earl lineage. After everyone introduced themselves, Waylon spoke first, saying, Auntie, come, sit here. Flora didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to Verin's side, plopping down on the floor. Then, Waylon acted as a liaison, to ease the tense atmosphere. Before long, everyone was chatting happily. Thanks to the family's good upbringing and traditions, the barriers between strangers quickly dissolve among those who share a common ancestor. Flora, you've developed very well, much better than us, Alcott remarked sincerely. Cousin Alcott, you can't say that. You all have the support of your families and are struggling on your own. Unlike us, we have the help of our elders, and our path is smooth. We don't have so many worries, Flora said humbly. You can't say that. The elders are just guides. Your current achievements would not have been possible without your own hard work, Edgar said to Flora with a smile, shaking his head. Just then, Waylon spoke up. And do you know how this army reorganization was carried out? Alcott and Edgar turned to stare at Flora, and even Brian, who was just standing by, stared intently at his distant aunt. I have some knowledge of military organization. Flora thought for a moment and then answered. According to the commander's plan, our knight's headquarters will serve as the central army, while the noble army will be divided into the left and right armies, with the right army serving as the logistics and sweeping force. Then, do you know the list? Alcott asked, his voice trembling slightly. Flora shook her head and said, I'm not sure, but my older brother might know. Suddenly, Flora slapped her forehead. Oh right, I suddenly remembered why I came here this time. Auntie, why are you looking at me like that? Verin asked, puzzled, as Flora turned to stare at him. Of course there's good news, Flora said, rubbing Verin's head. I've got you a great job this time. Others are waiting for you. Come with me right now. Yes. Verin suppressed his inner doubts and nodded in agreement. Flora stood up and said to the other three, I will inquire about the list. If possible, I will ask my older brother to try to get you into the left flank. Thank you. The three stood up and expressed their gratitude. Flora then pulled Verin outside. At this moment, only the three of them remained in the tent. If it works out, we can't let them help us for nothing. We have to give them something in return. Alcott's words were quickly echoed by the other two. It is against their principles to expect their clansmen to do the work while they themselves enjoy the benefits without giving anything back. So the three of them agreed that if they were assigned to the left wing, each of them would contribute 20 caddies of copper, totaling 60 caddies, as a reward to Flora's brother. Inside the knight's headquarters, Flora led Verin to the logistics department. Flora, you're late. A young female pastor complained, staring at Flora. Knowing she was in the wrong, Flora smiled sheepishly. Moira, I'm sorry, I was chatting with my people for a while and forgot about it. Sigh. The young female pastor sighed. Never mind, this is your nephew, right? Right. Flora quickly pulled Verin in front of Moira. Verin, this is Moira Colombo, my good friend, a mid-level silver priestess of the goddess of life, and also the head of the logistics force. Then Flora turned to Moira and said, Moira, this is my nephew. I'm counting on you from now on. Okay, I understand. The regimental commander just called a meeting with the combat unit officers. You should go there right away. No. Upon hearing this, Flora quickly said something and ran towards the largest tent in the knight's encampment without looking back. Chapter 69 Father's Fanatical Fan. Chapter 69 Father's Fanatical Fan. Verin, come with me first. Moira looked her friend's nephew up and down, then said gently. Yes. Verin followed behind Moira, constantly pondering his role in the upcoming operation. About 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the right side of the knight's encampment. Looking around, countless knights, squires, and laborers were carrying supplies. Throughout the journey, people kept putting down their tasks to pay their respects to Moira. From the eyes of these people, it was clear that everyone held nothing but respect for the mid-level silver rank priest before them. This was his most direct feeling. It seems that this priest enjoys a high reputation within the knights. As Verin pondered this, he followed Moira into a tent. The interior of the tent was simply furnished, with a miniature statue of the goddess of life placed in the center, a resting area on the left, and various holy waters, medicines, and herbs on the right. Come, sit down, let's chat for a while. Looking at the other person's very friendly face and gentle voice, Verin felt a sense of peace. He went to the opposite side of Moira and sat properly on the small stool. You come from the X family lineage? Moira asked as she poured a cup of tea for Verin. Verin took a small sip of tea and slowly said, I am the fifth son of Earl Eagle of the X family. I remember the current Earl of Eagle is Lord Angus, known as the kingdom's god of war, the destroyer of the mountain dwarf Pola Legion, the honorary bishop of the Church of Life, and the extra-regional legion commander of the Third Kingdom of Holy Dawn, Moira said, covering her mouth in surprise. Ah, yes, that's right. Waylon had no idea his father was so capable, so he could only nod reluctantly. Since his birth, his father Angus had always been a dignified figure. He never expected him to have so many titles, but he had never heard his mother or other elders mention them. Then, do you have a portrait of Lord Angus? Moira suddenly stood up and excitedly grabbed Verin's hand. Seeing the reserved pastor instantly transform into a fervent fan, Verin almost spat out the tea he hadn't yet swallowed. Moira realized she had lost her composure, smiled awkwardly, let go of Verin's hand, and sat down on the small stool like a lady. Lady Moira. Just call me sister. Moira interrupted Verin, her gentle tone carrying a firm attitude. Sister Moira, I don't have a portrait of my father. Oh. Moira looked a little disappointed, but quickly recovered. Then, do you have any of Lord Angus's tokens? I mean, something he gave you that isn't very important. Could you spare one for me to keep? Looking at Moira with longing in his eyes, Verin felt a little embarrassed to refuse and vaguely replied. Let me think about it. It's all right, Verin, take your time thinking about it, Moira said softly, suppressing her inner desire. After thinking for a dozen minutes, Verin finally spoke up. Sister Moira, I have a wooden toy that my father gave me, but it's in my territory now. Moira waved her fist excitedly when she heard what Verin said. Verin, after the military operation is over, may I go with you to your territory? Sensing the intensely eager gaze on the other end, Verin nodded. Of course. Moira suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, By the way, is there anything I can help you with? Architectural planning, potion-making techniques, drawing magic circles, statues of the goddess of guidance, and so on, I can do it all. The fact that he was so young and yet knew so much really surprised Verin. Sister Moira, a magical potion grows in my territory. I hope you can. Leave it to me. I'll take care of everything, from the potion planting plan and preparation process to the sales channels. Before Verin could finish speaking, Moira stood up and waved her hand, taking full responsibility, leaving him stunned. Ahem, let's talk about your arrangements for the military operation. Kindness, Waylon said softly. Moira then came to the bedside and took out an official letter from under the pillow. This is the appointment letter. Take a look at it first, and I'll explain it to you later. Waylon took the official letter, opened it, and read it carefully. A few minutes later, Moira watched as Verin closed the letter and began to explain. In the upcoming operation, you and your troops will be incorporated into the logistics force and placed under my command. Your main responsibilities will be to protect the chaplains, transport the wounded, and collect and bury the bodies of the fallen. This role is relatively safe. Unless there are special circumstances, you will not go to the battlefield. Finally, after the military operation ends, your contribution will be converted into a battle merit. At the end, Moira added. As the situation escalates, the number of battle merits will also increase. In short, since Flora has entrusted you to me, I will make sure nothing happens to you. After listening, Verin remained silent for a moment, then stood up and bowed to Moira, saying, Thank you. For the next half-day, Verin incorporated his troops into the logistics system of the 16th Knights, placing them under the management of Logistics Director Moira and familiarizing them with their duties. On August 16th, the day after the scheduled assembly date, the reorganization began. The 11,000 men of the 16th Knights headquarters were organized into the Central Army, commanded by Grand Master Madmund Columbo. 3 Viscounts and 6 Barons, totaling more than 13,000 men, were organized into the Left Flank Army, commanded by Monkas Lowick, a Viscount family with a history of 400 years. The province of Kudro had 3,000 provincial troops and 8 barons, totaling 9,000 men, organized into the Right-Wing Army, commanded by the province's deputy governor, Cadmund, who was responsible for logistical support and necessary security for the Central and Left-Wing armies. Standing in the logistics team, Verin looked at the 3 noble banners moving towards the left flank of the army, then at Flora not far away, thinking that he owed his 2 uncles and cousins a great debt of gratitude. Now, even he doesn't know how to repay Flora for her help. Set off. Dozens of messengers shouted loudly. Upon receiving the order, the Central Army took the lead in setting off. At the very end of the column, Verin sat on a logistics unit wagon, looking at the endless marching column. Don't let the following parts fall behind. We need manpower for carriages number 15 through 20. Ryan, take 10 men with you. Those in front, don't delay, keep up with the combat troops. Moira rode her horse back and forth in the logistics unit, adjusting personnel structure, strengthening protection, and coordinating the work. She looked every bit the strong woman, a far cry from her previous, obsessed fangirl, self. Chapter 70 An Unexpected Incident. Chapter 70 An unexpected incident. For the next 2 weeks, the Central Army advanced with unstoppable momentum, wiping out countless goblin and kobold clans. The entire operation went surprisingly smoothly. Apart from low-level monster clans, almost no trace of any medium or high-level monster clans was found. Inside the logistics camp, the clerk was numbly counting the left ears of a bunch of goblins and kobolds. At the same time, a steady stream of monster left ears were being transported over. Some are so busy they're dying of work, while others are so idle they're dying of boredom. Wayland sighed and continued to leisurely supervise the work while lying on the flatbed cart covered with straw. Since the start of the military operation, Moira, who was idle in the logistics camp, had no choice but to assign Violen a supervisory position to keep him from being too bored. After the count of the monster's left ears was completed, a clerk came to Violen's side and reported, "Sir, the count is complete. There are 1,327 goblins and 869 kobolds. There was no falsification, they are all genuine professionals. Since there's nothing wrong, put it in a bag, label it with the unit's tag, and store it at the back." Violen took the roster presented to him with both hands, put it in his pocket, and waved his hand to give him instructions. "Yes." The clerk stepped down and began directing the staff to continue their work. In contrast to Violen's relaxed and carefree mood, the atmosphere inside the Knights' central camp was extremely serious. Grand Master Mad Monkey of the 16th Knights read through the report in his hand, his expression growing increasingly serious. Seeing their commander's expression, the officers below all sat up straight, their usual casualness and freedom gone. "This area is so vast, covering a full 100,000 square kilometers, and it's entirely populated by goblin and kobold clans. There isn't a single silver-ranked or higher clan," Mad Monkey muttered to himself as he closed the report. "Commander, there seems to be some conspiracy in the Grey Wasteland. We must report this to our superiors as soon as possible," said a middle-aged man sitting in the first seat on the left. "Theodore, I remember the last time the monsters attacked the western border, it was because of the Dragon War, which forced the monster clans to keep attacking the western defenses." The first person on the right stood up and replied, "Yes, Commander, the kingdom's investigation team has concluded, as you have said, that's the conclusion." Suddenly, a silver knight burst into the tent, knelt on one knee, and loudly reported, "Commander, a griffin knight has arrived." "Quick, let him in." Mad Monkey suddenly had a bad feeling and hurriedly said. Outside the tent, most of the silver transcendent beings, including Verin, sensed that something big was about to happen as they watched the griffin riders descend from the sky. In border areas, griffin riders are not used as messengers unless absolutely necessary. This is a tacit rule. "Sister Moira, do you know what's going on?" Violen approached Moira and, watching the griffin rider head towards the command tent, asked in a deep voice. "I don't know yet, but these leisurely days are coming to an end," Moira said, shaking her head. Inside the tent, the griffin knight first bowed to Mad Monkey to express his respect, then took out a memory stone and placed it in the center of the tent, and then took out a low-level magic crystal as the driving energy for the memory stone. "Mad Monkey, I am Jerome Latin, governor of the province of Lenza and commander-in-chief of the Western Defense Line. Hundreds of thousands of monsters are attacking the defense line of the three provinces of Lenza, Ister, and Dani. I hereby order you to lead your elite troops through the teleportation array of the province of Cadero to provide immediate reinforcement. This order has been approved by His Majesty the King." An elderly man with a white beard, exuding authority without anger, issued his command. Mad Monkey stood up, pounded his chest, and bowed, saying, "Yes, Your Excellency." Subsequently, the low-level magic crystal ran out of energy, and the image on the image stone disappeared. The Griffin Knight put away the recording stone, bowed, and said, "My lord, I must proceed to the next location. I shall take my leave now. Kindness." After the Griffin riders left, Madman looked around and gave the order. "Order the left and right wings to assemble here before noon tomorrow." "Yes." The crowd responded loudly and then left. In the afternoon, the entire camp sprang into action at a visible pace. At night, Flora entered Moira's tent, took off her helmet, and casually placed it on the wooden box next to her. "Flora, what is my father's plan?" Moira finished her prayer, stood up, and looked at her friend with some concern. "The commander's plan is a bit complicated." Flora came to Moira's bedside, lay down on the bed, and said with her eyes closed. Moira climbed onto the bed and knelt at the head of the bed, placing Flora's head on her knees and gently massaging her temples. "Is the entire Knight's Order going to reinforce the defenses of the three provinces of Lenzisterdani, while the noble troops remain to guard against any surprise attacks from the remaining monsters in the Grey Wasteland?" Flora felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, shifted into a more comfortable position, and answered calmly, "No. How should I put it? The Grand Master's plan is for all the knight apprentices and ordinary logistics personnel of the Knight's Order to stay behind, while the combat troops and priests will be mixed into an elite noble army and travel light." Moira frowned and said, "So, my father means that the remaining noble army and knights should guard against the monsters of the Grey Wasteland?" That's what the commander means. So if this is a diversionary tactic by the other side, then shouldn't we just abandon the Cadro province? Many adults, including Vice Commander Theodore, raised this issue, but the commander convinced us, Flora said, leaning her head back. This won't do. If we take away all the high-end combat power, what if the monsters attack? Wouldn't that leave millions of people in the province of Cadro in danger? I need to go and talk to him. Moira suddenly stood up. Ouch. Flora rubbed the back of her head, then grabbed Moira, who was about to leave. Don't go. The captain is under a lot of pressure too. This is a decision we had to make. Just think about it. If the defense line of the 3 provinces of Lenzisterdani were to fall, hundreds of millions of people in the western region would be exposed to the threat, and then the legendary powerhouses of the Grey Wasteland would definitely step in. So you've tacitly abandoned these millions of people. Flora met Moira's gaze and nodded silently. You. So I'm asking to stay. Flora interrupted Moira, smiling as she said. For the sake of the bigger picture, the captain and the others have no choice but to do this, but I can stay. The defense line of the 3 provinces of Lenzisterdani is not lacking in grassroots combat power, but it lacks strong men like the captains and well-organized night orders. Then me too. You can't stay here. As a silver priest, your role is crucial. Flora sat up and stared at Moira, saying solemnly, with you here, the knights will lose many more lives. Chapter 71 The First Signs of a Conspiracy. Chapter 71 The conspiracy begins. After some struggle, Moira finally nodded in agreement. Flora breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Moira had agreed, and then lay down on the bed to rest. He fell fast asleep in no time. Moira helplessly covered her forehead, skillfully removed Flora's armor, then came out of the tent to bring a basin of hot water and wiped her down. 20 minutes later, after finishing her work, Moira lay down next to Flora and began to rest. Meanwhile, in another separate tent, Violin stared at a map of the western part of the kingdom, while summarizing and speculating on the information he had gathered that day. The defenses of the 3 provinces of Lenzisterdani have been subjected to a large-scale attack. The surrounding provinces will inevitably send troops to support them. And the famine cult incident will break out in September. Is there any connection between these events? After carefully analyzing the information in his hand, Verin had some uncertain thoughts in his mind. My lord. Kyle lifted the curtain and entered, pounding his chest in salute to Verin. Kyle, you're here. Have a seat. Verin put down the documents in his hand and turned to pour Kyle a cup of tea. Kyle, who had just sat down on the bench, hurriedly stood up again, took the teacup from Verin's hand with both hands, and carefully took a sip. Take a look at the information here first, and I'd like to hear your opinion. Kyle put his teacup aside, took the documents from the low table, and carefully read and thought about them while comparing them with the map. A dozen minutes later, Kyle put down the documents in his hand, shook his head and said, My lord, please forgive my ignorance. I did not see anything unusual. After hearing this, Verin stroked his chin and muttered to himself. It's probably just as I thought. The higher-ups should characterize this as a conflict between monsters and the border. Kyle's judgment, based on the available intelligence, is reasonable given that he was unaware of the famine cult incident. As a knight who rose from serfdom, Kyle may not have much experience, but his judgment on matters surpasses that of many. You can go now. Don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. Yes. Kyle rose, saluted, and then left the tent. Then, Violin lit the documents written on the parchment, and threw them into the fire. After they had burned out, he blew out the oil lamp and began to rest. Late at night, in the province of Moni, in the county of Focris, the central city of Focris, a bustling city with a population of over 200,000. Inside the basement of the city lord's mansion, 4 men in black robes met. Upon receiving orders from the front lines, 2 nightly orders and 50,000 troops from the province of Moni have already set out. At the same time, orders have been issued for 2 marquises and 6 earls within the province to assemble 80,000 troops. Earl Focris is currently assembling his troops and is expected to leave Focris city in 3 days. A man in black robes said first. Immediately afterward, another man in black robes reported. I have received orders from the Bishop of the Church of Life in the Moni province. The Church of Life in the entire Earl's territory of Focris needs to mobilize 300 priests and 800 church knights to the front lines. In the end, the church will only have a little over 100 priests and 200 church knights left. It's about the same on my end, said a muscular man in black robes. The Adventurers Guild of Focris City needs to send 8 bronze adventurer teams of more than 100 people to the front lines. The rest are just a handful and nothing to worry about. 5 days from now, let our people begin their work and offer sacrifices to our God. The leader of the men in black robes shouted fervently as he performed a prayer ritual. For our God. The other 3 also silently bowed their heads and began to pray. The next morning, a large number of noble troops arrived one after another, making the entire camp noisy. After washing up, Flora headed straight for Verin's tent at the logistics camp. Kyle, who was standing guard at the door, saw Flora approaching and bowed, saying, "Good morning, Lady Flora. Is Verin still resting?" "Yes, sir, you didn't rest until very late last night." Kyle stood firm at the tent entrance, showing no sign of moving aside. At the same time, just as Verin got out of bed and put on his clothes, he heard Flora's voice. "Kyle, let Aunt Flora Indiana." "Yes." Upon hearing his lord's command, Kyle stepped aside and drew back the curtain. "Please come in, sir." Flora nodded and then went into the tent. "Auntie, you've come." "Yes, it's been a while." Flora sat down on the bench. After tidying up, Verin turned to Flora and asked, "Auntie, is there something you need? I believe you have also received the news that the knights are setting off for the defense line of the 3 provinces of Lenzisterdani. Do you want to stay or go with them?" Seeing that Verin was about to give an answer without even thinking, Flora spoke first. "I've thought it through. Going to the defense line of the 3 provinces of Lenzisterdani is a good place to gain military merit. Such an opportunity is rare." "Auntie, what about you?" Waylon asked in return. "My squad and I will stay," Flora said with a smile. "Is it for the safety of the province of Cadro?" Flora nodded in agreement. The answer Verin received was not much different from what he had guessed. "And I don't have any great ambitions. I just want to develop the territory properly. I generally don't do risky things. If you need my help, I can stay and help you." "If you stay, what will happen to the safety of your territory?" Flora asked with concern. Verin shook his head and said, "My territory has 14 silver knights and 1 powerful guardian. No one below the legendary level can threaten my territory, but that's only within my territory." "Good lad, was he secretly sent by your father?" Flora asked with a look of surprise. "Aunt, you're overthinking it. This is my own opportunity, and it has nothing to do with my father." Flora was utterly astonished. He thought he knew Verin quite well, but it turned out to be just the tip of the iceberg, and he was quite mysterious. "Then I, Flora, beg you to stay and assist me." Flora suddenly stood up and said with a serious expression. "Willing to serve. Let's go have breakfast. I have a meeting later." "Kindness." In the afternoon meeting, a vote was held and most of the nobles agreed to lead their troops to support the defenses of the 3 provinces of Lenzisterdani. For them, military achievements are rare, but opportunities are even rarer. 2 days later, the elite members of the knights, mixed with the elite noble troops, totaling 6,000 men, including 1 soul intent level expert, 5 gold level experts, 400 silver level experts, and more than 5,500 bronze level experts, headed to the provincial capital of Cadero province, preparing to use the teleportation array to provide support to the defense line of the 3 provinces of Lenzisterdani. Chapter 72 Provincial Border of Cadro Formation of a Defense Force. Chapter 72 The Border of Cadero Province Formation of the Defense Force. In addition, the remaining personnel were organized into the defense force, responsible for the defense of the border of Cadero province, while the knights went to support the defense of the 3 provinces of Lenzisterdani. To Verin's surprise, Alcott, Edgar, and Brian stayed behind instead of following the knights to provide support, thus giving up this opportunity to gain merit in battle. Thus, although there were still more than 26,000 people in the huge camp, the best of the best had been taken away. "Verin, let's begin," Flora said to Verin, who was standing beside her. Inside the command tent, everyone quieted down and focused their attention on Verin. "Gentlemen, the defense force currently has 36 silver-level professionals, 373 bronze-level professionals, about 18,000 apprentices, and the remaining 8,000 are all civilian laborers and logistics support personnel. In terms of food, we have enough to eat for more than a year. In terms of weaponry and equipment, we have enough to sustain the defense forces in 2 high-intensity battles. Report complete." Seeing that Verin had sat back down, Flora tapped the table and asked, "Now everyone, tell me your thoughts on how to defend this border line." Alcott, being the most senior member of the camp, stood up and spoke first. "In my opinion, we should focus on clearing out a border area, then build fortified villages in those areas for defense, so that the nearest troops can come to our aid in case of any unexpected events." I agree. I agree. Undoubtedly, the fact that the two nobles and the only pioneer knight in the tent directly stated their position left the other silver knights in the tent looking at each other in bewilderment. Apart from Flora's subordinates, the remaining 14 silver knights were all left behind by other nobles to command the army, but without noble status or military positions, they directly lost their voice. Inside the camp, the forces could be roughly divided into 3 factions. Flora, along with her 10 silver knights and a low-ranking silver priest, represented the knights as part of the kingdom's military force. The 3 nobles, including Alcott, and the pioneering knight, Verin, belonged to the X family and were naturally on the same side, which had 10 silver knights. Finally, the 14 silver knights from the 14 noble families who were forced to stay behind to command the army were forced to band together for warmth and to fight for a voice. For a full 3 minutes, Flora remained silent, and the representatives of the 14 noble families could only keep quiet, all bowing their heads to admire the patterns on the carpet. Lacking noble or military status, and being just an ordinary knight, they simply couldn't muster any enthusiasm. After an unknown amount of time, Flora nodded at Alcott, then stood up and announced, "My full name is Flora X, and I am the current commander of the defense forces. For the sake of the province's safety, I hope you will make a clear choice, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Flora utterly detested internal strife. The 14 silver knights looked at each other, already understanding that they either had to obey their commander's orders and dutifully complete the tasks assigned to them, or they would be killed by the other party under some pretext, and their own lord would not dare to say a word afterward, unless he wanted to make an enemy of the X family. The next moment, all 14 men stood up and saluted Flora, saying, "In the name of the goddess of life, we swear that until the end of the military operation and until the Lord returns, we will unconditionally obey the commander's orders. All right, since we've reached a consensus, let's begin the operational meeting and make the next arrangements. Get the map." The 2 silver knights standing behind Flora received orders and immediately laid out a detailed map of the Cadro province and parts of the surrounding gray area on the carpet. "Alcott, you take charge of the deployment." "Yes, sir." Alcott took the map stick from Flora and tapped various locations on the map, beginning to deploy his forces. "The 5 locations outside the border need to be prioritized for clearing." "My lord, should we also clear the area at the very bottom that's near the border of the Sapullo province?" a silver knight from the 14 noble faction asked bluntly. Verin looked at the location the other party had mentioned, and sure enough, it was the area directly in front of the Lake of Prayer Stars. Remembering that no one had held a meeting to discuss the matter last night, Waylon had originally wanted the elders to cancel the area, as he could handle it himself. Unexpectedly, Flora said, "You're staying to help your aunt, so I have to give you some compensation." "That's settled then, or I'll beat you up." "What, you have a problem with that?" Flora stared at the silver knight who had spoken, her warning unspoken. "My lord, he's lost his mind. We have no objections." A leading silver knight from the 14 noble factions hurriedly stepped forward and said, while glaring fiercely at the silver knight who had just spoken, "In that case, the first phase is to clear these 5 areas, and the second phase is to build fortifications for defense." Alcott continued, seeing that the situation had calmed down. Then, personnel were assigned to carry out the tasks. Alcott, Edgar, Brian, and Flora each took charge of one area, while the other area was given to a leading knight from one of the 14 noble factions. Under Flora's tough stance, the army responsible for clearing the Yellowstone region of the Grey Wasteland, where the Lake of Prayer is located, numbered the largest, reaching over 8,000 men, and was personally commanded by Flora. Unsurprisingly, Verin was assigned to Flora's command. After the meeting, the various units began reorganization. In order to achieve their goal of controlling the army, Flora, Alcott, Edgar, and Brian only wanted ordinary soldiers and low-ranking officers, not mid to high-ranking officers, so as not to affect command efficiency. Faced with Flora's tough stance, the 14 noble factions had no choice but to accept. At night, in a remote tent in the camp, the silver knights of the 14 noble factions gathered during the day. "Let's start with me," said the leading mid-level silver knight. "My lord left behind 2,200 men, but Lord Flora took 1,500 of them, leaving less than 700. "You're doing all right," a baron's representative said dejectedly. "My master left 800 men, but 700 were taken away, leaving less than 100. I'm in a similar situation. 80% of the soldiers were withdrawn for reorganization, leaving me with only 200 men." One after another, officers from other noble factions reported their situations. When the leading silver-rank knights tallied their forces, they found that the total strength of the 14 men combined amounted to only 6,000, meaning that a full 13,000 had been withdrawn. Damn it, that damn woman, if it weren't for. Shut up, if you're looking to die, don't drag us down with you. The low-ranking Silver Knight who had been talking back during the day couldn't help but complain, but was forcefully interrupted. Even the other Silver Knights distanced themselves from him, and stared at him coldly. Chapter 73 The Border of the Cadro Province Mount Deer Men. Chapter 73 Border of Cadro Province Mount Deer Gate. It's just an Earl family, what are you afraid of? Seeing himself instantly isolated, the low-ranking Silver Knight couldn't help but shout. That's because you're an idiot who doesn't know the whole story. Do you think the X family is just an Earl family? You nouveau riche baronial family, I advise you to report to your lord and learn more about the outside world, instead of just focusing on this small place, the province of Cadero. Shut up now, or we'll make you disappear on the way, you idiot, to avoid bringing trouble upon us. All the surrounding Silver Knights refrained from reprimanding him, making this low-ranking Silver Knight realize that the situation was not good. He automatically stepped back to the very back, dared not utter another word, and resolved not to express any opinion until he finished his duties in the defense force, so as not to bring trouble to his master. The Silver High Knight glanced at it coldly, then resumed his warm expression. This area is located at the northern end of the border of the Cadro province, near the border of the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. There are still quite a few centaurs active in this area outside the cleanup zone. Let's all gather together and have a good discussion. Yes, to think about it from another perspective, our team has the most high-end combat capabilities, giving us an unparalleled advantage compared to other units. Upon hearing this, everyone thought about it for a moment, and realized that it was indeed true, so they began to discuss it enthusiastically, except for one idiot. The next morning, as planned, the defense forces split into 5 units and left the Knight's original base. During the march, Flora called Verin aside and asked, "Is there anything in your territory that needs to be resolved? We can take care of it during this operation." After listening, Waylon thought about it carefully, then shook his head and said, "I don't know. My territory has only been developed for a year, and the area I can scout around is not very large." "I see." Flora then summoned a messenger to fetch the deputy commander. A moment later, a knight rode his warhorse from the front of the column to the hillside, dismounted, and saluted Flora, saying, "Captain, you wanted to see me." "Miller, how is the unit cohesion going?" "It went very smoothly," Miller reported to Flora. "The lower-ranking soldiers did not show any resistance. According to the information reported by the commanders of various units, almost all the lower-ranking officers actively cooperated with us in commanding the troops. Except for a very few, I have sent them to the Spearhead Battalion to prepare to wear them down in the first wave. Yes, let them pay attention and gradually take control of the troops during the march, so they won't have to struggle when it comes to mopping up the troops later." Flora nodded in satisfaction. "Second, within the existing area, have the scouts expand their reconnaissance range and mark all tribes with more than 300 monsters." "Yes, Captain." Miller then rode away from the hillside. "Commander, I'll be going now." After Miller left, Verin said to Flora, "Okay, you can go now. Take this opportunity to get some more exercise." "Yes." Then, Violin mounted his red phosphorus horse and headed to the rear of the marching column. As a Silver Knight, he also gained command of a 1,000-man squad. To better control his troops, Violin combined his 200 infantrymen with the 800 men assigned to him. At the same time, he also organized 20 knights into a supervisory team and messengers, which helped him to convey orders and command troops. Looking at the well-organized marching column, Waylon nodded in satisfaction. "My lord, should we send someone to contact Lord Baird and the others in advance?" Kyle rode up to Verin's side and asked. After some thought, Verin instructed, "Send 2 men back to inform Baird and Orlando to assemble the troops and be on standby, as they may be needed." "Yes." Following Kyle's suggestion, Verin had a bold idea in mind. If possible, after the defense forces withdraw, we can occupy their temporary earthen fortresses as a forward base for exploring the Grey Wasteland. After 5 days of normal marching, the 8,000-strong force successfully arrived at the pre-planned location, Lumen Mountain, a strategically important and easily defensible position. Verin followed Flora, stepping on the rubble of the Deer Gate, looking at the earthen walls around them, now just ruins. 300 years ago, this was a city of gnolls. Miller, standing behind Flora, suddenly said. "Here?" Verin asked uncertainly. "That's right, this is the place." Miller nodded and continued. 300 years ago, my ancestor was an adventurer who came here. In his diary, he clearly recorded D-Gate Mountain City, a small town inhabited by gnolls, which had more than 6,000 gnolls at the time. I see, but this place is quite dilapidated. As for why things have turned out this way, Verin has roughly figured it out. Miller, get some people to clean up this place and set up camp. We'll start assigning specific tasks tomorrow. Yes, Captain. Subsequently, a team of 1,000 people arrived and began clearing away the rubble and clods of earth, leveling the land. The entire workforce of 1,000 people were professionals, each one equivalent to 3 or 4 strong laborers, making them extremely efficient. As afternoon approached, a large area of land was leveled, and then a large number of marching tents were set up. At night, the commander, deputy commander, 8 centurions and other officers held a meeting in the command tent. After discussions between Miller and me, the following orders were issued. 8 centurions, including Verin, stepped forward to await orders from Commander Flora. The 1st, 3rd, 5th and 7th thousand men units will form the 1st battalion, and the 2nd, 4th, 6th and 8th thousand men units will form the 2nd battalion. With the 2-week cycle, the 2 battalions take turns to undertake the clearing and mopping up missions and the fortification missions. I hereby announce that the 1st battalion will be responsible for the mopping up operation, and the 2nd battalion will be responsible for the fortification. Tomorrow, I will distribute the combat missions to the various centurions, and the plan will officially begin to be implemented the day after tomorrow. Yes. The 8 centurions answered loudly and then returned to their ranks. Flora looked around and continued to command. Logistics units should prepare for logistical support and ensure the safety of food and military equipment. Yes, sir. Logistics Minister. A silver knight stepped forward and answered loudly. The meeting is adjourned now. Everyone go back and get some rest. Yes. The group left their tents one by one and headed to the area where their respective units were located. As the centurion of the 7,000 squad, Verin arrived at the upper left area of the camp. My lord, should I summon all the centurions? Kyle asked, bowing as he saw Verin return. No need, let them rest well, we'll assign tasks tomorrow. Yes. Kyle took his leave upon receiving the order, and Verin went directly into his tent and lay down on the carpet to rest. Chapter 74 The Border of Cadro Province Expectations of the Lower-Ranking Soldiers. Chapter 74 The Border of Cadero Province Expectations of the Lower-Ranking Soldiers. The next morning, Verin received the order from Flora. As ordered, over the next 2 weeks, he was to lead the 7,000-strong force to eliminate 3 goblin tribes with more than 300 members each, 3 kobold tribes with more than 300 members each, and the remaining 20-odd smaller tribes. Kyle, send someone to the logistics department to collect food. Also, have everyone prepare themselves. There's no training today, everyone can rest. Kyle, who was standing guard outside the tent, heard Verin's voice and answered loudly. Yes, my lord. Then, Valen found a map and, according to the directions on the command document, marked out the monster clans and tribes that needed to be wiped out one by one. His 7,000th unit was responsible for the upper left area of the camp, which covered an area of more than 3,000 square kilometers and contained 2 tributaries of the Huansha River system, resulting in a relatively high density of monster clans. It's a place with excellent feng shui. Verin firmly believed that this place would belong to him in the future, and no one could take it away from him. After a day of rest, Valen led the 7,000th squad of 1,100 men out of the camp to officially begin the mopping up operation. Flora got up early and stood on the makeshift watchtower, watching the 7,000 men leave. She instructed Miller beside her. Keep a close eye on Verin's movements. I don't want him to be in any danger. Yes, Captain. Miller obeyed his captain's orders unconditionally. After all, his life had been given to him by his captain. Clearing a path through the wilderness was a painful task. Verin looked at how he had only advanced 20 kilometers in 3 hours and showed a helpless expression. My lord, this road is too difficult to travel. There are thorns and bushes everywhere. If we hadn't been wearing armor, we would probably be covered in wounds by now. Kyle reported to Verin after clearing the branches and leaves from his mount. Have the troops stop and rest in place. I will replan the route. Verin hadn't expected that this place would be so difficult to march through. It was his fault as commander that he hadn't done a good job. On a nearby boulder, Valen had a map spread out and marked the current locations on it, and began to think of a strategy. The nearest tributary of the Huansha River system is right next to it. You only need to move 5 or 6 kilometers to the north to reach it. According to Verin's conjecture, the path along the river must be easier than clearing a path through the bushes. But he wasn't sure if his conjecture was correct, since he had never seen it before. Let's take a gamble. If all else fails, we'll have to spend a lot of time forcibly opening up a road. Fortunately, the magic was scarce in the eastern part of the Grey Wasteland. Otherwise, they would have had to face not only complex thickets of thorny bushes but also suddenly appearing magical beasts and ferocious creatures. In the afternoon, Verin changed direction and moved north. After a 2-hour march, we finally arrived at an unnamed tributary of the Huansha River system, a river that was 5 or 6 meters wide. Standing by the stream, Verin looked upstream and downstream. With a wide-open view, he said with some delight, "Good, it was definitely right. It's much better than that damn jungle. My lord, thanks to your wise decision, we have been freed from that green cage," Kyle exclaimed sincerely from the side. "All right, let the warriors rest for a while, then we'll continue our journey and strive to wipe out the first goblin tribe by tomorrow afternoon." Hearing his subordinate's praise, Verin was in a very good mood and gave Kyle a smiling instruction. "Yes." Upon hearing that there would be a break, thousands of people quickly found seats near the river to sit down and enjoy the rare coolness. The sweltering jungle brought them only misery. Under the heavy pressure of the officers, as low-ranking soldiers, they could not and were not qualified to express their opinions. "Black Hammer, your lord is so kind, he even gave us time to rest." "Exactly, unlike our Baron, who rides on horseback while whipping us and complaining that we can't keep up." On the riverbank, a small group sat together, talking quietly. "It is thanks to the blessings of the gods that I, Black Hammer, was able to meet Lord Verin. It is thanks to your grace that I am who I am today," Black Hammer said with a devout expression. They had heard this many times and did not find it offensive. On the contrary, they felt sympathy and envy for the 16-year-old boy. Compared to the Black Hammers, who were born serfs, they were at least commoners with limited choices and upward mobility. "Sigh, just thinking about what our lord looks like, I really want to take my family to Lake of Prayer Stars," a soldier in his 30s grumbled. "Are you out of your mind? If your lord's officers hear this, you'll be in big trouble when you get back." An old soldier next to him was terrified and quickly covered his mouth, looking around warily. Only after finding no officers in sight did he advise him. "Old Mike, you know what, if it weren't for that, I just didn't know if I had any connections." The other sighed in amazement, then fell silent as officers approached. After the patrol officer left, Black Hammer looked at his comrade-in-arms and said woodenly, "How about I go ask my former superior officer if there's any way?" "Really, Black Hammer?" "Please. Black Hammer, may the goddess of life bless you." Upon hearing this, everyone looked up, their eyes filled with hope as they gazed at Black Hammer. At this moment, Verin was unaware of what was happening among the lower-ranking soldiers of the army. Instead, based on the information obtained by the scouts and the distance to the goblin tribe, he considered the best solution. 20 kilometers downstream is the first goblin tribe selected this time, with about 400 goblins. According to the most common estimation method in this world, the combat strength of this goblin tribe should be 70%, which is 280 goblin warriors. Keeping the news secret and preventing other monster tribes from finding out is a bit difficult, but it's not enough to stump me. Then, Verin ordered the map to be put away and commanded the troops to set off downstream along the river. In the lower reaches of an unnamed tributary of the Huansha River system, there is a simple goblin camp that the goblins would consider a luxurious den. A strong goblin is running rampant in the tribe. Ever since the chieftain and the elder left with the tribe's elite forces, this place has been his domain. Acting clan leader, there seems to be some activity upstream. There are many more fish than usual. An ugly goblin cautiously reported as he entered the wooden shed. The abundance of fish means our gods are blessing us. Now get the hell out of here. The intense activity was interrupted, and the goblin acting chieftain glared fiercely at the ugly fellow. Yes, yes, yes. The ugly goblin rolled out of the wooden shed, where it was mocked by the other goblins for a while, completely unaware that destruction was about to befall it. Chapter 75 The Border of the Province of Cadro's Strange Situation of the Border Monster Clan. Chapter 75 Border of Cadro Province Strange Situation of the Border Monster Clan. As night fell, the army had arrived and stopped about 5 or 6 kilometers outside the goblin tribe. The hill in front of them would prevent the goblin clan on the other side from noticing anything unusual. After lighting the oil lamps, Verin convened a meeting with the 10 centurions of his troops. This is the first combat operation since the establishment of our 7,000th unit. I don't care what your previous state was. If you have any problems, raise them now. When the order is given later, I don't want to hear any other voices. Verin looked at everyone seriously and gave a cold warning. Of the 10 centurions, only 2 were his own men, the other 8 were not his direct subordinates, so he was unsure of their quality. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and seeing that no one spoke, Verin immediately told Kyle to spread out the parchment. An enlarged map appeared before them, allowing them to clearly understand the surrounding terrain with the help of the markings on it. In this first operation, we will annihilate the goblin tribe in this area. Third, the 6th and 10th 100-man teams will depart at 4 in the morning, detour to the downstream of the goblin tribe, and blockade it to prevent any escapees from getting away. The 4th, 5th and 7th 100 men will launch an attack from the jungle on the flanks, while keeping watch on the outside to prevent the enemy from sending reinforcements. The rest of the troops will follow me in the frontal attack. As he gave orders, Verin pointed out the marching route on a parchment map. Strictly follow my orders. Those who disobey will be executed. Yes. Whether out of fear or submission, the officers present all answered loudly. Then, Verin announced the meeting was adjourned and told the centurions of each unit to go down and prepare. My lord, I have something to report to you, Kyle said to Verin after everyone had left. Seeing Kyle's serious expression, Verin ordered towards the tent entrance. Disperse all personnel within 20 meters of the tent. No one is allowed to approach without my order. Yes, my lord. The 10 knights on guard responded loudly, and immediately began to carry out the order. After a short while, once the surroundings had quieted down, Verin gestured for Kyle to sit down and talk. My lord, the officers below reported today on the soldiers under our command. After listening to Kyle's detailed report, Verin asked, How often does this happen? There are many. At least 10 cases have already been reported to my subordinates. Is that so? Verin fell into deep thought. He desperately needs a veteran with extensive combat experience. In addition, each soldier has a family to support, and attracting the Lake of Prayer Stars would greatly alleviate the population shortage. However, these were soldiers under the control of other nobles, and were currently only under the name of the defense force, with only command authority, and no ownership. This is not a good matter. Verin shook his head, unable to think of any good solutions for the moment. It was not in his interest to offend so many nobles for the sake of a few hundred soldiers. Let's put this matter aside for now and have the officers below keep quiet and not let it leak out, Verin instructed Kyle, rubbing his temples. Yes, Kyle replied, bowing his head. At dawn, Waylon looked at the 400 men who were fully prepared to depart, and then at the sky. Set off. Traveling lightly along the winding river, the 400 people moved as quickly as possible toward the goblin tribe. Around noon, the main attacking force arrived at the attack location. Through the gaps in the bushes, Verin could clearly observe the specific situation surrounding the goblin tribe. Seeing the goblin tribe almost completely unprepared, Verin stood up, drew his knight's long sword, and shouted a command. Attack! All 400 men rose and, led by their officers, launched an attack on the goblin tribe below the hill. The goblins, who were lazing around on the outskirts, noticed the sudden appearance of humans and screamed, signaling to their tribe that enemy forces were attacking. Wah wah! Goblins rushed out of the camp with wooden hammers, stone axes, and harpoons, but were quickly slaughtered and scattered. They couldn't even last 3 minutes before fleeing in all directions. A strong goblin, seeing its kin fleeing in all directions, let out a few howls before being beheaded by an ordinary soldier. When the soldiers stormed into the camp, Verin, who was commanding his troops from the hilltop, felt incredulous. That's it. That should be it, Kyle replied, bowing his head. Let's go take a look. Somewhat incredulous, Verin descended the hill and headed towards the goblin camp. The remaining 30-odd goblins were driven to the center of the camp, surrounded by menacing soldiers. The old, weak, and disabled were so frightened that they buried their heads in the ground, hoping to gain a little sense of security. Who speaks the common language? Upon hearing this, an ugly goblin looked up at the young man in exquisite armor who was surrounded by the crowd, and said in common with a heavy accent, My lord, I can speak. Tell me, where are the warriors of your tribe? Verin approached the ugly goblin, planted his sword in front of him, and spoke with an air of authority. My lord, our tribal chief and elders, along with our warriors, have already departed with the gods. The ugly goblin trembled with fear at the sight of the knight's long sword so close at hand, and stammered his reply. God? Upon hearing this crucial information, Verin frowned deeply. Could it be that the attack on the western border was orchestrated by some divine intervention? Then, Verin shook his head, shaking off these distracting thoughts. Even if the sky falls, there's always someone taller to hold it up. He's just a lowly pioneering knight now, why should he care about this? Clean it up. After the centurion left, the surrounding soldiers immediately surrounded him and slaughtered all the remaining goblins. In the afternoon, the other two teams gathered at the goblin camp to report to Verin. Over the next few days, Verin wiped out several more monster clans and found that the situation was similar to that of the previous goblin tribes. They were almost all old, weak, sick, and disabled, with only a few able-bodied men. Most of the combat-capable people had left with their so-called divine messengers. 2 weeks later, the 7,000th team, having completed its mission, returned to camp for rotation. When I left, Lumen Mountain was still a barren wasteland. When I returned, it was surrounded by 3 walls. Looking at the dense layer of soil above, Verin had no doubt about its defensive capabilities. The troops were first sent to the camp to rest, and then Verin went to the central tent to report to Flora. "Aunt, that's the general situation. I suspect these monsters are plotting to amass an army and prepare to attack the provincial defenses," Verin reported to Flora as he entered the tent. "Your guess is correct, but there are some discrepancies." Flora pulled a document from the table and handed it to Verin for review, speaking seriously as she did so. Verin was startled and quickly opened it to check. Chapter 76 Famine Sacrifice. Chapter 76 Famine Ritual. The day before yesterday, I received an official letter from the provincial governor that the Monster Alliance had begun its attack on the border of Sirap province. As Verin looked at the official letter, Flora explained from the side. Verin closed the official letter and asked with some concern, "Will we face an impact in the Sirap province?" "It's not clear yet, but I think it's only a matter of time. Therefore, we must speed up the process." Then, Flora changed the subject, her tone suddenly becoming serious. "Verin, the governor is urging the nobles in various parts of the province to send troops to strengthen the defense forces, and another 5,000 provincial troops will be transferred here the day after tomorrow. Commander, please give your orders." Verin straightened up, looked at Flora, and said with equal seriousness, "Once the provincial army arrives, I will combine these 5,000 troops with your 7,000 men into one army, and build a fortified city at the border between the provinces of Sirap and Kadero, as an early warning force, forming a pincer movement with Mount Deer men. Please rest assured, Commander, I will definitely complete this mission." Verin solemnly accepted the order without the slightest resistance. Flora put her hands on Verin's shoulders and said, "This is an opportunity for you to train in commanding an army of 10,000 men. It will help you gain a better position and more influence when you lead your troops to serve in the army and fulfill your duties, and it will also help you get the obedience of the nobles under your command. If I encounter danger, I mean if my life is in danger, I will save myself first and bear the consequences." "Auntie, what's wrong? Look at me and answer my question." "Yes, Auntie, I understand." "Good, go back and get some rest." Afterwards, Verin left the command tent in a daze. Walking on the flat yellow earth, Waylon touched his heart and felt a warmth he had never experienced before, not even with his mother. 3 days later, Verin successfully took over the 5,000 provincial troops and began their 7-day training. With Flora's support, Verin planned to replace all the disobedient officers within 7 days with officers willing to obey his orders, thus bringing these 5,000 men under his complete control. September 20th, Moni Province, Count of Falkris, Central City of Falkris. A large number of troops and personnel were withdrawn, leaving the city with less than 2,000 city defense troops, excluding 600 security personnel, plus Church and Adventurer Guild members, totaling less than 3,500 people. In addition, the castle located 20 kilometers outside the city of Falkris is poorly defended, with few troops available to be mobilized, apart from the personnel who remained to guard it. In the basement of the city lord's mansion, the bishop of the Famine Order, the city lord of Falkris, the priest of the Church of Life, and the president of the Adventurers Guild gathered. "Tonight, offer sacrifices to our god." "Yes, bishop." The 3 men's eyes revealed their fanaticism for the god of famine, and they prostrated themselves on the ground, kneeling and worshipping the statue of the god. In the city of Falkris, thousands of cultists remain hidden in the shadows, waiting to strike. Hundreds of famine priests are stationed at various points throughout the city, awaiting the famine bishop's orders. As night fell, in the magic defense tower area of Falkris City, the city lord of Falkris City easily entered the central area of the mage tower by virtue of his status. "Good night, Mage Waterley." Lord Falkris greeted a high-ranking silver mage. "Good evening, Lord Tefley. May I ask what brings you here?" Out of courtesy, the silver mage inquired of the Lord of Falkris. "Of course." Lord Falkris's body suddenly swelled, his limbs turned into claws, his body was covered in thick fur, and his head evolved into a monster's skull, with a terrifying mouth taking up a third of his head. A moment later, A monster 6 or 7 meters tall appeared in front of the silver mage. "Eat you all!" The terrifying sonic boom forced the silver mage to retreat repeatedly. Famine beast. "How did I end up here? Teacher, what should we do?" The bronze mage got up from the ground and asked the silver mage, Waterlay. "Quickly, get out of here, go!" Before the silver mage Watley could finish speaking, the famine beast pounced and tore the slow-moving bronze mage into several pieces. An appetizer. The famine beast felt immense satisfaction as it swallowed the food whole. Seeing his student die before his eyes, the silver mage Waterlay went berserk and attacked the famine beast. Dozens of fireballs were condensed and launched a joint attack on the famine beast. However, these attacks had no effect whatsoever against the gold-level famine beast. In less than 3 minutes, the famine beast grabbed the silver mage's head, threw it into its mouth, and chewed it while carrying the rest of the corpse toward the control center. Inside the mage tower, without exception, all the mages were swallowed by the famine beast and turned into part of its power. "Speed up." "Yes, Your Excellency." The famine beast responded in its mind, speeding up towards the top of the mage tower. 10 minutes later, the reconnaissance array covering Falkras City disappeared, and all the magic arrays on the city walls became ineffective. At the same time, a large number of famine cultists appeared in the city and began their final revelry before the sacrifice. A large number of famine priests silently chanted sacrificial incantations, forming a massive sacrificial array with themselves as the nodes, enveloping the entire city of 200,000 people. Ha ha ha, 50 years of planning is finally about to succeed. The bishop of the famine order stood atop the bell tower, gazing at his masterpiece, and freely vented his inner emotions. Half an hour later, a pillar of light rose into the sky, and an evil aura spread in all directions. Everyone in the city of Falkras was struggling. Whether they were high-ranking nobles or lowly slaves, they were all twisted and turned into fuel by the omnipresent power of the evil god. Even cult members of the famine cult volunteered to sacrifice themselves, expanding the scope of this ritual even further. We're late. 30 kilometers outside the city of Falkras, a spatial rift was torn open, and several legendary powerhouses flew out, watching the sacrificial ceremony gradually come to an end, feeling powerless to reverse the situation. "Archbishop, please intervene. We cannot allow this ritual to spread throughout the entire kingdom," a legendary knight said, bowing to the priest beside him, his voice resolute. "Alas, it's going to be tough on the west, with countless believers returning to the embrace of the goddess." Archbishop of the Church of Life in the Kingdom of Ilia, the legendary priest Saint Yarpo Tasman, gripped his priest's scepter tightly, closed his eyes, communicated with the gods, and cast the divine spell. In an instant, a holy and gentle power appeared in the air, illuminating the entire night sky and constantly resisting the power generated by the famine sacrifice. At the same time, the churches of life in all the eastern provinces of Moni province shone brightly, forming pillars that supported this curtain. Chapter 77: The Influence of Sacrifices and Warning Against Southward Expansion. Chapter 77: The influence of the sacrifice and the southward warning countered each other, and the famine forces were firmly blocked outside the light barrier, unable to get any closer to the east, and instead continued to spread westward. Vast tracts of land were ravaged by the forces of famine, trees withered and rivers dried up. The closer to the province of Moni, the greater the impact, gradually decreasing westward. Beneath the gold, the spread of famine was neither felt nor seen. Apart from a gust of wind and the surroundings becoming somewhat desolate, there was nothing unusual. Within the icy region of the Lake of Prayer for Stars, Anastasia awoke from her meditation and ascended to the highest point of the ice castle, gazing at the ever-spreading black mist in the distance. "The power of evil has been greatly diminished. This must be the evil god ritual that Verin mentioned last time, and it has indeed happened. However, it's very far from here. Protecting the entire Lake of Prayer Stars with all our might should be possible." Anastasia then went to the bottom of the ice castle and used the magic energy of the elemental pool to resist the storm of the minor evil god's power. The extremely faint famine force touched the barrier that Anastasia had painstakingly erected, clashed with it, and vanished into nothingness, thus preserving thousands of square kilometers of land in the Lake of Prayer. Along the provincial borders, the role of famine sacrifices gradually became apparent through comparison. As dawn broke, within the province of Moni, the legendary knight looked at the deserted city of Falkras. In just one night, 200,000 people had been inexplicably sacrificed. Legendary priest Saint Yarpo Tasman landed on the ground and silently recited a eulogy. A legendary mage cast a time reversal spell, repeatedly displaying scenes from the past 10 years in the province of Moni in his mind to gather information. "Bernier, how is it?" In response to the legendary knight's question, the legendary mage Bernier opened his eyes and replied, "This scheme has lasted for more than 10 years. As for who the mastermind is, we cannot find out because of the protection of the evil god, but we can find out the strongholds of the famine cult in other cities. It's not hard to guess." The legendary priest Saint Jarpo Tasman finished his prayer and turned to the others, saying, "They remained hidden for more than 10 years until the border conflict broke out and the army and main fighting force were transferred away. It seems we need to launch a military operation to reduce their strength and numbers before we can wage war against the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. No rush. The war against the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom will last at least 10 years. We have plenty of time to prepare and train our troops. Too many of our armies haven't participated in a war in a long time. Brenier's suggestion is good, but these reckless fools dare to charge the western defenses, so they're not going back," a legendary warrior said through gritted teeth, before heading toward the border. Before the legendary warrior could fly far, he was pulled back by Yarbel, who scolded him with a stern face. "Your rash entry into the arena will cause a series of problems." "Archbishop, it's me." "Donir, follow the Archbishop's orders. Since the opposing legend hasn't left the battlefield, we can't make any moves. Leave this to the army. Our role is deterrence. Besides, you should also understand." I understand." The legendary mage Bernier was right, and he could only obey. At the border of Cadro province, after some reorganization, Verin had firmly brought these 6,000 men under his control. During the march to Lumen's South Mountain, 100 kilometers south of Lumen Mountain, the army was well organized and there were no instances of passive resistance or disobedience. Standing atop the hill of Lumen's South Mountain, one has a commanding view of the surrounding area. Apart from 2,000 men teams responsible for guarding the south, the remaining 4,000 men were responsible for digging soil, moving stones, and building temporary fortifications on the hills. "Lord Verin, the commander's order." A knight strode towards the camp on the hill and handed Verin a military order. Verin first checked the letter to see if it was intact, and seeing that it had not been opened, he opened it to read. "The kingdom has issued a proclamation that the 8 western provinces will experience an unprecedented drought that will last for more than 2 years. It will take some time for the news to reach here, so you can prepare in advance. Do you need my help? Go back and tell the commander that Verin is aware of the situation. I hope she will not worry, as I have my own way of dealing with it." "Yes, sir." The knight carrying the command turned and left to return to Mount Deer Men to report back. After the messenger knight left, Verin had no mind to plan the camp's deployment. He went to a spot on the hill with excellent scenery, sat cross-legged on the ground, and pondered his next move. The famine sacrifice broke out, affecting 8 provinces and an area of nearly 4 million square kilometers. Fortunately, we stockpiled enough food and water in advance, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. In his mind, Verin believed that Lake of Prayer stars must be within the scope of this disaster, but things did not turn out as he wished. This time, we should plan carefully and strive to attract a certain number of civilians to settle in the Lake of Prayer stars, so as to achieve the goal of increasing the population without spending money. It can be said that apart from the initial 15 people, the rest of the population of Lake of Prayer for stars were all acquired through money, war, and trade of goods. After completing his initial plan, Verin returned to camp to continue deploying the Lumen South Mountain strategy. In the afternoon, a night squire carrying a letter descended the mountain and headed northeast. In the south, outposts were built in these 4 places in sequence. If a large number of monsters were discovered, beacon fires were lit to warn of the danger. To the east, in the name of the defense force, orders were issued to the pioneering knights and nobles in this direction to assemble and stand by, ready to provide support at any time. To the west, clear out and drive away the monster clans, and cut down and burn trees to ensure unobstructed visibility on the southern mountain of Lumen. To the north, keep a close watch on whether any outposts are lit by beacon fires, and do not be negligent in the slightest. Verin looked around, his imposing gaze fixed on everyone. I emphasize again, these things are related to our lives. If you don't want to lose your lives in vain, then you'd better be on your guard. Yes, sir. The 6 centurions replied loudly, bowing and striking their chests. All right, everyone, you can all leave now. After everyone left, Verin finally got a moment of peace and went to the bedside to rest and recover his energy. The next month is a crucial period for city construction. We cannot afford to be careless and must keep a close eye on the progress. 5 days later, in the town government building of Qixing Town, Qixing Lake, Baird received a letter from his lord. Upon opening the letter it read, Drought is sweeping across the entire West. Be prepared to ensure the normal operation of the territory. Baird was very puzzled upon receiving the letter. According to statistics reported by the villages below, this year is sure to be a bumper harvest year, with ample water resources everywhere and no signs of drought. Grain, right, the grain we bought. Looking at the dozen or so words above, Baird suddenly understood something, but his understanding seemed to be somewhat off track. Baird then had someone summon Raimondo, the caravan leader. Chapter 78 The border of Cadro Province. The monster heads north. Chapter 78 Border of Cadero Province. Monsters head north. By the end of September, the earthen castle on the southern hill of D-Gate had barely taken shape. The city wall, made of yellow mud blocks and standing 6 meters high on all 4 sides, gave the station defense troops a great sense of security. Compared to the meticulously constructed city walls, the internal layout was extremely simple, requiring only the safety of water and food supplies, with everything else kept to a minimum. Finally, apart from the 1,000 men who stayed behind on the hill, the remaining 5,000-man teams were all dispatched to participate in tasks such as establishing outposts, felling trees, and clearing monsters. This work continued until mid-October before it was basically completed. In early October, Verin once again received guidance from fate, receiving a piece of information that was unimportant yet relevant. 3 years from now, a natural spatial passage will be formed in Maple Leaf County, the capital of the Duchy of Lightend, a passage connecting to the underground world. To date, there is still a small teleportation array sealed underground in the Lake of Prayer Stars, which connects to an unknown underground world. For this special event that was separated by several provinces, Verin had not yet figured out how to handle it. However, he could lean towards the commercial direction, buy and hoard a large area of land in advance, and make a fortune from the money of adventurers and noble children. But he needed to think it over carefully. As night fell, inside the camp, Verin, based on the intelligence gathered from his reconnaissance and the current situation, concluded that the Monster Alliance attacking the Sirop province might head north to find a new breakthrough. Indeed, outside the border of the Sirop province, the commander of the 4th Monster Clan Alliance, the most capable subordinate of the legendary Red Dragon Waxman, Nura Waxman, the chieftain of the Half-Dragon tribe, was a soul-intent level powerhouse with 5 layers of soul rings. The series of defeats made this wise half-dragon increasingly irritable. No matter what strategies or forces were used, they could never cross the border wall of the Sirop province of the Kingdom of Ilia and invade the human kingdom. My lord, I believe we can take a detour and start from the province of Cadro, attacking the province of Sirop from the north. A scarred lizard man stepped forward and said respectfully. Jangura, have you forgotten what the prophet said? We must never attack the province of Cadro. There is more than one god watching over it, or we will only face destruction. A burly jackal stared at the lizard man Jangura and said viciously. Faced with the words of the Null warlord Parich, the lizard man Jangura could only return to his own ranks and remain silent. The half-dragon Nura was well aware of the prophet's prediction, so before setting off, the legends had designated the tiny province of Cadro as an inviolable zone and ordered all tribal leaders and racial commanders to comply. Therefore, they withdrew all the bronze and above warriors from the monster clans surrounding the province of Cadro and incorporated them into the monster armies of other routes, using them as cannon fodder to make the most of their remaining value. In addition, the Goblin King, who was preparing to launch a surprise attack on the province of Cadro, was also ordered to stop his operation, causing his years-long plan to fall apart. His elite troops were all incorporated into the army, and he himself was transferred to the southernmost battlefield. Fearing that the Goblin King had already attracted the attention of the gods, the legend above decided to throw it into the farthest place from the province of Cadro to avoid any unexpected situations. It should be noted that in the original plan, the Goblin King was to be the first monster army to attack the human kingdom. This is also what puzzles Verin. According to the guidance he received after leaving Guter territory, a Goblin King should have launched an attack on the southern part of Cadero province a year later, but none of this happened. Now, with the north out of reach and the south within the attack range of other monster armies, he has no choice but to continue his offensive. As the most intelligent member of the Four-Way Monster Alliance, he deliberately launched his attack on the Sirop province a month after the other 3 alliances had attacked. He had assumed that the humans would move their troops from the province of Sirop to the south, but things didn't go as planned. Instead, he was met with a much better prepared human army. Commander, I have a suggestion. A rat-man wizard who was at the back of the line stepped out of the queue and proposed to the half-dragon. Speak. The half-dragon Nuro loathed this despicable and shameless rat-man wizard from the bottom of his heart, and forced himself to utter a single word despite his discomfort. Despite the commander's disdain, the rat-man wizard remained unfazed and began to launch into a long explanation of his plan. According to your plan, Send a team north to break into Sirap province from the border between Kadro province and Sirap province, without violating the rules set by the legends, and launch a surprise attack. Yes, sir, that's exactly what I meant. The rat man wizard grinned, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth. The stench was so strong that the surrounding monster overlords covered their mouths and noses. So, who will implement it? Upon hearing this, all the monster leaders took a few steps back. Just because they're not very bright doesn't mean they're stupid. Doing a good job goes unrewarded. Making a mistake means facing the wrath of the legends. The half-dragon Neuro looked around and saw that everyone was backing down. He then looked at the Ratman wizard and said, Tat Soul, since you proposed this plan, then it is up to you to carry it out. What? The Ratman wizard Tat Thor was instantly stunned. What, you have a problem with that? The other monster leaders looked at the Ratman wizard with mockery and sarcasm, without a trace of sympathy. Your Excellency, we Ratmen are weak in combat, more than capable of being cannon fodder, but to carry out such a crucial plan, we Ratmen are completely unworthy. Only other powerful races are qualified, the Ratman wizard said, wiping non-existent cold sweat from his brow. Then, how about the other commanders provide their personnel, and you take command? Clearly, the half-dragon Neural had no intention of changing his mind. This. My lord, our Lizardman Legion is willing to offer 200 warriors. My lord, our Knoll Legion is also willing to contribute 100 Skullbreakers to support the Ratman Wizard. Other monster leaders stepped forward and said, You give a squad, I'll give 100 soldiers. And in just a few minutes, they managed to assemble an elite force for the Ratman Wizard. With no way to avoid it, the Ratman Wizard had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill and take on the crucial role of executing this deadly plan. Someone come here. Outside the military tent, 2 low-ranking gold-level half-dragons stepped into the tent and saluted the half-dragon Neural, saying, Commander, you two are following the Ratman Wizard Tat Thor. If he dares to desert, kill him on sight. Yes. After taking precautions, the half-dragon Neural announced the dissolution of the meeting and that the attack on the border of the Sira province would continue tomorrow in sequence. The next morning, a force of 2,000 monster, elite, was delivered to the Ratman Wizard. Looking at the group of incompetent, elite soldiers, the Ratman Wizard felt like dying, regretting that he had stepped forward. 2 half-dragons stood behind the Ratman Wizard, staring at the back of his neck, searching for a suitable position. Tat Soul, the commander has ordered that anyone who fails to depart by noon will be considered a deserter. A half-dragon arrogantly declared, looking at the Ratman Wizard with haughty disdain. Yes, I'll set off right away. Only the low-level gold Ratman Wizard could deal with the 2 low-level gold half-dragons with extreme caution. Subsequently, a force of 2,000 monster, elite, and 3,000 Ratman warriors, along with 1,500 goblin laborers and rations, marched north in a grand procession. Chapter 79 The Border of the Kadro Province The Battle of South Deer Hill, Part 1. Chapter 79 The Border of Kadero Province The Battle of South Deer Hill, Part 1. In late October, the first outpost, located 50 kilometers south of South Deer Hill, lit a signal fire to warn the rear, while simultaneously gathering supplies and retreating. Seeing the black smoke rising in the distance, Kyle hurriedly ran to the camp to report to Verin. My lord, a signal has been sent from the south that enemy troops are attacking, numbering at least 5,000. Notify all troops stationed outside to immediately return to the South Mountain Fortress of Deer Gate. Send a warning to the nobles and pioneering knights in the east. Also, send a signal to the north, informing the commander of the situation we are facing. Upon hearing Kyle's report, Verin remained calm and issued the orders methodically. Yes, my lord. The troops on mission around Lumen's South Mountain received orders to abandon everything they had and return to Lumen's South Mountain Fortress, a sanctuary they had spent a month building, with only necessary supplies. 20 kilometers from the first outpost in the south, the Ratman Wizard squinted at the black smoke in the sky, his eyes darting around. Tucker. Master, what are your orders for calling me by my humble name? A giant Ratman, 2 meters tall, carrying a stone hammer, approached the Ratman Wizard Tat Soul and knelt respectfully on the ground. How many cannon fodder have they recruited? Reporting to Master, we have recruited 4,000 cannon fodder, consisting of 500 able-bodied men and 5,000 old and weak men, all of whom have taken the plague potion you provided. I've been taking care of them for a few days now. It's time for them to put their value to use. After the questioning was completed, the Ratman Wizard urged his rat mounts to continue the advance. A day later, at the foot of Mount Lumen South, tens of thousands of monsters were stationed, facing the Mount Lumen South fortress on the hill. Several scouts hid in the pit, carefully observing and recording the number of monsters through the cover of bushes. The scent of humans, a Rat-Man soldier said uncertainly, sniffing the surrounding air. Are you sure? The Rat-Man officer looked at the soldiers with a keen sense of smell in his patrol and asked in a deep voice. Captain, I'm not sure, but there's a very strong human presence around, even stronger than the human presence left behind at those outposts. Send a small team over to search the surrounding area. The Rat-Man officer made a quick decision, deciding it was better to believe it than not. Before long, hundreds of Rat-Man soldiers filed out of the camp, forming teams of 5, and carefully searched the surrounding area. Relying on the Rat-Man's keen sense of smell, the search area became smaller and smaller. It's too late, let's get out of here first, the leading night squire said to the scribe beside him, looking at the Rat-Man soldiers not far away. Kindness. The group climbed out of the cave and headed towards the mountaintop. My lord, it is a human being, a human being. The Rat-Man officer leading the search looked in the direction of the sound and saw 3 human figures already hundreds of meters away. It was too late to give chase now. Keep searching, turn everything around here. Seeing the Rat-Man officer jumping up and down in a panic, the remaining Rat-Man soldiers immediately scattered and began a thorough search. On the other side, after obtaining intelligence about the monster army, Verin immediately convened a pre-battle meeting to deploy defenses and boost morale. Kyle, begin your report. Seeing that all centurions and above were present, Verin took his seat in the main seat and began to give instructions. Upon hearing this, Kyle unfolded the parchment and began to report. According to our reconnaissance, the monster army numbers approximately 10,000, including 3,000 rat-men, an unknown number of goblins and kobolds, estimated to be between 5,000 and 7,000 based on the number of tents, and about 2,000 other monsters such as gnolls, lizard men, centaurs, ogres, and so on. In addition, half-dragons were also discovered. The exact number is unknown, but it is no less than 2. As Kyle finished his report, the atmosphere in the room became extremely tense. They call themselves a defense force, but they are at best the second-line unit. They can handle monster clans like goblins, kobolds, and ratmen, but when it comes to facing medium-sized monster clans like gnolls and lizard men, or even terrifying monsters like ogres, they find it hard to muster the courage to fight. Gentlemen, I know this will be very difficult, but... Verin took a deep breath and encouraged loudly. I have already reported our situation to the commander. As long as we hold on for these few days, the commander and the others will definitely come to our aid. Furthermore, with the monster army here, I believe neither the provincial nor the kingdom's army will stand idly by. Finally, danger often comes with opportunity. As long as we can hold off this monster army, we will earn a lot of military merits, and even some battle merits. With Verin's encouragement, the eyes of the nearly 100 people in the room gradually cleared, and the previous fear and numbness disappeared, replaced by a glimmer of hope. Then, Verin stood up, drew his knight's longsword, and planted it on the wooden table. In the defensive war, I will stand in the most dangerous place and fight alongside you. If I desert my post, you may turn your weapons on me and attack me at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, nearly 100 people began to whisper among themselves, instantly turning the quiet conference room into a noisy place. A few minutes later, a centurion stood up and said, Sir, your usual style is fair and just, and you do not show favoritism because of who is a loyalist and who is not. Your character has earned my respect, and I am willing to obey your orders and fight alongside you. With the goddess of life as my witness, I am willing to fight alongside you. If I flee, please kill me mercilessly. Another centurion then stood up and respectfully addressed Verin. Subsequently, the other 4 centurions also swore an oath to defend the Lumen South Mountain Fortress to the death. The other centurions followed closely behind, taking an oath along with their direct superiors. You are all heroes for defending this city and thwarting the monster's plot. After the meeting adjourned, the centurions who attended the meeting spread the word and encouraged the troops down the chain of command, gradually raising morale. They were already surrounded. Fearing to fight meant certain death, and fighting bravely would also lead to death. Why should they fear the enemy? Moreover, their high-ranking commander was willing to personally go to the front line. What did they have to fear? The next morning, several thousand cannon fodder, covered in pustules and reeking of stench, were driven to the front, followed by thousands of Ratman soldiers, escorting this group of goblin and kobold cannon fodder to storm the fortress. The Ratman wizard stood atop his rat mount, admiring his masterpiece with immense pride. Today, pollute this mud fortress. The city will fall tomorrow. Master is mighty! These humans will surely become resources for your advancement. helping you reach the soul intent level soon and restore the glory of the Ratman, the giant Ratman said obsequiously upon seeing this. Ha ha ha, Tucker, when I get promoted, you won't be left out. You'll definitely get the position of Ratman Overlord. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Chapter 80. The Border of the Cadro Province Battle of the Southern Deer Hill. In Chapter 80, at the border of the Cadro Province Battle of the Southern Deer Hill Fortress, on the earthen wall of the Southern Deer Hill Fortress, Verin, fully armed, stood beneath the military flag, sword at the ready, within the sight of all the soldiers and officers. The busy soldiers would occasionally glance in the direction of the military flag, feeling a sense of peace. Attack! The giant Ratman Tucker roared, and the Ratman soldiers behind him automatically retreated dozens of meters. 10 Ratman plague priests behind the giant Ratman picked up plague war drums and began to beat them rhythmically. Affected by the drumbeats, thousands of goblins and kobolds had bloodshot eyes, deformed bones in their limbs, sprouted spikes, and bulged lumps on their backs. A foul stench swept across the entire battlefield, and all the surrounding trees withered. A moment later, the drumbeats suddenly changed, and several thousand plague-infected creatures charged toward the Lumen South Mountain Fortress. The Ratman's plague source only has 3 hours of activity. Surviving it means victory. Now cover your exposed skin and prepare for battle. Officers at all levels issued orders in an orderly manner, and the soldiers carried them out one by one, taking clean strips of cloth from the gaps in their inner armor to wrap their hands, feet, mouths, and noses, leaving only their eyes exposed. Archers, fire! On the city wall, hundreds of archers first fired 3 volleys at the plague source, followed by free fire, firing all the arrows in their hands in the shortest possible time. Hundreds of the kobold plague spawns running at the front were shot down, but this did not slow down their speed. Soldiers, step forward and prepare to meet the enemy. The archers retreated, and soldiers wielding swords and spears stepped forward, keeping a close eye on the approaching plague source below. The shrill, piercing sound echoed throughout the fortress, constantly testing the soldiers' mental fortitude. Pfft. The plague-carrying organisms that climbed the city wall were eliminated one by one, and the foul-smelling liquid carrying the plague virus covered the entire earthen wall, corroding the rubble mixed in with it. As time went on, soldiers kept slipping and being torn from the city wall to pieces. Verin stood on the general's platform, watching everything that was happening on the city wall, his face expressionless, but his heart was slightly turbulent. As the spiritual pillar of the army, he could not show any expression on the battlefield. Kill! The Lord is watching us. In half an hour, these monsters will lose their vitality. Hold on. Soldiers were constantly being scratched, but they were quickly carried away to drink diluted water of life to treat their wounds and remove the plague virus. As the war drew to a close, thousands of plague-infected beings that were still able to move suddenly ceased to move, lying limply on the ground and rapidly decaying into a pool of liquid. Although the plague source had completely lost its activity, the soldiers guarding the city still dared not relax in the slightest, as the real monster army had not yet begun its attack. Master, the war is over. The giant Ratman Tucker glanced cautiously at the half-dragon beside him and humbly reported to the Ratman wizard Thor. Withdraw the troops and wait to take over this fortress tomorrow. The Ratman wizard instructed the giant Ratman, pausing his meditation. Yes, my master. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the defense forces, the monster army began its orderly withdrawal. My lord, why is this? Kyle asked, somewhat puzzled. Things are not that simple. Let all the soldiers rest well, take medicine, and avoid the spread of the plague. Yes. After Kyle left, Verin looked at the monster army that had disappeared from sight, his expression somewhat solemn. With Ratmen present, be extremely careful about poisoning. This is a slang term widely circulated among the world's nobility. Subsequently, Verin ordered that no groundwater be consumed, causing a huge uproar in the army, which was then suppressed by officers at all levels. At night, inside the monster camp, the Ratman wizard sat by the fire, warmly entertaining 2 half-dragons. Tatterzard, you know the consequences if we can't take this earthen fortress by tomorrow. A half-dragon warned the Ratman wizard. I understand. We'll accept the earthen fort tomorrow, the Ratman wizard said with a broad smile and confidence. Humph, scheming and plotting, the Ratmen are indeed a lowly and filthy race, another half-dragon said with disdain. Yes. Faced with the half-dragon's mockery, the Ratman wizard could only respond in a humble tone. Others have half-dragon chieftains and legendary red dragons backing them up, while he is just a Ratman with no background. If it weren't for the profession of wizard, I would have been thrown into the fiercest battlefield as a cannon fodder army commander long ago. Late at night, inside the South Mountain Castle of Lumen, a large number of soldiers were parched and extremely dehydrated, constantly licking their lips. Seeing the wellhead guarded by knights and squires, and with officers constantly patrolling the camp, many soldiers gave up their desire to seize water. They were puzzled as to why their superiors had issued such an order. The next morning, a light rain began to fall, causing the thirsty soldiers to remove their helmets and lift their mouths to the sky, enjoying the gift from heaven. Looking at the light rain outside the window, Waylon licked his chapped lips and smiled. It was truly as if even God was on his side. Yesterday, unsure whether the groundwater had been contaminated, he banned everyone from drinking it. He knew something about the rat people's methods, so he had no choice but to do this. After finishing their dry, black bread, the city's soldiers stood ready to defend against a sudden monster attack. Everyone hide behind the wall, do not show your faces, and await orders. Tucker, take men to take over the castle. Those humans should all be dead by now, the Rat-Man wizard said confidently. Don't damage the human corpses, they're resources for my advancement. Yes, the mouse understands. The giant Rat-Man Tucker led his Rat-Man army and swaggered toward the city wall. Sir, I think I just saw a human figure, a Rat-Man soldier said in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? The giant Rat-Man Tucker slapped the Rat-Man soldier, sending him spinning in place before he collapsed to the ground. If the master says that all of these humans are dead, then they are dead. Upon hearing this, the other Rat-Man soldiers shut their mouths and dared not utter another word. When the Rat-Men got within 200 meters of the earthen wall, more than 500 archers stood up, drew their bows, and fired arrows. Shoot! Seeing the sudden arrows, the giant Rat-Man grabbed 2 Rat-Man soldiers to use as shields and ran away as fast as he could. The other Rat-Man soldiers followed suit and retreated. The monster left behind more than 600 Rat-Man corpses and slunk away. Tatso, is this what you meant by taking over the earthen fortress? A half-dragon asked in a deep voice, holding a battle sword. Impossible. They couldn't possibly have left their water supply unreplenished after the battle. They must have fallen for a trap, the Rat-Man wizard said, shaking his head. Chapter 81 The Border of the Cadro Province The Battle of Deergate South Mountain, Part 2. Chapter 81 Border of Cadro Province Battle of Deergate South Mountain, Part 2. Today is the deadline. Another half-dragon stared coldly at the Rat-Man wizard and said without any hesitation. The Rat-Man wizard suddenly felt a chill run down his neck. He turned to look at the half-dragon man holding the knife and broke out in a cold sweat. A strong attack will surely bring us down. Since that group of human soldiers is alive, and it's raining now, it means that his painstakingly planned scheme has failed. Tucker. Master, your servant is here. The giant Rat-Man emerged from the swarm of rats, knelt gracefully at the feet of the Rat-Man wizard, and said obsequiously, Move all the troops in and take this earthen fortress. Yes, my master. The giant Rat-Man nimbly got up and ran off to relay the order. Half an hour later, more than 2,000 Rat-Man soldiers stood at the forefront, followed by a combined army of more than a dozen monsters, including gnolls, lizardmen, and ogres. Compared to the Rat-Man soldiers' trembling fear, the rest of the monster army appeared scattered and free. For them, whether or not they could capture the Deergate South Mountain Fortress today was of no concern. Before they set off, their commander had already told them that they were only there to show up but not to put in any real effort. The Rat-Man wizard was furious at the monster army preparing to put on a show, but there was nothing he could do. Attack! Under Tack's command, more than 2,000 Rat-Man soldiers, filled with fear, raised their wooden shields and approached the earthen fortress step by step. After the Rat-Man soldiers had walked 100 meters forward, the monster army behind them began to move, with the main principle being obeying orders, but never risking their lives. The Rat-Man soldiers were no match for the earthen fortress, so the Rat-Man wizard had to go all out, shouting, Kill 10 human soldiers and you'll get a low-level magic crystal! Looking at the suspicious gazes cast upon him from all around him. The reward is here, counted in human heads. The Rat-Man wizard, enduring the excruciating pain in his heart, took out an exquisite bag from his spatial bracelet, opened it, and poured the contents onto the ground. Seeing the low-level magic crystal gleaming with an alluring light, all the monsters became restless. Even the 2 half-dragons behind the Rat-Man wizard exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with greed, wondering whether to make a move. In the end, they restrained their desires and decided to wait until the old man couldn't take down the castle before taking action. In an instant, the monsters that were preparing to give up and slack off suddenly became energetic and charged towards the earthen fortress without regard for anything. On the way to the attack, many Ratman soldiers did not die at the hands of humans, but at the hands of their own allies. Damn bugs, blocking my way! A mid-level silver ogre swung his spiked club, clearing a path for himself at the cost of only a few dozen Ratman soldiers. Make way, all of you make way! Seeing the casualty figures soaring, the giant Ratman Tucker hurriedly ordered his Ratman army to hide to the side. After a brief commotion, seeing the more than 300 Ratman soldiers trampled into a bloody pulp, the giant Ratman Tucker was on the verge of tears and could only regroup his troops and follow behind this army of monsters. The magic crystals belong to us lizardmen. The lizardman captain looked around at the numerous opponents and gave instructions to his subordinates. Captain, don't worry, I observed them yesterday. These humans are very fragile. They're tough nuts to crack for those Ratmen, but they're easy money for us. A lizardman said to the lizardman captain, licking his lips as he crawled quickly. You bastards, unleash your weapons and harvest human heads! A gnoll, over 3 meters tall, barked loudly at the low earthen fortress. Standing atop the city wall, Verin gazed at the various monsters rushing towards him, feeling an unprecedented heaviness in his heart. There are no fewer than 200 silver level ones. My lord, please let me stand here in your place. Kyle pleaded with Verin, kneeling on one knee. I said I'd stand with them, and I won't go back on my word, even if it means dying here, Verin said, helping Kyle up and removing his helmet. My lord, this is no use. You are the only silver rank among us, while the enemy has countless silver monsters. If you leave now, these 6,000 soldiers will stay behind to hold them off, and you will definitely be able to leave safely, Kyle advised, still unwilling to give up. Verin's face turned expressionless as he stared at Kyle and said, You want me to desert my post? I dare not. Your subordinate will fulfill the obligation on your behalf, which is equally valid in law. Kyle looked directly into Verin's eyes, his expression resolute as if facing death. As the two were talking, many gaps were smashed in the earthen city wall, and a large number of monsters rushed into the earthen fortress from the gaps and fought with the defending army. A centurion went against the current, gripping his iron sword, and faced an ogre. As expected, he was smashed away by the cannibal's spiked club, his internal organs ruptured, and he died on the spot. The military flag still stood atop the city wall, and not a single soldier retreated. Retreating means death, advancing also means death, so why not launch a final attack on the monster? Death may not be the end. Seeing the situation deteriorate further, Verin drew his knight's long sword and jumped down, beheading a gnoll that was slaughtering the defense forces on the spot. Surround him and kill him! A dozen or so gnolls, seeing their companion killed, surrounded him and began to attack. Facing 3 silver-level gnolls and more than a dozen bronze-level gnolls, it would be difficult for Verin to withstand them alone. One of his parries went awry, and he was sent flying, crashing into several soldiers. This is the commander of the human army. Taking his head will surely get us a considerable amount of magic crystals from the Ratman wizard. The gnoll captain's eyes were filled with greed as he casually picked up an iron sword and approached Verin step by step. Suddenly, a token flew off his body and floated in the air. Ahem, a token of trust, perhaps there's hope. Looking at the familiar token, Verin recalled that when Anastasia gave it to him, she had said that this token could block 3 attacks from those below the legendary level. The gnoll captain looked at the floating token, and his inner desires drove him to reach out and grab the token. As the world of ice and snow descended, all monsters within the earthen fortress were frozen solid in an instant. At the foot of the mountain, the Ratman wizard and the 2 half-dragons watched as the entire hill turned into a world of ice and snow, and with all their might, they quickly left the place. A familiar voice rang out, and all the frozen monsters turned into ice crystals, scattering all around. The token hovered in the air for a moment before slowly falling back into Verin's hand. The surviving soldiers of the defense force, seeing what seemed like a miracle, collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with the feeling of having survived a catastrophe. Far from the southern part of Lumen Mountain, the Ratman wizard suddenly attacked a half-dragon, inserting a strange magical artifact into the half-dragon's back. Dirty Ratman! Seeing this, another half-dragon wielded his sword and slashed horizontally, severing the Ratman wizard's neck. The Ratman wizard's head, soaring high into the air, stared at the half-dragon man with a smile. Half an hour later, the unconscious half-dragon regained consciousness, his eyes darted around, staring at the corpse of the Ratman wizard beside him, feeling as if he had survived a calamity. Not long after, the 2 half-dragons returned with the Ratman wizard's head to report back. Chapter 82 The War Ends. Chapter 82 The War Ends. Inside the earthen fortress at the southern foot of Lumen, Kyle helps Verin up from a pile of corpses. Water, is there any water? He licked his chapped lips, feeling somewhat disoriented and in pain all over his body. Kyle instinctively reached for the well to fetch water, but stopped abruptly, pulled out a small knife he carried, cut the artery, and brought his hand close to Verin's mouth. Feeling the warm water source, Waylon subconsciously sucked to relieve his body's thirst. A few minutes later, Verin slowly drifted off to sleep. You guys come here. Kyle tore off a strip of cloth, bandaged his wound, and spoke to the knights and squires not far away. Grown-ups. The group of people dragged their weary bodies to Kyle's side and said respectfully, The Lord is asleep now. You few, take him back to his room. Yes. As Valen's lieutenant, now that his lord is unconscious, he needs to take on the responsibility of temporary commander, counting the casualties, carrying out the cleanup work, and preventing the monsters from making a comeback. At 5 o'clock the next afternoon, Waylon slowly woke up from the bed, feeling extremely hungry, and tried to struggle to get up. Don't move, lie down first. The familiar voice warmed Verin's heart. He turned around and saw Flora sitting by his bedside. Auntie, what brings you here? I'm rushing over to collect your corpse, Flora scolded sternly. From his aunt's tone, Verin sensed her anger and explained in a low voice. Given the circumstances, as the commander, I had to fulfill my duties. All right, I know. Leave the rest to me. This battle is about to end. You should take good care of your injuries these next few days. I'll find a chance to take you to see our commander. Flora's tone softened as she looked at Verin's stubborn expression. Yes, Auntie. When Kyle, who was standing outside the door, saw the commander come out, he immediately pounded his chest and bowed. Flora glanced at Kyle. She had already heard what he had done. Protect Verin well. My lord, this is my mission, Kyle replied firmly. After Flora left, Kyle carried freshly boiled water into the room. After the pastor's purification, the toxins in the groundwater have been removed, and it is now usable. My lord. Kyle put down the kettle and went over to help Verin up. That nose hammer almost turned me into mincemeat, Verin said with a smile as he sat on the bed. My lord, you've become famous this time. Everyone calls you the Son of Frost. Kyle handed a bowl of water to Verin and then reported respectfully. Cough, 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 what a shameful title. Why don't we issue an order to stop discussing this matter? Kyle said hastily upon seeing this. Verin waved his hand dismissively and said, Forget it, let them be. How were the casualties this time? After resting for a while, Verin handed the bowl to Kyle and asked. The casualties are heavy. Kyle put the bowl aside and replied with some disappointment. There were 6,431 men before the battle, and only 2,786 men left after the battle. Of the 200 soldiers and 20 squires we brought, only 137 soldiers and 16 squires remain. War inevitably involves casualties. Verin patted Kyle on the shoulder to comfort him. Cremate their remains and bring them home after this war is over. Yes. Half a month later, all was well within the earthen fortress of Lumen's South Mountain, and no monsters appeared. The soldiers of the defense force were discussing among themselves. Some speculated that the frost storm had been carried back to the monster army by the half-dragons, while others guessed that the southern battlefield had been won and the monsters were about to retreat. On the border of Syrup, in the monster army camp, the half-dragon once again summoned the commanders of the various legions for a meeting. At the main entrance of the camp, 2 heads were hung high on a wooden pole for passing monster leaders to admire. Upon closer inspection, one can discern the head of a Ratman wizard and the head of a half-dragon. The Ratman wizard, who had completed the soul swap at the cost of losing an extremely precious magical artifact, was beheaded on the spot when he returned to the camp to report to the half-dragon Neural. The half-dragon Neural's confidants all knew that their leader possessed a peculiar ability. He could tell at a glance whether the soul and body were compatible. When the Ratman wizard returned to the camp with a glimmer of hope to report to Neural, it was the day of his death. The monster leader who entered the main tent looked at the half-dragon Neural's gloomy face, then looked back at the half-dragon head he had just seen, and stood in his place, quiet like a good boy. After all the monster leaders had arrived, the half-dragon Neural stood up from his seat and solemnly announced. By order of all the legends, cease hostilities immediately, begin the retreat, and prepare to face the revenge of humanity. My lord, why is this? The jackal leader immediately stepped forward and asked, puzzled. The other monster leaders all looked at the half-dragon Neural, hoping to get an answer. Because the goddess of life defeated the god of famine in the outer space, all the previous news that the goddess of life was seriously injured in the star realm was false. How so? Then what about what we did before? Exactly. If we had known, we should have followed the previous 7-step probing policy and tested the water step by step. That way, the losses could have been minimized. Why be so aggressive and overturn the plan we made before? Damn the famine cult, it's all their instigation. Damn it, my clan suffered such heavy losses, and in the end we got nothing. Those old bastards will eat me alive. Having amassed so many troops, it all came to nothing, and now we still face attacks and retaliation from humanity. Damn it, I knew it! I was the clown who wasn't very proactive. The entire camp instantly descended into chaos. The half-dragon Neural's face grew increasingly grim as he shouted, "Shut up! You motherfucker!" The Minotaur leader, his temper flaring, was about to argue when he was punched out of the tent by the half-dragon Neural, smashing 3 wooden towers and injuring or killing many kobolds and goblin soldiers. In an instant, there was complete silence. The Minotaur Legion covered the rear, and the rest of the army withdrew in turn. "My lord, what should we do with the goblins and kobolds that have been recruited?" the lizard-man leader asked cautiously. "As slaves, we will make up for your losses." "Thank you, sir." Inside the large tent, all the monster leaders bowed in respect. Half a month later, the monster army withdrew completely, and the battle ended in a Pyrrhic victory for the kingdom of Ilia. Hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers died in this battle, severely weakening the 4 border provinces and causing considerable losses to the 3 western provinces. Chapter 83 Meeting Mad Mund. Chapter 83 Meeting Mad Monkey December 8th, more than half a month after the monster army retreated. The provincial defense forces of Cadro province regrouped at Liempo 2 months ago, and what everyone is looking forward to is the rewarding of those who have made contributions. Compared to the 6,000 people who were fully prepared to go to support the 3 provinces of Lansistani 2 months ago, less than 3,000 people have returned. Almost all the people the nobles brought with them have been wiped out, and the losses are considerable, but for these nobles, it was all worth it. While wandering around the camp, Verin noticed many new young nobles. After inquiring, he learned that they were the direct heirs of nobles who had died on the front lines and had come to participate in the reward ceremony on their behalf, to receive the honor that belonged to their families. "Verin, over here." Looking into the distance, he saw Moira waving at him. "Sister Moira, it's been a long time." Verin walked over with a smile and greeted Moira warmly. "It's been 2 months, and you've grown quite a bit. I've heard Flora tell me about your deeds. You truly are worthy of being Lord Angus's son, you're just as outstanding." Moira looked much older after 2 months apart, but she still maintained her lively personality. "What are you saying, Moira?" Flora said through gritted teeth, pressing Moira's head down from behind. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let me go, Flora!" Moira broke free from Flora's grasp and hid to the side, fixing her hair and muttering complaints. "Good morning, Auntie," Waylon greeted her warmly. "Come with me, I'll take you to see my brother, and the regimental commander." "Wait, I'll go too." Moira watched the 2 walk away and hurriedly followed them. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the 3 arrived at a secluded camp. As soon as they arrived at the tent entrance, they heard sounds coming from inside. "Hideki, when are you going to marry my daughter?" Wait a little longer. I'm only in my early 40s. I'm not ready yet, Tuan father-in-law." Still waiting? You almost died at the hands of the 2-headed ogre this time. If you keep waiting, Moira might end up living a life of widowhood." Upon hearing this explosive content, Verin turned his head slightly to look to the side, only to see Moira looking at him with a half-smile, saying with her mouth slightly open, "The days of calling me sister won't last long." The 3 then entered the tent. At a glance, you can see the 2 sitting on the ground, drinking and chatting happily, completely disregarding their image. "You've arrived, please have a seat, please have a seat." A young man with sculpted features and sharp angles greeted them warmly. Flora pulled Verin to sit down on the carpet, while Moira sat down next to Kaji X. "This is the burly man sitting next to me. Mad Monkey, the commander of the 16th Knights, is not as arrogant as usual. Instead, he is like a friendly uncle next door, making people feel at ease. Commander, this is Verin." Verin looked at Mad Monkey somewhat awkwardly, and was about to greet him cautiously when Mad Monkey spoke first. "Verin, how is your father, Commander Angus?" Upon hearing this, Waylon replied somewhat bewilderedly. "Fortunately, my father was in good health when I left." Flora noticed Verin's confusion and whispered in his ear, "The captain's current achievements are largely due to your father. Haha, next time you see your father, please pass on a message for me. 30 years ago, the flag-bearer, Manundi Kalimbo, gave him his regards." "Commander, I will definitely deliver it. Violin stood up, bowed, and said, sit down, no need to stand up, you're a really good young man. Over drinks, Verin became quite familiar with the two powerful figures of the 16th Knights. By the way, is your territory around here? Mad Monkey put down his glass and suddenly asked. Yes, Commander, it's in the Yellowstone area, not far from Liempo. Waylon replied naturally, without his previous restraint. Is your territory currently short of manpower? We're in short supply, very short supply, Verin said without hesitation. I have gathered a group of people here, about 30,000, all abandoned by pioneer knights. They are difficult to deal with now. How many can you take in? As for the population, the more the better, of course, but since Violin had already learned about the impact of the famine's sacrifice in advance, directly accepting these 30,000 people would probably cause Lake of Prayer to die on the spot. As for the buying and selling of people, within the scope of this famine, it's likely that it was all about selling serfs and slaves. After some deliberation, Verin raised his head and said to Mad Monkey, Commander, my territory is small and can only accommodate a maximum of 10,000 people. 10,000 is fine too. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you later. Thank you, Commander. After some further exchanges, the meeting came to an end. Over the next few days, the military merit reviewers sent from the capital began to verify the number of military merits, record the merits of the nobles, and report them. In this military operation, Violin served as a logistics escort for the knights, earning 0.2 merits. He participated in the defense force to wipe out the monster clan, earning 0.5 merits. He defended the earthen fortress at the southern foot of Deer Gate, and thwarted a small group of monsters' northward advance, earning 1.3 merits. In total, he earned 2 merits. He is still 28 merits away from being promoted to Viscount, a long and arduous journey. However, he is still a pioneering knight, and the Baron promotion review will not begin for more than 2 years. There is still a long time ahead, and the road to becoming a Viscount is still very long, so there is no rush. It should be noted that many barons have worked hard for decades and participated in numerous military operations organized by the kingdom, yet their military achievements are still less than those of Valen. Military merits are really hard to earn. Weilin held the token in his hand and sighed to Kyle beside him. I almost lost my life this time, and only got this little bit. My lord, I believe that you will be promoted to Viscount within 10 years. Thank you for your kind words. Verin laughed and said that it was unlikely he would be promoted to Viscount within 10 years, but perhaps it would be possible within 20 years. Lord Valen, my master invites you to a small gathering. Adrian, tell Cousin Brian that I'll be there in a bit. Yes. Afterwards, Waylon quickly tidied himself up and headed to the meeting. Inside Brian's tent, Alcott and Edgar were already seated and chatting happily. I'm still short of the merit required for promotion to Viscount, but not by much. After another war, I should be able to accumulate enough, Edgar explained to Alcott with great enthusiasm. Brother, I envy you, Alcott said with a hint of melancholy. I still have a long way to go. I need to participate in at least 3 more matches. Haha, I was just lucky. The direction I was in charge of had a lot of monster clans, so I won by sheer numbers and got an extra 0.5 battle points for nothing. Chapter 84. The Defense Force disbands. Autumn Harvest Grain Reserves at Lake of Prayer for Stars. Chapter 84. The Defense Force is disbanded, and the Autumn Harvest Grain Reserves at Lake of Prayer for Stars. At this moment, the curtain is lifted, and Brian leads Verin into the tent. Velen, come, have a seat. You've really made a name for yourself this time, even earning the title of Son of Frost, Alcott said, standing up to greet him. The fledgling eagle is beginning to spread its wings. Its achievements this time are almost catching up with mine, Edgar said, rising as well to praise Verin. Waylon said somewhat awkwardly, My 2 uncles, please don't mention that title, it's too embarrassing. Haha, come on, sit down. The 4 men sat around a low wooden table laden with various foods and wines, waiting for them to enjoy. Come on, let's have a drink to celebrate that we've all survived. In response to Brian's suggestion, the 4 men raised their bowls and downed the wine. After a brief chat, Alcott looked at Verin and said gratefully, Verin, the 3 of us have to thank you this time. Otherwise, your letter would have cost us a fortune, and might have even caused serious damage. Violin said modestly, Uncle, even if I hadn't reminded you to stockpile food, there's still the kingdom's relief grain, isn't there? Velen, you're still too young, Edgar said, shaking his head. Relief food costs money too. Does the kingdom expect us to pay for the food aid to the west? Violin asked, somewhat puzzled. Then, Alcott revealed the truth. Without money, the food might just disappear halfway there. Verin looked at his cousin Brian in disbelief. The usually honest and simple man was unusually silent. The interests involved here are too great, so it's best if we don't discuss it. But you've done the three of us a huge favor this time. Just tell us what you need, and we'll do our best to help within our capabilities, Alcott said, raising his bowl to Verin. Waylon raised his bowl and clinked it with the three men's, then drank it all in one gulp. Half-jokingly, he said, "My two uncles and cousins, it's settled then. You can't refuse in the future. Haha, if you ever have any trouble in the future, just come to us." Edgar patted Verin on the shoulder and said with a hint of indulgence. Being with these people of his tribe, Waylon felt at peace and warm. After the wine was finished and everyone had left, Waylon leisurely returned to his tent and slept until dawn the next day. As soon as he got up, Kyle brought hot water and a towel into the tent and respectfully said to Verin, "My lord, please wash up." "Kyle," Verin said to Kyle, who stood ramrod straight beside him, after quickly tidying himself up. "After we go back, do you want to stay by my side, or go down and lead the troops?" "I wish to stay by your side, my lord," Kyle replied without hesitation. Verin looked at Kyle seriously and asked again, "You need to think this through. Being sent to lead troops abroad will bring you greater glory, wider recognition, and power, allowing you to assert your authority. Staying by my side will bring none of that. My lord, I am willing to follow and serve you until the end of my life." Kyle suddenly knelt before Verin and said in a firm and powerful voice. Verin looked at the boy in front of him, who came from a serf background, with some complicated feelings. Putting himself in the other person's shoes, he would definitely choose the former. "Get up, my back is now in your hands." "Yes, my lord." Kyle stood up and replied with a smile, as if he had received a great honor. 3 days later, the defense force was disbanded, and the nobles returned to their homes. On the way back, the roadsides were almost entirely in a state of ruin. Rivers have dried up, and the land is arid. When we arrived, there were some pioneering territories that had survived the last monster attack, but now they no longer exist. 5 days later, Verin returned to the Lake of Prayer. At this moment, although the scenery inside the Lake of Prayer for Stars is somewhat similar to that outside, it is very vibrant, and shows no signs of decay or withering. In addition, Verin discovered that there were quite a few extra people in the territory, which puzzled him. Could it be that Mad Monkey had sent 10,000 people over? At this moment, Baird and his men excitedly came forward and bowed to Verin, saying, "Honorable Lord, you have returned to your loyal territory." "Belder, has someone brought people?" Verin dismounted and stepped forward to ask. Baird was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this, but still answered truthfully. "My lord, the extra population at Lake of Prayer Stars was obtained by exchanging grain on my behalf. In addition, we sold 5 million caddies of grain to other nobles, which brought back nearly 50,000 gold coins." What? Verin looked at Baird in surprise. 10 minutes later, after Baird's patient explanation, Verin felt a little dizzy. Originally intended as emergency food for disaster relief, the more than 3,000 square kilometers around the Lake of Prayer for Stars were not affected by the famine's sacrifice. As a result, the 22 million caddies of grain that I bought with all my money became a large amount of hard currency. In addition, the large-scale purchase of grain by Verin and several other noble families led to the outbreak of disaster. Almost all the surrounding nobles were in a state of food shortage and had to spend 3 times the previous price to buy some grain, which made him unknowingly make a fortune. "By the way, my lord, here are the accounts for this year's autumn harvest. Please take a look." Verin took the bound ledger and opened it to examine it. Within the area under Bedel's control, there is 1 town and 3 villages, totaling 6,500 people. Of these, 2,000 were people who had been brought in by exchanging grain, and the other 1,000 were civilians who had spontaneously migrated there in the last 3 months. There are 40,000 mu of arable land, of which 20,000 mu are tax land. Of these, 10,000 mu are planted with yams, 6,000 mu with vegetable roots, and 4,000 mu with wheat. The total harvest is 4 million jin of yams, 1.2 million jin of vegetable roots, and 600,000 jin of wheat, for a total harvest of 5.8 million jin of grain. Based on the military pay of 2 mu of taxable land per soldier, a total of 300,000 jin of soybeans and 150,000 jin of vegetable roots were allocated to 700 soldiers and officers. Apart from these, Baird controlled 17 million caddies of grain. This doesn't even include the pioneering towns near Orlando, which, according to rough estimates, should amount to around 2 million jin, 1 million kilograms. Thinking of this, Verin breathed a sigh of relief and said to Baird, Don't sell the rest of the grain. After a while, 10,000 people will be moving to Lake of Prayer Stars. You should think carefully about how to receive them. Whether to continue developing northward or to divert them to Orlando, it's up to you to decide. Rest assured, my lord, I will handle it. The day after returning to his territory, Verin personally held a funeral for the fallen soldiers, burying them in a military cemetery set up 3 kilometers from Qixing town. In the days that followed, he continued to train diligently, striving to break through to the next level and advance to the intermediate silver rank as soon as possible. Chapter 85 Moira keeps her appointment. Chapter 85 Moira keeps the appointment. In late December, 10,000 emaciated serfs were escorted to the Lake of Prayer Stars. The escort was a familiar face to Verin, Moira, the logistics director of the 16th Knights, accompanied by a rather portly middle-aged man. Verin, I've come to keep my appointment. When Verin saw Moira for the first time, he was not surprised. This die-hard fan of his own father still couldn't forget the wooden toy he had suggested, but he didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Sister Moira, welcome! And who is this? Verin smiled and greeted Moira warmly. Lord Verin, I come from the South Merchant Guild of Kaz Province. You may call me Hook. I was invited by Miss Moira 2 months ago. I heard that you have a kind of magic potion here. I apologize for disturbing you. The portly middle-aged man bowed slightly to Verin to express his respect. Welcome, Hook. However, the potion is still in the experimental stage, so you'll need to stay at Lake of Prayer Stars for a few days, Verin said calmly. Lake of Prayer for Stars sounds like a beautiful and bountiful place. I'm sure I'll want to stay forever. Hook replied with a smile and a hint of delight, trying to ease the awkwardness. Afterwards, Verin had Baird take over the population and arranged for Hook, a merchant from the South Merchant Guild, to lead Moira to his castle. Inside the castle's reception room, Verin personally served Moira tea. Sister Moira, is that South Merchant Guild reliable? Moira took a sip of tea and said slowly. The South Merchant Guild is a well-regarded guild with a history of nearly 200 years. It has cooperated with the kingdom's army and many nobles. One of its founders was the first Earl Andis. You can rest assured. Kindness. Even after hearing the other party's explanation, Verin did not completely let his guard down. Where is your potion now? If possible, we can start the experiment now, Moira said, putting down her teacup. No rush, Sister Moira, the potion plantation is still some distance from here. After saying this, Verin went into the study next door, took out an old wooden box, and placed it in front of Moira. This is what my father gave me when I was a child. Moira opened the wooden box and looked at the somewhat ugly wooden knight inside, with Angus's name engraved on it. Without the slightest disgust, she happily picked it up and examined it carefully. Verin sat quietly to the side without interrupting. After an unknown amount of time, Moira placed the wooden knight into the wooden box, then hugged it to her arms and said gratefully, Verin, thank you. Sister Moira, this is your payment, no need to thank me, Verin said, shaking his head. My lord, the banquet is ready. Kyle's voice came from outside the door, and Verin stood up and warmly invited. Please. Kindness. The next morning, Verin, Moira, Kyle, and several other guardian knights arrived at the training ground. Today, Moira, dressed in priestly attire, raised her staff and solemnly declared, Under the witness of the goddess of life, the oath begins. Kyle drew his knight's long sword, and Verin also drew his short sword, holding it upright in front of his chest, looking at Kyle seriously. I, Kyle, swear by my own honor, and with the goddess of life as my witness, I vow to fight for this man to the best of my ability, to fulfill my duty, to uphold the code of chivalry, and to follow the path of his sword. I, Verin, as the one to whom you swear your oath, accept your allegiance and will never leave you. May the goddess of life bear witness. A radiant light enveloped the two, and an invisible bond connected their destinies. The vow is fulfilled, may the goddess protect you. Moira's solemn declaration brought this oath of the guardian knight to a close. The two sheathed their knightly swords, and the atmosphere during training became lively. Baird and the others warmly welcomed Kyle, celebrating his true integration into their ranks and his becoming their 15th guardian knight. Kyle, you're better than us. Baird patted Kyle on the shoulder, deeply moved. A year and a half ago, this young man was a serf, but now he can stand behind them. It is thanks to the Lord's grace that I have come this far, Kyle said, remaining true to his original aspirations without a trace of pride or complacency. In the afternoon, Verin, accompanied by Moira and several knights, headed to the No. 1 potion plantation, located at the border of the Lake of Prayer Stars and the Frozen Zone. This potion plantation is the largest of the 6 potion planting sites, with 30 acres of arable land. On average, 200 potion plants can be grown per acre, for a total of 6,000 potion plants. The entire estate covers 100 acres and is reinforced with huge stones. The walls are even stronger than the walls of the castle itself. 50 serfs were responsible for cultivating the magic potion and tending 30 acres of land. Meanwhile, Plantation Number 1 is also home to 30 mid-level apprentice warriors, led by Eden, the territory's only low-level bronze warrior, to guard this important location. "My lord," Eden said respectfully, bowing as he looked at Verin approaching. Kyle dismounted and quickly went to Valen's side, taking the reins of the red phosphorus horse. "Sister Moira, please come in." Moira was very curious about the many changes in her surroundings, especially the snow-covered landscape not far away, which stood out sharply from the surrounding environment. Nevertheless, she suppressed her inner doubts. Everyone has their own secrets. Moira knew very well that Verin's willingness to bring her here was already a great sign of trust, and if she kept asking questions, she would be being ungrateful. Following behind Verin, Moira entered the manor and looked at the fairyland-like place inside. In the potion-growing field, pale blue potion plants sway gently in the breeze, echoing the surrounding environment where light snow is falling, creating an atmosphere of ultimate tranquility and comfort. "Sister Moira, these magical plants are mutated from blue ivy grass. They have a rapid hemostatic effect and are very effective both externally and internally." Verin pointed to the pale blue potion and explained it to Moira. "I still need to experiment a bit, which may take some time, before I can start inscribing the magic circle and preparing the potion." Moira nodded, took a potion plant from the ground, and asked Verin, "What else do I need to prepare for the complete process?" "Yes, here's the list." Moira took a list out of her pocket and handed it to Verin. "It will probably cost around 20,000 gold coins, maybe more. If you don't have enough money, I can." "Sister Moira, you underestimate me. I don't lack money, but I need some time to prepare these things." "No rush, this is a good time to test the specific properties of the potion." Chapter 86 Ice Blue Potion. Chapter 86 Ice Blue Potion. In the following days, while preparing the materials needed for the potion workshop, Verin kept an eye on whether Hook, the merchant from the South Merchant Guild, would exhibit any other unusual behavior. 3 days later, the first potion was prepared. Verin held the bottle in his hand, looking at the pale blue liquid inside, and gently shook it. Hook, a merchant from the South Merchant Guild, stood to the side, listening to Moira's explanation while staring intently at the potion in Verin's hand. Although the greed in his eyes was well concealed, Verin still noticed it. "This potion plant has extremely harsh growing conditions, so I named it ice blue grass. The potion in Verin's hand is made from ice blue grass and is called Ice Blue Potion." Moira stopped, took the ice blue potion from Verin, and explained to the two in detail. "The ice blue potion has a very good hemostatic effect and can heal any wound. Most importantly, it has ice properties. When used for treatment, it has a tingling sensation that can relieve pain, which is incomparable to diluted holy water of life." "So, Hook, what do you think the value of this ice blue potion is?" Verin looked at Hook with a smile, anticipating his answer. After some thought, Hook stared at the icy blue potion in Moira's hand and said, "I'm willing to pay 3 gold coins for this potion, and our merchant guild will pick it up from us. We'll cover all the expenses incurred along the way. I'll think about it some more." Verin did not give an answer immediately, intending to keep Hook hanging for a while and discuss it later. The following day, Verin intensified his surveillance of Hook to prevent him from sending messages outward and causing unpredictable crises. Time flies, and another year has passed, bringing us to January 1st, 9722 in the glorious calendar. 300 kilometers west of the Lake of Prayer for Stars, a legendary mage who travels through the celestial realm will stay for 10 days. Trade with him with your most precious treasures, and you will receive a considerable amount of valuable items in return. When Verin, who was supervising the potion-making workshop, heard this news, he was suddenly stunned. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Moira asked, looking at Verin who was standing still. No, I was just thinking about something." Verin smiled at Moira and then said, "Let's continue." Moira was a little puzzled, but did not ask any further questions. She continued, "It takes 12 steps to process the ice blue grass into a finished potion. Each step requires the inscription of 4 to 5 magic circles and a large amount of magical materials, such as magic pearls, purple gold sand, and black ebony. It will cost about 18,000 gold coins. Secondly, Regarding the energy supply method, you can either recruit a few mages or build an elemental pool to solve the problem once and for all. After thinking for a moment, Verin asked, Sister Mora, what's needed to construct an elemental pool? Depending on the size of your workshop, you will need 1 high-grade magic crystal as the core of the elemental magic array, 6 mid-grade magic crystals as auxiliary crystals, and 30 low-grade magic crystals as fuel to connect with the elemental realm and form a miniature elemental pool to power the entire potion workshop and drive the magic array. I see. Hearing Moira's offer, Verin fell into deep thought. 1 high-grade magic crystal is worth 80,000 gold coins, 6 mid-grade magic crystals are worth 30,000 gold coins, and 30 low-grade magic crystals are worth 12,000 gold coins. To solve the potion workshop's energy supply problem once and for all, he would need to spend 122,000 gold coins. According to Hook's previous valuation of the experimental products, 1 bottle of ice blue potion was worth 3 gold coins, and 1 ice blue grass could be used to make 2 bottles of ice blue potion. The number 1 potion plantation can produce 6,000 ice blue grass plants a year. Together with the other 5 potion plantations, they can harvest 12,000 plants a year. Even after accounting for unexpected losses, they can still harvest 10,000 plants, which is equivalent to 20,000 bottles of ice blue potions, worth 60,000 gold coins. You can break even in 3 years at most, and make a profit in the 4th year. Waylon muttered to himself. The more he repeated the data, the more excited he became. The money, 60,000 gold coins a year, was almost too much for his fragile heart. Verin, if you're inclined to build an elemental pool, you can apply for a loan from the South Court Chamber of Commerce. I can be your guarantor. No need, Sister Moira, I can get all these things. Verin suppressed his excitement and said calmly, I'll leave the rest to you. What? You actually managed to produce that? Seeing Moira's astonished expression, Verin calmly said, Sister Moira, everyone has secrets, don't they? I apologize for my intrusion. As far as she knew, high-grade magic crystals were extremely rare and rarely appeared in the hands of lower-ranking nobles, except for those circulating among the upper echelons of the kingdom. Even though Verin was Angus's son, she didn't believe that the other party would give such a thing to his son. As for the widely circulated price of 80,000 gold coins for a high-grade magic crystal, it is merely a unilateral price set by the kingdom. If you were to actually exchange it for gold coins, the price could potentially double. In other words, her question was extremely offensive to the other party. Seeing the atmosphere become awkward, Verin immediately changed the subject. Sister Moira, how long will it take you to complete the construction of the potion workshop? It will probably take about half a month, since it takes time to inscribe a magic circle. The time frame is short, which is acceptable. Sister Moira, I will have Baird send you what you need as soon as possible. I have some things to take care of after that. Just let him know if you need anything. Kindness. Afterwards, Verin led Kyle away from Potions Plantation No. 1 and returned to the castle. Upon arriving at the castle, Verin immediately instructed Kyle. Go and inform Baird to come over, then prepare 10 days' worth of provisions, and accompany me on a trip this afternoon. My lord, should we have other people accompany us? Kyle asked. No need, it's just the 2 of us, the fewer people who know about this, the better. Understood. After handing the red phosphorus horse to Kyle, Verin entered the castle, went to the study, took out what Moira needed from his